Chapter 1 Is he truly the senior brother? Songzhou, Taishu sect. Lingshu Peak. Elder Qi, are you certain that the eyes indeed Theo Nu Ha Stured the celestial phenomena remain in for 9 days without dispersing, the fiersten the history of the North Wilderness to possess the Odic Dea Saint Body, are Taishu sect's formist disciple, senior brother Lu Xiaochuan? The speaker weighs a 14 or 15-year-old girlclothing reen, possessing Ganon parallel bu tai thought could be Dima Dokalamida fornations. However, her attire and demeanor suggesteth that she was not an ordinary individual. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Qi, exuding Ganather world Liorot Han extraordinary presents, replied with unwavering certainty, absolutely true, beyond any doubt. Beyond any doubt? Thegirl furrowed her brows, casting Ganadly inquisitive glance towards the nearby scripture pavilion. What manner of place is scripture pavilion? It is the very foundation of Taishu sect, their repository of phallates techniques, treasures, and ancient tomes. Yet, the intransitoth pavilion, which should have been solemn and sacred, appeared rather peculiar at thumet. There lay Lu Xiaochuan, the foremost disciple of Taishu sect, reclining lazily in arcing chair, exuding a narrow Fleisurian contentment. Two beautiful junior sister sath tended to him, one in eating his shoulder swilet he a thermassage dis legs, occasionally feeding him peeled fruit. This Narizam bled that toff maid servant satending Towayan master. Yet, I twice evident that these enchanting junior sisters radiateth a formidable oft golden corerium. Refining chi, establishing foundation, golden core, spirit journey, breaking ruins, transforming into a dragon, ascending to immortality. Each real miss divided in tone in levels. Generally speaking, disciples who have a huston to read the sectariat refining kistage, categorized as suitor disciples. Upon breaking thruft establishing foundation stage, they may ascend to honor disciples. The golden core is staged to noticer disciples. Essentially, the Ariofin take nunder thwingo festimitalders. Across the entirety of Songzhou, they undoubted Lyran among the strong. Yet, here were Etwo golden corilders personal disciples, serving Ganother as if they were reservants. But the spectacle did no tin theer. A lin of disciple studerderly, each clutching prepared spirit stones, their faces brimming with anticipation. Elder Qi, what are the Cerny or Brother Sans sisters doing? Thedgerling Green inquired, perplexed. Elder Kai replied, they are, of course, seeking guidance from Xiaoquan regarding their cultivation. Then Wamas Theo for spirit stones? In Xiaoquan's words, it's dermid knowledge payment. Knowledge payment? But to verd that Thesany or Brother is rather mediocre in cultivation? The girl regarded Elder with skepticism. To say he was mediocre wasel ready a significant understatement. Wiliather smite be aware, Shehad hard whispers that Lu Xiaochuan, the foremost disciple possessing chaotic Dao Saint body, way sexually quitelocking in talent for cultivation. At first, Shehad not believed it. After all, he was the first in the history of North Wilderness to possess a remarkable body. Such an unparalleled physique air talent, appearing Bhutan Saint in thousand years. With such a heaven-like constitution, cultivating should have been a Sephordal's Askild display. It was precise live forth his reason that tonight earspreer, the Taishu sect that done hesitating lie appointed Luzio Quanis their chief disciple, placing high mathapin aklimingal disciples. However, what left fielder soft he tags a sect dumbfounded wast hatish possessing the chaotic Dea Saint body, Luzio quanted no texabithi terrifying speed and talent effect. On the contrary, his speed of cultivation was remarkably slow. One couldn't describe it as abysmal. The Taishu sect is the strongest sect in Song Nation, and those who ho become a disciple serial exceptional talents, chosen from among countless candidates. The refining kistage's themist fundamental level of cultivation. Even Theliast gifted disciple of Taishu sect should be able to reach the refining kistage with an air. Typically, within 5 years, one would achieve a thin nth level of refining chi. Within 6 years, one should complete establishing foundation and ascend to honor disciple status. Ifany can attach eviner disciple status within 6 years, they will be expelled from the sect. Mistouter disciples managatory at the establishing foundation stage within 6 years. Yet, as the chief disciple of Taishu sect, Lu Xiaoquan took nearly 12 fully years just to reach the refining kistage. Moreover, These was sooner the generous provision of abundant cultivation resources from the sect. Otherwise, relying solely in his sonaforts, him eat no thavine to red 3 refining kistajivan in 10 years. Such an astonishing lice local cultivation speed destroyer millennium. Fieldersoft Taishu sect remained undeterred, seeking various precious materials sand at temp tinjaver possibly mean stow at Luciauchuan. Yet, there remained no signs of improvement whatsoever. Now, at a catalator, it was likely that Luziokwan had yet to reach the 9th level of refining chi. Elder Kiss fake fleshed slight lia stated, that to Samus understanding from the outside world regarding Zygoentrith. He's a type of thought to accumulate strength before burst and firth, current lystalin thefase of accumulation. Accumulate test strength before burst and firth? Teen ears without a single brain eye through? Elder Chi, I also heard that senior brother Luzio Quanasex seeding lie lazy? A sore Taishu sex formous disciple, the possessor of chaotic Tao saint body, the future of North Wilderness, shouldn't senior brother Luciauchuan. But diligent, eager Toliern, dedicated to studies, and serves a paragon for all disciples? Elder Kisfacer din further lazy is perhaps too strong a term highs note entire lie idly throughout head a. Look, high scurrent lie, assisting those junior brothers and sisters with their cultivation inquiries. Thedger lingering acclaimed? A disciplined refining kistagus advising a group of brothers and sisters sat establishing foundation and of in golden chorus stage in cultivation matters? Even if she had taken Levio for sciences, shwould not believe jucheting. Senior brother, if been struggling to master fiery palmlatelli ever a time unleash it, it just explodes. Luzioquin lifted diz eyelids as light lion dast. How long has it been since last visiteth Red Sleeve Tower? Up in hearing this, the disciples face the immediate lifeless shed crimson. Laughter erupted among the surrounding disciples. Leaving hat discipline with Thasami watchers and fulgazi towards Luciauchuan, head hot, didn't Tweegarito keep thighs a secret? Ewood wagery thas been at least 12 months, hasn't it? You air robust danverous, with an excessifying fire. The fiery pomace inherent lia yang technique heightenly natural for ito explode when yang meets yang. Visit Red Sleeve Tower af humoret amisen thicaming dasto temper your yang fire before some major practice, and a shootin' counter for the issues. Upon hearing Luzia Quant's words, the disciple CS Latup with realization, his face brimming with joy. I understand no. Thank you, senior brother. Am heading down to the Red Sleeve Tower right away. With that, the disciple dashed down him mountain. The Wind and Moon establishment? Thegerling Green, still unconvinced, inquired of Elder Chi. Elder Chi immediately felt a bead off sweet forming gone his for it. Attalus forwards, heckled lyra mainsolent. Without needing him to respond, Thegerling Green hadelry did grasp the truth. A sins of distaste begin to blossom within your towards Taishu sex formous disciple. After bidding farewell to Thelis junior brother, Luzioquin raised a shan stood up from their rocking chair, stretching languidly. Hey thin address that wabuta full junior sisters had been messaging him. Thank you for your forfeits, sisters Yameriturno. That wolovla junior sisters immediate. Libigin tavai for a satinshin. Senior brother, comito my placid tonight. Dauntless stentoshing yawam the senior sister, so hesh hood come place first. Even thufu is the senior sister. I cometa find senior brother first, so hesh hood come place tonight. Hearing that wabuta full junior sisters bicker incessantly, Luzijan wavedishand, noneto quarrel, let's all go together. I'll go together? That wolovla junior sisters nadi denunizan, saying, senior brother, well be I'll clean and waitin' for ye out nighty you must come early. With that, they happily departed. Anno lino for ye up here down the girling greens for it. She had no anticipated. That senior brother Luzioquin would be such a person? Lazy, greedy, lecherous did he truly enjoy such frivolities? What merit did Passesto become the foremost disciple of Taishu sect? It was no under ha possessed chaotic Tao Saint body tremained to waste. Thegerling Green's goodwill towards this legendary senior brother had plummeted o negative in numbers. Ah, money a shard to earn and burden some to bear after a whole day off toil, e have a note of Vangarner at 1,000 spirit stones. At this rate, walk knows when'll be able to zit his fifth chaotic black holy and brain eye through to the establishing foundation stage. As Luzio Quang gather read the Paliof spirit stonus from Thidable, him mutter read to himself. However, When Hirai the Shay Dan saw Elder Qi approaching him with the girl in green, he immediately perked up. Elder Qi. Lu Xiao Quan greeted with a smile, even adopting simuate obsequious demeanor. Throughout he history of Taishu sect, woe among the chief disciples was no endowed with both virtue and talent, possessing impeccable character, unparalleled grace, and revered Bithasins, akin to resplendent stars? Yet this Lu Xiao Quan appeared rather unique. Xiao Chuan, the Zisp the little princess of Song Nation, Songlinger, Onof T outer disciples ho has just internuchu sect. Before Elder Qi could find Shi's introduction, Lu Xiao Quan direct Lai addressed Songlinger, Linger Junior sister, Ario Alukin 4 monthly or annual package? Il so have you set minute like to learn more? What monthly or annual package? Songlinger looked at Lu Xiao in bewilderment. Knowledge payment, didn't Elder Qi mention Itoya? The Siskal-led knowledge payment? Songlinger furrowed her brow slight lion dast. Senior brother, how are the charges structured? 3,000 for month, 30,000 for a year. For the set menu, it will be slight more expensive, but it's definite more cost effective. If money is an object, I can tailor a customized service for you, Linger. 30,000 spirit stones? Why don't you go? The final words Natch was swiftly attracted beat Songlinger. 30,000 spirit stones perhaps Therurian lie a handful of disciples in the entire Taishu sect will dafford amount. Thimonth lie allowance for outer disciples sismerly 10 spirit stones. Ist he proceed too steep? That shold Betha case. I sid trilla thought the steam-ed little princess of Song Kingdom find stir 10,000 spirit stone sector by taunt? I was led to believe she was sabai catch. How a boothis I can have me junior sister can teach you she's more affordable. Only 20,000 for a year. As soon as Lu Xiao Quan's words fell, Songlanger immediately acquiesced. All right, for 20,000 spirit stones, having seen your sister can teach him for is indeed worthwhile. Lu Xiaochuan? Lu, feeling somewhat slighted minute worth it? Chapter 2 Elder Qi, you aren't colluding with senior brother, are you? The Taishu sect comprise 5 peaks: Daishu Peak, Yushu Peak, Jinshu Peak, Lingshu Peak, and Shushu Peak. Taishu Peak is the principal peak. Yet, Lingshu Peak holds uniqueness of its sound. The Peak Master, Fairy Sunj, is the only ninth Taishu secto have attained through ins breaking realm, her prowess surpassing that of T-sect master. Fairies unjust disciples, among whom Chine Chininis recognized the dast has strongest Gania since Song Kingdom in a century. Shai Skirnt lieth the 9th level off Golden Core realm, ranking first among the disciples soft Taishu sect. Had it not been for Lu Xiaochuan, the Chaos Dao sacred body merging Gutafno her, Chine Chinin would have undoubtedly been the top disciple of Taishu sect. Lu Yo-Yo and Muru Finger real so exceptional prodigies. 3 a genius es Fermonique. Yet, on Lithus Lu Xiaochuan. Elder Qi, I've heard that senior sister Kinnie's inherently proud and obsessed with her cultivation, rarely interacting with authors. Ario you certain that senior brother can truly convince senior sister Kinto take me under her wing? Songlinger evidently her board doubts about this matter. After all, that is Thune Pearled senior sister Chin. Indeed, Chine Chin and Kenbekwatek hold and intense, view trust assured, once Xiaochuan accept Seifi, heterolide livers. Look, Hareshikamas no. Songlinger turned hastily, only to see the ethereal Chine Chinen approaching alongside Lu Xiaochuan. Chine Chinen exuded aura that was exquisite, like a celestial being descend in Jinta Themertal realm. Powerful, akin to transcendent immortal. Frigid, like a millennium office. Up a meeting Thiedmired Chine Chin Yin, Songlinger felt an overwhelming wavy of nervousness outer, dissipate Songlinger patient respects to senior sister Chin. The presence of Chine Chinin was soon deniably overwhelming. Even Elder Qi was taken aback. How is Chine Chinin's cultivation speed increased so remarkably over thy ears? Chine Chinin cast a cold glance at Songlinger you may come at study with him for half a they the fierce to feachmonth. Senior sister control yagreed? Songlinger felt azure of joy within. However, the next words from senior sister Kin left her momentarily stunned. Generally, you can consult senior brother highs, more capable than I. After bidding farewell to Chine Chin Yin, Lu Xiao Quan regarded Songlinger with this same adoration owner would show a deity senior sister Kinnie soft and busy with her cultivation. Linger, Ehavia special 3-month package for entering the intersect, and Aoni Erker membership thought you might be interested in? 3 months to enter the inner sect, Air Forthacor? Is that a dream? Nuni in the history of Taishu sect they severe achieved, fiat. Boom. Air sounding bell tolled from the main peak, echoing throughout the entire Taishu sect. Hearing this, Lu Zio Quanun expected Lither Wover Two largest Saxandashid toward the main peak. While running, he glanced back and shouted, "Wait form, I'll be right back." Songlinger, puzzled, turned to Elderkey and queried, "Why is the senior brother in to the main peak? Has a nothing significant occurred? The main peak is distributing theminth lie allowance cesta the disciples. Is there really thought much to require to large sax?" Before Songlinger could comprehend these, Shuitness Lu Zio Chuan returning, both sacks brimming to Thebrum. "Senior sister Linger, please hold in, and need to go practice first." Lu Zio Quan tossed to Tarmark before vanishing into the scripture pavilion. After a moment of days, Songlinger finally grasped the month lie allowance for outer disciples sustain spirit stones for spirit pill, 100 spirit stones sand 10 spirit pills for inner disciples, and 1,000 spirit stones with 100 spirit pills for core disciples. Even if senior brother is the top disciple, there shouldn't benufto fill 12 largest sacks, right? Elder Chi, with a slight liced expression, elucidated for Luxio Quantaminth lie allowance says Furlink Supi Carriel collected Beziauquin. There Urian li 5 people line to Tailitling Shu Peak, including the Peak Master. Well Shouchuani squiddy benevolent and helps with their discipliscolic theers. At that moment, Lu Zio Chuan emerged from scripture pavilion, wearing a frown. Sigh. After feeding that chaos black hole for 3 years, if spent millions in spirit stones sand countless spirit pills, yet it's still not satisfied? Misstrength keeps rising, but here realm when will a break throw tough foundation establishment realm? Ami Nathi illustrious stop, disciplio of Taishu sect? It seems Zim must strive harder to harmony. 10 years ago, Lu Zio Quan arrived in decent familiar world, activating the protagonist shallow, starting gast chaos Tao sacred body, destined for greatness, a prodigy defying the heavens. Yet, such a scenario has evidently not materialized. Lu Zio Quan's cultivation speed is extraordinarily slow. However, this is not due to chaos Tao sacred body being governated, but because, within Lu Zio Quanly a peculiar chaos black hole a thought voracious slide of ours is spiritual energy. No matter how much spiritual energy Lu Zio Quan absorbs, it is consumed by this chaos black hole. Nonetheless, in return, one seeth chaos black hole has absorbed a certain amount of spiritual energy. It will release a formidable force to sis Lu Zio Quan in advancing his realm. Thought herito fadvancement tislo earthen thato fastnail. Each real matina de siemens ella powerful, far surpassing ordinary individuals. At the first level of chi refinement, Lu Zio Quan kendifithos at the 9th level. No athenant level of chi refinement, high likely unmatched in the entire Taishu sect, save for his master. Elder Kickensold, Xiao Chuan, try to keep an open mind regarding cultivation. Cultivation? Evenidog wouldn't cultivate. Im just worried that this month cerning surrealist han last months. Elder Chi. Lu Zio Quan quickly revertedo his previous demeanor. Cultivation? As long as the resmony. There's just no nothing to focus on awarening money. Lu Zio Quan beamed at Songlinger. Linger, if you'll really collect a dormont lie allowance. Now thought you can be considerate ha famum barrowfling Shu Peak. You can leave Jucharanstoth senior brother where you'll family. Songlinger? Is she really trying tapaka teventhism a germonth lie allowance? Thought in spirit stones are not much. Suppletantum embezzlement. Is the renewver sight in Taishu sect? Songlinger glanced at Elder Chi, woe prompt lighter ne the shade away. Suppressing Garanger, Songlinger addressed Lu Xiao Chuan, senior brother, in mistake Malieve. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Elder Chi, with a helpless smile, bid farewell to Lu Zio Quan and hurried after her. Lu Zio Chuan shrugged, Linger seems to have some misunderstanding about me. Oh well. Itis and Lyria sonable for a princess do hava by to for Princess Dimper, right? I suppose Zilta Kimi Tometo teacher. Princess Linger, you should truly consider the package Xiaochua mentioned, Elder Kyre market to thimming Songlinger. Up in hearing this, Songlinger halted in her tracks. Her star-like highswood in astonishment Elder Chi, you are in cahoots with senior brother, are you? Though I have wealth, I am not foolish. Elder Kyrie to explain, but just then, an ethereal figure swept lifealoo towards the scripture pavilion, Landing before Lu Xiaochuan recently, Yving countered some Mai Suis and Mai swordsmanship cultivation and have comatose acquittance from senior brother. Lu Xiaoquan welcomed him with his mild countenance. Ash spoke, Hishand Hadel Ryutathanukomer. The individual promptly presented 1,000 spirit stones the Theod prepared in advance. Then the twin-earth scripture pavilion together. Wast Happerson just now the high-roofed southern town king, Chiyunshuan? Songlinger inquired. Elder nodded. Indeed, that is correct. Songlinger's face Su is filled with confusion. Chu Shikshan possesses prodigious talent. The Shu drank among the top team within Taishu sect, right? Why will he senior brother for guidance and swordsmanship? Elder Kai explained, Xiaochuan has remarkable line sights when it comes to swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? If there's a prohibitive lihing threshold, not something just in Yona can engage with. Typically, one begins swordsmanship cultivation only upon reaching the golden core realm. A sheer refinement discipline practicing swordsmanship? Before Songlinger could ponder this further, Shisa Chuengshuan exciting the scripture pavilion, his face beaming with delight. Is the tall? Songlinger was left even more bewildered. Chu Yongshuan approached Elder Chi, Princess Linger, Ariyu Harito Finth senior brother as well? Chu Shixiang, die door solvet high sues with the hour swordsmanship? Songlinger asked. Chu Yongshuan nodded. Of course, in a problems can bear solved with senior brother's guidance. Alright, I just did an epiphany and must return to my cultivation. With that, hurried lied parted. Hey Dane Unil said such a ding, Songlinger might know they've believed died, Buchinith that Jianshuan, the hereof southern town king, Waysamanif integrity and reputation. Huldnatly, yet, Elder Chi, could it be thought those rumors are incorrect? Well, Elder Kitchikoldrily, Xiaochuan has indeed been slow in his cultivation, but, in every other respect, he's fearfully exceptional. Regardless of the matter, it is seemed yet like comprehensible, intuitive lie grasped upon articulation, Andy Fortless la mastered through instruction. He mastered Vedic ni que sandancient texts within the sutra repository in list Hana year, committing them to memory with remarkable proficiency. Truth be told, aside from being semi-weight indolent, avaricious, lecherous, and shameless, he possesses neither discernible flaws. Songlinger?
Chapter 3 The Midnight Thief. Casting a glance at the darkening sky, Lu Xiaochuan promptly secured the entrance to the scripture pavilion. With the day's wages in hand, he was about to depart when a disciple hurriedly approached him. Senior brother, the son of Master Li from the Wanhua Trading Company is getting married tomorrow and has requested you to be the MC. Lu Xiaochuan extended his hand. Have you collected the deposit? The disciple quickly presented 1,000 spirit stones with both hands. Only 1,000, for such a sum. Lu Xiaochuan appeared visibly dissatisfied. The Wanhua Trading Company ranks among the top 5 in Taishu City. Charging him 10,000 is hardly unreasonable. How did you negotiate? The disciple, looking aggrieved, explained. Senior brother Master Li is as shrewd as a fox. He mentioned he'd inquired elsewhere where the fee was only 2,000 to 3,000. He insists that 3,000 is already the highest he can offer. Businessmen are never straightforward, they are all cunning. Lu Xiaochuan lamented. Very well, 3,000 it is. I am in need of funds. He then made his way towards the residence of his junior sister, Xing Yao, on Jinshu Peak. Princess Linga, this place is relatively close to Lingshu Peak. You shall reside here from now on. Normally, external disciples were required to stay at the foot of the mountain, with only inner disciples assigned to various peaks. However, considering that Sang Linga was the princess of the Tsang kingdom, special accommodations were made for her. Thank you, Elder Chi. Sang Linga expressed her gratitude. After bidding farewell to Elder Chi, she was about to return to her room for cultivation when she caught sight of a familiar figure. Senior brother, why is he at Jinshu Peak so late? Driven by curiosity, Tsang Linga decided to follow him. Lu Xiaochuan had already noticed someone trailing him, yet he paid it no mind. Soon, he arrived at a charming courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan, his junior sisters Xing Yao and Yuya, clad in loose, flowing robes, eagerly linked their arms with his, ushering him into the house. This scene left Tsang Linga utterly astonished. How could two beautiful disciples Both direct apprentices of Golden Core elders behave in such a manner. Inside, the sound of conversation could be heard. Xinyao, is the meal ready? One must be well fed to have the strength to work. We've prepared 8 dishes and a soup, all of which you favor, senior brother. Work. Zhonglinga, your purity is compromised. Zhonglinga thought to herself with a frown. She dared not linger, fearing her innocent heart might be tainted. Yet she found it perplexing why 2 stunning disciples would fawn over a senior brother who was mediocre in cultivation, lazy, greedy, and lecherous. Was it merely because of his handsome appearance? Zhonglinga hastily departed. However, the situation inside was not as she imagined. Liu Xiaochuan was simply providing massage therapy to his 2 junior sisters, helping them ease their meridians. This technique, discovered in an ancient tome and refined by Liu Xiaochuan, yielded remarkable results. Regularly unblocking the meridians greatly benefited their cultivation and healed any hidden injuries sustained during practice. Having experienced these benefits, Xin Yao and Yuya frequently invited Liu Xiaochuan to assist them. Of course, for a fee. Nevertheless, Liu Xiaochuan had his own criteria for accepting such physically demanding work. He would only accept if the request came from his junior sisters, if the payment was adequate. And only before the hour of Z, after a long evening of work, Liu Xiaochuan returned to his residence just before the hour of Z. As he was about to rest, a thought struck him, and he immediately turned his gaze toward the direction of the Taishu sect's spiritual herb garden. The herbs were due for harvest tomorrow, and he had to act tonight. Desperate for funds, he quickly donned a set of dark attire and slung several large sacks over his shoulder. Stealthily making his way toward the herb garden. The spiritual herb garden was a crucial area of the Taishu sect, then no one was permitted to approach without authorization. That night the atmosphere around the garden was particularly tense. With patrols doubled and guards stationed every few steps, overseeing the garden was Elder Emo, the most formidable alchemist of the Taishu sect. After a thorough inspection, he solemnly addressed the patrolling disciples. Recently, there have been reports of a midnight thief. You must all remain vigilant, no mistakes must occur. Do not worry, Elder Emo, with your presence and our 100 disciples guarding it along with the formidable protective formations, even a 9th-level spirit journey cultivator could not steal a single herb. Replied one disciple confidently, while that may be true, we must still remain cautious. Just then a disciple rushed in, breathless. Elder Emo, your residence is on fire, and it may soon reach your secret chamber. What? Elder Mo's expression shifted drastically. All of his formulas were stored in that secret chamber. They were his life's work, more precious than his own life. You all keep an eye on the herb garden. I will return shortly. With that, Elder Emo hastened toward his abode. The disciples guarding the garden exchanged bewildered glances. How could Elder Mo's residence be aflame? Who would dare commit such an act? Could it be a strategy by the midnight thief to divert attention? One disciple suddenly suggested, could it be that Elder Emo simply forgot to extinguish the alchemy furnace? At that moment, another disciple, visibly anxious, interjected, did any of you sense a shadow darting by just now? A shadow, the midnight thief, impossible. Just then a startled cry rang out. It's over, the herb garden has been robbed. The guarding disciples quickly realized the herb garden was in disarray. The herbs due for harvest the next day were nearly depleted. The herb garden has been robbed. Everyone come out and catch the midnight thief. In no time a resounding call echoed throughout the Taishu sect. Zhonglinga, who had been unable to sleep, sprang out of bed and rushed outside. She struggled to comprehend the situation. How could someone dare to infiltrate the Taishu sect and steal the herbs? And they had succeeded. Just then, Zhonglinga noticed a shadow fleeting nearby. That silhouette seemed familiar, especially the large sacks slung over its back, just like the ones her senior brother had carried earlier in the day. Moreover, why was that shadow heading toward Lingshu Peak? Could it be that the midnight thief was her senior brother? No way. As soon as that thought crossed her mind, Zhonglinga dismissed it. With her senior brother's refinement stage cultivation, how could he possibly steal from the heavily guarded herb garden? Panic surged through her. Her senior brother might be in danger should she summon Elder Chi, but Elder Chi resided at the main peak and would surely arrive too late. Without further hesitation, Songlinga steeled herself and sprinted toward Lingshu Peak. Chapter 4 I treat you pay, isn't that reasonable, senior brother, Songlinga searched the scripture pavilion and then Lu Xiaochuan's residence, yet she found no trace of him. The midnight thief carrying the large sacks of herbs had vanished without a trace. After fruitlessly searching for Lu Xiaochuan, Songlinga furrowed her brows in confusion. She had clearly seen the midnight thief heading towards Lingshu Peak. Oh, how could he have disappeared? Where could her senior brother be at this hour? Oh, right, Songlinga suddenly slapped her forehead. How could I forget? Senior brother must be with his two junior sisters. With this thought, she quickly shook her head, not daring to dwell on it. If her senior brother was safe, then she could rest easy. After Songlinga had departed, Lu Xiaochuan emerged from his room. That was close. He almost got discovered by Linga. The escape route had been meticulously planned, but he hadn't anticipated that Elder Chi would arrange for Linga to stay along his escape path. Would that little girl spill the beans? Setting aside those concerns, it was imperative to dispose of the goods. Lu Xiaochuan swiftly entered the alchemy chamber and began concocting pills. There was no choice. The chaotic black hole was an insatiable entity voraciously consuming spirit stones and elixirs. Recently, the northern wilderness region had been turbulent, and his master had left the Taishu sect 3 years ago in search of a cultivation method. Leaving Lu Xiaochuan deeply unsettled. He needed to elevate his cultivation level swiftly, being as striking and esteemed as the chief disciple of the Taishu sect, adored by numerous juniors. He had no desire to meet an untimely end. Ever since he was nearly assassinated by rival factions shortly after joining the Taishu sect, Lu Xiaochuan learned an essential survival lesson: the more inconspicuous one was, the better one could thrive. Thus, he had lived quite comfortably over the years, despite a slightly tarnished reputation. Meanwhile, in the herb garden, Elder Mo was fuming. That scoundrel! All the spiritual herbs I painstakingly cultivated have been stolen. How many times has this happened? This is a disgrace, a monumental humiliation for the Taishu sect. A fellow elder frowned deeply. To be able to enter and exit the Taishu sect undetected and plunder the heavily guarded herb garden, this midnight thief must be a formidable cultivator of at least the 5th level of spirit journey. Yet he must be quite familiar with our sect. Elder, he interjected, surely you don't suspect it could be one of our own? Elder, he quickly shook his head. That is simply impossible. Aside from the sect master and the peak masters, as well as a few reclusive elders, we have very few cultivators above the 5th level of spirit journey. I just find this matter rather peculiar. If not for the fact that Xiaochuan is only at the Qi refinement stage, I would suspect him. As Elder He's words fell, Elder Mo was the first to shake his head. Xiaochuan possesses the cunning and audacity of a thief. But does he have the strength? It is absolutely impossible for it to be Xiaochuan. The crowd nodded in agreement. It could not possibly be Xiaochuan. That night the Taisu sect was restless. The elders and disciples scoured the vicinity for the midnight thief, yet after an entire night of searching they found not a single trace. Eventually, they had no choice but to give up. With a sigh of relief, Lu Xiaochuan wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at a large box filled with peculiar aromatic multicolored spirit pills, then let out a satisfied chuckle. After a long night of toil, I have finally refined them all. The quality of these spirit pills far exceeded those produced by Elder Mo. If sold, they could fetch at least 1 or 2 million spirit stones, he mused. However, this thought was swiftly extinguished. If he dared to sell these spirit pills, Elder Mo would undoubtedly come after him with a cleaver. Any hint of suspicion would certainly lead to his downfall. Thus Lu Xiaochuan only dared to keep a few pills for himself, consuming the rest. After ingesting over 10,000 high-quality spirit pills, he felt a vague sense that the chaos black hole was nearing its satiation. This realization brought him joy, as he finally glimpsed the dawn of a breakthrough into the Foundation establishment realm. If he could acquire another 10,000 spirit pills of such quality, he might be close. This led Lu Shaochuan to entertain a bold idea: should he attempt to steal from the Taisu sect's treasure vault? However, he quickly dismissed it. While the medicinal garden could regenerate, a theft from the treasure vault would strike at the very roots of the sect. Such an act was unthinkable for him, as he was the chief disciple of the Taisu sect. Relying on its protection, he resolved to seek other means to amass wealth. After a day and night of labor, Lu Shaochuan fell into a deep slumber, only to be awakened by someone calling for him in the early afternoon. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he wished to continue sleeping. "Senior brother, the wedding is about to begin. The Li family is waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Shaochuan immediately sprang to attention, nearly forgetting his role as the MC for the ceremony. He quickly washed his face, donned suitable attire, and hurried down the mountain with the disciple. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, they encountered Tsong Linga. "Oh, junior sister Linga, what brings you to Taisu City?" Lu Shaochuan inquired. Tsong Linga responded promptly, "Senior brother, I came to procure some daily necessities." "Then do what you must. See you later," Lu Shaochuan said, offering a brief farewell before hastily departing. Watching Lu Shaochuan's hurried retreat, Tsong Linga couldn't help but recall the figure she had seen the previous night. It was strikingly similar. How peculiar! The more she thought about it, the more strange it became, prompting her to follow him. Before long, the duo arrived at the Li family's Wanhua trading company. "Why is senior brother sneaking in through the back door? Could it be that he is involved in something unsavory?" Wanhua trading company mainly dealt in medicinal spirits. A bold thought suddenly sprang to Tsong Linga's mind. However, upon sneaking into the Li residence, she soon discovered her suspicions were unfounded. It turned out that senior brother was merely officiating the wedding of Boss Li's son. Wasn't that the role of a matchmaker? Nonetheless, senior brother's unique style of hosting was indeed quite distinct and refreshing. She had never witnessed such an engaging wedding ceremony before. How had senior brother conceived such an innovative approach? The grand wedding ceremony concluded splendidly under Lu Shaochuan's adept guidance. After receiving the final payment, he took his leave. Just as he stepped out of the Li residence, he spotted Tsong Linga. She instinctively wanted to hide, but Lu Shaochuan was already approaching her. "Junior sister Linga, have you finished procuring your supplies?" Lu Shaochuan knew she had been tailing him, which made him ponder whether she truly suspected him. He needed to find a way to allay her concerns. Tsong Linga nodded, somewhat flustered. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, let me treat you to a meal. I know a restaurant with exceptionally delicious dishes." Observing his generosity, Tsong Linga quickly replied, "Thank you, senior brother. We're family." "No need for thanks." Lu Shaochuan waved his hand dismissively. Upon arriving at the Zuesian Lu, when Lu Shaochuan requested a top-tier private room, Tsong Linga felt something was amiss. Zuesian Lu was the finest restaurant in Taisu City, and the top-tier private rooms were quite pricey. One meal would likely exceed 1,000 spirit stones. Yesterday, senior brother had mentioned they were family, yet he had taken her monthly allowance. Today, he spoke of family again. Particularly as she witnessed him ordering an extravagant feast, her anxiety only intensified. This surely must surpass 1,000 spirit stones. "Junior sister Linga, why aren't you eating? Feel free, it's on me, if it's not enough. We can order more." Lu Shaochuan urged kindly. Was senior brother truly this generous? Could this be a form of hush money? At that thought, Tsong Linga felt even more reluctant to eat. Yet, amidst her spiraling thoughts, Lu Shaochuan and his disciple had already devoured the entire table of exquisite food and drink. "Junior sister Linga, are you not hungry? Why haven't you touched a single dish? We've eaten our fill. Shall we go?" Lu Shaochuan stood up and addressed her. The disciple swiftly called for the waiter, who approached Tsong Linga with a smile. "The total for today's private room is 1,003 spirit stones. You can pay 1,000 spirit stones after a discount." "What?" Tsong Linga nearly exploded, her eyes wide as she turned to Lu Shaochuan. "Senior brother, didn't you say you were treating?" Lu Shaochuan nodded. Indeed, junior sister Linga, I'm treating you, and you're footing the bill, isn't that reasonable? Why aren't you paying? I'm so poor, I really have no money, Tsang Linga exclaimed. Chapter 5, Whoever doubts senior brother is a fool. To make someone forget a matter, one must divert their attention with another. Tsang Linga had not eaten a single bite yet had spent 1,000 spirit stones, although she could afford such a meal. The issue lay in the fact that senior brother had promised to treat her. How had it turned into her footing the bill? How could he be so shamelessly brazen? Tsang Linga continued to grumble inwardly. Lu Shaochuan, however, was quite pleased with the outcome. Senior brother, a last night elder, he claimed the midnight thief was you. Just as they returned to Ling Su Peak, the remark from the disciple nearly gave Lu Shaochuan a heart attack. Had the matter been exposed, Tsang Linga's eyes widened in shock, fixating on Lu Shaochuan. Was it really you last night, walking the night path? One is bound to encounter ghosts. Lu Shaochuan was already contemplating how to make a hasty escape. If Elder Emo discovered that the midnight thief who had recently pilfered the medicinal garden was indeed him, he would surely come after him with a cleaver. Senior brother, last night, Tsang Linga began to question him. But the disciple burst into laughter. Ahahaha, senior brother, you won't believe the reaction of the other elders. After Elder he said that, Elder Emo immediately asserted that it could not possibly be you. And the other elders wholeheartedly agreed. I believe anyone who doubts senior brother is simply foolish. Tsang Linga. With a resounding slap, Lu Shaochuan struck the back of the disciple's head. Scolding Zhang Wei, if you speak only half the truth again, I'll dock your monthly allowance for a year. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Zhang Wei scratched his head, half amused, half helpless. Senior brother, you've already docked my allowance until 100 years from now. I truly might starve to death. Scram, don't compare poverty with meat. Lu Shaochuan kicked Zhang Wei aside. Zhang Wei dared not argue further, sulking away. Is elder he harboring resentment because I lost our discussion on the 108 styles last time? Lu Shaochuan wore a look of melancholy. Why had he not been suspected in the past, but now he found himself under scrutiny? Where had things gone awry? The 108 styles? Tsang Linga looked at Lu Shaochuan with confusion. Lu Shaochuan glanced at the bewildered Tsang Linga, shaking his head. You wouldn't understand the nuances of a man's knowledge. Junior sister, do you think those who doubt me are fools? Tsang Linga retorted, there's no need for such insults. Just as she pondered how to respond, a large ball of flesh suddenly rolled toward them. Third, the large ball plopped down before Lu Shaochuan. Kneeling with a third, only then did they see the figure clearly. While Lu Shaochuan had encountered many plump individuals, this one was exceptionally striking, a perfect sphere, entirely covered in flesh, fair-skinned and oddly adorable. However, Lu Shaochuan was more focused on the exquisite spirit artifact clothing and the space ring adorning the plump figure, which evoked a sense of familiarity. This was a distinguished guest, just as Lu Shaochuan reached out to assist the rotund figure. It looked up with a face full of excitement and adoration, exclaiming, Senior brother, please accept my worship. My admiration for you flows like an unending river, akin to the overflowing yellow river. I have revered you since I was 8 years old. And now at 18 I have admired you for a full decade. To meet you, I worked hard to become an outer disciple of the Taisu sect. Today, my wish has finally come true. Such words were captivating to anyone. Lu Shaochuan puffed out his chest, a hint of pride creeping onto his face. Chen Duoduo, what is this? Tsang Linga stared wide-eyed in astonishment and curiosity at the hefty figure before her. It was only then that Chen Duoduo noticed Tsang Linga and hurriedly exclaimed, Oh, Princess Linga, you aren't here seeking help from senior brother, are you? Not at all. Tsang Linga shook her head. That's good, that's good. Upon hearing Princess Linga's response, Chen Duoduo felt an immediate sense of relief. Soon after, he looked at Lu Shaochuan with admiration and said, Senior brother, I have always been diligent and studious, finding joy in cultivation every day. Recently I have been practicing day and night, neglecting food and rest, and have even lost some weight. I understand that my talent may not be extraordinary enough to catch senior brother's eye. But I sincerely admire you and wish to seek your assistance. Please grant me an opportunity. Chen Duoduo's words nearly brought tears to Lu Xiaochuan's eyes. Finally, he had encountered someone who recognized his worth. It was truly a rarity. However, Zhang Linga beside them felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Was the Chen family truly so uninformed? Did they not realize that their esteemed senior brother was not as formidable as the rumors suggested? Chen Duoduo, if you seek help from a co-disciple, why not approach the heir of the Zhennan Wang, Chu Yunxian? He is your cousin. Zhang Linga could no longer hold back. Actually, it was my cousin who suggested that I seek help from senior brother. Chen Duoduo replied, shaking his head. Princess Linga, it seems you are not keen on senior brother assisting me. Perhaps do you wish for senior brother to assist you instead? If it were any other matter, I would certainly accommodate you, but on this occasion, I cannot yield. Zhang Linga rolled her eyes at Chen Duoduo and replied, rest assured, I certainly will not seek senior brother's help, not now, nor in the future. Upon hearing her words, Chen Duoduo quickly reassured her. Princess Linga, do not be disheartened. Senior brother is the first possessor of the Chaos Dao sacred body in the northern wilderness region, shining with unparalleled brilliance. It is only natural that not everyone can gain his recognition, Zhang Linga thought to herself. Did she not just reject him? She intended to explain, but Chen Duoduo continued, senior brother, even a talent like Princess Linga, who possesses extraordinary potential, fails to catch your eye. I know my aptitude is mediocre and that it is unlikely I can earn your regard. I understand that asking for your help is quite a challenge. Before Chen Duoduo could finish, Lu Xiaochuan interjected, actually, it's not that difficult, senior brother, are you willing to give me a chance? Chen Duoduo's eyes brightened instantly. Lu Xiaochuan maintained a serious demeanor and said, I wouldn't normally take on external disciples so easily, but since you are so sincere and ambitious, I shall grant you an opportunity. I have an annual package priced at 50,000. What, 50,000? Chen Duoduo exclaimed in astonishment. Before Lu Xiaochuan could elaborate, Zhang Linga cast a disapproving glance at Lu Xiaochuan. He certainly knew how to assess people. He previously quoted her 30,000, yet now he quoted Chen Duoduo 50,000. Although Chen Duoduo had wealth, he couldn't be that foolish, could he? Junior brother Chen, I haven't finished speaking yet, Lu Xiaochuan said, as Chen Duoduo appeared to be relieved and remarked, I thought as much. Where in the world could there be such a good deal? How could I possibly learn from senior brother for just 50,000 spirit stones? Who would believe that? Lu Xiaochuan. Zhang Linga. Chapter 6, If conscience is lost, more can be earned. Zhang Linga looked at Chen Duoduo with an expression of utter incredulity. She realized she had misjudged. Chen Duoduo's intelligence was indeed far inferior to that of his father, a gap of several thousand miles. Lu Xiaochuan regarded Chen Duoduo with admiration, thinking, this is truly a talent. After 10 years in the Taisu sect, I have finally encountered someone like him. Is this a stroke of luck or a benevolent act from the god of wealth? Chen Duoduo looked at Lu Xiaochuan with eager anticipation and asked, Senior brother, if the original price was 50,000 for a year, it must have increased significantly now, right? What is the current price? Zhang Linga, unable to contain herself, interjected with a reminder, Chen Duoduo, a senior brother just mentioned the original price. The original price, yes, that's correct, Princess Linga. The original price is simply the original price. How could I have misunderstood? Chen Duoduo replied confidently, Senior brother, isn't that right? Zhang Linga retorted, the original price equates to the original price. Lu Xiaochuan nodded. Junior brother Chen, your understanding is quite accurate, you are indeed teachable. Chen Duoduo beamed with pride at Zhang Linga, saying, Princess Linga, I wasn't mistaken, was I? Senior brother means just that. It was clear that thinking he could learn from senior brother for 50,000 spirit stones was quite presumptuous. Zhang Linga had completely lost the will to speak. She felt her intelligence was being diminished. Nevertheless, since the Chen family had abundant wealth, she thought, Senior brother, name your price. Anything that can be resolved with money is not a problem. Even if I have to sell my possessions, I will follow senior brother to learn. Although I do not have enough spirit stones on me, I can ask my family for more. Chen Duoduo appeared determined. Hearing Chen Duoduo's extravagant remarks, Lu Xiaochuan felt deeply moved. It had been years since anyone had touched him like this. May good fortune follow you all your life. Lu Xiaochuan feigned hesitation and tentatively quoted an exorbitant price, 100,000. That won't do. To Lu Xiaochuan's surprise, Chen Duoduo decisively rejected the offer. Zhang Linga felt a sigh of relief, thinking that Chen Duoduo was not completely foolish, and realized that 100,000 was excessive. But the next moment, Chen Duoduo earnestly said to Lu Xiaochuan, "Senior brother, you are truly considerate of us junior disciples. Given my average talent, you are willing to teach me at such a low price. I am genuinely touched. However, I cannot be so unreasonable. Let us make it 200,000 a year. I will give you 1 million spirit stones and request that you teach me for 5 years. If possible." I came out in a rush and only brought over a little more than 1 million spirit stones, otherwise, I would have offered more. Before Chen Duoduo could finish, Lu Xiaochuan promptly and decisively agreed. "Since you are so sincere, as your senior brother, I must show some concern. Alright, let's settle on 5 years for 1 million. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's agreement, Chen Duoduo hurriedly handed over 1 million spirit stones to him. As if fearing Lu Xiaochuan might change his mind after completing the transaction, Chen Duoduo felt reassured. At last, his dream was coming true. Following senior brother would surely lead to soaring heights. Just the thought of it made Chen Duoduo feel that this 1 million was indeed worth every spirit stone. A tremendous bargain. As Lu Xiaochuan contemplated the ease with which he had acquired this 1 million, he couldn't help but muse that earning money wasn't all that difficult. As long as you have hands, it's achievable. 1 million for 5 years, have you gone mad? Even with wealth, one shouldn't spend so recklessly. Zhang Linga looked at Chen Duoduo with a gaze full of disbelief. How could such a brilliant and unparalleled wealth of the Chen family produce a child with such questionable intelligence? Was he truly their biological son? She found herself doubting whether he was related to the neighboring Wang family. "Senior brother, may I move to Lingsu Peak to reside?" Chen Duoduo suddenly inquired. For such a valuable client, Lu Xiaochuan certainly could not refuse. "You may," but before Lu Xiaochuan could finish, Chen Duoduo quickly understood. I comprehend. I will take care of the cleaning, laundry, and cooking. Additionally, I will pay you 5,000 for living expenses each month. However, I do not have many spirit stones on me right now, so I can only pay for 1 year upfront. The rest will be settled once my father sends more spirit stones next month." How does that sound, senior brother? Heaven above, what a treasure of a junior brother. If only I could have a dozen more like him. With several disciples like this, how could I ever fail to break through to the next realm? That works. Lu Xiaochuan nodded. Chen Duoduo was overjoyed and promptly handed Lu Xiaochuan 60,000 spirit stones, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, you are truly wonderful. You live up to the reputation of being the senior brother of Taisu sect. And your generosity truly knows no bounds. Senior brother, I will go tidy up my belongings and move over." With that, Chen Duoduo joyfully dashed off to gather his things, listening to Chen Duoduo praise him so highly. Zhang Linga felt as if she could dig a hole in embarrassment. Zhang Linga looked at Lu Xiaochuan with disdain. "Senior brother, doesn't your conscience ever ache?" "Conscience?" Lu Xiaochuan shook his head. "One cannot forgo profit simply for the sake of conscience." Zhang Linga retorted, "Money can be earned again, but if one's conscience is lost, then even more can be earned." Lu Xiaochuan picked up on her words. "If one's conscience is lost, then more can be earned." Zhang Linga thought, how can that be so reasonable? At that moment, she found herself unable to counter his argument. After all, wasn't the previous conversation a living example? Princess Linga, why not consider this? The previous price still stands, 3,000 for the entire year. As soon as Lu Xiaochuan finished speaking, Zhang Linga resolutely replied, "Absolutely not. If you think you can trick me out of my money, senior brother, you might as well give up on that notion." With that, Tsong-Linga angrily walked away. Just a few steps later, she spotted an inner sect disciple rushing towards them. Senior brother, after saving for several months, I finally gathered 3,000 spirit stones. Please guide me on how to break through to the golden core stage. The inner disciple respectfully presented 3,000 spiritual stones, his face brimming with anticipation. Lu Xiaochuan skillfully accepted the 3,000 spiritual stones and, without uttering a word, led the inner disciple into the training chamber. Can the esteemed senior brother guide me to break through to the golden core? Is he truly not jesting? It is inconceivable, absolutely impossible. Yet, before long, a radiant golden light surged forth from the training chamber. Could it be that he has indeed achieved a breakthrough to the golden core? As the golden light dissipated, Lu Xiaochuan and the inner disciple emerged from the chamber. The inner disciple wore a beaming smile, expressing his gratitude as he walked. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. This expenditure was truly worthwhile. Lu Xiaochuan casually replied, it's merely a small matter. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. The inner disciple nodded vigorously, affirming, Indeed, our senior brother's reputation in the Taisu sect is unparalleled. Senior brother, I shall take my leave now. Having said that, the inner disciple swiftly departed. Tsong-Linga stared blankly at the departing inner disciple, her heart filled with skepticism. Could it be that this senior brother truly guided him to a breakthrough into the golden core realm? Achieving the golden core is no trivial feat, just as Tsong-Linga pondered. A booming voice resonated from the foot of the mountain. Lay Renjie of the Spirit Sword sect challenges the chief disciple of Taisu sect, Lu Xiaochuan. I request you to come forth for a duel. I Lu harbor no conscience. Esteemed viewers, please possess a sense of morality. If you find this book to your liking, kindly offer a favorable review to support me, Lu, and I shall be eternally grateful. One must always maintain their moral compass. Without it, the support from you esteemed viewers would surely dwindle. Chapter 7, No Time for Explanation. Lay Renjie. Upon hearing this name, Tsong-Linga was momentarily taken aback. She naturally knew of him, the unparalleled genius of the Lay family, one of the 8 prominent families of Tsong country. He is the direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Spirit Sword sect and undoubtedly ranks among the top 5 disciples of the sect. Rumor has it that his cultivation has reached the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. Such a level would be formidable even within the Taisu sect, likely placing him in the top 10. Tsong-Linga couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. She decided to stay and witness how the senior brother, merely at the chi refinement stage, would respond. However, to her astonishment, Lu Xiaochuan appeared completely unfazed. Leisurely reclining on a rocking chair at the entrance of the scripture pavilion, as if this matter had no bearing on him whatsoever. As the chief disciple of Taisu sect, how could he remain so detached in the face of an open challenge from a disciple of the Spirit Sword sect? What about his sense of responsibility, his sense of honor for the sect, his masculine bravado? Cowardice. He must be cowardly, yet it was understandable. After all, the senior brother had only attained the chi refinement stage. How could he possibly contend with Lay Renjie? But the issue remained. A challenge had been issued, and to remain silent in such a situation was rather unbecoming. Taisu sect could not afford to lose face. Although Tsong-Linga was a newly initiated outer disciple, she possessed a strong sense of the sect's honor. Unable to bear it any longer, she prepared to confront the senior brother with disdain. Just then, Shang Wei came running over, brimming with excitement, presenting a challenge letter along with 10,000 spiritual stones to Lu Xiaochuan. Senior brother, this is Lay Renjie's challenge letter and the challenge fee. Tsong-Linga gazed at the 10,000 spiritual stones in Lu Xiaochuan's hand, puzzled. It was customary to present a challenge letter when issuing a challenge, but she had never heard of a challenge fee being required. Lu Xiaochuan swiftly tucked the 10,000 spiritual stones into his pocket and carelessly tossed the challenge letter into a pile of refuse. Not even sparing it a glance, with a hint of dissatisfaction he remarked, the direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Spirit Sword sect, the heir of the Lay family, one of the 8 great families of Tsong country. How petty, others offer a challenge fee of 10,000 and he dares to offer the same. Zhang Wei chimed in with a complaint. Exactly, senior brother, how stingy, isn't this somewhat unethical? Song Linga couldn't help but interject. Before Liu Xiaochuan could respond, Zhang Wei began to explain on his behalf. Linga, you do not understand. In the past, challengers would frequently come to our Taisu sect to challenge the senior brother. Sometimes even in groups, thus the senior brother was compelled to establish a rule: anyone who challenges him must pay a challenge fee. He calls it an appearance fee. After all, our senior brother is the only chaotic Dao sacred body in the northern wilderness region. Asking for an appearance fee is quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Liu Xiaochuan passed his lips and said, it seems the 10,000 challenge fee is too low. I should increase it. Next time, let's raise it to 20,000. Senior brother, why not make it 30,000 right away? Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei was even more ruthless than Liu Xiaochuan. Liu Xiaochuan regarded Zhang Wei with admiration, recognizing his potential to become a shrewd businessman. Zhang Wei added, otherwise, all sorts of riffraff would come to challenge the senior brother. How could the senior brother possibly waste time dealing with such trash? Song Linga. Lei Renjie, at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, is considered trash. One might wonder if it is not the senior brother himself who is the trash. Why would so many people come to challenge him? Surely the senior brother must have some awareness of this. Who wouldn't pick a soft persimmon to squeeze? If one could defeat the chief disciple of Taisu sect, they would instantly gain fame and recognition throughout Tsang country. Such unparalleled glory would entice anyone. If only the senior brother were powerful enough, like senior sister Qin, who is unrivaled in the world, then who would dare to challenge him and bring upon themselves humiliation? Liu Xiaochuan, come forth and engage me in battle. If you lack the courage to fight, you may simply concede. Once again, Lei Renjie's resonant voice echoed from the foot of the mountain. Liu Xiaochuan stretched lazily and called out toward the depths of Lingshu Peak. Senior sister Qin, come here, I need your assistance. As soon as Liu Xiaochuan's voice fell, the graceful figure darted from the depths of Lingshu Peak, transforming into a streak of light as she flew toward the foot of the mountain. The aloof and unparalleled senior sister Qin actually obeyed the senior brother's words so readily. Soon a scream of agony could be heard from below, followed by a furious rebuke. Liu Xiaochuan, you lack martial ethics. Actually sending Qin Hongyan to fight in your stead, you are utterly shameless. Listening to the scolding, Tsang Linga felt a sense of embarrassment on behalf of the senior brother. However, Liu Xiaochuan displayed no awareness of such sentiments. Senior brother, do you consistently allow senior sister Qin to fight on your behalf? Zhang Wei immediately responded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course, Linga, are you not aware of our Taisu sect's rules? Anyone who challenges the senior brother must first defeat senior sister Qin to gain the right to challenge him. Regrettably, no one has ever succeeded in obtaining the qualification to challenge the senior brother to date. Song Linga, defeat senior sister Qin. How could such a thing be possible? Senior sister Qin has always been recognized as the most formidable genius and disciple in Tsang country, without a doubt the number one among the younger generation. She is peerless and unmatched, who possesses the ability to defeat senior sister Qin. This barrier effectively blocks all challengers. No wonder the senior brother can remain so relaxed and carefree. Yet, Tsang Linga still harbored doubts. I only read the rules of the Taisu sect yesterday. I do not recall this stipulation. Zhang Wei replied, oh, that is a rule established by the senior brother himself. Tsang Linga. Zhang Wei did not linger any longer and soon took his leave. Tsang Linga was just about to return to her cultivation when at that moment Liu Xiaochuan suddenly stood up, grasped Tsang Linga's hand, and pulled her toward the room. The abrupt turn of events left Tsang Linga utterly unprepared. Her mind momentarily spinning, what could the senior brother want to do by pulling her into the room, in broad daylight, under the clear sky? Could it be that the senior brother was harboring some unhealthy notions about her? Hadn't he already had his fill last night? How could he extend his claws toward her? Where was his humanity? Where were his morals? With these thoughts racing through her mind, Tsonglinga struggled to break free. But how could she possibly escape? Senior brother, let go of me, or I will. In her panic, Tsonglinga was about to shout, yet Lu Xiaochuan swiftly covered her mouth, his expression frantic as he said, Linga, there's no time to explain, you must help me with something, it's quite urgent. As he spoke, Lu Xiaochuan had already dragged Tsonglinga into the room and then released her hand, urgently instructing Linga, quickly sit on the bed, take off your shoes, hurry, Tsonglinga. Chapter 8 If you like two people, you must hide it well. Tsonglinga had never encountered such a situation before. As the little princess of Tsong country, she was accustomed to being adored and pampered throughout her life. Who would dare to make her suffer even the slightest grievance? Yet now, the senior brother was about to commit such a beastly act against her. She knew that the senior brother was lazy, greedy, and lecherous, but she had never expected him to be such a blatant beast. How could he dare to do this in broad daylight, and especially within the sacred confines of the scripture pavilion? Just as Tsonglinga was lost in her thoughts, Lu Xiaochuan could no longer wait. He directly pushed her down onto the bed and swiftly removed her shoes, then yanked off her socks. Seeing that the senior brother intended to force himself upon her, Tsonglinga was nearly brought to tears. Though the senior brother had only reached the Qi refinement stage, she too had just entered Taisu sect and was merely at the second level of Qi refinement. Even if the senior brother was weak, he was still much stronger than her. How could she possibly resist him? Senior brother, even if I die, I will not let you succeed. But soon, Tsonglinga realized something was amiss. Where had the senior brother gone? Why was he nowhere to be seen? After he forcibly removed his own socks, there was no further development. What about his character? What about integrity? Tsonglinga had already prepared numerous grandiose declarations of commitment to death, devised ways to confront her senior brother in a life-and-death struggle, determined not to let him succeed, yet now she found herself utterly powerless. Meanwhile, a seemingly honest and simple disciple gazed perplexedly at the pair of snow-white socks handed to him by Lu Xiaochuan. Senior brother, didn't you say you would get me a handkerchief from Sister Murufu? Why are they socks? Lu Xiaochuan promptly explained. Chen Shidi, I wanted to get you Sister Mu's handkerchief, but the issue is, Sister Mu doesn't have one. Hence, I could only take a pair of her socks. After all, they are her personal belongings, and these socks are infused with her scent. Why not take a whiff and see if it's fragrant? Chen Shidi took a deep breath, only to be met with a pungent odor that made him frown. Not fragrant? Lu Xiaochuan inquired. Chen Shidi quickly replied, fragrant. Sister Mu's socks are of course very fragrant. Lu Xiaochuan nodded in satisfaction. And without a hint of hesitation, his hand reached out. Chen Shidi, understanding the implication, hurriedly produced 100 spirit stones and handed them over, saying, thank you, senior brother. Lu Xiaochuan shook his head. Chen Shidi, these are my dear junior sister's socks, and they are laden with her essence, so the price must be higher. Chen Shidi quickly nodded in agreement and fished out another 100 spirit stones to give to Lu Xiaochuan. Only then did Lu Xiaochuan appear satisfied. Chen Shidi carefully tucked the socks away and left, feeling quite content. After bidding farewell to Chen Shidi and pocketing an extra 200 spirit stones, Lu Xiaochuan turned around and sensed a murderous intent. He was met with Tsonglinga, who had mysteriously appeared behind him, glaring with eyes full of fury. Linga Shimi, allow me to explain. Before Lu Xiaochuan could finish, Tsonglinga furiously retorted, senior brother, how can you be so despicable? How can you be so shameless? In what way am I shameless or despicable? Lu Xiaochuan countered, you just used my socks to impersonate Sister Mu's and then sold them to Chen Shidi. I had promised Chen Shidi a handkerchief from Sister Mu, but she happens to be absent from Taisu sect, and since you didn't have a handkerchief, I had to resort to your least valuable socks. Is that not reasonable? I am the conscience of Taisu sect and never betray trust. Tsonglinga was momentarily stunned before responding, that is still despicable. No, I must report you to Elder Qi. With that, she began to head toward the main peak to lodge her complaint. After all, she was a little princess. What kind of mischief would she shy away from? Lu Xiaochuan had no choice but to play his trump card. Alinga Shimi, if you dare to report me, I will let everyone know about your foot odor. Instantly, Tsang Linga panicked. That's not true, I don't have foot odor. How could I possibly have foot odor? Senior brother, please don't say such things. Come now, Linga Shimit, you almost made Chen Shidi vomit just now. Tsang Linga was momentarily at a loss. How did she end up with such a senior brother? Lu Xiaochuan placed a spirit stone in her hand, feigning a sympathetic expression. Linga Shimi, it's just a pair of socks. Don't be so petty, I will compensate you. Looking at the spirit stone in her hand, Tsang Linga rolled her eyes at Lu Xiaochuan, earning 200 spirit stones from her own socks, when he offers only 1 spirit stone in return. Even a cunning merchant would weep. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot from the peak of Taisu Mountain, exploding before Lu Xiaochuan and forming 2 characters. Hurry here. Upon seeing those 2 characters, Lu Xiaochuan furrowed his brow slightly. Why does the sect master want me? Has there been another issue with cultivation? This current batch of Taisu sect disciples was indeed difficult to manage. Not a single one was dependable. If it weren't for his presence, Lu Xiaochuan feared the sect would eventually disband. If that happened, where would he find a place to lie back and earn money as the senior brother? Sighing, he decided to head over and see what was the matter. Tsang Linga had grown accustomed to her senior brother's nonsense as she made her way back. On her way, she unexpectedly encountered Chen Shidi again. The thought that Chen Shidi still possessed her socks made her feel quite uncomfortable. Should she try to reclaim them? However, Chen Shidi was an inner sect disciple with a foundation building stage, while she was merely at the 2nd level of chi refining. How could she possibly take them back? Oh, Linga Shimi, what brings you here? Shang Wei approached. Tsang Linga quickly suppressed her thoughts and adjusted her posture. Senior brother Shang, I live just over there. Shang Wei immediately understood. What a coincidence. Linga Shimi, I live a little above you. We are neighbors now. If you ever need anything, feel free to come find me. Hearing such considerate words from Zhong Wei, Tsang Linga expressed her gratitude. This was the demeanor that a disciple of Taisu sect should possess. However, it seemed this Zhong Wei was a lackey of the senior brother. They say that birds of a feather flock together, and indeed, Zhong Wei was quite a warm-hearted individual. Linga Shimit, do you know Chen Shidi? Tsang Linga shook her head. Zhong Wei continued, Chen Shidi is a good person, albeit too honest. He has been secretly in love with Sister Mu, yet he knows she would never reciprocate, so he has kept his feelings hidden in his heart. But how can one truly hide such affection? Tsang Linga nodded slightly. Yes, one cannot truly conceal their feelings for someone. However, if one were to like 2 people, then one must definitely keep it hidden. Zhang Wei quickly added, but if one likes 2 people, Tsang Linga. Liking 2 people, Zhang Wei glanced at Tsang Linga, who appeared astonished, and quickly clarified, that's what the senior brother said. Again with the senior brother. Zhang Wei hastily changed the subject. Chen Shidi's infatuation with Sister Mu has reached an obsessive level, causing him to falter in his cultivation. Thankfully, senior brother advised him, otherwise he might have truly fallen into despair. If one cannot shake off their feelings for one person, then why not spread that affection to a multitude? To fawn over one person is to be a dog, but to fawn over many is to be a sea king. That is the perspective of our senior brother, truly admirable. Thus, it seems all the female disciples of Taisu sect are potential objects of affection for Chen Shidi. Linga Shimi, you surely will be no exception. Tsang Linga. As for me, with my multitude of affections, what should I do? Chapter 9. Is it time for a change in the chief disciple? At the top of Taisu Peak, in the secret chamber of the main hall, the sect leader, the venerable Tai Yan, who was white-haired and exuded a celestial aura, gazed at Lu Xiaochuan with a look of melancholy. Seeing the sect leader gaze at him in such a manner without uttering a word, Lu Xiaochuan felt an ominous premonition. It seemed that something was amiss. Was he finally going to take action against himself? over the years, Lu Xiaochuan had worked tirelessly to accumulate wealth to satiate that chaotic black hole. Striving to elevate his cultivation level. On one hand, it stemmed from his profound insecurity, a lingering fear from past assassination attempts. On the other hand, it was to secure his position as chief disciple. As a transmigrator, Lu Xiaochuan was acutely aware of the significance of one's standing. Without a position, how could one earn money? Who would give you face? Yet, Lu Xiaochuan also understood that as the senior brother of Taisu sect, remaining trapped in the Qi refining stage was unacceptable. Surely, the sect leader would not genuinely entertain thoughts of replacing the chief disciple. Perhaps he should offer a gift, as he regarded Lu Xiaochuan. The Venerable Tai Yan's emotions were equally complex. A decade ago, he had nearly competed with the Xuanji Ferry for Lu Xiaochuan, the first chaotic avenue saint body in the history of the Northern Wilderness domain. Who wouldn't want such a disciple? Yet, a single remark from Lu Xiaochuan had allowed the Xuanji Ferry to triumph. Who would wish to apprentice under an old Kaja like you? Why would I forsake the ferry sister for you? I am not insane. What, you are the sect leader of Taisu? Why didn't you say so earlier? Oh, the ferry sister is the strongest in Taisu sect. Then that is settled. The two of them stood there, gazing at one another, both appearing rather complex. The atmosphere became quite tense. Lu Xiaochuan, after an indeterminate amount of time, the Venerable Tai Yan finally spoke, his tone bearing a hint of heaviness that heightened Lu Xiaochuan's apprehension. What was inevitable had finally arrived. It seemed there was no escaping it. How has your cultivation been lately? The Venerable Tai Yan inquired with genuine concern, akin to a grandfather caring for his beloved grandson. However, Lu Xiaochuan was no fool. He understood that the sect leader was merely initiating small talk to set the stage for the real conversation ahead. This was a common tactic employed by leaders, and Lu Xiaochuan had no mood for pleasantries. He casually replied, "It's been all right. I should be nearing a breakthrough to the foundation building stage." The Venerable Tai Yan clearly only asked this out of formality. After 10 years, he had long since given up hope. Are you aware of the Northern Wilderness Domain's talented rankings competition? The Venerable Tai Yan finally broached the main topic. Lu Xiaochuan nodded. As a senior administrator of the scripture repository, there was nothing in the Northern Wilderness Domain that he was unaware of. The Northern Wilderness Domain comprised 9 states, each containing 100 nations. Beyond the 9 states lay the Supreme Land, the Northern Wilderness Sacred Ground, which presided over the entire Northern Wilderness Domain. Every 12 years a grand event known as the Talented Rankings Competition would be held, selecting 100 prodigies. Those who made it onto the Talented Rankings were recognized as true extraordinary talents. Bestowed with the title of talented, the Talented Rankings were undoubtedly the most prestigious and credible list in the Northern Wilderness Domain, with all geniuses aspiring to make their mark on it throughout their lives. In this lifetime, if one does not enter the ranks of the prodigies, even the most talented individual is rendered inconsequential. Furthermore, the prodigy list represents not only an unparalleled personal honor but also the supreme glory of an entire nation and sect. Nations and sects alike fervently aspire to compete for a place on this esteemed list. The previous prodigy of the Taisu sect, each one a direct disciple of the esteemed Tai Yan, emerged triumphantly from the last competition and secured a position on the prodigy list, bringing immense honor to the Taisu sect and aiding it in becoming the foremost sect of the Tsang nation. Yichuan himself was subsequently accepted by the sacred land of the Northern Wilderness, where he has remained in pursuit of cultivation for several years. It is precisely for this reason that the position of the sect's chief disciple has been vacated, effectively making him a predecessor to Lu Xiaochuan. In 3 months, the competition for the Northern Wilderness Prodigy list will commence. 3 months, is it truly that soon? Lu Xiaochuan pressed his lips together, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, surely obtaining first place should pose no great challenge, right? Nonetheless, it does seem somewhat unreasonable. How can one in the Qi refinement stage claim the top spot on the Northern Wilderness Prodigy list? What would the other prodigies think? yet at present there lies an even more pressing concern. At that moment, Tai Yan gazed at Lu Xiaochuan with a serious expression, although Lu Xiaochuan felt a wave of panic within. He maintained a facade of calm and composure. Tai Yan continued, the 9 major sects have united to petition the sovereign, and the sovereign has decreed that in 3 days, the chief disciples of the 10 major sects of the Tsong nation will engage in a confrontation before him to select potential candidates. In the last competition for the Northern Wilderness Prodigy list, your senior brother Yichuan bore the heavy responsibility and, living up to expectations, became the first unparalleled genius in 300 years to ascend the Northern Wilderness Prodigy list on behalf of both the Tsong nation and the Taisu sect. Once one has tasted the sweetness of honor, the desire for more inevitably arises. Thus, for this forthcoming competition, our Taisu sect naturally seeks to strive for even greater glory. This first step is of paramount importance. Liu Xiaochuan understood the implication. This meant that the confrontation among the chief disciples of the 10 major sects in 3 days was a must-win scenario, was it not? Tai Yan nodded. Affirming, indeed, it is imperative that we win. Our Taisu sect is the undisputed leading sect of the Tsong nation, and matters of sect honor cannot tolerate the slightest error. This first place is a necessity for us. Winning for Liu Xiaochuan was a trivial matter. However, the issue lay in the fact that after 10 years of keeping a low profile, he was reluctant to draw such attention to himself. This world is fraught with danger. And Liu Xiaochuan felt that his strength was still woefully inadequate, thus he wished to continue his cautious development. Only the chief disciples are allowed to participate, then no other disciples may be sent. Liu Xiaochuan inquired, still unwilling to concede. Tai Yan replied, only the chief disciples may enter. A pack of cars. Liu Xiaochuan quickly realized that the 9 major sects were clearly aiming for him this time. This was a trap specifically set for him. This situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Thus, Liu Xiaochuan, with a fervent gaze, asked Tai Yan, are you suggesting that I should step aside and yield my position? Tai Yan shook his head, saying, not quite. Before he could finish, Liu Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that is a relief. My suggestion is that you temporarily cede the position of chief disciple to Lu Yaoyao. Once the Northern Wilderness Prodigy competition concludes, she can return the position to you. Liu Xiaochuan. Return, something that has been given away can be returned. If it were junior sister Qin Honyan, that might be plausible. However, junior sister Qin has never been interested in the position of chief disciple and would likely refuse, yet junior sister Lu Yaoyao has never relinquished her desire for the position of chief disciple over the years. If the position were offered to her, it would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. There would be no return. No, I absolutely refuse. Junior sister Lu is still too young. The position of chief disciple is too great for her to handle. Tai Yan appeared helpless, shaking his head with a sigh. Xiaochuan, this is truly a matter of necessity. Our Taisu sect cannot afford to lose. Liu Xiaochuan furrowed his brow deeply. So this means that the chief disciple position must be changed. Indeed, it is a non-negotiable adjustment for the time being, and it can be reverted later. Xiaochuan, you will always be the chief disciple in the hearts of everyone in our Taisu sect. Such deceitful words, Liu Xiaochuan did not believe a single punctuation mark of it. A girlfriend might return if given away, but once a position is relinquished, it is truly lost. Such foolishness is something Liu Xiaochuan would never agree to. Of course, we have also prepared some spirit stones as compensation for you. Liu Xiaochuan immediately interjected, if you wish to discuss this, then I am no longer troubled. Everything has its price, and the position of chief disciple is no exception. If there's money involved, what can't be negotiated? If only we had started this conversation earlier. Why go around in circles? Sect master, Tai Yan responded, our Taisu sect is grand, being the foremost sect of the Tsong nation. The position of chief disciple is of utmost prestige. It not only represents the face of our Taisu sect but also the face of the entire Tsong nation. Sect master, you must provide at least 18 million. Or it would be quite unreasonable. Tai Yan's lips twitched violently. 18 million, that amount could equal the annual income of the Taisu sect. 10,000. I would rather continue as chief disciple. 30,000. I cannot forsake the position of chief disciple for such a trifling sum. 50,000. 50,000 for the position of chief disciple. I'll take a dozen. 100,000. Final offer. Deal. Payment please. What nonsense is the position of chief disciple? It's not even worth my time. Observing Lu Xiaochuan's avaricious demeanor, Tai Yan felt a whirlwind of emotions, uncertain of what to say. The misfortune of the sect, alas, who can be blamed for choosing such a chief disciple? One cannot admit to their own mistakes. After receiving the 100,000 spirit stones, Lu Xiaochuan happily bid farewell and departed. Upon returning to the scripture pavilion, he plunged into the cultivation chamber. Today alone, he earned over 200,000 spirit stones, marking the most he had made in a decade. Lu Xiaochuan laid out all the spirit stones and began his cultivation. Soon, all the spirit stones were devoured by the chaotic black hole. Yet, Lu Xiaochuan could not help but curse, "Damn chaotic black hole, could you please act like a person? Over 200,000 spirit stones, and you are still not satisfied? Damn it, I merely wish to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Why must it be so difficult? If I do not achieve this breakthrough soon, our Taisu sect may not survive. What use is it to merely increase my strength? Do not keep me trapped in the Qi refinement stage." Lu Xiaochuan understood that cursing was futile, yet he was genuinely infuriated. Is there such a degree of bullying? Thankfully, he had endured such setbacks for 10 years. Before long, Lu Xiaochuan managed to console himself, tidied his emotions, and continued his pursuit of wealth. He refused to believe he could not satiate this chaotic black hole. Lounging languidly in a rocking chair, Lu Xiaochuan experienced an inexplicable sense of emptiness after every cultivation session. He pulled out the last of his homemade cigarettes, crafted from local tobacco leaves, lighting it up. A solitary smoke afterward felt akin to the bliss of a deity. As he began to exhale clouds of smoke, he found himself momentarily entranced, as if a snowball had fallen from the sky. Even a seasoned football fan like Lu Xiaochuan could not help but exclaim, "What a splendid play, master brother!" "What are you talking about?" Before Lu Xiaochuan could indulge in further daydreams, a sharp voice suddenly interrupted. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Lu Xiaochuan instinctively sprang up from the rocking chair and his gaze landed upon a stunning celestial maiden. Her beauty and figure were simply extraordinary. The person before him was none other than Junior Sister Lu Yaoyao. "Junior Sister Lu, you have returned from your training. Are you hungry? Allow Master Brother to fetch you some delicacies. Are you tired? Let me prepare a foot bath and massage for you." Lu Xiaochuan spoke with an ingratiating demeanor. There was no choice. Among the three junior sisters, Lu Yaoyao was known for her fiery temperament. Though she remained unmarried, it did not prevent her from being akin to a tigress. Once, after returning from an exhausting training session, Lu Yaoyao had asked Lu Xiaochuan for a massage to relieve her fatigue. As he massaged her, she fell asleep. As a devoted football fan, he thought it reasonable to test his skills with a splendid play. However, Lu Yaoyao had kindly confined Lu Xiaochuan in a room, attending to him with a whip and candles for 3 days and nights. Since then, Lu Xiaochuan had never dared to approach football again. Lu Yaoyao exuded an overwhelming presence, her gaze sharp and piercing, instilling a formidable sense of pressure. Ordinary disciples, upon encountering Lu Yaoyao, would scatter like leaves before a storm, fearing she might devour them whole. "Master Brother, after competing for so many years, the position of chief disciple is finally in my grasp. Once I meet with the sect master, this will be officially announced to the public. From now on, I shall call you Junior Brother Xiaochuan, and you must address me as Master Sister, Junior Brother Xiaochuan. Let me hear you call me Master Sister. If you do so beautifully, there will be a reward." At that moment, Lu Yaoyao was brimming with pride. After years of contention, she was finally on the brink of claiming the position of chief disciple. "Impossible, there is a generous reward." "Junior Sister Lu, do you think Master Brother is the type to bow for mere coins?" "Indeed, Master Sister, you have an exceptional eye for people." Upon finishing his words, Lu Xiaochuan swiftly accepted the 1,000 spirit stones from Lu Yaoyao's hands. Just as he tucked the stones away, an overwhelming aura descended like the wrath of annihilation, enveloping the heavens and the earth in its terrifying embrace. A bone-chilling cold surged forth, causing the hairs on one's body to stand on end. A figure emerged from the depths of Lingshu sect, soaring through the air, reminiscent of an emperor stepping forth from a forbidden zone. Qin Honyan stepped forward, arriving at their side in an instant. Upon seeing her, Lu Yaoyao's composure faltered, revealing her evident lack of confidence. Gone was the haughty demeanor she had just displayed towards Lu Xiaochuan. With a cold gaze, Qin Honyan addressed Lu Yaoyao, "Junior sister Lu. If you wish to become the chief disciple, you must first defeat me, otherwise, no one aside from the senior brother shall covet the position of chief disciple." Faced with Qin Honyan's assertiveness, Lu Yaoyao dared not act recklessly. She could only adopt a pitiful expression and plead, "Sister Qin, this is the will of the sect master and the elders, it has nothing to do with me." However, it was evident that Qin Honyan was not swayed by such excuses. Her icy voice resonated once more. "Junior sister Lu, I present you with two choices: either engage me in combat right now, or immediately inform the sect master that you no longer wish to be the chief disciple. Choose wisely." Upon hearing this, Lu Yaoyao burst into tears. The position of chief disciple she had just grasped felt like it was slipping away before she could even warm it. Deeply resentful, she weighed her options, fully aware that a confrontation with Sister Qin would leave her with no chance of victory. Furthermore, she had a thorough understanding of Qin Honyan's character, unyielding and resolute. As Lu Yaoyao hesitated, Qin Honyan grew impatient. Seizing her and flying towards the main peak, after sending the two junior sisters away, Lu Xiaochuan couldn't help but smile wryly, shrugging his shoulders. What could he do? After all, Qin Honyan was fiercely protective of her senior brother. Having such a junior sister was indeed a blessing, yet he pondered the stark contrast between Lu Yaoyao and Qin Honyan, both of whom were junior sisters. Before long, Qin Honyan returned, and before Lu Xiaochuan, her imposing aura completely dissipated. "Senior brother, it's settled. No one can usurp your position as chief disciple. Anyone who dares to try will have to face me first." Lu Xiaochuan nodded appreciatively. "Sister Qin, you truly are remarkable." Qin Honyan continued. "However, senior brother, will you personally participate in the chief disciple duel among the top 10 sects in 3 days? Lu Xiaochuan grinned and replied, "Sister Qin, do you think it's possible that all the chief disciples from the 9 major sects will be gravely injured and unable to participate?" Qin Honyan immediately nodded. "All right, senior brother, I will take care of this matter at once." Lu Xiaochuan shook his head. "No need, you might be exposed. I will handle it myself." Chapter 11, Qi Refinement Pill. After sending Qin Honyan away, Lu Yaoyao returned, her face a mask of grievance and resentment, looking rather disheveled. It was clear she was still seething with anger. With each breath, it seemed as though some great calamity was about to erupt from her. "What on earth did you feed Sister Qin to make her so protective of you?" Lu Yaoyao glared at Lu Xiaochuan. "But what can I do? I cannot defeat the senior brother. I even considered secretly burying him. But with Sister Qin around, I can't even touch a hair on his head." Lu Xiaochuan, with an expression of earnestness, chided Lu Yaoyao. "Sister Qin is doing this for your own good. Why can't you understand her good intentions?" Lu Yaoyao rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. "The sect master wants you to visit him." With that, she stormed off in a huff. Lu Xiaochuan shook his head as he lounged in his rocking chair, pondering, why does Lu Yaoyao have such a fiery temper at such a young age? Could it be that some part of her needs to be unblocked to relieve her anger, with their master absent? It truly fell upon him, as the senior brother, to care for the well-being of his junior sisters. "Senior brother, please help me," a voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see Qian Duoduo, burdened with a mountain of belongings. With numerous bags in tow, she appeared rather comical. For this little fortune-bringer, Lu Xiaochuan knew he had to provide excellent service. He quickly rose to assist Qian Duoduo with her luggage and led her to a well-prepared room. As Chen Duoduo opened her bags, Lu Xiaochuan's spirits lifted. A millennium snow forest mushroom. This is brimming with spiritual energy. Chen Shidi, your constitution can't handle this, or allow your senior brother to consume it for you. He continued, sorting through her items. This abyssal silver moon fruit is excellent for body refinement, but you haven't reached the foundation building stage yet, so I'll keep it safe for you. Why bring so many pills? They aren't tea candy. Consuming too much can be harmful. I'll take care of your excess soon. Lu Xiaochuan had packed several large bags, immediately having Chen Duoduo's load. With a serious demeanor, he instructed her. In the future, or whenever your family sends these items, hand them all over to your senior brother. This will benefit your cultivation. Chen Duoduo nodded earnestly. Senior brother, I understand. You truly are too good to me. After parting ways with her senior brother, Chen Duoduo felt immensely fortunate. I am so lucky. With such meticulous care from my senior brother, how can I not soar in my cultivation? My path to becoming an emperor has already begun. I must persevere. Returning to her cultivation chamber with her bags of treasures, Lu Xiaochuan swiftly consumed everything. After all, storing them in his stomach was the safest option, wasn't it? The effects of these treasures equated to 30 or 40,000 spirit stones, prompting Lu Xiaochuan to exclaim in awe at the wealth of the Chen family. By serving this premium client well, how could he not break through to the foundation building stage soon? Stepping out of his cultivation chamber, Lu Xiaochuan found Chen Duoduo waiting expectantly for him. He casually tossed her a copy of the Taishuchi refinement technique. Use this method for your cultivation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. This is the foundational technique required for entry-level disciples of Taishu sect. In the early stages of Qi refinement, this is all you need to practice. Chen Duoduo smiled awkwardly. Senior brother, I've heard that it takes several months to break through to the first level of Qi refinement, and even up to a year for slower practitioners. I wonder if you have any faster methods. I have a thin foundation, started late, and my talent is mediocre. So Lu Xiaochuan immediately responded, of course. I have. What do you think I lack here? However, it requires your active cooperation. If you comply diligently, 3 days of Qi refinement, 1 year of foundation building, and 3 years to reach the golden core stage is not impossible. 3 days of Qi refinement, 1 year of foundation building, 3 years to golden core. Is that even feasible? Chen Duoduo gazed at Lu Xiaochuan in extreme admiration, nearly bowing before him. Senior brother, you are simply invincible. She nodded vigorously. I will cooperate, absolutely, whatever you need me to do. Lu Xiaochuan, with a serious expression, explained. Chen Shidi, according to ancient texts, there exists a spiritual pill known as the Qi refinement pill. One Qi refinement pill can allow a person to directly break through to the Qi refinement stage. Chen Duoduo scratched her head, puzzled. Senior brother, my family specializes in the pill business, yet I've never heard of a Qi refinement pill. Is it truly that miraculous? Lu Xiaochuan affirmed, of course it exists. Would your senior brother lie to you? Chen Duoduo quickly shook her head. That is not what I meant. I believe you wouldn't deceive me. Do you happen to have a Qi refinement pill? I can pay for it. With a serious expression, Lu Xiaochuan shook his head. Chen Shidi, it's too mundane to talk about money. That would hurt our friendship. You've already paid your tuition. How could I charge you again? However, I don't have a Qi refinement pill either. I need to purchase materials to refine one. Chen Duoduo promptly produced the last of her spirit stones, over 10,000, and handed them to Lu Xiaochuan. Senior brother, this is all I have left. Will it be enough? I've already sent word back for my father to send more spirit stones. They should arrive in the next few days. Lu Xiaochuan accepted the spirit stones without a hint of emotion. This should suffice. If it's really not enough, I'll let you know. Now, you should go cultivate while I head down the mountain to procure the materials. Soon, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at a spirit herb shop in Taishu City. After comparing prices, he spent a substantial amount of spirit stones to purchase the necessary materials. The material cost amounted to a mere spirit stone, while the remaining sum was a handling fee. was that unreasonable? He hadn't even calculated his wages yet. Oh well, who could blame him for being a dedicated senior brother, tirelessly devoted to the growth and prosperity of the sect? Suddenly he sensed a surge of killing intent, causing Lu Xiaochuan to raise an eyebrow alert to the impending danger. Before he could contemplate further, a massive golden energy bell descended from the heavens, enveloping the area within a 10-foot radius. A figure soon followed, landing before Lu Xiaochuan with a ferocious aura and an expression of rage, glaring at him as if he were an adversary. The sudden threat did not intimidate Lu Xiaochuan. Conversely, Lu Xiaochuan exhibited an astonishing calmness, gazing at his opponent with an air of poise and composure. Without needing to inquire, he could easily surmise the identity of the individual before him, Lei Renjie. The unparalleled genius of the Lingjian sect. It was evident that junior sister Qin had not been sufficiently ruthless. How could he still be so sprightly? Upon returning, he would have to reprimand her. With his sword pointed at Lu Xiaochuan, Lei Renjie coldly scoffed, "Lu Xiaochuan, you cowardly turtle, I have finally caught you. I have isolated this realm with the golden Huang bell, so even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. Choose, engage me in open combat or face death. The decision is yours." Chapter 12. Who said that a Qi refinement stage cultivator cannot swiftly dispatch one at the golden core stage? Lu Xiaochuan pursed his lips and regarded Lei Renjie. "Is this confrontation truly unavoidable? How about this? You compensate me with a sum for medical expenses, and we can let today's affair conclude here. What do you say?" Lei Renjie immediately broke into a cold laugh. "Rest assured, should you engage me in open battle, I will indeed reimburse you for your medical expenses, doubled. Defeating the chief disciple of the Taishu sect will be a grand opportunity for glory. The talents from the 9 major sects have relentlessly sought to challenge you over the years, all for the chance to best the chief disciple of Taishu sect. Imagine the renown that would follow. Not only would it be a personal triumph, but also an unparalleled honor for my sect. Today, I, Lei Renjie, have finally seized this splendid opportunity." Lu Xiaochuan shook his head. No, I believe you may have misunderstood me. What I meant to convey is that should we engage in combat, you will undoubtedly suffer grave injuries, thus it would be wiser for you to compensate me with a sum of 100,000 or 200,000. I won't harm you, and it would be a win-win situation, wouldn't it? I can be rather merciless. Should I inadvertently kill you, I shall not take responsibility." Lei Renjie. His incredulity transformed into laughter. With disdain, he looked at Lu Xiaochuan and said, "Lu Xiaochuan, you are indeed, as the rumors depict, despicable, shameless, cowardly, and boastful. You, a mere Qi refinement stage waste, I could crush with a single finger. The chaotic Dao Saint body is utterly disgraced in your possession. It is a waste of celestial resources. How blind is fate to bestow such a divine body upon such an ancient waste as you. Now, prepare to die." With that declaration, Lei Renjie struck. Killing Lu Xiaochuan would earn him great merit in the Lingjian sect, undoubtedly leading to substantial rewards. After the deed, he would swiftly flee, confident that the Taishu sect would not be able to pursue him. He had already publicly issued a challenge to Lu Xiaochuan. If Lu did not accept, it would be of no consequence to him, for a golden core stage cultivator to slay a Qi refinement stage waste was akin to crushing an ant. Yet, in an instant, a powerful sword light erupted, swiftly sealing Lei Renjie's throat with a single strike. He had no opportunity to react. In his final moments, terror gripped him as he stared incredulously at Lu Xiaochuan. The sword intent, how potent it was! Lu Xiaochuan had actually grasped sword intent, but he was merely at the Qi refinement stage. How could Lu Xiaochuan have killed him with a single sword stroke? Who on earth claimed that Lu Xiaochuan was a Qi refinement stage waste? Third, with wide eyes, Lei Renjie collapsed into a pool of blood, dying with unanswered questions. He could not comprehend what had transpired. Despite being labeled a waste, Lu Xiaochuan had spent years hiding behind Qin Honian, enduring ridicule from the talented disciples of the 9 major sects. Lu Xiaochuan coldly regarded the lifeless Lei Renjie and scoffed. You may look down upon me and mock me, or even call me a waste, but you had no right to wish for my death. I fear death above all else, only in death do I find a sense of security. Is living not sweet? Why seek death? What could have been resolved with a mere compensation for medical expenses has now cost you your life. Are you satisfied now? Who decreed that a chi refinement stage cultivator could not annihilate one at the golden core stage? Muttering to himself, Lu Xiaochuan swiftly stripped Lei Renjie of his belongings. After assessing his spoils, he could not help but curse. Is this what a scion of the 8 great families of the Tsang kingdom amounts to? The unparalleled genius of the Lingzhen sect, all this combined is barely worth 20,000 spirit stones. Had I known you were so impoverished, I would have spared you. What a loss! I am but a law-abiding youth. The act of taking a life is a bloody affair that weighs heavily on my conscience. Is it too much to request some compensation for emotional distress? Having vented his frustrations, Lu Xiaochuan ignited Lei Renjie's corpse, reducing it to ashes. He then casually seized the golden Huang bell radiating with golden light. A top-grade Dao artifact, what a treasure! If sold, it would surely fetch 200,000 to 300,000 spirit stones. The classification of treasures consists of spirit artifacts, Dao artifacts, quasi-mortal artifacts, and immortal products, each further divided into 4 grades: low, middle, high, and supreme. Only golden core cultivators can wield Dao artifacts, and even a low-grade Dao artifact would require tens of thousands of spirit stones. Supreme Dao artifacts are rarely found even within a sect. Surprisingly, Lei Renjie was willing to expend such resources to prepare for their confrontation. However, Lu Xiaochuan felt no joy in his acquisition, despite its worth. He dared not utilize it, revealing this would certainly expose him as Lei Renjie's killer to the Lingzhen sect. No matter how valuable, if it could not be converted into wealth, it was akin to a mere stone. Keeping it would only serve as a ticking time bomb. Disposing of it would be a shame. Ultimately, he decided to stow it away for the time being. After much internal conflict, Lu Xiaochuan concealed the golden Huang bell and swiftly returned to Lingshu Peak. Upon his return, he wasted no time and immediately began crafting chi refinement pills for Chen Duoduo. Indeed, Lu Xiaochuan had encountered the concept of the chi refinement pill in an ancient tome. Though it merely mentioned its existence without providing a formula, nevertheless, he successfully concocted it. Originally, he intended to use it for himself but found it of little utility. Thankfully, Chen Duoduo's arrival provided it with a purpose. With materials worth 1 spirit stone, Lu Xiaochuan astonishingly produced 3 chi refinement pills. He could only suppress his conscience and keep 2 for himself. He handed 1 to Chen Duoduo, who immediately devoured it as if it were a treasure. Upon consuming the chi refinement pill, a surge of potent spiritual energy erupted within Chen Duoduo, causing his meridians to surge like a torrent. In no time, he remarkably broke through to the chi refinement stage. Even advancing directly to the 2nd level, the results were astonishingly gratifying. The ecstatic Chen Duoduo gazed at Lu Xiaochuan with utmost admiration. This chi refinement pill is astonishing. It allowed me to leap directly to the 2nd level of the chi refinement stage. Truly, you are magnificent, senior brother. This expenditure was entirely worthwhile, a tremendous profit. In truth, it was not solely the chi refinement pill's merit. Chen Duoduo had consumed numerous celestial treasures and miraculous medicines, solidifying his foundation. The chi refinement pill merely unleashed the spiritual energy stored within his physique, enabling him to break through 2 minor realms in one go. Customer satisfaction is Lu Xiaochuan's guiding principle. He nodded in approval. Senior brother, I suppose my spirit stones won't suffice? Chen Duoduo inquired. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaochuan replied, certainly not enough. I just happen to have a few materials to add. Moved, Chen Duoduo exclaimed. Senior brother, you are truly too kind to me. I am at a loss for how to repay you. A chi refinement pill surely costs at least 3,000 in material expenses. Senior brother has worked hard to craft it for me. 2,000 for labor is hardly excessive. Once my father sends the money, I will give it to you immediately. Between brothers, what need is there to discuss labor fees? Just give me an additional 2,000 for the materials. Senior brother, that simply won't do. This payment must be made 5,000, not a penny less. Under Chen Duoduo's insistence, Lu Xiaochuan reluctantly acquiesced, observing the elated figure of Chen Duoduo as he departed. Liu Xiaochuan felt a pang of guilt for a fleeting moment. Chapter 13, Marrying, not even a dog would marry. To earn money, service must be top-notch. Liu Xiaochuan had begun devising various cultivation enhancement plans for Chen Duoduo. After all, a wealthy junior like him was hard to come by. This time, he must establish a stellar reputation. Perhaps he could attract more clients like him. Junior sister Linga also seemed to be of affluent stock. But it appeared that she harbored some misconceptions about him should he seek an opportunity for a heart-to-heart exchange with her. At that moment, a beam of light descended upon Taishu Peak. The light exploded before Lu Xiaochuan, forming two characters. Hurry! With a wave of his hand he shattered it, muttering an expletive. Hurry, my foot, I have no intention of going. You expect me to regurgitate the money I've pocketed? No way. At the mountain's foot. In the training grounds of the outer disciples, he had warned them not to heed the malicious rumors circulating outside. They were nothing but slander against their senior brother. He was the first chaotic Dao Saint body in the history of the Beihuang region. How could he possibly be anything less than a prodigious anomaly? Did any of you still mock me for spending $1 million to enlist senior brother's aid? Open your eyes and behold. The Qi refinement pill he casually crafted for me allowed me to break through to the second level of the Qi refinement stage. I ask you, are you envious? Are you convinced? Upon arriving at the outer sect, Chen Duoduo began to boast extravagantly. Just a few days after joining the sect, he had remarkably broken through 2 minor realms. Such a terrifying rate of advancement was unparalleled, undoubtedly placing him at the pinnacle of the outer sect. His blatant self-promotion immediately stirred a flurry of chatter among the outer disciples, who engaged in animated discussions. While there were indeed some unfavorable rumors about the senior brother, Chen Duoduo's assertions seemed to cast doubt on their veracity. Fellow disciples, if anyone desires to procure Qi refining pills, feel free to approach me. The senior brother is genuinely kind-hearted and shows great enthusiasm towards his junior disciples. The material cost for the senior brother to concoct Qi refining pills is 50,000. With an additional 30,000 for labor, totaling 80,000. However, if I personally speak to the senior brother, I am certain we can secure them for just 60,000. Those interested should hurry to place their orders. Only 10 will be available, and once they're gone, they're gone. Yet, after a chorus of derision, the crowd dispersed, leaving Chen Duoduo perplexed. Could it be that there were indeed individuals who could not afford 60,000 spirit stones? Surely not. Song Linga rushed over upon hearing the news. However, upon her arrival, she found only Chen Duoduo standing there. After scrutinizing him closely, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Have you truly broken through to the second level of Qi refining?" Chen Duoduo nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, Princess Linga, the senior brother is truly formidable. Why not seek him out for a personalized arrangement? After all, you're not lacking in funds." Tsang Linga replied, "While I am not short on money. The question remains, is the senior brother truly that remarkable? I have never even heard of Qi refining pills. How could they enable Chen Duoduo to break through 2 minor realms so effortlessly? This is indeed quite perplexing. Could it be that I have misunderstood the senior brother?" At Taisu Peak, in the main hall, Master Tai Yen summoned the Peak Masters and several elder stewards. With a grave expression, he addressed them. "The recent plan has failed. How should we proceed from here? Only 2 days remain. If we cannot replace Lu Xiaochuan as the chief disciple, I fear our Taisu sect will suffer a devastating loss of face and become a laughingstock in the Tsang kingdom." Those present were all individuals who valued their reputation. The Taisu sect could not afford such disgrace. The atmosphere was heavy with tension, and no one could devise a suitable solution. The Peak Master of Yusu Peak spoke harshly. Shall we not go and beat the chief disciples of the 9 great sects into submission, forcing them to concede upon seeing Xiaochuan? Nonsense, Master Tai Yan rebuked sharply, glaring at the Usupic master before continuing. Our Taisu sect is the foremost sect in the Tsang kingdom. We cannot resort to such despicable acts. The assembly fell silent, and Master Tai Yan, feeling helpless, turned to Elder Qi. You are the one who is closest to Xiaochuan. Perhaps you could persuade him. He has already accepted payment. He cannot simply refuse to act. Elder Qi managed a wry smile and reluctantly agreed. As night fell, with the moon obscured and the winds howling, Liu Xiaochuan had already stealthily departed from Taisu sect before darkness descended. Tonight's task was indeed substantial, for he would be racing towards the 9 great sects, traversing the land. At the main peak of Qian sect. In a tranquil cultivation area, the chief disciple Zhong Yanru was engrossed in his training. He was diligently preparing for the upcoming competition for the Northern Westlands talented disciples, ranking a stage for true prodigies to shine. A golden opportunity for ascent and renown, leading to cultivation in the Northern Westlands sacred grounds. As the chief disciple of Qian sect, he naturally harbored such ambitions, currently at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. He was striving to break through to the 9th level. He held absolute confidence that he could achieve this within 3 months. Suddenly, he sensed an approaching presence. Before he could react, a formidable and terrifying sword intent enveloped him like an overwhelming tidal wave. Countless sword energies surged toward him, akin to 1,000 swords returning to their master. Alarmed, he recognized the imminent danger. Faced with such a potent force, Zhong Yanru was utterly defenseless. He didn't even have the chance to retaliate before being grievously injured. Yet his assailant did not kill him. After inflicting severe harm, they swiftly departed. In the wake of this unexpected turn of events, Zhong Yanru stood bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. When he finally managed to rise, dragging his wounded body, the one who had ambushed him was already long gone, leaving him without even a glimpse of their shadow. What a humiliation! What an utter disgrace! Who was that scoundrel who dared to ambush me? Zhong Yanru erupted in furious curses. Similar incidents soon unfolded across other sections that night. Chaos reigned in the Tsang kingdom. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaochuan was exceedingly busy. Elder Qi and others awaited Liu Xiaochuan with great impatience. It wasn't until the following day that Liu Xiaochuan returned to Ling Su Peak, weary and drained. Elder Qi approached him swiftly. Xiaochuan, where on earth have you been? I waited for you all night. Liu Xiaochuan yawned and replied weakly, Uncle Qi, what do you expect a vigorous single man like me to do overnight? Or perhaps you sought out the Red Sleeve Tower for some practice, Elder Qi remarked, raising an eyebrow. You look utterly exhausted. How many rounds did you fight last night? Elder Qi gazed at Liu Xiaochuan with a strange expression before solemnly saying, Xiaochuan, you are no longer a child. Should we not arrange a marriage for you? Matters of cultivation cannot be forced. Liu Xiaochuan interjected, his expression resolute. Women will only hinder my sword-drawing speed. Marriage, not even a dog would consider it. Liu, I'm solely focused on cultivation, as the senior brother of Taisu sect. I must set a proper example. Such distractions will only disturb my path to enlightenment. Uncle Qi, please refrain from such discussions in the future. Elder Qi was momentarily taken aback. Liu Xiaochuan yawned again and said, Uncle Qi, I need to catch some sleep. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Elder Qi, looking troubled, regarded Liu Xiaochuan. Regarding the chief disciple issue, before he could finish, Liu Xiaochuan turned to leave. Waving his hand dismissively, I agreed, but if Qin Shimi disagrees, what can I do? I cannot overpower her. Do not seek me out, direct your inquiries to Qin Shimi. With that, Liu Xiaochuan entered his room, closed the door, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Elder Qi shook his head in resignation and departed. However, soon after, explosive news began to reverberate throughout the Tsang kingdom. Chapter 14, Senior Brother, was it truly you? Last night, the chief disciple of Qian sect was ambushed by a mysterious figure in black while cultivating and sustaining grave injuries. The chief disciple of Blood Moon sect, Wang Yentang, was similarly attacked during an intimate exchange with his junior sister. The chief disciple of Yudan sect, Liang Yolian, suffered injuries when his alchemical furnace exploded during pill refinement. The chief disciple of the academy, Yu Fuyao, was kidnapped by a mysterious figure in black during the night and is now missing. In a single night, 8 out of the 10 chief disciples of the Tsang Kingdom's major sects were injured, with one reported missing. Only the chief disciples of Taisu sect and Lingjian sect remained unscathed for the time being. This shocking news rapidly spread throughout the Tsang Kingdom, igniting a flurry of rumors. In light of these 8 sensational incidents, the disappearance of Lei Rongjie, the heir of one of the 8 great families of the Tsang Kingdom and a prodigy of Lingjian sect, seemed trivial and was completely overshadowed. This prompted Master Tai Yan to urgently convene the peak masters and several elders for a meeting. Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts on this matter? Master Tai Yan initiated the discussion. The peak master of Jiansu Peak could not help but chuckle. Master, one could say that heaven is favoring our Taisu sect. With such a significant upheaval, the competition among the chief disciples of the 10 great sects will undoubtedly be cancelled. In that case, we need not worry any further about this issue. Master Tai Yan frowned and shook his head. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. If this incident is indeed unrelated to our Taisu sect, that would be fortunate. However, I fear that the gazes of the assembly turned sharply towards the Jiansu Peak master. He immediately protested. Why are you all looking at me, as the master of Jiansu Peak? Would I truly engage in such despicable acts? I merely spoke in a moment of frustration. Did you all take me seriously? Master Tai Yan regarded him. I do not suspect you. However, if anyone were to undertake such actions, it would likely be Qin Honyan. Qin Honyan, the mention of her name stunned the assembly. That cannot be true. Qin Honyan is a person of great pride and integrity. She would never stoop to such underhanded deeds. The integrity of Qin Honyan was something everyone believed in wholeheartedly. Elder Qi concurred. Indeed, Qin Honyan would not engage in such base conduct. But what if it were for Xiao Chuan? Upon hearing Elder Qi's words, the others nodded in agreement. For Lu Xiaochuan, it is indeed conceivable that Qin Honyan would go to any lengths. Just yesterday, she forced Lu Yaoyao to refuse the position of chief disciple of Taisu sect. They could hardly fathom what sort of charm Lu Xiaochuan had cast over Qin Honyan. Elder Qi, perhaps you should inquire about this. If it turns out that Qin Honyan is indeed behind this, we must be prepared. I suspect that the 8 great sects are now directing their suspicions toward our Taisu sect. They will undoubtedly suspect us of being involved. Such a significant incident will not be easily overlooked, and we can expect considerable trouble ahead. Master Tai Yan advised Elder Qi. It was not until midday that Qian Duoduo roused Lu Xiaochuan from his slumber. Senior brother, there's been a major incident. Qian Duoduo animatedly recounted the details of the 8 chief disciples who had sustained injuries or gone missing last night. This was a matter Lu Xiaochuan was already aware of, having orchestrated it himself, and thus he had little interest in hearing more. After washing his face, Lu Xiaochuan stepped out the door. Fortunately, working here did not require clocking in, otherwise the deductions would consume his entire monthly salary. Upon arriving at the entrance of the scripture pavilion, he spotted Song Linga waiting there. Linga, my dear junior sister, would you care to try out this complimentary 3-day experience package? Lu Xiaochuan said with a warm smile. Qian Duoduo was still chattering away about last night's events. Song Linga gazed at Lu Xiaochuan with a perplexed expression. Elder brother, where were you last night? You slept until noon. Lu Xiaochuan shrugged his lips and replied, oh, I didn't do much. Out of sheer boredom last night, I decided to give a thorough beating to the chief disciples of the 8 major sects. My hands are sore now. What? Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo and Song Linga were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with astonishment as they looked at Lu Xiaochuan. Elder brother, was it really you? Chen Duoduo asked incredulously. Lu Xiaochuan nodded. Who else could possibly possess such capability? Wow, elder brother, you are incredibly strong, Chen Duoduo exclaimed, his face filled with admiration as he added, indeed, who but you could manage to defeat all the chief disciples of the 8 major sects in a single night? My elder brother is truly unparalleled and majestic. Zhang Linga quickly regained her composure, rolling her eyes at Chen Duoduo in exasperation. Do you really believe that? Without hesitation, Chen Duoduo nodded vigorously. Of course. Why wouldn't I believe it? Could elder brother possibly deceive us? That is impossible. Lu Xiaochuan interjected. Of course, I would never deceive you, Princess Linga. See, I told you elder brother wouldn't lie to us, right? I was merely jesting. I am righteous and of unblemished character. How could I engage in such despicable acts? Chen Duoduo was momentarily taken aback. After staring blankly at Lu Xiaochuan, he awkwardly smiled and said, I knew it. How could someone of elder brother's noble character and integrity do such a thing? It requires strength as well, Zhang Linga thought to herself, feeling skeptical. She did not doubt Lu Xiaochuan's integrity, rather, she simply believed that he lacked the strength to pull off such a feat. How could a mere chi refinement stage cultivator possibly defeat the chief disciples of the 8 major sects? However, the identity of that mysterious black-clad individual remained a puzzle, and rumors were rampant, with many outsiders casting suspicious glances at Lu Xiaochuan. According to the theory of benefit, the chief disciples of the 8 major sects were ambushed overnight, resulting in the cancellation of the originally scheduled duel among the top 10 sects' disciples. The duel had been orchestrated by the 9 major sects against Lu Xiaochuan, with last night's upheaval. Who else could be the greatest beneficiary but Lu Xiaochuan? Thus, if one were to harbor doubts, it would naturally be directed towards him. Yet there was a contradicting point. Lu Xiaochuan simply did not possess such strength. Zhang Linga had received numerous reports early on, many of which originated from the imperial city. She too was filled with suspicion, feeling that this incident was inextricably linked to elder brother, though she dared not voice her thoughts. Elder brother, I wish to enter the scripture pavilion to select some techniques, Zhang Linga said to Lu Xiaochuan. He opened the door to the pavilion, allowing her to enter and browse at her leisure. After instructing Chen Duoduo to focus on his training, Lu Xiaochuan headed deeper into Lingshu Peak. Before long, he arrived at Qin Hanyan's cultivation area. Qin Honyan preferred solitude and despised being disturbed, therefore, her training location was rather secluded and tranquil, surrounded by powerful formations she had laid down, ensuring that anyone approaching would be detected immediately. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan, Qin Honyan approached him and said, Elder brother, Elder Qi came looking for you just now. Please tell me you didn't admit to anything, Lu Xiaochuan inquired with concern, after sizing him up. Qin Honyan replied, I did admit. What? Why would you admit to something you didn't do? Lu Xiaochuan said, feeling somewhat helpless about his junior sister. How could one admit to such matters? There was no evidence anyway. You may suspect me, but I would never confess. What can you do about it? Qin Honyan added, but Elder Qi didn't believe it. Didn't believe it. Lu Xiaochuan sighed in relief. That's good. Elder Qi is indeed quite astute. Junior sister, you never tell lies. It's understandable that you couldn't deceive Elder Qi. You needn't worry about this. I will handle it properly. Understood? Lu Xiaochuan reassured her, to which Qin Honyan obediently nodded. He then left. Feeling relieved, just as he returned to the scripture pavilion, Zhang Wei rushed over in a flustered manner. Elder brother, it's bad news. The 9 major sects have already sent people to our Taishu sect. Why are you in such a frenzy? What does it matter if the 9 major sects come to our Taishu sect? Lu Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly, lazily reclining in a rocking chair. Even if the sky were to fall, the sect master and the elders would handle it. It wouldn't crush him. Zhang Wei continued, there are rumors circulating that the mysterious black-clad individual from last night is one of ours from Taishu sect. So the 9 major sects are coming to demand accountability and expect us to hand over the culprit that is of no concern to me. Liu Xiaochuan remained unfazed. After all, they could never pin it on him. There were indeed advantages to being low-key. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment before saying, "Elder brother, do you think it's possible that one of our Taishu sect members did it?" "It's not just possible. It is." "What? Who did it?" Liu Xiaochuan pointed to himself. "Who else but your elder brother?" "Haha." Zhang Wei burst into laughter. "Stop joking, elder brother. It could never be you." Liu Xiaochuan's expression darkened. He was displeased by the implication. "Are you mocking me?" No, that is not what I meant. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Zhang Wei hastily excused himself, realizing he had misspoken. Liu Xiaochuan shook his head. In this day and age, how could anyone believe the truth? The moral fabric of society was deteriorating. Where had trust between people gone? Xiaochuan, Elder Chi's voice suddenly called out. Hearing this, Liu Xiaochuan quickly scrambled up, preparing to escape. Elder Chi's arrival could only mean trouble. However, Elder Chi was quick and caught him before he could flee. "Xiaochuan, why are you running away? If others don't believe us, do we not believe you? If you could truly accomplish such a feat, we would wake up laughing in our dreams." At this, Liu Xiaochuan felt even less pleased. "Elder Uncle Chi, are you scolding me?" "No, I am praising you. You never cause trouble for our Taishu sect. You're the most reliable one among us," Elder Chi said earnestly. "Thank you very much. Don't mention it. Quickly come with me down the mountain to meet someone." Elder Chi pulled Liu Xiaochuan along as they headed downhill. "Why are we fetching someone? Who is it?" "Li Jianxin, the chief disciple of the Lingjian sect." "Li Jianxin? Yes. How did this elusive fish come to present itself willingly?" Liu Xiaochuan thought to himself. He had visited the Lingjian sect last night, but regrettably Li Jianxin was not present. Thus, he had dealt with the chief disciples of the 8 major sects instead. However, the outcome had been achieved. The duel among the top 10 sects had been cancelled. Therefore, Liu Xiaochuan had planned to let Li Jianxin off the hook, but now that Li Jianxin was appearing voluntarily, what could be his intention? It seemed rather dubious. Elder Chi explained to Liu Xiaochuan. "Xiaochuan, do you remember that genius from the Lingjian sect, Lei Renjie, who came to challenge you yesterday?" "Of course, I remember. I even gave him a taste of the Ashen dissolution package." "Lei Renjie publicly challenged you yesterday?" But Qin Honian intervened and taught him a lesson. However, Lei Renjie did not give up. He stayed at Taishu City, apparently waiting for the right moment to ambush you. But yesterday, the Lingjian sect discovered that his soul stone had shattered, indicating he had died in Taishu City. Consequently, they dispatched Elder Fujio and Li Jianxin to Taishu City for a covert investigation, reportedly uncovering some clues. No wonder Liu Xiaochuan had not found Li Jianxin at the Lingjian sect yesterday. It turned out he was investigating Lei Renjie's death in Taishu City. What a stroke of luck for him. Lei Renjie's demise had inadvertently saved Li Jianxin. Nevertheless, Liu Xiaochuan was not concerned. Yesterday, Lei Renjie had activated a top-tier Dao artifact, the Panic Bell, isolating that area from the outside world. Therefore, no one had any knowledge of him killing Lei Renjie. He had cleaned up the scene thoroughly, leaving no trace behind, and had hidden the Panic Bell. Who could possibly trace any evidence back to him? Li Jianxin claiming to have found some clues was merely a bluff, a deliberate ploy to create an impression. Such a flimsy tactic was hardly intimidating. Elder Uncle Chi, what does their visit to our Taishu sect imply? Are they suspecting us? Liu Xiaochuan raised an eyebrow, expressing his displeasure. Elder Chi nodded slightly. A person died in Taishu City, and the body hasn't been located. It's only natural for them to harbor suspicions against our Taishu sect. After all, Taishu City falls under our jurisdiction, although it wasn't one of our own. The death occurring on our territory means we should provide some reassurance. Let them investigate. I firmly believe it was not one of our Taishu sect members. They are currently unable to present any evidence and have not explicitly suggested that it is the work of our Taishu sect. They merely stated that they have not yet clarified the matter, thus wishing to investigate further. In Taishu City. Lu Xiaochuan, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquired, "Uncle Chi, what leads you to believe that it is certainly not the doing of our Taishu sect?" Elder Chi promptly replied that Lei Renjie from the Lingjian sect possesses considerable strength. He would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 in our Taishu sect. To quietly assassinate Lei Renjie within Taishu City, one would at least require the capability of a divine travel realm elder, would they not? Our elders hold no grievances against him and have no motive to engage in such an act. Lu Xiaochuan nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence. It is certainly plausible that Lei Renjie has provoked enemies who then came to exact vengeance. After all, the Lei family is one of the 8 prominent families of the Tsang kingdom. It is entirely reasonable for someone to wish for the demise of their heir. Elder Chi nodded, affirming its reasonableness, thus firmly believing that it was not the work of the Taishu sect. However, little did Elder Chi suspect that the true perpetrator was not only far away but also right before his eyes. As they conversed, the two had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Elder Fujio of the Lingjian sect and the chief disciple Li Jianxin had been waiting there. Elder Fu, my apologies for keeping you waiting, Elder Chi said, cupping his fists as he approached. Elder Fujio replied with polite banter. Not at all, we have just arrived. Despite the pleasantries exchanged with Elder Chi, Elder Fujio's gaze had already settled on Lu Xiaochuan. Li Jianxin's eyes, sharp as a sword, scrutinized Lu Xiaochuan with a glint of disdain. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of Li Jianxin's mouth, revealing an undercurrent of contempt, though subtly masked. Elder Chi, this must be our Taishu sect's chief disciple, Lu Xiaochuan, the first Chaos Dao Saint body in the history of the Northern Wilderness domain. Am I correct? Elder Fujio smiled at Lu Xiaochuan. Although Lu Xiaochuan felt uneasy inside, he nonetheless maintained the proper decorum. Lu Xiaochuan pays respects to Elder Fu and brotherly, he replied. Elder Fujio, with a twinkle in his eye, remarked, indeed, seeing is believing. I have long wished to witness the splendor of the Chaos Dao Saint body, and today I finally have the opportunity. Li Jianxin added, Brother Lu's presence is indeed extraordinary. However, I find myself curious about one matter. Might I request Brother Lu to enlighten me? What formidable technique have you mastered to conceal your aura? The question was laden with aggression. Elder Chi's expression froze, his countenance darkening as he recognized the hostility in the visitor's tone, not expecting such an overt challenge upon their first meeting. Lu Xiaochuan, perceptive of Li Jianxin's underlying insinuation, understood it to imply that this so-called Chaos Dao Saint body was merely at the Qi refinement stage. Faced with such an affront, Lu Xiaochuan remained unfazed, responding calmly, there is no secret technique to conceal my aura. I am merely at the Qi refinement stage. Oh, so you admit it, no attempts to feign or dispute. How refreshingly candid, Li Jianxin remarked, his prepared retorts rendered unnecessary. Chapter 16. I truly am at the Qi refinement stage, I confess. As the ancient saying goes, to walk another's path is to leave them with no path to tread. Lu Xiaochuan was well aware of Li Jianxin's intentions. Sometimes maintaining a low profile is a form of artifice that not only allows one to appear impressive but also leaves one's opponent without a leg to stand on. A profound strategy. By deviating from the expected script, Lu Xiaochuan disrupted Li Jianxin's rhythm entirely, leaving him visibly perturbed. Are you truly at the Qi refinement stage? That seems rather evident, beyond doubt impossible. The cultivation speed of the Chaos Dao Saint body surpasses ours by 100-fold. I would even believe you were at the broken ruins stage. It is all a misunderstanding. In truth, the Chaos Dao Saint body is the most inferior cultivation physique in this world. The notion of a Chaos Dao Saint body is utterly worthless. Li Jianxin questioned, do you expect me to believe that? Elder Chi could not help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, yet the Chaos Dao Saint body truly resided within Lu Xiaochuan. The more Lu Xiaochuan feigned disdain and spoke with such honesty, the more doubt began to gnaw at Li Jianxin. While rumors about Lu Xiaochuan abound, they could easily be orchestrated by the Taishu sect to mislead the world into perceiving Lu Xiaochuan as a mere waste. allowing him to develop quietly and ultimately astonish everyone in the Northern Wilderness Domain's list of prodigies. A tree that stands out invites the wind, and to conceal one's brilliance is also a form of wisdom. After all, this was the Chaos Dao Saint body. Who could truly believe that Lu Xiaochuan remained merely at the Qi refinement stage after a decade? Consequently, the 9 major sects had spared no effort in gathering intelligence, dispatching disciples to challenge and probe him, yet no definitive conclusion had emerged. Lu Xiaochuan had never lifted a finger, leaving no one to ascertain his actual strength, and thus they dared not fully confirm whether he genuinely remained at the Qi refinement stage. Yet, Lu Xiaochuan could assist those in the foundation establishment or even Golden Core stages with various cultivation issues, leaving many baffled. He must be pretending, or one cannot take him at his word. Li Jianxin pondered silently. Believing him to be a fool, the more he contemplated, the more he sensed something amiss, convinced that Lu Xiaochuan was concealing the truth. If Lu Xiaochuan were indeed, as he claimed, a remarkable waste, how could the Taishu sect allow him to remain their chief disciple? If Lu Xiaochuan were merely at the Qi refinement stage, could he engage so confidently in conversation, exuding such calmness? Li Jianxin and Elder Fuzhou exchanged furtive glances. Both sensing something was off. Seizing this opportunity, they resolved to investigate Lu Xiaochuan thoroughly. Soon, they arrived at Lingshu Peak. Lu Xiaochuan furrowed his brow, glancing at Elder Qi. Are we not going to the main peak? Before Elder Qi could respond, Li Jianxin interjected. Brother Lu, I have heard that Lingshu Peak is the most spiritually enriched peak of the Taishu sect. Might it be possible for the two of us to temporarily reside here for a few days? No. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaochuan flatly rejected the request. The abruptness of his refusal left Li Jianxin and Elder Fuzhou momentarily embarrassed. After all, they were guests, and Li Jianxin was the chief disciple of the Lingjian sect. While Elder Fuzhou ranked among the top 5 elders of the Lingjian sect, was there truly no etiquette to be observed? Elder Qi hastily signaled to Lu Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, as the chief disciple of our Taishu sect, it is only fitting that you host the chief disciple of the Lingjian sect during their visit. Not appropriate. I am quite busy, and have no time. Busy with what? Busy making money. It was a command. Unable to argue further, Lu Xiaochuan could only click his tongue in frustration. After casting a glance at Li Jianxin, he remarked, my accommodations are rather humble, and the conditions are limited. I fear you may not find it to your liking. Li Jianxin, however, appeared unfazed, replying, no matter, I find this place quite agreeable. I am quite impoverished, you see, my pantry is bare, and I have been subsisting on steamed buns for 3 consecutive days. I fear I cannot properly host you, lest I fall short in hospitality. Without hesitation, Li Jianxin produced 3,000 spirit stones and handed them to Lu Xiaochuan. Brother Li, what is the meaning of this? Brother Lu, this situation is unavoidable, and we have caused you much disturbance. I hope you can bear with us. The 3,000 spirit stones shall serve as our meal expenses for the 3 days we intrude upon your hospitality. Brother Li, you speak as if you are guests. Even if I had to sell my belongings, I would ensure you are well taken care of. How could I possibly allow you to cover your meal expenses? However, unable to refuse such earnest kindness, Lu Xiaochuan graciously accepted the 3,000 spirit stones. Even the landlord's family has no surplus grain, he mused. Collecting some meal expenses seemed quite reasonable. The scene left Elder Qi watching in awkwardness. Once the payment was received, Lu Xiaochuan's demeanor transformed entirely, becoming exceedingly warm and welcoming. I apologize if I raised my voice earlier. Please do not take offense, Brother Li. Elder Fu, please, this way. His sudden change of attitude was swifter than that of a woman's. Li Jianxin and Elder Fuzhou exchanged astonished glances. Was this truly the demeanor of the Taishu sect's chief disciple? Where was the air of the Chaos Dao Saint body, the composure of Taishu sect's foremost disciple? Could it be that he truly was a waste trapped at the Qi refinement stage? Meanwhile, Lu Xiaochuan approached Chen Duoduo, producing 3 spirit stones, saying, "Chen Shidi, we have distinguished guests today. Hurry down the mountain and purchase some fine wine and delicacies. I shall prepare a meal personally." Glancing at the 3 spirit stones in his hand, Chen Duoduo momentarily thought he had misheard. What fine wine and delicacies could be procured with 3 spirit stones? Noticing Chen Duoduo's hesitation, Lu Xiaochuan, with a hint of reluctance, pulled out 2 more spirit stones, urging, "Hurry, do not keep our esteemed guests waiting. Remember to buy plenty. 5 spirit stones." Is he truly suggesting we purchase more? Perhaps the senior brother is testing my ability to adapt. Cultivation is akin to business. One must always be prepared for change. Indeed, that must be it. Senior brother is truly considerate, and I almost misjudged him. With this thought in mind, Chen Duoduo dashed down the mountain with renewed enthusiasm. "Xiaochuan, you attend to the distinguished guests from the Lingjian sect. I shall report back to the sect leader." Just as Elder Qi departed, several junior disciples arrived in pairs. Upon seeing the arrival of life, Lu Xiaochuan hastily addressed Li Jianxin and Elder Fuzhou, "You two, there are tables and chairs over there where you can rest. There is tea available. Feel free to pour yourselves a cup and make yourselves at home. I shall attend to some matters first." With that, Lu Xiaochuan swiftly seated himself in a rocking chair in front of the scripture pavilion. At this moment, several junior disciples had already queued up, each holding prepared spirit stones, eager to seek guidance from the senior brother. This scene left Li Jianxin and Elder Fuzhou momentarily stunned. What was happening here? Chapter 17. Come, let us settle this in a duel. Before long, Li Jianxin and the elder were astonished to discover that Lu Xiaochuan was assisting those junior disciples in the foundation establishment and golden core stages with their cultivation issues. Whether it was regarding cultivation techniques, alchemy, formations, martial arts, or even swordsmanship, Lu Xiaochuan handled their inquiries with remarkable ease and speed. This spectacle was indeed bewildering to behold. Li Jianxin secretly marveled. Elder Fuzhou, if those problems were presented to you, could you resolve them more swiftly than Lu Xiaochuan? Elder Fuzhou's brow furrowed deeper, his expression becoming grave and contemplative. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke softly, "The speed should be achievable. But the solutions I envision differ significantly from his. Upon reflection, his methods seem even more effective." Hearing Elder Fuzhou's words, Li Jianxin's brow also knitted in concern. So, Lu Xiaochuan is merely feigning weakness, pretending to be less capable to lower our guard. How could a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator accomplish what even a powerful being like you in the 8th layer of the divine travel stage cannot? Li Jianxin's doubts about Lu Xiaochuan's Qi refinement stage status intensified. Elder Fuzhou pondered for a moment, then expressed his confusion. If the rumors circulating outside are entirely fabricated, why would he choose to maintain the facade of a Qi refinement cultivator while revealing his capabilities in our presence? Wouldn't that be exposing his flaws? If this were intentional, what could his purpose be? Li Jianxin shared this perplexity, his mind in a whirl, unable to grasp the reasoning behind it. He scoffed. Lu Xiaochuan is becoming increasingly inscrutable. This is intriguing. It seems the external rumors are indeed erroneous. He is far from the simpleton he appears. He must be aware of our intentions in coming to Lingshu Peak, so his actions are likely a subtle warning to us. I maintain that the chaotic Dao sacred body cannot possibly be incapable of cultivation. If the rumors were true, the Taishu sect would have replaced its chief disciple long ago. A prestigious sect like the Tsang Kingdom's leading sect cannot afford to lose face. Elder Fuzhou nodded slightly, in agreement with this sentiment. There is undoubtedly more to this than meets the eye. He cast a glance at Lu Xiaochuan, who was still preoccupied with assisting the juniors, and gravely advised Li Jianxin, "This young man is exceptionally formidable, with profound depths and an excellent disguise. We must exercise caution in our dealings." Li Jianxin nodded in acknowledgement. In contrast to the complex emotional landscape of Li Jianxin and Elder Fuzhou, Liu Xiaochuan's thoughts were far simpler. Nothing could overshadow his pursuit of wealth. Sometimes when matters become too genuine, they inadvertently breed suspicion. After completing his tasks, Liu Xiaochuan approached them. I apologize for keeping you waiting. As the chief disciple of the Taishu sect, it is my duty to guide the junior disciples in their cultivation. I tend to be quite busy, so I hope you can forgive my lack of hospitality. Li Jianxin remarked, Brother Lu is truly a paragon for us to emulate. Your profound insights into cultivation leave me in deep admiration. I must admit, I have encountered some issues in my own training and would greatly appreciate your guidance. Should you be willing to impart your knowledge? Liu Xiaochuan, fully aware of Li Jianxin's intentions to test his strength, smiled innocently and replied, Brother Li, you flatter me. How could a mere chi refinement cultivator like myself possibly offer guidance to someone of your caliber in the Golden Core 8th layer? The queries from my junior disciples were merely matters recorded in texts. I have simply read a bit more than they have. Alas, those of limited talent must read extensively. If you wish to discuss culinary arts or the fine arts. However, I may be able to offer some insights. Chi refinement stage. Only the foolish outside would believe that. Li Jianxin was resolute in his disbelief that Liu Xiaochuan was merely a chi refinement cultivator. Brother Liu, there's no need for such humility. Surely you have already reached the 9th layer of the Golden Core stage. I still have a long way to go. Please do not be so stingy. I genuinely seek your guidance. I understand the rules. Knowledge comes at a price. What would you charge? Brother Liu, in matters of sentiment, one may discuss feelings. If feelings are absent, then let us discuss finances. At that moment, Liu Xiaochuan felt a twinge of temptation. Yet, despite his desire, he was not foolish enough to engage in a losing venture. He shook his head. Brother Li, you misunderstand. The knowledge payment is applicable only to disciples of the Taishu sect. And you are not one of us. If you truly wish for my guidance, our doors are always open to talent. Perhaps you might consider joining the Taishu sect. Li Jianxin. Elder Fujio, the atmosphere became awkward. Li Jianxin gazed deeply at Liu Xiaochuan, incredulous that he would play such a game. The more timid Liu Xiaochuan appeared, the more Li Jianxin yearned to spar with him and probe his true capabilities. Such is human nature. Once a desire is ignited yet remains unfulfilled, it breeds discontent. Li Jianxin was particularly unsettled at this moment. Would he simply give up? That was out of the question. His stay at Lingshu Peak was precisely to uncover Liu Xiaochuan's true nature. Unwilling to relent, Li Jianxin extended a finger towards Liu Xiaochuan. 100,000 spirit stones. Liu Xiaochuan's expression darkened immediately, a smirk barely concealing his wrath. He fixed a cold stare on Li Jianxin. Are you attempting to insult me? Seeing Liu Xiaochuan's sudden shift in demeanor, Li Jianxin's face turned icy. How could the chief disciple of the Taishu sect display such a lack of composure? I have admitted I am merely a chi refinement cultivator. What more do you need to believe? If you wish to test my true strength, let us settle this in a life and death battle. We can determine the victor and the stakes involved this way. You can ascertain my capabilities for the 9 great sects. If you succeed, you may leave the Taishu sect in glory. If you fail, I shall dine at your Lingjian sect. How does that sound? Li Jianxin's gaze fixated on Liu Xiaochuan. Elder Fujio's expression turned peculiar as he scrutinized Liu Xiaochuan. What kind of game was this? A direct challenge to a life-and-death duel? Both Li Jianxin and Elder Fujio were utterly baffled. After a moment's pause, Li Jianxin could not help but inquire, "Are you serious?" Liu Xiaochuan patted his chest. A man of honor must stand by his word. I am entirely serious. I await your agreement. Li Jianxian. Liu Xiaochuan's relaxed, confident demeanor compelled Li Jianxin to hesitate. Would he truly be foolish enough to seek his own demise? Li Jianxin had long sought an opportunity to duel with Liu Xiaochuan. Yet now that the chance had presented itself, he found himself reluctant to commit. He sensed that Liu Xiaochuan was attempting to ensnare him. Until he clarified the situation, he could not act recklessly. Should he fall into a trap, it would be a mistake he could regret for eternity. After much deliberation, Li Jianxin ultimately decided against it. With a forced smile, he said, "Brother Lu, please do not be angry. I was thoughtless earlier. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused. I am merely here to stay at Lingshu Peak. How could I possibly engage in a fight with you? I was merely jesting." "Are you certain you won't fight?" "Absolutely." "How difficult it is to be a good person in these times, when even the opportunity to kill me is refused." Chapter 18. Lu Xiaochuan's scheme against Li Jianxin. Chen Duoduo returned with an abundance of mountain delicacies and seafood, enough to last for 10 days or more. Liu Xiaochuan was quite pleased that he could purchase such a bounty for merely 5 spirit stones, and he praised Chen Duoduo profusely. However, the problem was that Liu Xiaochuan had no idea how to prepare these dishes. After all, he had never been willing to buy such ingredients over the years. After chiding Chen Duoduo for his extravagance, Liu Xiaochuan could only whip up a few simple home-cooked meals, perhaps having grown accustomed to lavish feasts. He was surprised to find that his humble dishes received rave reviews, especially from Chen Duoduo, who seemed to have never tasted such ordinary fare before. Alas, Liu Xiaochuan effortlessly earned several thousand spirit stones from a single meal. His conscience felt a twinge of guilt. After finishing their meal, Liu Xiaochuan proposed to take Li Jianxin for a stroll on Lingshu Peak. Naturally, Li Jianxin was eager to seize such an opportunity. At this moment he felt a mix of curiosity and skepticism towards Liu Xiaochuan. Before long, the two found themselves at the cultivation place of Qin Honyan. The surroundings were serene, the scenery picturesque, and the spiritual energy abundant, an exceptional location for cultivation. "Liu Xiong, could this be the place where your master resides?" Li Jianxin inquired. Liu Xiaochuan shook his head, replying, "Not at all. This is my junior sister Qin's domain, the remarkable woman from the Tsang kingdom." "Qin Honyan?" Li Jianxin asked, to which Liu Xiaochuan nodded. Li Jianxin had always held a degree of admiration for Qin Honyan, who had left many legends in the Tsang kingdom and was recognized as the foremost figure of the younger generation. It was widely believed that the position of chief disciple of the Taisu sect rightfully belonged to her. Liu Xiong, might it be possible to pay a visit to Miss Qin Honyan? Li Jianxin expressed his desire to meet this extraordinary woman from the Tsang kingdom, not wishing to miss this fortunate chance. Liu Xiaochuan appeared quite generous, saying, "What is there to be inconvenient about?" With that, he led Li Jianxin closer to Qin Honyan's dwelling. Whoosh! As they approached, a sword suddenly flew through the air, hovering before them. Its formidable aura radiated, as if to drive away any intruders. Within the sword's energy, there was a subtle hint of sword intent. Qin Honyan's mastery of the sword path had evidently reached an impressive level, befitting the title of the Tsang kingdom's foremost young talent. It was said that her talent in swordsmanship was rare in a century, and now it was clear that such claims were well-founded, feeling the overwhelming sword energy emanating from the blade. Li Jianxin was astounded. The Lingjian sect was also famed for its swordsmanship in the Tsang kingdom, yet Li Jianxin's own skills paled in comparison to Qin Honyan's. The more he admired her, the more he yearned to meet her junior sister Qin. "It is I." Liu Xiaochuan called out to the room. Whoosh! The moment his words fell, the blade returned to its owner. The door creaked open, revealing a graceful figure. Li Jianxin had long heard that Qin Honyan was not only the foremost figure of the younger generation in the Tsang kingdom but also possessed a beauty that could rival celestial beings. Upon seeing her, he indeed found the rumors to be true. Qin Honyan regarded Li Jianxin with an icy demeanor, clearly displaying some aversion towards this stranger. "Junior sister Qin, allow me to introduce my friend, the chief disciple of the Lingjian sect, Li Jianxin," Liu Xiaochuan said to her. Upon hearing Liu Xiaochuan refer to him as a friend, a hint of her aloofness faded. "Since young Master Li is a friend of my senior brother, you are welcome. Please come inside," Qin Honyan said, softening her tone. Li Jianxin felt a surge of flattery and gratitude as he glanced appreciatively at Liu Xiaochuan. "Thank you, Miss Qin, for your warm hospitality. I have long heard of your esteemed name, "And it is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you," he replied, bowing courteously, eager to make a good impression in front of the beautiful woman. Once inside, Chin Honyen took the initiative to brew tea for Li Jianxin. Causing his heart to flutter, after some casual conversation, Chin Honyen suddenly remarked to Lu Xiaochuan, "Senior brother, in my eagerness to converse with young Master Li, I neglected to fetch some fruits and snacks." Liu Xiaochuan immediately rose, saying, "Junior sister Qin, please attend to Li Jianxin. I shall go and retrieve them." "Very well, I appreciate your efforts, senior brother." Qin Honyen nodded slightly. The fragrant aroma emanating from her was intoxicating. Leaving Li Jianxin captivated. How can there be such a fragrant woman in this world? Qin Honyen suddenly stood, saying, "Young Master Li, please wait a moment. I will fetch a sword manual I have recently compiled. I have heard that your Lingjian sect excels in swordsmanship, and as the chief disciple, your proficiency must be profound. It would be an honor to have you review my work, as I have a few areas that require refinement. And I would greatly appreciate your insights." Given Qin Honyen's unsolicited request for guidance, Li Jianxin had no reason to decline. Feeling a surge of joy within, this was an excellent opportunity to forge a closer connection with her. Since she sought his counsel, it was evident that she held confidence in his abilities. Just as Li Jianxin's mind began to wander with possibilities, a sudden alarmed voice emerged from Qin Hanyan's room. Her voice. "Miss Qin, what is the matter?" Without a second thought, Li Jianxin dashed toward her chamber. However, upon entering, he immediately sensed something was amiss. His complexion paled as he realized the gravity of the situation. Qin Honyen was bathing. Seeing her in the tub, Li Jianxin understood he had fallen into a trap. Prepared for this, Qin Honyen coldly exclaimed, "Who dares trespass into my private quarters to spy on me bathing? You truly possess the audacity of a rogue." With that, she waved her hand, summoning several swords that radiated powerful sword energy, surging towards Li Jianxian. At the same time, a flurry of fabrics shot forth, creating a barrier for her. In his moment of panic, Li Jianxin could only respond with all his strength, attempting to retreat. However, it was too late. As he neared the door, a foot unexpectedly shot out, delivering a heavy kick to his back. The force was tremendous, making Li Jianxin feel as if he had been struck by a mountain. The overwhelming power sent him stumbling back directly into the path of the fierce sword energy. Despite his best efforts, he could not withstand the onslaught. Barely recovering from the kick, Li Jianxin faced Qin Honyen, who clearly had the upper hand. Soon, he was defeated, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Qin Honyen had already donned her attire, wielding the frost sword, its chilling sword energy directed at Li Jianxian. Liu Xiaochuan and Lu Yaoyao arrived just in time, blocking Li Jianxin's escape. Realizing the trap he had fallen into, Li Jianxin's expression darkened, filled with resentment and fury. Liu Xiaochuan, how dare you deceive me? Chapter 19, Where is humanity? Where is morality? Li Jianxin seethed with rage, his demeanor resembling that of a man ready to exact vengeance. Liu Xiaochuan, with a face full of righteous indignation, rebuked Li Jianxin. How foolish of me to have thought you were a gentleman. It turns out you are nothing more than a hypocritical beast. You claimed to admire my junior sister Qin, and I kindly invited her to attend to you after preparing a feast, but when I left to fetch some fruits and snacks, you shamelessly took the opportunity to spy on her bathing. What a despicable act! Where is humanity? Where is morality? Where is your dignity? Do you honor your parents? Do you honor the Lingjian sect? Do you honor me? Lu, junior sister, call for help. By Lu, cannot coexist with such evil. Lu Yaoyao promptly replied, Senior brother, I have already notified the main peak. Assistance should arrive shortly. Li Jianxin was infuriated, his face turning an unsettling shade of green. Liu Xiaochuan, you scoundrel, how dare you lead me into such a trap? Humph, you think you can shift the blame onto me and accuse me of unfounded crimes? Not a chance. Do you really believe that with your 3 mouths you can turn black into white? Li Jianxin remained composed, fully aware of his precarious situation. He exerted immense effort to restrain himself, knowing that any rash actions could lead to dire consequences. Remaining calm was paramount. Before long, Elder Qi and Elder Fu rushed over, their faces darkening upon surveying the scene. Elder Fu, not a fool, understood the underlying circumstances. However, given that they were on unfamiliar territory, he suppressed his fury, saying, "Is there some misunderstanding here?" Elder Qi replied solemnly, "Elder Fu, I too am concerned that there may be a misunderstanding, hence I came alone to avoid causing a stir." After speaking, Elder Qi turned to Lu Xiaochuan, asking what on earth happened here. At this point, Lu Xiaochuan's anger flared, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Li Jianxin, exclaiming, "Elder Fu, you arrived just in time. Please adjudicate this matter. Is there truly such a beast among us?" I personally prepared a lavish feast for Li Jianxin and invited him to explore the beauty of Lingshu Peak. He professed admiration for junior sister Qin, and I asked her to pause her cultivation to entertain him. Yet, as I stepped away to procure some fruits and snacks, he shamelessly attempted to spy on senior sister Qin while she bathed. "How utterly vile and despicable!" Li Jianxin let out a disdainful laugh, retorting, "What utter nonsense! Lu Xiaochuan, do you truly believe that everyone is a fool, with your words riddled with flaws? Who could possibly fail to discern the truth?" Lu Xiaochuan, is this truly the extent of your cunning? Do you think that by employing such despicable tactics you can tarnish my reputation and cast a shadow upon me? Humph, do you not find this utterly laughable? Lu Xiaochuan inquired Li Jianxin, "Does this imply that you do not acknowledge the events that just transpired? What is there to acknowledge about something that is entirely fictitious?" Li Jianxin retorted immediately, "Then why were you found in my junior sister's private quarters?" He pressed, "Are you suggesting that my junior sister invited you in?" "I merely rushed in after hearing Miss Qin Honyan scream, fearing something had happened to her." Li Jianxin scoffed, "What a joke! We are at Lingshu Peak. What could possibly occur here given my junior sister's formidable strength? Such a clumsy excuse is hardly worth entertaining. My junior sister did not summon you. You barged into her chamber uninvited, did you not?" "I already stated." Li Jianxin began, his frustration mounting, but was abruptly cut off by Lu Xiaochuan, who offered him no chance to defend himself. Li Jianxin, I shall ask you again, do you admit that my junior sister did not invite you in, and that it was you who intruded upon her private space? There is no need for you to ramble, simply answer the question directly. Is it that the esteemed chief disciple of Lingjian sect has the audacity to act but lacks the courage to take responsibility? Li Jianxin was growing increasingly agitated. It was true that Qin Honyan had not called him in. He had not considered the ramifications of his actions. He found himself at a loss for a defense. Lu Xiaochuan did not afford him the luxury of contemplation, continuing, "Let me pose another question. When you entered my junior sister's room, was she not bathing?" Li Jianxin remained silent. "If that is the case, what further grievances can you possibly voice? You have already confessed to intruding upon my junior sister's quarters and witnessing her in the bath, and now you wish to continue your denial. There are but a few of us here. Any matters can be privately discussed. Should you, Li Jianxin, remain obstinately in denial, then let the world judge this matter." At Lu Xiaochuan's words, Li Jianxin felt a surge of panic. After all, the events had indeed transpired, and he found himself in a precarious position. Should this matter escalate, he risked being branded with disgrace. Moreover, with representatives from the 8 great sects gathered in Taishu City, any news would surely create a stir, particularly since this incident involved the chief disciple of Lingjian sect and the foremost youth of Tsongwa, Qin Honyan. The ramifications could be explosive. Elder Fujio was equally aware of the gravity of the situation, his expression darkening considerably. After weighing his options, Li Jianxin clenched his teeth and considered, the earlier events were indeed a misunderstanding, and I acknowledge my wrongs in offending Miss Qin. However, it was unintentional. I acted impulsively without due consideration. And I sincerely hope for Miss Chin's forgiveness. Though he knew this was Lu Xiaochuan's scheme, Li Jianxin felt powerless to resist. He understood Lu Xiaochuan's intent was merely to gain leverage over him. With conditions laid out, everything would be negotiable. If Lu Xiaochuan were pushed too far, who could predict what reckless actions he might take? Reputation, once tarnished, could never be restored. For Li Jianxin, reputation was paramount. Humph, Qin Honyan coldly huffed. Standing like an ice mountain in silence. Li Jianxin turned his gaze towards Lu Xiaochuan, fully aware that he was the one in control. If he wished to resolve this matter, it required Lu Xiaochuan's agreement. Despite his inner turmoil and resentment, he had no choice but to submit. What could he do when outmaneuvered? He had underestimated Lu Xiaochuan's capabilities and overestimated his own judgment. It was his own lust that had blinded him, leading to his predicament. Now, it was too late for regrets. All that remained was to find a way to quell this situation. The next move lay entirely in Lu Xiaochuan's hands. Lu Xiaochuan approached, throwing an arm around Li Jianxin's neck, stating, regardless of who is at fault, one must bear the consequences for their actions. Countless admirers of my junior sister reside in Tsonghua, and her prestige among the disciples of Taishu sect is unparalleled, sacred and inviolable. Should this incident become public knowledge, I believe you are aware of the potential fallout. My junior sister values her reputation above all. To tarnish her honor is no trivial matter. Li Jianxin glared icily at Lu Xiaochuan, his complexion paling. Just give me a straightforward answer. I have already accepted defeat, so why the need for subterfuge? Have you heard the saying, what? To mitigate disaster, one must part with wealth? Chapter 20. Senior brother, could you possibly give me a moment? To mitigate disaster, extorting money from oneself? Was this truly Lu Xiaochuan's intent? Such tactics for mere financial gain seemed unbecoming of the chief disciple of Taishu sect. Li Jianxin regarded Lu Xiaochuan with skepticism, doubting his willingness to negotiate. Elder Fuzhou too regarded Lu Xiaochuan with a deepening frown. Creating such a ruckus merely for money? It was implausible. Just state your conditions plainly, Li Jianxin demanded coldly. Is the reputation of the chief disciple of Lingjian sect worth 1 million spirit stones? Li Jianxin contemplated, then replied, yes. And what of my junior sister's reputation? Does it hold the same value? Yes. What about my compensation for mental anguish and silence? Does it also equate to 1 million spirit stones? Yes. Lu Xiaochuan regarded Li Jianxin with a bemused smile. Then it is only fair to compensate as a total of 3 million spirit stones. Is it not? Li Jianxin's expression turned ashen. 3 million spirit stones. Though he was the chief disciple of Lingjian sect, he could not possibly produce such an amount. Why not just rob a bank? Li Jianxin seethed with anger, yet he dared not express it. He glanced at Elder Fuzhou, who subtly nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall pay 3 million. Li Jianxin gritted his teeth. Lu Xiaochuan extended his hand towards Li Jianxin. You must pay now, there will be no delays. Li Jianxin suppressed his fury, looking at Lu Xiaochuan. What of the other conditions? Let us discuss everything at once. Lu Xiaochuan shook his head. There are none. Once you pay, this matter will be resolved. After all, as guests, we of Taishu sect pride ourselves on our hospitality. You, having acknowledged your mistake and offered an apology, what more is there to argue about? None, just paying will suffice. Li Jianxin was utterly convinced that Lu Xiaochuan's trap was set solely to extort money from him. 3 million, his entire fortune did not amount to such a sum. This was beyond shameful. However, if paying could resolve this matter, it was a small price to pay. Otherwise, should this incident come to light, he would have no choice but to accept his fate. To mitigate disaster, Li Jianxin and Elder Fuzhou scoured their belongings, managing to scrape together 3 million spirit stones to hand over to Lu Xiaochuan. Upon receiving the payment, Lu Xiaochuan waved dismissively at Li Jianxin. I must remain here to tend to the injured Qin Honyan. You are free to leave. Li Jianxin and Elder Fuzhou, their faces clouded with indignation, departed without a word. Elder Qi escorted them out. Soon only Lu Xiaochuan, Qin Honyan, and Lu Yaoyao remained, "Senior sister, you have been led astray by our senior brother, how could you engage in such sacrificial actions?" Lu Yaoyao exclaimed, glaring at Lu Xiaochuan, following her defeat in the power struggle. Lu Yaoyao harbored deep resentment towards Lu Xiaochuan. Although she had cooperated for the greater good, the atmosphere of Lingshu Peak has been corrupted by our senior brother. Qin Honian replied, "I will do whatever our senior brother commands. In the absence of our master, we are bound to follow his lead." Lu Xiaochuan corrected, "Even if the master were present, we would still heed our senior brother." "Yes, indeed." Qin Honian nodded vigorously. Lu Yaoyao fell silent, pondering how their senior brother managed to wield such influence with senior sister as a formidable presence. Her aspirations as chief disciple seemed perpetually out of reach. Perhaps one day, if our senior brother were to meet an untimely end, it would be a different story. Lu Shimi, it would be a favor if you could descend the mountain and spread the news of Li Jianxin's intrusion upon my junior sister's bathing. Lu Xiaochuan suddenly suggested. "What?" Lu Yaoyao was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she shot Lu Xiaochuan a puzzled look. "Senior brother, did we not just reach an understanding? Is it appropriate to proceed in such a manner?" "What is inappropriate about it? Compensation merely secures our forgiveness, it does not absolve him in the eyes of the world. Shouldn't those who err be held accountable? We are merely stating facts, we have not wronged Li Jianxin." "Have we? I will not go." "Qin Shimi, kindly assist me in managing Lu Shimi, even my words have lost their effect." "Must I go?" Lu Yaoyao grumbled, burdened with resentment, but ultimately complied. After sending Lu Yaoyao on her way, Qin Honian remarked, "Senior brother, your intentions are to drive Li Jianxin and his companion away from Taishu sect, are they not?" Lu Xiaochuan's expression suddenly turned serious, as if he had transformed into a different person. He nodded and remarked, "It is evident that Li Jianxin and his companion have come to test my strength and veracity. The 9 major sects have long harbored suspicions about me, employing every conceivable method to probe my capabilities. Having Li Jianxin remain in Lingshu sect makes me feel profoundly uneasy. With a slight stratagem, I managed to profit handsomely from him while ensuring he has no face to continue residing in Taisu sect. Truly a win-win situation. However, it does come at the expense of you, junior sister Qin." Qin Honian shook her head, saying, "I do not feel wronged to alleviate the burden of my senior brother. This tactic of yours is indeed quite ingenious, and I admire it profoundly." Reflecting on the substantial profit of 3 million spirit stones, Lu Xiaochuan couldn't help but admire himself. Who else but he, the chief disciple of Taisu sect, could hold such a position? "Senior brother, I have heard that the representatives from the 9 major sects have gathered at Taisu sect. They likely will not let this matter rest easily," Qin Honian expressed with a hint of concern. Lu Xiaochuan, however, dismissed her worries with a scoff. "What can they do if they refuse to let it go? They can suspect whomever they wish, but they will never pin their doubts on me. Should they attempt to probe my strength, they will find no entry. Let them speculate freely, I shall never concede. Just ensure you do not act foolishly, junior sister Qin.do not take on responsibilities for matters you have not engaged in." He added, "Understood, senior brother." Qin Honian replied obediently, nodding, observing her obedient and endearing demeanor. Lu Xiaochuan instinctively reached out to pat her head, complimenting her. "You are indeed the most well-behaved junior sister Qin." Such an affectionate gesture brought a faint blush to Qin Honian's typically frosty visage, revealing a touch of shyness. Who would have thought that the aloof ice goddess would possess such an alluring charm when flustered? It was an indescribable allure that compelled Lu Xiaochuan to steal a few more glances. Alas, this was his dear junior sister Qin. "I must take my leave now," Lu Xiaochuan announced, preparing to slip away. However, Qin Honian grasped his arm, her eyes misty as she gazed at him. Her expression was undeniably captivating. "Senior brother, my meridians have been somewhat obstructed lately. Could you perhaps give me a massage?" she inquired, her voice as soft as a whisper, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue reminiscent of twilight. What man could withstand such a test? Junior sister, I have urgent matters to attend to. Perhaps another time, Lu Xiaochuan stammered, frightened and eager to escape. Given her figure and the atmosphere, he feared that offering her a massage might lead to unwelcome thoughts. If she were to reciprocate his advances, it would undoubtedly lead to an entertaining spectacle. No, this was untenable. If it were the ladies of Hongxiu Tower, he might have entertained discussions about lucrative projects, but with junior sister Qin, he could not allow himself to stray. Though Lu Xiaochuan's conscience may not be pristine, he still maintained some principles and boundaries. Witnessing his hasty retreat, Qin Hanyan's expression turned icy, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features. Chapter 21 A True Man Must Act. Upon returning to the scripture pavilion, Lu Xiaochuan found Elder Qi still present. Glancing around, he asked, "Has everyone departed?" Elder Qi shook his head. With such a commotion, how could they still linger? What thickness of skin must they possess? It appears they wept over a loss of 2,995. Should we extend an invitation to the chief disciples of the other 8 sects for a visit next time? Xiaochuan, do you think what just transpired was somewhat excessive? Elder Qi chuckled bitterly. After all, Taisu sect is the foremost sect of Tsang Kingdom, highly valuing its reputation. The chief disciple of Lingjian sect was barely on Lingshu Peak for half a day before you managed to swindle him out of 3 million spirit stones. That is indeed a bit harsh. Lu Xiaochuan shrugged, unconcerned. Was that excessive? Elder Qi, there are far more extreme actions out there. Oh, there are worse. Elder Qi's expression shifted abruptly, realizing the implications. Xiaochuan, you haven't already spread word of today's events, have you? Remove that perhaps. Elder Qi's lips twitched in disbelief. This is quite ruthless. Taisu sect has never stooped to such underhanded tactics. Meanwhile, Li Jianxin and Elder Fujio exited Taisu sect with dark expressions. Their visit had been nothing short of humiliating. I underestimated Lu Xiaochuan, who would have thought him to be so cunning and despicable. It was my momentary oversight that led to his scheme succeeding. I shall remember this enmity and repay him tenfold in the future. Li Jianxin ground his teeth, seething with indignation. Elder Fujio's demeanor darkened as he remarked, "This youth presents a facade of innocence and nonchalance. Yet he is anything but. His methods are shrewd, and he harbors profound cunning. He is likely concealing much." Li Jianxin nodded in agreement. Lu Xiaochuan's actions are merely to drive us away from Taisu sect. Fearing we might uncover his true nature. I increasingly suspect that our junior brother Lei met his end at his hands, and last night's incident may also be linked to him. Now that all 9 sects are focused on Taisu sect, we should incite discord and unite against Lu Xiaochuan. Elder Fujio acknowledged this plan. As they conversed, they arrived at Taisu City, where a voice struck them like a bolt from the blue. "I hear that the chief disciple of Lingjian sect, Li Jianxin, was caught peeping at the beautiful Qin Honyan bathing and was captured on the spot. They say he even lost an eye in the process. I heard he suffered a broken leg." Some say Li Jianxin, terrified, knelt in supplication only to be beaten into a pulp by Lu Xiaochuan. "You are all mistaken. I have a relative in Taisu sect who said that after being caught, Li Jianxin attempted to kill to silence witnesses. Fortunately, Lu Xiaochuan arrived just in time to thwart his malicious intent. Li Jianxin even sought to slay Lu Xiaochuan but ended up severely injured and tossed from the mountain. Rumors spread, growing increasingly absurd, and the expressions of Li Jianxin and Elder Fujio darkened. Lu Xiaochuan, you have gone too far. You received 3 million spirit stones and yet turned back on your word, displaying utter deceit. A despicable and shameless villain. If I, Li Jianxin, do not slay you, I will not be human. Li Jianxin's heart burned with rage, a tempest of fury and humiliation swelling within him. Elder Fujio grasped Li Jianxin's shoulder firmly, urging, "This is not the time for impulsiveness. We must remain calm." How can I be calm? Since Lu Xiaochuan wishes to play dirty, I shall indulge him in this game. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaochuan emerged from the training room. His face etched with melancholy. Just yesterday he believed that with another 1 or 2 million spirit stones he could satiate the chaos black hole and break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Yet, after feeding it 3 million spirit stones, it still seemed unsatisfied. Or perhaps the chaos black hole had reached its limit yet still craved more, unlike before when it would promptly respond with energy to assist Lu Xiaochuan's breakthrough. This time it seemed to act capriciously, demanding more sustenance even after being fed. Lu Xiaochuan had hoped this would finally allow him to achieve the Foundation establishment stage, with all 9 major sects converging on Taisu City. He felt a mounting sense of urgency. Although his strength was formidable and he was nearly invincible below the ruins-breaking realm, he still lacked a sense of security. He was unwilling to take any risks. Should he break through to the Foundation establishment stage, he would have little to fear, but that troublesome chaos black hole, could it be that a breakthrough to a higher realm necessitated even more energy? Lu Xiaochuan could only comfort himself with this notion. Clearly, the task of acquiring wealth remained pressing. Perhaps he should take another swipe at Li Jianxin. Just as Lu Xiaochuan was lost in thought, Song Linga rushed over in a fluster. "Senior brother, something terrible has happened. Chen Duoduo was attacked in Taisu City." "What?" Lu Xiaochuan sprang to his feet, a powerful aura erupting from him as if a dragon had burst forth from the sea. This overwhelming presence startled Song Linga, who had never witnessed such intensity from her senior brother before. The formidable aura dissipated as Lu Xiaochuan's expression hardened, fixing his gaze on Song Linga. What precisely transpired? "Taisu City is the territory of Taisu sect. Who dares to assault my disciple here?" Song Linga shook her head. "I am not entirely sure. I had just gone to Taisu City to purchase some items when I saw a group bullying Chen Duoduo. From their attire, they appeared to be from Lingjian sect. I intended to inquire about the situation, but they seemed quite fierce, and I feared I would not be able to contend with them. Thus, I thought to return and seek assistance. Initially, I meant to find Elder Qi, but I decided to inform you first." "From Lingjian sect." Lu Xiaochuan's expression darkened instantly. He understood that this must have been Li Jianxin's doing. Their retribution had come swiftly. "Do you wish to play by yourself? Very well, I shall indulge you." Lu Xiaochuan immediately dashed down the mountain. Upon witnessing Lu Xiaochuan's actions, Song Linga was momentarily taken aback, and she hurriedly called out to him, "Senior brother, please do not act impulsively. The adversaries are numerous. You will be at a disadvantage going alone. I shall fetch Elder Qi to come and assist." Suddenly, Lu Xiaochuan ran back. Before Song Linga could utter more, he grasped her hand and pulled her down the mountain, exclaiming, "Why summon Elder Qi for matters among disciples? Is there truly no one left in our Taisu sect? Would that not allow the 9 major sects to mock us? This matter can be resolved by me. Senior brother, lead the way swiftly." "What?" Song Linga was taken aback by Lu Xiaochuan's words, staring at him in disbelief. Was he serious? Could he truly resolve this alone? After all, he was merely at the Qi refining stage. How could he possibly contend with the disciples of the Lingjian sect? Yet, she also felt there was some truth in his words. The ones bullying Chen Duoduo were disciples of the Lingjian sect. If the Taisu sect were to send an elder to intervene, it would indeed invite ridicule from the 9 major sections. "Senior brother, are you truly capable? Perhaps we should still seek out senior sister Qin." Song Linga remained somewhat unconvinced. Lu Xiaochuan suddenly halted, his expression serious as he looked at Song Linga and declared, "A true man must prevail, Song Linga." Chapter 22. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? The Fengwei Tavern was particularly lively at the moment, with a crowd gathered at the entrance. Spectators from various factions mingled within the throng. The Lingjian sect had detained a disciple of the Taisu sect. Even if it was merely an outer sect disciple, it was enough to create quite a stir. This act seemed to imply a lack of respect for the Taisu sect. Whispers filled the air. "Look, Lu Xiaochuan has arrived. He actually came alone, truly worthy of being the chief disciple of the Taisu sect." I heard Lu Xiaochuan is actually a waste, still merely at the Qi refining stage. Impossible. Lu Xiaochuan is the first ever Chaos Dao Saint body in our northern wilderness. How could he possibly be a waste? He can't really be at the Qi refining stage, can he? I don't know. There have been many such rumors lately. Listening to the murmurs from the crowd, Lu Xiaochuan was unfazed. It was evident that these rumors were deliberately spread by the 9 major sects to create an atmosphere in Taisu City and exert pressure on the Taisu sect. At the tavern's entrance, several disciples of the Lingjian sect stood guard. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan approach, they quickly drew their swords, assuming a defensive stance. Zhang Linga, frightened, hid behind Lu Xiaochuan, whispering, "Senior brother, should we not seek out senior sister Qin? I fear you may not be their match." Confronted by the barrier formed by the disciples of the Lingjian sect at the Golden Coast stage, they released powerful sword qi, creating a barrier to block Lu Xiaochuan's path. Clearly testing him. Lu Xiaochuan had long sensed Li Jianxin and Elder Fujio lacking in the shadows. It was obvious that this was the doing of Li Jianxin. "Step aside," Lu Xiaochuan bellowed. His voice commanding and fierce. The sound of his authoritative tone, the disciples of the Lingjian sect felt an inexplicable shiver run through them, sensing a hint of danger, despite the myriad rumors circulating. Facing the chief disciple of the Taisu sect, the first ever Chaos Dao Saint body of the northern wilderness, made them feel somewhat uneasy. The onlookers fell silent. "Who do you think you are?" Demanding we step aside, one disciple of the Lingjian sect provocatively challenged, stepping forward with his sword raised, exuding a powerful aura of sword qi, attempting to intimidate Lu Xiaochuan. However, Lu Xiaochuan stood firm as a mountain. His expression unwavering. Moreover, slap, as the disciple's words hung in the air, Lu Xiaochuan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across the disciple's face, producing a crisp sound that echoed. The unexpected strike left the disciple momentarily stunned. "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Summon Li Jianxin at once, or I demand he come forth to speak with me." After delivering the slap, Lu Xiaochuan gazed down at the disciple with disdain. His voice cold and commanding, exuding an air of authority that left the crowd in awe. "Who dared to call Lu Xiaochuan a waste?" Zhang Linga was equally astonished, observing Lu Xiaochuan's transformation just moments ago. Her senior brother seemed so imposing, a stark contrast to her previous impression of him as lazy and greedy. After a lengthy pause, the disciple of the Lingjian sect finally regained his composure. His face flashed with embarrassment and anger, yet upon meeting Lu Xiaochuan's fearsome gaze, filled with a chilling murderous intent akin to that of a hellish demon, he instinctively swallowed the retort that had risen to his lips. What a terrifying look! He had never encountered such a fearsome gaze before, one that seemed capable of taking a life. It struck an inexplicable fear within him. Although numerous rumors circulated, they had yet to confirm that Lu Xiaochuan was indeed a waste at the Qi refining stage. Thus the disciple hesitated to act recklessly. In the territory of the Taisu sect, how could a mere disciple of the Lingjian sect dare to confront the chief disciple of the Taisu sect? "Who allowed you to obstruct the chief disciple of the Taisu sect? Step aside at once." At that moment a commanding voice boomed from within the tavern. A man in green stepped forward, sword in hand, embodying the style of a disciple of the Lingjian sect. At the sound of his voice, the Lingjian sect disciples promptly retreated. The man swiftly approached Lu Xiaochuan, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Lingjian sect. Su Huafei pays his respects to senior brother Lu. Lu Xiaochuan was well aware of Su Huafei's reputation, the second disciple of the Lingjian sect. His prowess was nearly on par with the chief disciple, Li Jianxin, earning him the title of one of the sect's twin prodigies. Thus it was evident how formidable Su Huafei was, with Li Jianxin hiding away. Allowing Su Huafei to take the lead felt rather underhanded. However, Lu Xiaochuan was not one to be intimidated by such tactics. "I have no interest in who you are. Where is Chen Duoduo?" Lu Xiaochuan coldly inquired, casting a disdainful glance at Su Huafei. Su Huafei maintained his composure, replying, "Please, senior brother Lu, step inside. There are many people outside, and it would be better to discuss matters within." Yet, Lu Xiaochuan disregarded Su Huafei entirely, retorting, "Did you not bring all these people here? Since your Lingjian sect enjoys the commotion so much, why not clarify matters in front of everyone? Would that not be better? My patience is limited. Do not attempt to provoke me. Release Chen Duo now, and perhaps we can negotiate." Su Huafei chuckled lightly. "Senior brother Lu, I believe you are misunderstanding. This is Taisu City. We have no intention of harming your disciples. We merely invited him for a cup of tea. He is inside enjoying his drink. It is merely a misunderstanding. Let us discuss it in detail inside, shall we?" "So, you refuse to release him?" Lu Xiaochuan's tone turned even colder. Su Huafei smirked. "We have done nothing to him. There is no need to speak of releasing anyone. Senior brother Lu, you may enter or leave as you wish." Lu Xiaochuan was genuinely incensed. In Taisu City, it was unacceptable for the Lingjian sect to act recklessly. "Who gave you the audacity to bully the disciples of the Taisu sect?" "We of the Taisu sect always act with courtesy before resorting to force. I have provided you with an opportunity, and since you choose not to appreciate it, do not blame me for being ungracious." Yet, to Su Huafei, Lu Xiaochuan's fury seemed trivial, akin to a mere puff of wind. "Ha ha ha!" Su Huafei laughed boisterously, adopting a provocative stance as he gazed at Lu Xiaochuan, sword in hand, mocking or ungracious. "It sounds as though you intend to make a move, senior brother Lu, though this is your Taisu sect's territory. We of the Lingjian sect neither seek trouble nor fear it. If you wish to fight, the disciples of the Lingjian sect will not back down. We shall accompany you to the end. I am eager to witness just how powerful a true Chaos Dao Saint body can be. Senior brother Lu, do not hesitate to strike. I would be most grateful." With that, Su Huafei made a gesture inviting Lu Xiaochuan to act, clearly pushing for a confrontation. All eyes turned to Lu Xiaochuan, awaiting his response. With such provocation, would he remain passive? Song Linga watched anxiously, fearing for her senior brother. He was still merely at the chi refining stage. How could he possibly contend with Su Huafei, who was at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage? Was this not akin to courting death? Yet, with matters escalated to this extent, could her senior brother truly back down? Chapter 23, The Same Recipe, the Same Flavor. Do you enjoy fighting? Lu Xiaochuan gazed coldly at Su Huafei. Su Huafei grinned. "Does senior brother Lu dare not?" Lu Xiaochuan replied, "Since you so relish combat, I shall oblige. Oh, Su Huafei's eyes lit up with delight. "Does that mean senior brother Lu has agreed?" The crowd of onlookers suddenly wore expressions of anticipation. Were they finally going to witness the foremost disciple of the Taisu sect make his move? For the past decade, this esteemed disciple had faced countless challenges yet had persistently refrained from engaging. Was he finally unable to hold back? The recent plethora of rumors was poised to find resolution today. In the shadows, Li Jianxin could not suppress a cold laugh. He yearned to take matters into his own hands. The elder brother, Conglinga, looked at Lu Xiaochuan with evident concern. Su Huafei raised his arms, causing the surrounding crowd to retreat, promptly clearing the space at the entrance of the tavern. Just as Su Huafei prepared to engage Lu Xiaochuan in battle, Lu Xiaochuan suddenly called out in a booming voice, "Where are the disciples of the Taisu sect?" At the sound of Lu Xiaochuan's call, a multitude of Taisu sect disciples swiftly emerged from all directions, encircling the tavern entirely. 3 layers outside and 2 layers within. They formed an impenetrable barrier. 1,000 inner disciples and 300 core disciples. This formidable display was truly intimidating. Once the Taisu disciples surrounded the area, they collectively bowed and shouted, "We greet the elder brother." The resounding voices reverberated through the air, silencing everyone present, instilling a palpable sense of fear. The disciples of the Lingjian sect could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. In that moment, Liu Xiaochuan, standing tall among the crowd, appeared to grow larger than life. Zhang Linga gazed at Liu Xiaochuan in a daze. Su Huofei's expression darkened abruptly, his demeanor turning sullen, casting a cold glance at the surrounding disciples of the Tai Su sect. He addressed Liu Xiaochuan in a low voice. "What do you mean by this?" This maneuver left the onlookers utterly astonished. It was merely a scuffle. Was it truly necessary to summon the entire Tai Su sect's disciples? This felt rather like the tyranny of a powerful establishment over the weak. Su Huofei, "If you wish to fight, I have readily agreed. Do you prefer a one-on-one duel or a free-for-all? If it's a duel, your status does not merit a contest with me. I shall have my junior sister Qin Shimi face you instead. If it's a brawl, then let us all engage together. You have two choices. Choose one. Su Huofei, a duel with Qin Honyan. Even if his mind were muddled, he would not dare entertain such a reckless thought. Who was unaware that Qin Honyan had broken through to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm a year ago? Though she might not have reached the divine travel realm yet, it was surely not far off. Qin Honyan was recognized as the strongest among the younger generation in the Zhang kingdom. Su Huofei was no fool. As for a brawl, that would be even more lopsided. The Lingjian sect had but a handful of disciples present, merely a dozen against over 1,000, faced with Liu Xiaochuan's unorthodox tactics. Su Huofei felt utterly defenseless. The other disciples of the Lingjian sect were so intimidated that they dared not even breathe loudly. Is this how the Tai Su sect treats its guests? Su Huofei exclaimed in exasperation. Liu Xiaochuan let out a cold laugh and replied, "Are you guests? In my hometown there's a saying, when friends come there is fine wine, when wolves come there are shotguns." On the territory of the Tai Su sect, to bully our disciples and expect me to simply stand by, what audacity! Since you wish to act like wolves, why should the Tai Su sect show you any courtesy? Qian Duo is not just my junior brother. He is also the junior brother of all the disciples of the Tai Su sect. If you dare to bully him, let us see if they agree. Not agreeing, not agreeing, not agreeing. As soon as Liu Xiaochuan finished speaking, the disciples of the Tai Su sect shouted in unison. The sound was deafening. "I do not agree either," Zhang Linga chimed in, deeply moved by this sense of unity. Indeed, on the territory of the Tai Su sect, how dare anyone bully its disciples? Did they think the disciples of the Tai Su sect were non-existent? Did they believe they had no temper? Did they not understand the importance of protecting their own? Su Huofei's face turned ashen, a look of displeasure washing over him. Not to mention that the Lingjian sect was indeed in the wrong. Their intention was merely to use Qian Duo to lure Liu Xiaochuan out and then force him into action. Even if they were justified, this was still the territory of the Tai Su sect, under someone else's roof. How could one not bow their head? In the shadows, Li Jianxin's expression was exceedingly dark. He had not anticipated Liu Xiaochuan would act so unexpectedly over such a trivial matter. Liu Xiaochuan had summoned nearly all the inner and core disciples of the Tai Su sect. One had to admit, Liu Xiaochuan had quite the clout to gather such a number of disciples in such a short time. Given the situation had escalated to this point, to continue entangling with them would inherently pose too great a risk. Should a real conflict ignite, it would inevitably be the Lingjian sect that suffered. Su Huofei had no choice but to relent, begrudgingly shouting into the tavern, "Let him go." Soon after, Qian Duo dashed out, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he looked at Liu Xiaochuan. "Thank you, elder brother." Qian Duo had not expected his elder brother would come to his rescue so boldly, rallying the entire Tai Su sect seniors to form such a formidable display merely to save him. What immense honor this was! This was undoubtedly Qian Duo's moment of glory, a pinnacle in his life. After expressing his gratitude to Liu Xiaochuan, Qian Duo turned to thank the surrounding seniors, although he had never met these seniors. Their presence in support of him moved him to the point of tears. This reinforced his belief that following his elder brother was the wisest choice he had ever made. Zhang Linga suddenly realized that Liu Xiaochuan was not as dismal as she had imagined. In fact, he was quite impressive, rather imposing, and, yes, undeniably handsome. Lu Xiaochuan appraised Chen Duoduo from head to toe, patted him on the shoulder, and inquired with concern, "Are you all right? Did they harm you?" Chen Duoduo shook his head and replied, "I am fine, elder brother. They merely kept me in the tavern and wouldn't let me leave, but they didn't do anything to me." "How could you be fine, physically unharmed, yet what of your mental state? What of your spirit, being detained in a tavern without the freedom to live? Did that not leave a psychological shadow? Had your spirit not been affected? Rest assured, junior brother Chen, with me here today, I will definitely ensure you are taken care of," Lu Xiaochuan said with a serious expression. Chen Duoduo was no fool. He could discern the underlying meaning in his elder brother's words. Thus, he quickly responded, "Elder brother, I was nearly frightened to death. My heart was racing, and it felt like it was going to burst. I fear I will have nightmares from now on. Surely that counts as a psychological scar. I feel a bit disoriented now, constantly replaying what just happened in my mind. I almost thought I was going to die. Surely that constitutes mental distress." Lu Xiaochuan replied, "Of course that counts, and your condition appears quite serious." Thus Lu Xiaochuan looked at Su Huofei with a stern and grave expression. "How shall we settle this?" Su Huofei's expression shifted, his lips twitching as he looked at Lu Xiaochuan and ground his teeth in silence. "What do you propose? A psychological scar is an ailment that requires treatment. You should cover the medical expenses, right? Compensation for emotional distress is not unreasonable, is it? The Tai Su sect has always been reasonable. Let us be clear, should you not compensate for medical and emotional damages? How much? 200,000. Song Linga stared at Lu Xiaochuan in disbelief. The same formula, the same familiar taste. Chapter 24, talking about feelings costs money. Are we that familiar? 200,000 spirit stones is no small sum for anyone. Not everyone is as young and affluent as Chen Duoduo, capable of carrying millions in wealth at a whim. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's demand for 200,000 spirit stones, Su Huofei and the disciples of the Lingjian sect were left utterly flabbergasted, nearly convinced they had misheard. Even unscrupulous merchants wouldn't dare to be so ruthless. Chen Duoduo hadn't even suffered a hair's worth of harm. The disciples of the Lingjian sect merely invited him to stay at the tavern for a while. Was this truly worth 200,000? They might as well rob a bank, even that wouldn't yield such a sum. The onlookers were equally astonished. This was quintessential Lu Xiaochuan. Su Huofei's lip twitched violently as he spoke to Lu Xiaochuan in a low voice. "Lu Shixiang, what happened earlier was merely a misunderstanding. Discussing money seems rather hurtful to our relationship. How about this? I'll host a banquet at Fengyue Tower to apologize to junior brother Chen." Lu Xiaochuan looked at Su Huofei with a bemused smile and replied, "Discussing feelings costs money. Are we that familiar?" Su Huofei, "Fine, since the Lingjian sect shows no willingness to apologize, let us resort to a brawl. Junior brothers and sisters, on our own turf, we ought to exhibit a bit of humanitarian spirit. Let us leave them half incapacitated." Su Huofei, the disciples of the Lingjian sect, "All right, so this is how we are playing it." The disciples of the Tai Su sect rallied in response, each adopting an aggressive stance, ready to fight. The elder brother encouraged them to engage, and they were indeed prepared to do so. Such a display left the disciples of the Lingjian sect trembling in fear. If a real fight broke out, they would surely face dire consequences. In light of this, Su Huofei had no choice but to concede, hastily declaring, "Fine, we'll compensate 200,000. 200,000, how could you be so hard of hearing at such a young age? I distinctly said 300,000 earlier." Su Huofei. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Had he misremembered? Was it 40,000 he had stated earlier? Indeed, it was 300,000. I thought so. I also recalled it being 300,000. As the conversation unfolded, Lu Xiaochuan's large hand reached out before Su Huofei. Reluctantly, Su Huofei extracted 300,000 spirit stones and handed them over to Lu Xiaochuan. who swiftly pocketed the money. The scent of wealth is truly intoxicating. Su Huofei, his face dark with displeasure, turned to leave, yet just as he was about to depart, Lu Xiaochuan called out to him, igniting a firestorm of fury within Su Huofei. His fists clenched tightly, and his wide-open eyes glared at Lu Xiaochuan. Is there something else? Lu Xiaochuan, with a solemn expression, replied, what we resolved just now was merely the matter of my junior disciple's detainment by you. However, the issue of your Lingjian sect's disciples bullying my junior disciple remains unaddressed. Hand over the one who has tormented him. As a disciple of Taishu sect, I may allow myself to be bullied, but I will not permit others to do so. Fellow disciples, do you agree? No, we do not agree, we do not agree. The resounding voices echoed through the skies, stirring a fervor that even the newly initiated Song Linga found herself swept up in. A sense of pride and belonging swelled within her as she witnessed the protectiveness displayed by the senior disciples of Taishu sect. Su Huofei's expression darkened completely, his fists trembled with rage. He found the situation intolerable. Having already relinquished 300,000, was he now expected to surrender a person? Such a thing was out of the question. Senior brother, the matter has been settled, I have nothing further to address. Why not let it end here? Qian Duoduo whispered to Lu Xiaochuan. Absolutely not. Lu Xiaochuan resolutely shook his head. Qian Duoduo, you are a disciple of Taishu sect, and more importantly, you are under my protection. If even senior brother would not stand by while you are bullied, how could I allow outsiders to harm you? Whoever dares to bully you will surely face my wrath. They must pay the price. Moved by Lu Xiaochuan's impassioned words, Qian Duoduo felt tears welling in her eyes. Su Huofei, seething with fury, barked, Lu Xiaochuan, I advise you to know your limits and not overstep. Do you truly believe that my Lingjian sect is easy to trample upon? Just because today is on your Taishu sect's territory, do not presume you can act with impunity. Lu Xiaochuan shrugged and spread his hands. I apologize, but on Taishu sect's grounds, I indeed can act as I please. Do you think your Lingjian sect is beyond reproach, not feeling up to the challenge? Why not take us on one by one? Su Huofei scoffed, having encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. The elder Fuzhou, lurking in the shadows, could no longer remain passive. With a dark expression, he emerged from the tavern. Upon seeing him, Su Huofei could contain his frustration no longer and lamented to Fuzhou. Lu Xiaochuan is truly overstepping his bounds, he has gone too far. Fuzhou cast a calming glance at Su Huofei before turning his cold gaze upon Lu Xiaochuan, his eyes reminiscent of a thousand-year-old venomous serpent. Bore down on Lu Xiaochuan with an icy demeanor. The formidable aura emanating from him surged towards Lu Xiaochuan, causing Tsang Linga and Qian Duoduo to tremble in fear, as if plunged into the depths of the underworld. Yet, Lu Xiaochuan remained unflinching, meeting Fuzhou's gaze without yielding an inch. In terms of momentum, Lu Xiaochuan held his ground against Fuzhou. After a prolonged silence, Fuzhou's frigid voice cut through the air. The earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding. You have accepted the 30,000 as compensation, and this matter ends here. His tone was commanding, devoid of any negotiation. However, Lu Xiaochuan shook his head. A mere misunderstanding cannot quell this matter. If you refuse to hand over the individual responsible, we shall seek him out ourselves. You dare? Fuzhou's voice erupted in fury, his overwhelming presence causing those nearby to instinctively step back. After all, Fuzhou was a formidable figure at the 8th level of the Shenyu realm. Who would dare to defy such power? Tsang Linga and Qian Duoduo exchanged worried glances at Lu Xiaochuan. Why must Elder Fu be so wrathful? Just then a figure descended from the heavens. Elder Qi had arrived. Standing before Lu Xiaochuan, he regarded Fuzhou calmly and said, "This is a matter among disciples. It is unnecessary for us elders to intervene excessively. Rest assured, Xiaochuan is always prudent in his actions. Rest assured." Fuzhou glared at Elder Qi with a face full of malice. He understood that making a scene against Taishu sect would not bode well for Lingjian sect. Elder Chi, your chief disciple of Taishu sect is quite impressive. Today has been an eye-opener for me. Our Lingjian sect does not wish for trouble, yet each concession has only led to your chief disciples increasing contempt for our dignity. This is intolerable. Elder Chi chuckled inwardly but maintained a soothing effort. Ode, Elder Fu, you are being overly harsh. Young people can be a bit headstrong, or it is trivial. Let us not jeopardize the harmony between our two sections. Humph, Fujo sneered coldly. If you deem it trivial, then let all disciples of Taishu sect depart, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Elder Chi shook his head, feigning difficulty, as he replied to Fujo. I am afraid, Elder Fu, that I cannot make that decision. You must consult Xiao Chuan, for I defer to him. You, a core elder of Taishu sect, cannot even decide the fate of a disciple. Fujo's face turned a shade colder. His gaze fixated on Lu Xiaochuan, as if he wished to devour him whole. Song Linga and Chen Duoduo exchanged glances. They had expected Elder Chi's arrival to mediate the situation, yet it seemed he had come to support Lu Xiaochuan. The senior brother's protective nature was echoed by Elder Chi. What kind of celestial sect was this? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense and oppressive, both sides poised for conflict. The disciples of Lingjian sect felt a sense of trepidation. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for their sect. The question now lay in how Elder Fu would respond. Fujo fixated on Lu Xiaochuan for a lengthy moment before finally speaking coldly. We will not surrender the individual. If you wish to fight, then let it be so. If such a trivial matter leads to conflict between our two sects, the world will judge, and Lingjian sect will stand firm in its reasoning. Elder Chi paid little mind to Fujo's words, instead focusing on Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan turned to Chen Duoduo, who, after glancing at the others, timidly suggested, why not let it go, when you were bullied? What did you do? Lu Xiaochuan asked sternly. Chen Duoduo promptly replied, who would dare to bully me? If someone did, my father would surely make them regret it. You are now a disciple of Taishu sect. You are no longer that child who relies on adults for protection. If anyone dares to bully you, you must retaliate. But senior brother, I truly cannot match them. What level are they? Probably the third level of the Chi refinement realm. Liu Xiaochuan directed his gaze at Fujo and declared, 3 days from now, let us resolve this on the arena. What say you? Upon hearing this, Fujo's eyes narrowed. He glanced at Chen Duoduo, who was only at the second level of the Chi refinement realm, and coldly questioned Lu Xiaochuan, are you certain? Absolutely certain. Is your Lingjian sect afraid? Lu Xiaochuan replied with unwavering conviction. Humph, Fujo scoffed. Very well, it is settled then. Without a second thought, Lu Xiaochuan urged Chen Duoduo, who still appeared dazed. Let us return. He waved to the disciples of Taishu sect, who quickly dispersed. Lu Xiaochuan and Chen Duoduo hastened back to Lingshu Peak. With Song Linga unable to resist following, senior brother Chen Duoduo said, her expression awkward as if struggling to voice her thoughts. What is it, senior brother? I may truly not be a match for Lei Renming. I am only at the third level of Chi refinement, and with only 3 days left, it may not be possible. While the third level of Chi refinement was not particularly high, Chen Duoduo had only just broken through to the second level with the help of a Chi refinement pill. And her foundation was not solidified. In 3 days, not only was it unlikely she could reach the third level, but even if she could, she had no confidence. After all, aside from her realm, she felt insecure in other aspects. Song Linga shook her head vigorously. She saw no chance of victory. If the situation were reversed, she believed failure would be inevitable. Observing the confident demeanor of her senior brother, Chen Duoduo felt a flicker of hope and quickly inquired, senior brother, do you have a plan? Of course. What must I do? Prepare money. Prepare money? Can having money ensure victory? Is that all it takes? With money, victory is assured. After pondering for a moment, Chen Duoduo cautiously asked, senior brother, I only had my family send over 1 million spirit stones this time. That will suffice. A victory is guaranteed. 1 million guarantees victory. Is it truly that valuable? Chen Duoduo was just about to suggest sending a few million more urgently to the family. Listening to the conversation between the two, Zhonglinga beside them felt somewhat disoriented. Has the senior brother reverted back to his former self? What happened to that senior brother who stirred her emotions, ignited her passion, then left her in tears, filled with boundless admiration? 3 days may be a bit tight, but having money makes things easier. Liu Xiaochuan led Chen Duoduo into the training room with a grave expression. Liu Xiaochuan looked at Chen Duoduo and asked seriously, I have 2 plans, you may choose for yourself. The first plan is to forcibly elevate your realm to the 4th level of qi refinement within 3 days. This way you could crush Lei Renming with absolute superiority in realm. However, the downside is that your foundation is currently unstable. Forcing an elevation through external means could significantly impact your future cultivation, and may even harm your foundation. Hearing this, Chen Duoduo was nearly ready to choose the first option, filled with excitement. And what of the second plan? The second plan is more challenging. We won't forcibly elevate your realm. A person's strength does not solely depend on their realm. More crucial are the techniques, the experience, and skills they possess. Chen Duoduo pondered thoughtfully. But, senior brother, what kind of technique can be cultivated to a certain level within 3 days? Experience and skills require time and battles to accumulate. They cannot be attained overnight. Liu Xiaochuan, brimming with confidence, replied, for others this would be impossible, but since your senior brother guarantees it, it shall certainly be accomplished. You need only to trust me. Chen Duoduo nodded vigorously, trusting and admiring Liu Xiaochuan completely. Thus, he accepted a technique book from Liu Xiaochuan and began to examine it earnestly. Sword drawing kill, senior brother. It seems this technique is not part of the foundational techniques of our Taisu sect. I've seen sword drawing techniques and one sword kills, but never this sword drawing kill, Chen Duoduo asked. Puzzled. Liu Xiaochuan smirked. Sword drawing kill is a powerful sword style I developed by integrating sword drawing and one sword kill, along with many of my own battle philosophies. The sword drawing kill has only one move, drawing the sword to kill. Delivering just a single strike regardless of the opponent. Only one strike is needed. That is the essence of the sword drawing kill. Listening to Liu Xiaochuan's introduction, Chen Duoduo's jaw dropped in astonishment. Only one strike. Drawing the sword to kill, how powerful and domineering. Senior brother, you truly are remarkable to have created such an impressive sword technique. Is this sword drawing kill of the yellow level or the profound level? Techniques are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with heaven being the highest. Generally, outer disciples cultivate the most basic yellow techniques. Upon reaching the 8th or 9th level of qi refinement, they may begin to practice profound techniques. Inner disciples cultivate profound techniques, while core disciples practice earth-level techniques. Only those who become even stronger may then cultivate heaven-level techniques. Heaven-level techniques are the pinnacle within Taisu sect. Of course, there are even more powerful Daoist techniques beyond that, and stronger immortal arts, but Taisu sect does not possess them. Liu Xiaochuan shook his head and proudly told Chen Duoduo, there are no levels. No levels. Chen Duoduo was taken aback, looking at Liu Xiaochuan with a face full of confusion. What does no levels mean? Could it be that it isn't even a yellow level technique? The meaning of no levels is that it entirely depends on personal execution. The level corresponds to the degree of one's performance. It could be yellow, a profound, heaven, or even immortal level. In simpler terms, this sword drawing kill can grow stronger as your strength and realm increase. To put it even more simply, it's a one-move wonder. Is it really that incredible? The level of the technique can actually enhance itself. This notion seemed almost unbelievable to Chen Duoduo. He quickly exclaimed, senior brother, I want to learn this. Liu Xiaochuan, with a serious demeanor, asked, can you endure hardship? I can. Can you persist tirelessly? I can. Can you listen to your senior brother? I can. Can you provide the funds? I can. Why does the last question seem a bit off? Before Chen Duoduo could ponder further, Liu Xiaochuan promptly declared, "All right, let us begin training. Time is of the essence. We must devote ourselves entirely over these 3 days. We want to leave the training room until we succeed. At this moment, Liu Xiaochuan appeared exceptionally serious and solemn, completely different from his usual self. Chen Duoduo felt an unprecedented pressure, stirred with immense encouragement. He was now filled with fervor and a strong fighting spirit. Under Liu Xiaochuan's guidance, Chen Duoduo quickly entered a state of cultivation. At Fengwei restaurant, Elder Fujiu, Li Jianxin, and Su Huofei summoned Lei Renming. The expressions on their faces were all dark and foreboding. Li Jianxin spoke to Lei Renming, "In the arena battle 3 days from now, show no mercy. You must kill Chen Duoduo." Upon hearing this, Lei Renming hesitated, a hint of worry creeping in. "Senior brother, Chen Duoduo is the son of Chen Wanjian, the wealthiest man in our Tsang nation. If I were to kill him," Li Jianxin snorted coldly, "if I order you to kill, then kill. What are you afraid of? Does the Lei family fear Chen Wanjian? Does the Lingjian sect fear him? Once in the arena, it's a matter of fate. What can Chen Wanjian say? Even if he wants to blame someone, he can only blame Liu Xiaochuan." The arena battle was proposed by Liu Xiaochuan. He pushed Chen Duoduo onto the guillotine. "What does it have to do with you? Your elder brother died at Liu Xiaochuan's hands. Don't you want to avenge him? Once you kill Chen Duoduo, Chen Wanjian will certainly not spare Liu Xiaochuan. Just think about it." After hearing Li Jianxin's words, Lei Renming nodded firmly, resolved. "All right, I will heed your advice. Once in the arena, I will ensure Chen Duoduo has no chance to survive. Killing him will be as easy as lifting a finger." Li Jianxin cautioned, "Even so, you must not become careless. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. For these 3 days, stay here, and I will do everything I can to help you enhance your combat power." "Thank you, senior brother." Lei Renming was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude. Having the senior brother's personal guidance is an exceedingly rare opportunity. A significant stroke of fortune for him. Such a splendid opportunity must be cherished. The 9 major sects gathered in Taisu City, creating a lively atmosphere. The better restaurants in Taisu City had been booked by the members of the 9 major sections. However, they showed no signs of action, which only deepened the mystery of their intentions. Clearly directed at Taisu sect, time swiftly passed to the 3rd day. Song Linga once again visited Lingsu Peak. She came 1 or 2 times daily, yet had not seen her senior brother or Chen Duoduo. It seemed the two had been locked away in the training room, diligently preparing for the upcoming challenge. Song Linga felt a hint of curiosity about this. Just then Elder Chi arrived. Song Linga couldn't help but ask Elder Chi, "Elder Chi, do you really believe senior brother has a way to enable Chen Duoduo to defeat Lei Renming? Chen Duoduo's realm is inferior. His body lacks agility. He is not as strong, nor does he possess combat experience. He has been pampered since childhood. He has likely never killed an ant with his body, which tires after a few steps. How can he possibly fight against Lei Renming?" Elder Chi smiled gently, showing no signs of concern. "Rest assured, Princess Linga. If Xiaochuan says it can be done, it undoubtedly can. No matter the circumstances, you can always trust Xiaochuan. When he makes a bold claim, he truly delivers. As long as the funds are sufficient, there is nothing he cannot accomplish. Song Linga looked at Elder Chi in astonishment. Is senior brother truly that formidable, to teach someone with no combat experience to defeat Lei Renming in just 3 days seems utterly impossible. At least, Song Linga lacked the imagination to envision such a feat. At that moment, Liu Xiaochuan and Chen Duoduo emerged from the training room. Having not seen each other for over 2 days, Chen Duoduo appeared to have lost some weight. He now held a sword in hand, his eyes filled with a sharp, piercing intensity, exuding an aura that was indeed markedly different from before. His steps were firm, carrying an air of confidence, unlike his previous light-footed demeanor that had made one worry he might be blown away by a gust of wind. "Wow, Songlinga marveled at Chen Duoduo's transformation over the past 2 days. Liu Xiaochuan ignored Elder Qi and Songlinga, leading Chen Duoduo toward Taisu Peak. Elder Qi, where are they going? After a moment, Songlinga finally reacted. Elder Qi pondered for a moment before responding, they are likely headed to the trial tower. The trial tower? Songlinga exclaimed in surprise. Isn't the trial tower generally accessible only to those who have reached at least the 5th level of Qi refinement and have cultivated a yellow level technique? Elder Qi nodded slightly and remarked, indeed, that is generally the case. To gain the opportunity to undergo trials at the testing tower, certain prerequisites must be met. It is not easy for outer disciples to attain this privilege. However, with Xiaochuan accompanying him, there should be no issue. Songlinga interjected. Elder Qi, is that truly the crux of the matter? The pivotal point is that Chen Duoduo has only reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Even if our senior brother has imparted a yellow level technique to him in the last few days, he lacks the strength to challenge the testing tower, does he not? Elder Qi responded, since Xiaochuan has taken Chen Duoduo along, it indicates that he can indeed succeed. Can he truly? Songlinga found it hard to believe. After a moment's contemplation, she proposed to Elder Qi, shall we go and see? Elder Qi nodded, since Princess Linga wishes to observe, let us proceed. It will also allow you to gain a deeper understanding of Xiaochuan. If you truly come to know him, you will undoubtedly be captivated by his charisma. One must not judge a person solely by appearances. Such superficial assessments can never reveal the essence of an individual. Xiaochuan possesses substantial depth, and you will discern this through further interactions. Chen Duoduo's association with Xiaochuan is indeed fortuitous, signifying that he possesses considerable potential and is destined for greatness. Is this praise not a tad excessive? Songlinga harbored serious doubts, suspecting that Elder Qi might have been swayed by senior brother's influence. Chapter 27, Senior Brother's Legendary Feat. Senior Brother. I have encountered Senior Brother. Senior Brother, I have been facing some challenges in my cultivation and was just about to seek your counsel. As Lu Xiaochuan arrived at the testing tower, numerous junior disciples promptly approached to greet him. However, Lu Xiaochuan had no time for pleasantries today. He simply stated, I will first accompany junior brother Qian to the trials. Upon witnessing Lu Xiaochuan's intent to take Chen Duoduo to the trials, the disciples' interest was piqued. After all, Chen Duoduo was merely a 2nd-level Qi refinement outer disciple, having joined Taisu sect for only 5 days. It was astonishing that senior brother would take him to challenge the testing tower directly. Such an action could only be attributed to an extraordinary prodigy. Under normal circumstances, one must cultivate for a full year within Taisu sect and reach the 5th level of Qi refinement before attempting to breach the testing tower. Given Chen Duoduo's circumstances, it was likely unprecedented in the sect's long history. Liu Xiaochuan led Chen Duoduo straight to the entrance of the 1st level of the testing tower. The ominous aura emanating from the tower made it feel as if a colossal abyssal beast were caged within, instilling a profound sense of dread. Just 2 days prior, Chen Duoduo would have lacked even the courage to approach the testing tower, trembling in fear, yet now he stood before the tower with unwavering resolve, his gaze as sharp as a blade, embodying the spirit of a true warrior. Liu Xiaochuan firmly patted Chen Duoduo's shoulder and declared, your goal is to conquer the 1st level of the testing tower within a day. I believe in you, you can achieve this. Go forth. Filled with self-assurance, Chen Duoduo nodded resolutely and strode boldly into the 1st level of the testing tower. This prompted a flurry of discussion among the disciples. Junior brother Qian is merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, and his foundation is unstable, having only recently been elevated by senior brother. In such a state, is it feasible to conquer the 1st level of the testing tower in a day? Typically, one would need to be at least at the 6th level of Qi refinement to accomplish that. Those capable of breaching the 1st level of the testing tower within a day are exceedingly rare. Have you forgotten that senior brother breezed through the first level while at the first level of chi refinement? At this, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, 8 years ago, this event had created quite a stir. At that time Lu Shaochuan, then merely at the first level of chi refinement, not only passed the first level with ease but also ascended to the second and third levels before ultimately faltering at the fourth. This feat had established a legendary precedent at Taisu sect, a milestone that had never been replicated. Let us not forget that we can always trust senior brother. If he has brought junior brother Qian here, it signifies that he holds a degree of confidence in the outcome. We shall await the results. The disciples nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Songlinga listened intently to the discussions of her seniors, her brows furrowed in deep contemplation. Elder Qi, do you truly believe that Qian Duo can conquer the first level of the testing tower within a day? Elder Qi affirmed. Of course. Such an unfathomable notion left Songlinga utterly astonished. Was it truly possible that senior brother had breached the third level of the testing tower while at the first level of chi refinement? This was the most illustrious record of the testing tower. How could it be false? Songlinga struggled to contain her inner shock. To breach the third level of the testing tower at the first level of chi refinement, what a staggering concept. If any outer disciple could achieve such a feat, they would likely be immediately taken under the wing of an elder. In a century, Taisu sect would be fortunate to witness such a monstrous talent. Among the current disciples, only 2 individuals had accomplished this, Lu Shaochuan and Qin Hongyan, the difference being that Qin Hongyan achieved her feats at the 9th level of chi refinement, while Lu Shaochuan did so at the first level. A chasm of disparity between them. Songlinga found herself increasingly bewildered. Was senior brother a peerless genius or a remarkable failure? If he were a genius, then why was he still at the first level of chi refinement? Conversely, if he were a failure, how could he display such extraordinary talents in various aspects? The enigma surrounding him was confounding. Curiosity is, after all, an innate trait of women, particularly pronounced in youth. Songlinga's intrigue towards senior brother only intensified, compelling her to unravel this mystery. As time passed, anticipation hung thick in the air as everyone awaited the unfolding of this miracle. Their collective belief was not in Qian Duo, but in senior brother. Finally, night fell, yet the crowd remained gathered in eager anticipation. Look, junior brother Qian is emerging. At that moment, a voice shattered the tense silence. All eyes turned towards Qian Duo as he stepped out from the testing tower, a relaxed expression gracing his face coupled with a hint of a smile. It was evident that the outcome was favorable. Indeed, a commanding and icy voice resonated from within the testing tower. Qian Duo, first level of the testing tower, passed. The announcement elicited no surprise from the gathered disciples, even as Qian Duo had achieved a miraculous feat, one that surpassed that of Sister Qin from years past. With senior brother's involvement, they knew success was assured. Did he truly pass the first level of the testing tower? Songlinga was both astonished and incredulous. Initially, she had harbored doubts, yet now she found herself questioning the extent of Qian Duo's innate talent. Having participated in the Taisu sect's trials alongside him, she was all too aware of his capabilities. She even suspected that his admission to the sect was largely due to his family's wealth. As his father, Qian Wanchuan, was a remarkable figure. However, Qian Duo's performance in the testing tower had thoroughly astonished her, compelling her to acknowledge his prowess. The transformation wrought by senior brother in just a matter of days was nothing short of extraordinary. Defying her previous understanding of the norms, perhaps I should consider seeking senior brother's assistance as well. Songlinga felt a shift within her resolve. Elder Qi seemed to perceive her thoughts, smiling as he remarked, "Princess Linga, you might want to contemplate it. I have previously told you that Shaochuan possesses a remarkable aptitude for guiding disciples. Not only do the inner disciples of Taisu sect benefit, but even we elders find ourselves unable to match his capabilities." Had Elder Qi made such a statement earlier, Songlinga would have dismissed it entirely, yet now, she found herself inclined to believe A sense of temptation stirred within her, yet her pride as a woman made it difficult to lower herself. After all, she had previously rejected such offers, casting them aside with disdain. How could she now face the situation? Being a princess, she was not accustomed to such humility. "Thank you, senior brother." Chen Duoduo expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lu Shaochuan, feeling as if he were in a dream. He could hardly fathom that Chen Duoduo had achieved such remarkable prowess. This accomplishment would certainly bolster his family's reputation, bringing pride to the Chen family. His father would surely awaken from dreams with a smile. Liu Shaochuan shrugged and said, "This is also the result of your own efforts. You performed admirably, slightly exceeding my expectations. Now, let us return. Dinner will be a feast tonight." Suddenly emboldened, Ling'er called out, "Senior brother, may I join you for a meal? I treated you last time. I'll treat you. Cover the bill." "Sure, just joking. Let us go." Chapter 28. Indeed, senior brother, my family is the wealthiest in Tsang country. Liu Shaochuan prepared a sumptuous dinner using the ingredients purchased by Chen Duoduo, treating him to a well-deserved feast, and he extended the invitation to Ling'er as well. It was evident that this meal would not be without cost to her. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the task of clearing the table naturally fell upon Chen Duoduo. Ling'er was still contemplating how to approach her senior brother, seeking his assistance. However, every time the words hovered on her lips, they seemed to evaporate before she could utter them. Liu Xiaochuan observed Ling'er with a composed demeanor, fully aware of the internal struggle she was experiencing. Being a princess, a touch of pride was entirely to be expected. "Ling'er, have you considered securing a spot under senior brother's guidance for a year? There is but one slot remaining, so act swiftly if you wish to seize it." Liu Xiaochuan smiled warmly at Ling'er. Upon hearing her senior brother broach the subject, Ling'er felt a surge of delight within her. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of composure and replied, "I might consider it, but 30,000 a year seems rather steep." "What do you mean 30,000 a year?" Lu Xiaochuan asked, his expression one of confusion. After glancing at Lu Xiaochuan, Ling'er whispered, "Could it be less?" "Less?" After a moment of hesitation, Lu Xiaochuan replied, "Very well. If you prefer a lower price, we shall focus on volume. As you are the little princess of Tsang country, I shall grant you a 20% discount. Does that suffice?" "A 20% discount? That makes it 24,000 a year, although still a considerable sum. It paled in comparison to Chen Duoduo's 200,000 a year. Ling'er nodded and said, "Very well, 20% it is." "Thank you, senior brother." With that, Ling'er produced 24,000 spirit stones and handed them to Lu Xiaochuan. However, Lu Xiaochuan regarded her with an odd expression, saying, "Ling'er, have you miscalculated?" "Miscalculated?" Ling'er replied, perplexed, glancing at the 24,000 spirit stones in her hand. "Surely 30,000 at a 20% discount amounts to 24,000, does it not? When did I ever mention 30,000? Shouldn't it be 300,000? What is 300,000 at a 20% discount?" Ling'er was left speechless. The original price was 300,000, and after a discount for Chen Shidi, it had been set at 200,000. "Surely, Ling'er, your price cannot be lower than Chen Shidi's. What would he think? What would others think? I, your senior brother, pride myself on integrity, and I am known for my fairness," Ling'er retorted. "But you clearly stated 30,000 before, and now you reverse the discount to inflate the price eightfold. This is not how one conducts business." In an instant, her budding affection for her senior brother was completely shattered. "Forget it. I shall no longer pursue this. Farewell, senior brother." With that, Ling'er huffed and stormed off. Her heart, once filled with admiration for him, now utterly crushed. "Wait, Ling'er, how about a 60% discount? No money. 50%. A flat rate of 30%. Yet, Ling'er did not look back as she departed. Watching her retreat, Lu Xiaochuan's face revealed a hint of melancholy. This little princess was no easy target. Alas, Chen Duoduo's offering was too substantial for Lu Xiaochuan to bend his principles. Supporting a disciple was indeed a taxing endeavor. Without sufficient funds, how could it be done? Reclining in his rocking chair, Lu Xiaochuan gazed at the starry sky. Once the work was complete, Chen Duoduo scampered over to sit beside him. Senior brother, how is it that you are so remarkable? Chen Duoduo regarded Lu Xiaochuan with utmost admiration. My father has but one precious son, and his greatest wish is for me to become formidable and inherit his legacy. He often laments that his life's greatest regret is his lack of talent for cultivation and opportunity. Thus, even if it means exhausting our family fortune, he is determined to cultivate me into a powerful figure capable of standing at the pinnacle of Tsang country. My father believes that without formidable strength, I cannot safeguard the family business. Therefore, to ensure that my inheritance is not seized by others, I must become a true powerhouse, mustn't I? Senior brother, how can I attain such prowess? Lu Xiaochuan casually glanced at Chen Duoduo and replied, having wealth suffices. Chen Duoduo, beaming with excitement, looked at Lu Xiaochuan and exclaimed, by your logic, does that mean I truly possess the potential of an emperor? The potential of an emperor? Lu Xiaochuan regarded Chen Duoduo, pondering that even the strongest in Tsang country had merely broken through to the void realm. In the vast northern wilderness, no emperor had ever emerged. Chen Duoduo's ambition was indeed grand, aspiring to become an emperor. However, such ambition was not necessarily a flaw, or at least Chen Duoduo dared to dream, and that was commendable. If one does not even dare to dream of something, they certainly cannot act upon it. How much wealth does your family possess? Lu Xiaochuan inquired. Chen Duoduo nodded. It should be an immense fortune. My father claims our wealth is immeasurable, truly incalculable. Incalculable? You speak as if your family were the wealthiest in Tsang country. Lu Xiaochuan scoffed. Chen Duoduo grinned. Indeed, senior brother, we are the wealthiest in Tsang country. Suddenly, Lu Xiaochuan sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Chen Duoduo. Chen Duoduo, taken aback by Lu Xiaochuan's reaction, looked on in confusion. Lu Xiaochuan swiftly lifted Chen Duoduo from the ground and seated him in the rocking chair, gently rocking it for him. Chen Shidi, how can you sit on the ground in such a chilly evening? What if you catch a chill? Is this pressure acceptable? Lu Xiaochuan's actions left Chen Duoduo somewhat dazed and apprehensive. Senior brother, my father should have already sent someone with money. It will definitely arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Once the funds arrive, I will immediately deliver that 100,000 to you, without delay. Lu Xiaochuan, with a warm smile, replied, no rush, senior brother, why not lie down while I rock for you? No need. I enjoy watching you lounge comfortably in the rocking chair. As your senior brother, it is only reasonable for me to take care of my dear junior brother, is it not? Senior brother, should relax and close your eyes. You need your rest for tomorrow's battles. Chen Duoduo felt somewhat out of his depth and could only obediently lie down. Perhaps it was the weariness from 3 days of rigorous training, for he soon fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams he envisioned himself truly becoming an emperor. That night was long yet beautiful. It was not until the sun's rays pierced his eyelids that Chen Duoduo awoke suddenly. As he stood, he heard Lu Xiaochuan's voice calling, Chen Shidi, come eat breakfast, you need strength for the battles ahead. Lu Xiaochuan beckoned to Chen Duoduo. Chen Duoduo stared blankly at Lu Xiaochuan, feeling an indescribable warmth. After breakfast, the two proceeded down the mountain. Chapter 29. Is it possible that senior brother has been feigning ignorance all along? The location for this arena battle was set at the open space outside the gate of the Taisu sect. Nearly 2,000 disciples of the Taisu sect were in attendance, alongside representatives from the 9 major sections. However, the elders of the 9 sects chose to conceal themselves in the shadows to avoid any appearance of bias. This arena battle was fundamentally a contest between the outer disciples of the Lingjian sect and the Taisu sect. In addition to the 9 major sects, many spectators from Taisu city had also come to witness the event. Senior brother has arrived. As Lu Xiaochuan made his entrance, the disciples of the Taisu sect erupted with enthusiasm. And the crowd, Song Linga felt a flicker of surprise. Her senior brother was clearly held in high esteem by his fellow disciples at the Taisu sect. Yet how could it be that he was merely at the Qi refinement stage? Suddenly a tall man approached Song Linga, slightly bowing as he said, "Greetings, Princess Linga." Upon recognizing the visitor, Song Linga hastily returned the greeting. "Chao Shixiang, there is no need for such formalities. We are at the Taisu sect, not the imperial city. You may simply call me Shimi." Chao Yunxian nodded slightly. "You speak wisely, Shimi Linga. I apologize for my hasty departure last time." Song Linga held great respect for the son of the southern king Chao Shizi. She also sensed that Chao Shixiang's aura was significantly stronger than when they last met. "Chao Shixiang, have you broken through?" Song Linga inquired. Chao Yunxian nodded slightly. "Indeed, I have just advanced to the 8th level of the Golden Core stage." "Impressive." Song Linga was taken aback. It was worth noting that among the younger generation of Tsong country, only Qin Honyan had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. The others had merely attained the 8th level. Even the top disciples of the 9 major sects were all at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. Striving to break through to the 9th level, thus reaching the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, placed Chao Shizi at the pinnacle of the younger generation in Tsong country. "Congratulations, Chao Shixiang." Song Linga expressed her delight, feeling a newfound admiration for him. Chao Yunxian offered a modest smile, saying, "This is all thanks to senior brother's guidance. Without his instruction, I would never have achieved this breakthrough so swiftly." In his words, Chao Yunxian's face reflected a genuine respect and admiration for senior brother. Unable to contain herself, Song Linga asked, "Chao Shixiang, may I pose a question? I am unsure if it is appropriate." Chao Yunxian replied, "Princess Linga, feel free to inquire without hesitation." "Chao Shixiang, to my knowledge, senior brother is still at the Qi refinement stage, yet your cultivation level should far exceed his. How is it that he is able to provide you with guidance?" Song Linga pressed. Chao Yunxian furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. "As for whether senior brother is at the Qi refinement stage, that is a matter we need not discuss. Perhaps my realm indeed surpasses that of my senior brother by a considerable margin. Yet in terms of comprehension of cultivation, it is not only I who falls short, but even the elders of our Taisu sect are at a loss. In any case, if there are any questions regarding cultivation, seeking guidance from my senior brother will surely lead to their resolution." Song Linga was momentarily taken aback. Who has ever seen someone whose realm does not progress yet excels in every other aspect? "Is my senior brother's strength formidable as well?" Song Linga inquired once more. Chu Yunxian shook his head and replied, "I do not know. My senior brother has never engaged in battle, and no one is aware of the true extent of his power. Could it be possible that my senior brother is merely pretending to be incompetent while concealing his true strength? It may be plausible in terms of strength, but certainly not in terms of realm. As even the sect leader and the elders are troubled by my senior brother's level. If it is impossible in terms of realm, how can it be possible in strength, without a realm? Where would the strength originate?" Song Linga found the enigma of her senior brother increasingly perplexing. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Yunxian said to Song Linga, "However, senior sister Qin once mentioned that she is not a match for my senior brother." "What?" Senior sister Qin is widely recognized as the foremost talent of the younger generation in Tsong country, the only one at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. How could such an extraordinary figure not be a match for my senior brother? Of course, senior sister Qin is extremely protective of my senior brother, so it is possible she said that deliberately. In any case, everyone merely takes it lightly, not taking it to heart. Upon hearing this, Song Linga finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. "I thought so. How could senior sister Qin possibly not be a match for my senior brother? Song Linga, do not believe it. Do you not believe it?" "I believe it." Chu Shixiang truly believes it. Song Linga shook her head, pondering what kind of sorcery her senior brother possessed. At this moment, the arena duel was about to commence. Lei Renming, brimming with confidence, leapt onto the stage fast, casting a provocative glance at Chen Duoduo, his face a mask of contempt. He completely disregarded Chen Duoduo. Liu Xiaochuan pressed a pill into Chen Duoduo's hand, advising, "This sword chi pill is one I specially concocted for you last night. Just in case. Li Genshin is cunning and treacherous, so one must be on guard. Remember, the secret to winning a fight is to never give your opponent the chance to strike. If we can execute one strike, we shall never need a second. We must not draw our sword lightly, and if we do, it must be to kill. Do you understand?" Chen Duoduo nodded earnestly after glancing at Liu Xiaochuan, then strode confidently toward the arena. After seeing Chen Duoduo off, Liu Xiaochuan immediately began to call out, "Bets are open, a little gambling for amusement." How could the thrilling duel between the outer disciples of Taisu sect and Lingjian sect lack some entertainment? "We must elevate the atmosphere." Chen Duoduo was at odds of 1-2, while Lei Renming was at odds of 1-20. Betting starts from 1 spirit stone, no upper limit. Come forth. Song Linga shot Liu Xiaochuan a peculiar glance, surprised that he would turn such a serious arena duel into an impromptu gambling event. What sort of decorum is this? Is it not unbecoming? How will the citizens of Taisu City perceive this? How will the members of the 9 major sects view it? However, the disciples of Taisu sect and the citizens of Taisu City seemed unperturbed, showing no signs of surprise. Instead, the disciples from the 9 major sects looked on in astonishment, casting curious glances at Liu Xiaochuan. Clearly, they did not expect the esteemed chief disciple of Taisu sect to behave like a street ruffian. After all, just 3 days prior, Liu Xiaochuan had made quite an impression at the Fengwei Tavern, exuding an aura befitting the chief disciple of Taisu sect. This scene before them was rather incongruous. No one from Taisu sect placed bets, and the citizens of Taisu City showed no inclination to wager either. The members of the 9 major sects found it quite perplexing. Seeing that everyone remained unresponsive, Liu Xiaochuan grew anxious. How could such a prime opportunity pass without a substantial gain? He immediately turned his gaze to Li Genshin, grinning as he said, "Brother Li, do you lack confidence in your Lingjian sect disciple? Look at my confidence. My disciple from Taisu sect is at 1-2, while your disciple from Lingjian sect is at 1-20. This is the assurance of the chief disciple of Taisu sect. How can the disparity between 2 sects' chief disciples be so vast? Would you not want to seize this opportunity to bankrupt me? Don't you want to? If not, I may raise Lei Renming's odds to 100. Just to vex your Lingjian sect." Chapter 30. I, Liu, swear enmity with gambling and poison. The simplest method is to provoke, yet it is also the most effective. In front of the disciples from the 10 major sects. How could Li Genshin endure? He knew full well that this was Liu Xiaochuan's tactic to provoke him, yet he found himself ensnared. He held absolute confidence in Lei Renming. Thus Li Genshin smirked coldly and said, "Originally, I intended to give Brother Liu some face at the entrance of your Taisu sect, but since you are so courteous and insistent on gifting me money, I must graciously accept. Since it is merely a casual wager, I shall place a modest bet of 100,000 on Lei Renming to win. 100,000 clearly did not satisfy Liu Xiaochuan's appetite. He looked at Li Genshin with disdain, saying, "Only 100,000, Brother Li, do not be too courteous with me. After all, I earned quite a bit from you a few days ago and was looking for an opportunity to return it. But giving it away is not my style. Why not wager a bit more?" Mentioning the previous incident caused Li Genshin's expression to darken instantly, his eyes flickering with intense resentment. After all, he had lost 3 million spirit stones to Liu Xiaochuan last time, much of which he had borrowed from Elder Fujo. This 100,000 spirit stones represented his entire fortune. Otherwise, would he be so accommodating? Li Genshin glared fiercely at Liu Xiaochuan, as if he wished to kill him. Yet Liu Xiaochuan relished the sight of others hating him yet being powerless to act. Isn't it infuriating? Fortunately, at that moment, Su Huofei approached with a grand gesture, declaring, "I bet 300,000 on Lei Renming to win." He had also been conned out of 300,000 spirit stones by Liu Xiaochuan 3 days prior and held a grudge. Seizing this excellent opportunity, he sought to win back 20-fold. With Li Jianxin and Su Huofei placing their bets, the other disciples of Ling Jian sect naturally followed suit. However, due to limited funds, their combined wagers amounted to just over 100,000. Just from Ling Jian sect alone, they had wagered over 500,000. Observing such a sum of spirit stones, Liu Xiaochuan felt elated. A gamble can transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Today, I must win big. With Ling Jian sect placing their bets, how could the other 8 major sects refrain from following suit? Without needing Liu Xiaochuan to provoke them, the other 8 major sects united with Ling Jian sect in enmity and also came to place their bets. Without exception, all bet on Lei Renming to win. The only pity was that the other 8 major sects were rather stingy with their bets. Combined, they wagered only about 200,000. Adding the 500,000 from Ling Jian sect, they nearly reached 260,000. They were preparing to stuff money into bags, yet this was still insufficient for Liu Xiaochuan. His gaze turned to the citizens of Taisu City, and he grinned, saying, "Since everyone has come to watch, why not place a few bets for entertainment?" However, the citizens of Taisu City remained unmoved. The members of the 9 major sects found this baffling. Gambling is a natural human instinct. How could the atmosphere in Taisu City be so pristine? Not a single person seemed inclined to wager on such a fine opportunity. Not one of the thousands of citizens gathered in Taisu City placed a bet. This was illogical. Li Jianxin could not help but inquire, "Why are you not placing bets?" The individuals questioned by Li Jianxin were expressions of yet remained tight-lipped. This only deepened Li Jianxin's confusion. At that moment, Liu Xiaochuan unleashed his trump card. "Are you afraid that I will lose and be unable to pay you?" Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin smacked his thigh. "Indeed, how did we overlook this issue?" Now the total spirit stones bet on Lei Renming had reached 260,000. 80 odds of 1 to 20, that would amount to 5,200 million. 5,200 million. What could Liu Xiaochuan use to cover that? Not even Taisu sect could manage such a sum. Realizing this, the disciples from the 9 major sects suddenly felt regretful, sensing they had fallen into a pit dug by Liu Xiaochuan. Liu Xiaochuan pointed at Qian Duoduo on the arena and addressed the crowd. "Do you know who he is? My junior brother Qian Duoduo is the sole heir of the Qian family, the wealthiest family in Song country, possessing wealth beyond measure. Therefore, do you believe I cannot afford to pay the son of the wealthiest man in Song country?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's gazes turned as one toward Qian Duoduo. Few knew of Qian Duoduo's identity. The title of the wealthiest man in Song country carried immense weight, a testament to the Qian family's formidable influence. Qian Duoduo cooperated with Liu Xiaochuan, addressing the crowd. "Rest assured everyone, I, Qian Duoduo, guarantee with my family's reputation for my senior brother. My family will fully cover any losses, with no excuses." Though Qian Duoduo said this, the citizens of Taisu City still appeared unconvinced. Many had suffered losses at Liu Xiaochuan's hands before. Having learned from experience, they exchanged cautious glances, hesitating. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd, "With the guarantee of the wealthiest man in Song country. What else is there to worry about? Hurry, bet on Lei Renming to win. If you don't act quickly, you might miss out on the opportunity to strike it rich. Opportunities for wealth do not come every day." Provoked by that voice, individuals rushed forth to place their bets on Lei Renming's victory, with one person leading the charge. Others eagerly followed suit, all without exception betting on Lei Renming to win. The frenzy was palpable. Meanwhile, Zhong Wei, who had instigated the crowd, quietly slipped back into the ranks of the disciples of Taisu sect. Zhong Linga observed all of this keenly, casting a peculiar glance at Zhong Wei. Noticing he had been spotted, Zhang Wei sheepishly smiled and said, just assisting my senior brother. Sometimes one must employ a bit of marketing to make money. Marketing, although the crowd surrounding Taisu City numbered in the tens of thousands. The actual amount wagered was modest. In the end, the total barely reached 5 million, with the 9 major sects claiming 260,000. Without exception, all bets were placed on Lei Renming. As Lu Xiaochuan beheld the 5 million in hand, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, earning through gambling was swift, yet Lu considered himself a good young man of society, vowing to dissociate from gambling and drugs. Today, he felt as though he was earning this money with a guilty conscience. However, one could argue, what conscience did Lu truly possess? That worthless thing had long been fed to the dogs. Senior brother, may I borrow some money? Just as Lu Xiaochuan was lost in thought, a disciple of Taisu sect timidly inquired. Liu Xiaochuan shot a stern glare at him, reprimanding, "Are you not aware of the sect's rules? Aside from the senior brother, no one is permitted to engage in gambling. How have I instructed you? Our disciples of Taisu sect must foster a new atmosphere, promote civility, and uphold righteousness, vowing to sever ties with gambling and drugs. This is our sect's rule and the principle and bottom line for us as disciples." That disciple, Zhang disciples of the 9 major sects. Author, it is not that Lu does not mention the Huang character, but rather that my surname is not Huang, and it is quite reasonable not to mention it. Is it not? If I were named Huang, then Huang would certainly sever ties with gambling and drugs. Chapter 31, Sword Drawn to Kill. A single strike to victory. The arena battle officially commenced. The audience fell silent. All eyes converging on the stage, Lei Renming stood with a spirited demeanor, exuding arrogance, casting a disdainful gaze at Chen Duoduo, completely disregarding him. An air of immense confidence radiated from him. Chen Duoduo, on the other hand, stood solemnly, his usual demeanor transformed. With a calm yet icy gaze, he focused intently on Lei Renming, prepared to strike. Drawn sword, kill. If not drawn, then let it be. Once drawn, it must kill. Lei Renming, with a mocking grin, taunted Chen Duoduo. Fatty Chen, you resemble a pig so much that I truly do not wish to strike at a mere pig. Why not save face and concede voluntarily? You, a mere second-tier chi refinement cultivator. What courage do you possess to challenge me in the arena? Chen Duoduo remained silent, coldly staring at Lei Renming. Seeing that Chen Duoduo would not relent, Lei Renming continued, "It seems you are still unwilling to give up. Then I shall plunge you into utter despair." With that, Lei Renming unleashed a formidable aura. Fourth-tier chi refinement. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Lei Renming had indeed broken through, while Chen Duoduo was still a second-tier chi refinement cultivator. Lei Renming had already attained the 4th tier. With such a vast difference of 2 small realms, how could Chen Duoduo possibly transcend this gap? Those who had bet on Lei Renming were overjoyed, believing their victory was assured. A mere small realm gap was hard to bridge, let alone 2. Moreover, with Chen Duoduo's considerable weight of 500 pounds, even walking was a challenge, let alone fighting. Zhang couldn't help but grow increasingly anxious. Could it be that Chen Duoduo is destined to lose? If Lei Renming were only a small realm above him, there might still be hope, but 2 small realms, how could one fight against that? Chu Yunxian glanced at Zhang and reassured Princess Linga. "Do not panic, you must have faith in senior brother. He never engages in battles without certainty. Rest assured, victory is guaranteed." Guaranteed victory. Zhang looked at Chu Yunxian, deeply skeptical. "Can we begin?" in the face of Lei Renming's scornful mockery. Chen Duoduo merely asked coolly. Lei Renming was evidently displeased by Chen Duoduo's reaction. His expression turned cold, eyes glinting icily, seeking death. With that, Lei Renming wasted no time and charged toward Chen Duoduo. A blade of light surged toward Chen Duoduo, swift as lightning and thunderous in force. This was the thunder sword technique of the spirit sword sect, although Lei Renming had not cultivated it to great proficiency. For a fourth-tier Qi refinement cultivator, it was already quite impressive. Mastering even a fraction of it, combined with his Qi refinement, could unleash tremendous power. As Lei Renming's struck, gasps echoed through the crowd. Truly, he was the unparalleled genius of the Spirit Sword sect. Victory was assured. In the face of Lei Renming's assault, Chen Duoduo appeared stunned, rooted in place without any response. Those who had bet on Lei Renming's victory were overjoyed. Zhang Linga, tense with worry, broke into a cold sweat for Chen Duoduo. Closing her eyes in fear of watching further, unable even to dodge, truly a foolish fat pig. Perish, Lei Renming sneered coldly, his sword aimed straight for Chen Duoduo's vital points. Yet just as Lei Renming's blade was about to reach Chen Duoduo, he suddenly moved, motionless as a mountain, swift as a rabbit, drawn sword, kill. Chen Duoduo had been gathering strength all this time for this single strike. His sword was so swift that it offered Lei Renming no chance to react. It sliced across Lei Renming's body, while Lei Renming's sword remained suspended in the air, failing to touch even a hair on Chen Duoduo's head. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The crowd, dumbfounded, stared at the stage in disbelief. A thin line of blood appeared on Lei Renming's neck, fresh blood oozing forth, a sight both chilling and shocking. Lei Renming had been instantly defeated by Chen Duoduo's sword. The disciples of the Spirit Sword sect were equally taken aback. Li Jianxin, in particular, was struck like lightning, his face turning ashen. How could this be? Chen Duoduo was clearly only a second-tier Qi refinement cultivator, while Lei Renming was a fourth-tier. To assist Lei Renming in breaking through, he had expended tremendous effort. How could it have come to this? Such a result was impossible for Li Jianxin to accept. Meanwhile, the disciples of Taisu sect erupted in cheers. They had won. Was it true that Chen Duoduo had grown so powerful? Zhang Linga gaped, her mouth agape enough to fit a fist. What had just transpired? Disciples of the 9 major sects exchanged glances, bewildered, unable to comprehend what had occurred, and before they could process it, the battle had concluded. One strike, and Chen Duoduo had slain Lei Renming. Yet just at that moment, Lei Renming suddenly moved again. With a fierce strike, he swung his sword down at Chen Duoduo. This unexpected turn of events stunned everyone. Just when they thought Lei Renming had been defeated, it became clear he was not dead. Chen Duoduo, caught off guard, instinctively raised his sword in defense. Clang! With a crisp metallic clash, Chen Duoduo was knocked back several paces, staggering for balance. Lei Renming wiped the blood from his neck, his expression twisted in fury as he glared at Chen Duoduo. It seems I underestimated you. You nearly caught me off guard just now. Since you did not kill me, now it is my turn to slay you. Chen Duoduo furrowed his brow deeply. He had not lacked the ability to kill Lei Renming earlier. He had merely softened his heart at the last moment, sparing Lei Renming's life. Quickly, Lei Renming produced a pill and swallowed it. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from him, dense spiritual energy swirling around him. Lei Renming's strength surged tenfold. It was an explosive energy pill, capable of amplifying one's power tenfold in an instant. Is he resorting to consuming spiritual pills if he cannot win? How shameless! The disciples of Taisu sect reacted immediately, indignantly condemning Lei Renming for his lack of honor, claiming that consuming the explosive energy pill was no different from cheating. The disciples of the Spirit Sword sect sneered, there is no rule against consuming spiritual pills. It's merely an explosive energy pill, and he hasn't employed any magical artifacts or techniques. What is wrong with that? If you possess the capability, prepare your own explosive energy pills in advance. In arena battles, generally, the use of external forces is frowned upon as it would earn scorn. However, there were indeed no strict regulations against spiritual pills. The disciples of the 9 major sects began to see a glimmer of hope for victory. Zhang Linga grew anxious, looking at Chu Yunxian and saying, the Spirit Sword sect truly lacks shame. Or what should we do now? Chu Yunxian, glancing at the composed Lu Xiaochuan, confidently replied, Princess Linga, do not panic, remain calm. Everything will be fine. Victory is assured. Still assured of victory? Lei Renming had consumed an explosive energy pill. His strength surged tenfold. It was likely that even a fifth-tier Qi refinement practitioner would struggle to defeat him now. Let alone Chen Duoduo. How could Chen Duoduo win, unless he also consumed a spiritual pill? The thought of this possibility caused Zhonglinga to look toward Chen Duoduo. Chapter 32, Sword Energy Pill. Explosive sword energy. Chen Duoduo, you shall die. At this moment, Lei Renming resembled a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. With a fierce roar, he lunged wildly towards Chen Duoduo, without the slightest hesitation. Chen Duoduo swiftly produced the sword energy pill bestowed upon him by his senior brother and swallowed it whole. As the pill entered his body, a powerful surge of sword energy erupted, coursing through him and into his sword. In an instant, Chen Duoduo felt as though the sword in his hand had transformed into a magnificent azure dragon, imbued with an extraordinary strength. This overwhelming power filled him with an unparalleled sense of confidence, an unprecedented assurance. This time, he was resolute. Faced with Lei Renming's frenzied assault, Chen Duoduo understood that he could not afford to hold back. Thus, he unleashed his full might with the sword-drawing technique. In a fleeting moment of brilliance, he drew his sword with lethal intent. The onlookers merely caught a glimpse of an almost ethereal sword shadow flash past. The situation was eerily reminiscent of the earlier encounter. Lei Renming remained completely caught off guard, and in an instant, Chen Duoduo had sealed his fate with a single strike to the throat. However, this time, the outcome was markedly different. Chen Duoduo showed no mercy. He did not falter in his resolve. The blow he delivered cleaved through Lei Renming's throat with brutal precision. Lei Renming's body stiffened instantaneously, frozen in place. The same chilling scene unfolded once more, leaving the spectators momentarily paralyzed with disbelief. The disciples of the 9 major sects stared intently at Lei Renming, clinging to a shred of hope that perhaps, just perhaps, he would rise again as before. Yet it was abundantly clear that this time no miracle would occur. Lei Renming fell to the ground, his wide eyes filled with confusion and resentment. Even in death, he could not comprehend the manner of his demise. The resounding thud of his lifeless body hitting the ground echoed like a thunderclap in the hearts of those present. The disciples of the 9 sects and the citizens of Taishu City gazed in disbelief at the fallen Lei Renming. Was he truly dead? Li Jianxin's face darkened with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the lifeless form of Lei Renming on the stage. While he bore no concern for Lei Renming's demise, he was stunned by the realization that he had sensed a hint of sword energy emanating from Chen Duoduo's blade moments ago. The strike that felled Lei Renming bore the faintest trace of swordsmanship. Yet how could this be? Chen Duoduo was merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. How could he possibly have mastered the sword? It seemed utterly impossible. Perhaps that glimmer of sword energy was not genuine sword energy at all. It must have stemmed from the elixir. Yes, Chen Duoduo had consumed a spirit pill, and it was this very pill that had dramatically enhanced his strength. What kind of elixir could possess such extraordinary effects? Chen Shidi emerged victorious. With the guidance of his senior brother, it would have been difficult to lose. The disciples of Lingjian's sect were far too arrogant, daring to challenge the disciples of Taishu sect, truly believing that Taishu sect, the foremost sect in Zhonghua, was merely for show. Senior brother has triumphed magnificently. Zhonglinga gazed at Lu Xiaochuan, her face a mask of shock. This felt surreal, as though she were caught in a dream. Did he truly win? It was simply unfathomable. Zhonglinga began to wonder if perhaps she had misjudged her senior brother. She regretted not accepting his proposal 3 years ago. Now, casting a glance at the deceased Lei Renming, Chen Duoduo's complexion paled slightly. This marked the first time in his life that he had taken a life. Throughout his upbringing, he had never even harmed a chicken. In fact, he had never even seen a chicken. Yet he thought, Lei Renming, I truly did not wish to kill you, but you left me no choice. Shaking his head, Chen Duoduo descended from the stage and swiftly approached Lu Xiaochuan. Liu Xiaochuan gently patted Chen Duoduo's shoulder, commending him, "Well done." Afterward, he cast a glance at the furious Li Jianxin before leading Chen Duoduo back to Lingshu Peak. Upon returning, Chen Duoduo was still trying to process the events. Liu Xiaochuan, however, spoke with a grave demeanor. "To become a formidable warrior, killing is an essential skill you must acquire. If you do not eliminate others, they shall eliminate you. This world is merciless and ruthless. Just as earlier you hesitated to spare Lei Renming, but would he have shown you any gratitude? Certainly not. Instead, he would have become even more determined to kill you. Such is human nature. To show mercy to an enemy is the greatest cruelty one can inflict upon oneself. If you wish to grow stronger and survive, you must learn to be ruthless. You must never hold back against those who deserve to die." Chen Duoduo stared blankly at Liu Xiaochuan, contemplating his words thoughtfully before nodding. "I understand the reasoning, senior brother. It is just that when it comes to taking action, I have yet to acclimate." Liu Xiaochuan nodded slightly. This was indeed a lesson that required experience and refinement. It could not be grasped in an instant. "You won 500,000 spirit stones earlier, and you deserve your share. Let us divide the spoils." No, senior brother, the winnings are yours. You need not share with me." Yet Liu Xiaochuan generously pressed 1,000 spirit stones into Chen Duoduo's hands, stating, "Take it. I am not a miser. Those who contribute shall be rewarded, and those who err shall be punished." "All right, senior brother shall take his leave to cultivate." With that, Liu Xiaochuan entered the training room. Chen Duoduo gazed at the fortune of 1,000 spirit stones in his hand, contemplating the 500,000. Lost in thought inside the training room, Liu Xiaochuan retrieved the 500,000 he had won. Feeling a surge of ambition, surely this time he could satiate that chaotic black hole, he refused to believe that 500,000 spirit stones would not suffice for a breakthrough. Immediately, Liu Xiaochuan activated his cultivation technique. And the chaotic black hole within him roared to life, voraciously devouring the spirit stones. Soon, the 500,000 spirit stones were completely consumed by the chaotic black hole. Liu Xiaochuan waited patiently for a response from the chaotic black hole. Logically, it should have reached saturation and provided him with power to assist in his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. However, after a long wait, there was still no sign of movement this time. The chaotic black hole seemed to be feigning death. Infuriated, Liu Xiaochuan cursed vehemently, "Damn it, if you can't handle it, don't play with it. I won't serve you any longer. Forget it. I'm tired. I might as well lay back and do nothing. What's the point of cultivating? As long as I stay hidden within Taishu sect, I should be safe, right?" However, upon coming down, Liu Xiaochuan began to analyze the situation. It seemed that he had encountered a similar predicament when breaking through to the first level of Qi refinement. He had also found it impossible to satiate the black hole, which, despite feeling full, still demanded more. It had taken him 2 full years, draining countless spirit stones, elixirs, and rare materials from Taishu sect. Could it be that this time he also needed to feed it elixirs and rare materials? That would be exceedingly difficult. Without the collective support of Taishu sect, Liu Xiaochuan could only rely on his own efforts to earn. Money was becoming increasingly hard to come by. Liu Xiaochuan shook his head in frustration. The chaotic black hole was a troublesome beast. With a glum expression, he exited the training room. Zhang Linga and Zhong Wei followed closely behind, engaged in conversation with Chen Duoduo about the earlier events. As Liu Xiaochuan approached, he declared, "Let us head to the Taishu tavern for drinks. It's on me. There is no problem that a feast cannot solve. If there is, then let someone else treat us again." Upon hearing Liu Xiaochuan's offer, Zhang Linga and Zhong Wei both declined. Liu Xiaochuan rolled his eyes at them, saying, "You two need not worry about footing the bill today." Only then did they relax. It seemed that senior brother had a change of heart today. However, considering that he had just won 500,000, treating them to a meal was merely a drop in the bucket. Chapter 33 The schemes of the Lingjian sect disciples. At this moment, Taishu City was abuzz with discussions surrounding the recent tournament battle. Chen Duoduo had undoubtedly stolen the spotlight, his reputation soaring throughout the city. The outer disciples of Taishu sect were abuzz with chatter. Though they had all joined Taishu sect merely 6 days prior, Chen Duoduo had already left them in the dust, while most disciples were diligently cultivating. Striving for breakthroughs to the Qi refinement stage, Chen Duoduo had boldly slain a genius from Lingjian sect, who was at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Such an audacious display of might was nothing short of spectacular. The once inconspicuous Chen Duoduo had suddenly emerged as the most sought-after talent among the outer disciples. Indeed, many began to regard him as the paragon of the outer sect, with hopes of becoming its foremost disciple. When Lu Xiaochuan and his companions arrived at Taishu Tavern, they immediately attracted considerable attention. Meanwhile, in a private room, 5 disciples of Lingjian sect sat drinking, their spirits dampened, seeking solace in their cups. The humiliation suffered by Lingjian sect was unbearable. Their disciples had always been exceedingly proud, viewing the defeat of Taishu sect as their solemn duty, aspiring to establish Lingjian sect as the preeminent sect in Zhongguo. Them, only Taishu sect was worthy of being their rival. They would hardly spare a glance at the other 8 sections. Yet in Taishu city, their disciples had faced a series of humiliations, leaving their reputation in tatters. Hearing the commotion outside, the 5 disciples of Lingjian sect glanced at one another. When they learned that Lu Xiaochuan and his companions were also at Taishu Tavern, seated in the adjacent private room, their expressions darkened. One disciple suddenly let out a cold chuckle and produced a small vial from his possession. Declaring this contains a powerful laxative, colorless and tasteless, virtually undetectable. Just a small amount will ensure one suffers for 3 days and nights. The medicine should be administered with a heavier dosage. After all, spending 7 days and nights in a latrine is hardly an issue. Immediately, another disciple chuckled and remarked, "Wushidi, I never imagined you possessed such a remarkable remedy. While it was merely a laxative, it would certainly serve to teach Lu Xiaochuan and Chen Duoduo a valuable lesson." In the adjacent private room, Lu Xiaochuan and his companions ordered a sumptuous feast, significantly more lavish than their previous selection. Shaoran brought over a fine jar of wine and cheerfully informed Lu Xiaochuan, "Lord Lu, her guest has expressed gratitude for your efforts in defending the honor of Taishu sect by defeating the disciples of Lingjian sect, hence he invites you to partake in a drink." Such fortuitous circumstances, naturally, Lu Xiaochuan would not refuse the invitation. However, upon receiving the jar of wine and inhaling its aroma, his brows furrowed in immediate concern. A smirk curled upon his lips as he whispered a few words to the server, who nodded vigorously in response. After dismissing the server, Songlinga, her expression filled with confusion, inquired, "What did you say to the server, master brother?" Lu Xiaochuan merely smiled and replied, "You will see soon, a splendid performance awaits." He then tucked away the jar of wine the server had brought. Observing that Lu Xiaochuan was putting the fine wine away, Songlinga exclaimed, "Master brother, are you really going to take the wine with you? Since it was a gift, we should enjoy it. Today is a day for celebration." Lu Xiaochuan gazed at Songlinga and asked, "Do you truly wish to drink? Why not enjoy good wine?" she retorted. "Are you certain?" he probed. "Absolutely," she affirmed, not one to be stingy. Lu Xiaochuan poured her a glass and gestured for her to proceed. Without a moment's hesitation, Songlinga downed the drink in one gulp, exclaiming afterward, "Master brother, this wine is truly exceptional, far superior to what we ordered. It must not be from Taishu Tavern. Shall I pour you another glass?" she inquired. "1 glass is insufficient, let us all partake." Lu Xiaochuan, however, shook his head. "I shall abstain." He then turned to Zhong Wei, who rapidly shook his head in refusal. Before Lu Xiaochuan could speak, Chen Duoduo glanced at Lu Xiaochuan, hesitated momentarily, and finally said, "Then I shall not drink either." Songlinga looked at the 3 with puzzlement. "What is the matter with you? Such exquisite wine, and you all refuse to drink? If you won't drink, then allow me to indulge." However, before she could finish her sentence, the strange sound emanated from her stomach. Her expression shifted dramatically as she pressed her hands against her abdomen, which began to churn violently, causing her immense discomfort. As if a torrent were about to burst forth from within. Lu Xiaochuan pointed in a direction and urged, "The private room has a restroom, hurry." Zhang Linga clutched her stomach and dashed towards the latrine. Soon, the sound of a flood could be heard from within, accompanied by various peculiar noises. This development left Qian Duoduo and Zhong Wei in a state of shock, particularly Qian Duoduo, who looked at Lu Xiaochuan in bewilderment and asked, "Master brother, what has happened to Linga? What's going on?" Lu Xiaochuan glanced at Zhang Linga's wine glass and remarked, "I warned her not to drink that wine, but she insisted." "The wine? Is there a problem?" Just as Chen Duoduo pondered this, Zhang Wei suddenly understood. "I see now, the wine was laced with a laxative, which is why Master Brother advised us against drinking." Chen Duoduo finally grasped the situation. Hearing the chaos from the latrine, he felt a pang of sympathy. "Master Brother, since you knew the wine was tainted, why did you still let Linga drink?" Lu Xiaochuan shrugged. "Some lessons cannot be imparted through mere words. One must experience them firsthand to truly grasp their significance. The journey of growth requires various experiences, both good and bad, including pain. After this lesson, Linga will surely become wiser." Qian Duoduo nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the wisdom in Lu Xiaochuan's words. "Master brother, who would resort to such underhanded tactics?" he queried in confusion. Lu Xiaochuan scoffed lightly. "It's just a laxative. Such childish tricks are hardly novel. We as adults should engage in more sophisticated schemes. Patience, soon a grand spectacle will unfold." After some time, Zhang Linga emerged, her body weary and her demeanor akin to that of one recovering from a severe illness. She cast a resentful glance at Lu Xiaochuan, yet who could she blame? It was her own stubbornness that led her to disregard his warning. Ultimately, her lack of experience was to blame. She had never considered that someone might poison the wine with a laxative. Thank goodness it was merely a laxative. Had it been poison, the consequences would have been dire. Lu Xiaochuan produced a pill from his possession and offered it to Zhang Linga. She looked at it with suspicion but did not take it. "If you wish to linger in the latrine for 3 days and nights, then by all means do not consume it," he said. At his words, Zhang Linga felt her stomach churn anew. Terrified, she thought it best to take a leap of faith. She snatched the antidote from Lu Xiaochuan's hand and swallowed it in one go. Astonishingly miraculous results followed. She felt instant relief and regained her vitality. "How remarkable!" Zhang Linga exclaimed, her gaze filled with admiration for Lu Xiaochuan. Though he quickly dampened the mood with his next words, "This antidote costs 1,000 spirit stones. Oh Linga, you shall have it for the cost price." Zhang Linga retorted, "Master brother, is your heart made of coal?" She gritted her teeth, recalling how she had lost 1,000 spirit stones during their last meal. Lu Xiaochuan feigned heartbreak. "Linga, that seems rather ungrateful. I just saved you with a panacea capable of curing myriad toxins. Such a life-saving item is worth far more than 1,000 spirit stones. Even 10,000 would not be excessive. I have no money." "Very well, perhaps Linga wishes to lose weight." "What do you mean?" "Oh, I forgot to mention, you need to take 2 pills for complete detoxification. 1 pill will only last half an hour." Zhang Linga shot him a resentful glare, reluctantly producing 1,000 spirit stones. "Linga, your math skills seem lacking. If 1 pill costs 1,000, how much for 2? Zhang Linga nearly exploded with frustration. Her master brother's heart was undoubtedly darker than coal. "This is too much," she thought. Nearly grinding her teeth to dust, though she was angry, Zhang Linga ultimately surrendered and handed over another 1,000 spirit stones. Lu Xiaochuan swiftly pocketed the 2,000 spirit stones, yet after securing the payment, he continued to enjoy his wine and food as if nothing had occurred. Zhang Linga glared at him, extending her delicate hand. "What about the antidote? You just consumed it. What need have you for another?" He replied, Master Brother's antidote is capable of resolving all toxins. Realizing the deception, Songlinga demanded, then return my 1,000 spirit stones. Lu Xiaochuan feigned confusion, but didn't you just give me 1,000 spirit stones? What more do you want? Oh, so infuriating, Master Brother, do you have any sense of conscience? None at all. Did I not inform you of that earlier? Ultimately, Songlinga had to concede, sulking with her arms crossed. Her expression one of deep resentment as she muttered under her breath, before long, they were all well fed and satisfied. At that moment a commotion arose from the adjacent private room, piquing Lu Xiaochuan's interest. The show is about to begin, let us go watch. Songlinga and Chen Duo exchanged puzzled glances. What performance? The four swiftly approached the door of the neighboring room. The server from earlier approached Lu Xiaochuan. Exchanging a knowing glance inside the private room, strange sounds began to echo. Songlinga furrowed her brows in confusion, peering into the closed door, wondering what could be happening within to produce such odd noises. Lu Xiaochuan advised, it may not be suitable for young ladies to witness, perhaps you should step back. Not a chance. Songlinga resolutely refused. Why should she retreat alone? She was determined to see. Really, you won't step back? Absolutely not. Lu Xiaochuan shrugged in resignation, deeming it not worth his concern. He signaled to Zhong Wei, who promptly and forcefully pushed open the door of the private room. As the door swung open, an utterly shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. Seeing such an inappropriate display, Songlinga quickly shielded her face and hid behind Lu Xiaochuan, her cheeks flashing crimson with embarrassment. She felt utterly compromised. Lu Xiaochuan cast a glance at the innkeeper, who immediately responded with a cheerful smile. Rest assured, Lord Lu, everything has been arranged perfectly. This will undoubtedly become explosive news in Taishu City. Let us settle the bill. Lu Xiaochuan addressed the innkeeper. The innkeeper promptly approached Chen Duo. Lord Chen, the total comes to 1,000 spirit stones. Would you be so kind as to settle it? After a brief moment of surprise, Chen Duo readily handed over the 1,000 spirit stones, which he had barely grasped. So this was the intention behind the senior brother's gift of 1,000 spirit stones. As Lu Xiaochuan and his three companions exited the tavern, they were greeted by a scene of extraordinary commotion outside. The entrance was thronged with onlookers. The storytellers and purveyors of rumors from Taishu City had all gathered, eager to ensure that the 5 disciples of the Lingzhen sect would make a name for themselves. Senior brother, is this tactic a bit too underhanded? Chen Duo could not help but remark. Lu Xiaochuan replied, this is merely returning the favor in kind. Where lies the underhandedness? I have not poisoned them. Rendering them half-paralyzed is already an act of mercy. If they resort to deceit, then we must outwit them in turn. Do you understand? Chen Duo nodded thoughtfully, just as the 4 of them were about to return to their sect. Li Jianxin and his group hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan, Li Jianxin's brows furrowed deeply. Recognizing Lu Xiaochuan's presence, Li Jianxin, not one to be easily deceived, immediately suspected that this incident was connected to him. With a swift stride he confronted Lu Xiaochuan, his demeanor fierce as a raging tiger, his eyes radiating a sharp glint akin to a lethal blade. That gaze was lethal, yet Lu Xiaochuan remained unfazed. What have you done to them? Li Jianxin demanded, his voice laced with fury. Before Lu Xiaochuan could respond, Songlinga interjected angrily, you should first inquire about the deeds of your own Lingzhen sect, despicable and shameless as they are. They are facing this fate because they deserve it. Li Jianxin's cold gaze quickly shifted towards Songlinga. Instinctively, she retreated behind Lu Xiaochuan, gripping his arm tightly. They are allowed to drag us, but we are not permitted to retaliate? I fear you not. We have preserved all evidence. Should this matter reach my father, I wonder how your Lingzhen sect will fare. Songlinga continued, her anger palpable, having suffered from the laxative and being swindled out of 2,000 spirit stones by the senior brother. She could not contain her frustration. This matter could be serious. To drag the little princess of Tsang country, if pursued to its depths, it could lead to grave consequences. Li Jianshin's expression darkened as he regarded Sang Linga. But he was acutely aware of her noble status and dared not speak further. Let us wait and see, he threatened Lu Xiaochuan before departing with his entourage. Lu Xiaochuan shrugged dismissively, then we shall wait and see. Soon, the scandal involving the 5 disciples of the Lingjian sect spread like wildfire throughout Taishu sect, creating a great uproar. Upon returning to Lingshu Peak, Lu Xiaochuan felt a powerful aura surging from a certain area of the peak, suggesting that Ru Feng had achieved a breakthrough. After a quick glance in that direction, he hurriedly made his way over. Before long, he arrived at a charming courtyard, the dwelling of his junior sister, Mu Ru Feng. She had a fondness for peach blossoms, and her courtyard was filled with them, thriving under the nurturing spirit energy. Petals carpeted the ground, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a fairyland. Beneath a peach tree, a thick layer of petals lay scattered, upon which 2 delicate, crystal-clear, snow-white feet rested. Ascending from there, a breathtaking view unfolded: a pink gown, a graceful figure, a waist that could be grasped with a single hand, and a face of extraordinary beauty, exquisite to the point of being enchanting. Who could resist such a lovely fairy? It was no wonder that Mu Ru Feng had become the goddess in the hearts of Taishu sect's disciples. Liu Xiaochuan found himself momentarily entranced. Mu Ru Feng smiled seductively at Liu Xiaochuan, beckoning him with a playful gesture, lightly biting her lip, her voice as melodious as silver bells. "Senior brother, come here." That voice was truly enchanting. Startled, Liu Xiaochuan involuntarily shivered. "Little enchantress," he muttered under his breath, yet found himself walking towards her. As he approached, Mu Ru Feng leaned back, reclining on the petals, embodying an alluring enchantress. With a gaze full of charm, she beckoned Liu Xiaochuan closer, patting the petals beside her, inviting him to lie beside her. However, Liu Xiaochuan regained his composure. "I am afraid of you, on my very first day at the sect. My master, the celestial maiden Shonji, gravely warned me, Xiaochuan, you may tease your senior and second junior sisters, but you must never lay a hand on the little junior sister. You must remember this. Otherwise even I cannot protect you." Despite Liu Xiaochuan's repeated inquiries, his master had remained tight-lipped, yet he was not foolish and understood that there must be a valid reason behind her words. Since then, he had not dared to joke with Mu Ru Feng, let alone take any liberties. "Little junior sister, do not disrupt the resolve of your senior brother." Liu Xiaochuan declared with a serious demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, attempting to assert his authority. Mu Ru Feng smiled brightly. Her smile could captivate the world, and a second would send the blossoms into disarray. "What are you thinking about, senior brother? I simply wish to have a heart-to-heart after not seeing you for a month. Why stand when we can sit? Why not lie down? I was merely considering your well-being." "Dear junior sister, how considerate of me," Liu Xiaochuan retorted, aware that a woman's words could often be deceiving. Just then, Qin Hongyan and Liu Yaoyao arrived. Upon seeing her senior sisters, Mu Ru Feng finally stood up. "Congratulations, junior sister Ru Feng, on breaking through to the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm. It seems I must step up my efforts," Qin Hongyan remarked. Liu Yaoyao sighed lightly, adding, "Senior sister Qin, I should be the one striving harder." Without lingering, Qin Hongyan bid farewell and departed. Liu Yaoyao, equally motivated, quickly followed suit. With both junior sisters gone, Liu Xiaochuan felt it prudent to make his exit as well and swiftly departed. Watching Liu Xiaochuan flee as if pursued by demons, Mu Ru Feng pondered, "Why has senior brother grown increasingly fearful of me? How can I win his affection? This truly presents a formidable challenge." Upon returning to the scripture pavilion, Elder Qi rushed in, urgency evident on his face. "Xiaochuan, trouble has arisen. Come with me to the main peak. We must also summon Qin Hongyan and the others." "What trouble?" Liu Xiaochuan inquired, his brow furrowing at Elder Qi's serious demeanor. "The 9 great sects have gathered at our Taishu sect, demanding that the chief disciple of the academy, Yu Fuyo, identify the culprit on the spot." Suspecting that the assailant is one of our OWN. Liu Xiaochuan was taken aback. The academy has found Yu Fuyao so quickly, he had thought it would take at least 10 days or half a month. He had known he should not have been lenient towards women, but it was of little consequence now. In such darkness, he doubted Yu Fuyao would recognize him. Liu Xiaochuan quickly summoned Qin Hongyan and the others, and they proceeded to the Taishu Peak together. At the Taishu Hall, representatives from the 9 great sects were gathered. The chief disciples of the academy, Yu Fuyao, and the Lingjian sect, Li Jianxin, were the only 2 unscathed. A layer of frost covered Yu Fuyao's stunning face, her demeanor as cold as a 1,000-year-old ice, her eyes glinting with sharpness. As the chief disciple of the academy, she was also the only female chief disciple among the top 10 sects of Tsong country. She had been abducted by a man in black, imprisoned for several days, a profound humiliation. Aside from Liu Xiaochuan and his 3 companions, 6 other disciples from Taishu sect had been summoned, totaling 10 disciples. What astonished the representatives of the 9 great sects was that among these 10 disciples there were 2 at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm and 7 at the 8th level. It should be noted that the chief disciples of the 9 great sects were merely at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. The 9 sects had only 1 disciple at the 8th level, with a maximum of 3. The Lingjian sect was the only one with 3 disciples at the 8th level, while the other 8 sects had 1 or 2. However, compared to Taishu sect, they fell significantly short. This disparity left the representatives of the 9 sects exchanging bewildered glances. While it was true that Taishu sect was the strongest sect in Tsong country, the previous gap between them and the 9 sects had never been so vast. How had Taishu sect come to possess such an abundance of prodigies? However, speaking of prodigies, the eyes of the 9 sects fell upon Liu Xiaochuan. If there was a prodigy to speak of, it was undoubtedly this one who had shocked the world. His presence among the top 10 disciples of Taishu sect, being merely at the Qi refinement stage, it seemed utterly incongruous. On Taishu sect side, Ishonran Taiyan, the peak master, along with several co-elders, were all present. Elder Emoda from the academy spoke gravely. Since all 10 disciples of Taishu sect are present, let us begin. Chapter 36. Yu Fuyao identifies Liu Xiaochuan. Taiyan Zhanran slightly nodded, his gaze shifting towards Liu Xiaochuan and his companions. The disciples of our Taishu sect are known for their upright conduct, embodying integrity and a spirit of righteousness. This is the most fundamental moral quality of a disciple of Taishu sect. I pose this question to you: is the incident involving the chief disciples of the 8 major sects being ambushed last night in any way related to you? In unison, Liu Xiaochuan and his companions replied, "No." Liu Xiaochuan's voice rang the loudest, asserting, "Unless there is evidence, there is nothing to speak of. Not even the King of Heaven could change that." Taiyan Shanran nodded slightly. "I believe you are innocent. Such despicable acts are beneath the dignity of our Taishu sect's disciples. However, since the 9 major sects have pointed their fingers at us, and since they have all gathered at our Taishu sect, we, as the foremost of the 10 sects of the Tsongwa, must exhibit the capacity to accommodate others. If the 9 major sects wish to identify the culprit, then we shall simply prove our innocence. You should follow Elder Mod's instructions." Several disciples from the academy brought forth night cloaks to distribute to Liu Xiaochuan and his companions. Elder Mod, with a stern expression, instructed them, "Put on the night cloaks." Qin Hongyan cast a worried glance at Liu Xiaochuan. He subtly assured her with a reassuring look. Only Qin Hongyan was aware that Liu Xiaochuan was the one behind the incident. She had contemplated shouldering the blame, but Liu Xiaochuan had declined. Soon, Liu Xiaochuan and his companions donned the night cloaks. Elder Mod turned to the frosty Yu Fuyao and said, "Proceed with the identification." Yu Fuyao stepped forward, positioning herself before Liu Xiaochuan and his companions. She merely glanced at Qin Hongyan and the others before moving on, as she was entirely certain that the assailant was male. Her piercing gaze fell upon the 7 young men, scrutinizing them intently, as if she sought to unravel every secret they held. After surveying the front row, she moved to the back, examining each individual. Upon catching sight of Lu Xiaochuan's silhouette, a wave of familiarity washed over her. After multiple confirmations, she finally arrived at an answer in her heart. Pointing decisively at Lu Xiaochuan, she declared coldly, "It is him. I can assert with utmost certainty that the one who ambushed me that night was him. Although he was masked, I could not discern his features, yet his figure is indelibly etched in my memory." Upon this revelation, all eyes converged upon Lu Xiaochuan. Qin Honian instantly felt a surge of anxiety. Not only the members of the 9 major sects but even those from Taishu sect regarded Lu Xiaochuan with expressions of profound surprise. This matter had indeed been discussed among Taiyan Zhonran and the others, yet no one had suspected Lu Xiaochuan. The members of the 9 sects were equally incredulous, having once suspected Qin Honian instead. The realization that Yu Fuao had truly identified him shocked Lu Xiaochuan. How could this woman possess such keen insight? Merely a glance at his back, and she could recognize him so accurately. This was indeed an unexpected turn of events. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaochuan was resolute in his refusal to admit any wrongdoing. "Miss Yu, you cannot simply accuse me without justification," he proclaimed. "I, Lu Xiaochuan, uphold righteousness and would never engage in such vile and despicable acts. You must have mistaken me." Elder Mod regarded Lu Xiaochuan with uncertainty. Had Yu Fuao pointed to anyone else, he would have had no doubt, but the fact that she had accused Lu Xiaochuan left him with reservations. Yet Yu Fuao remained steadfast, asserting, "It is you, and I shall not be mistaken. Your figure is one I could recognize even in ashes. Do not attempt to wriggle out of this, Miss Yu. Are you so certain you are not mistaken? You mentioned that you only caught a fleeting glimpse of my silhouette. How can you be absolutely certain? I possess an impeccable memory, and do you have any evidence? You cannot condemn me solely based on your word. Can you? My own eyes witnessed it. Is that not sufficient evidence? Did you see the face of the assailant? No. Then how can you assert so confidently that what you saw is indisputable? You are merely grasping at straws. Refusing to face the truth. The assailant is undoubtedly you." Although Yu Fuao had identified the culprit, the members of the 9 major sects appeared remarkably calm. After all, based on their information, Lu Xiaochuan was not capable of such a deed. However, this was an opportunity to probe into Lu Xiaochuan's true abilities and ascertain whether he was indeed as he appeared. Gazing at the flustered Yu Fuao, Lu Xiaochuan inquired, "Miss Yu, may I ask what your cultivation level is?" "Eightfold in the Golden Core realm." "And what do you perceive my level to be?" Yu Fuao furrowed her brow, her cold stare intensifying as her expression grew more perplexed. "9th level of the Qi refining realm." "How could you possibly be at that level?" Lu Xiaochuan sighed, shaking his head with a melancholic smile. "Alas, I wish I were at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, but the harsh truth is otherwise." Yu Fuao regarded Lu Xiaochuan with curiosity. The members of the 9 major sects shared similar doubts. Though they had heard rumors, they remained hesitant to fully believe. This was precisely why there had been repeated challenges against Lu Xiaochuan. Li Jian's gaze was cold and piercing as he scrutinized Lu Xiaochuan. His animosity towards him was palpable. Having suffered humiliation at Lu Xiaochuan's hands on multiple occasions, he yearned to uncover whether Lu Xiaochuan was truly only at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. If that were the case, after a prolonged icy stare, Yu Fuao still would not relent, shaking her head in disbelief. "Impossible, this cannot be. I refuse to accept it. Lu Xiaochuan, you are the first Chaos Dao sacred body in the history of our northern wilderness region. You possess a cultivation talent 10-fold, even 100-fold greater than ours. Logically, even if you had reached the 9th level of the divine travel realm, I would believe it. Yet, as a Chaos Dao sacred body, if you merely lay there for 10 years without cultivation, you could not possibly still be at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. If the Chaos Dao sacred body was so feeble, how could it be deemed the strongest cultivation physique in the ages? The chosen one, the son of the heavens, you must be disguising your true self." This was the very point of suspicion held by the 9 major sections. Although Lu Xiaochuan appeared to be at the 9th level of the qi refining realm, they could not entirely rule out the possibility that he was concealing his true strength, utilizing advanced techniques to mask his aura. Liu Xiaochuan rolled his eyes at Yu Fuyao, replying with irritation, "There is a saying in my hometown, big chests, empty minds. How can you be so foolish without possessing such attributes?" "What attributes?" Yu Fuyao momentarily froze. Then suddenly realized instinctively, she glanced down at the flat ground beneath her, yet she was still incensed, glaring fiercely at Lu Xiaochuan. "Say that again, though you lack such attributes you cannot say it aloud," Lu Xiaochuan continued. "If you had even a shred of intelligence you wouldn't utter such foolishness. If I were indeed at the divine travel realm, do you think I would need to conceal my aura and hide my strength? My junior sister Qin, at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, has already swept through the younger generation of Tsongwa. If I were at the divine travel realm, with such overwhelming strength, would I still need to hide, let alone in Tsongwa, even across the entire northern wilderness? How many divine travel realm practitioners are there? Why would I need to hide my realm? Next time you speak, kindly engage your brain fast. Why Yu Fuyao's face turned green with rage, yet she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Unable to refute him, she had to concede that Lu Xiaochuan made a valid point. Could it be that he was not the assailant? But she distinctly remembered that silhouette. There was no way she could be mistaken. Stubborn and proud, Yu Fuyao remained resolute, declaring, "Lu Xiaochuan, although your arguments possess some merit, the most misleading of all are those that seem reasonable. There are always individuals who do not play by the rules. If you wish for us to believe you, you must present more convincing evidence." Liu Xiaochuan, are you willing to allow us to verify your cultivation level? Yu Fuyao's suggestion instantly sparked a gleam in the eyes of the members of the 9 major sections. Chapter 37, Background Fortune. Blood earned at 18 million. Indeed, the truth of Lu Xiaochuan's cultivation could be easily ascertained. This was precisely what the 9 major sects had long wished to do but had not found the opportunity until now. Yu Fuyao's proposal aligned perfectly with their intentions. Confronted by the malevolent gazes of the 9 major sects, Lu Xiaochuan naturally refused. "Absurd, you seek to invade my privacy, and I will not comply. My status as a qi refining realm practitioner is evident. What further verification is necessary? How could I possibly possess the capability to conceal my realm in the presence of so many divine travel realm experts?" "Young Master Lu," Yu Fuyao countered, "while you make a valid point, there are matters in this world that defy logical explanation. If your conscience is clear, what fear do you have in allowing us to examine your level? Thus, you would be able to thoroughly clear your name and restore your innocence. Our 9 major sects would also be able to completely dispel any doubts regarding your Taisu sect. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement, I believe you have no reason to refuse, do you? Unless, of course, you are feeling guilty and are afraid to allow us to inspect you. Aside from that possibility, I truly cannot fathom any other reason." The others from the 9 major sects echoed Yu Fuyao's words, directing stern inquiries at Lu Xiaochuan. Li Jinshin sneered coldly, saying, "Lu Xiaochuan, your Taisu sect has always prided itself on conduct that is above board. As the foremost sect among the top 10 of our Tsang kingdom, you should set an example in every regard. It is merely a matter of allowing us to check your cultivation level. Why do you hesitate? In this world there are indeed secret methods capable of perfectly concealing one's aura and cultivation level. You, Lu Xiaochuan, are the first Chaos Dao Saint body in the history of our northern wasteland. Who would believe that after 10 years of cultivation you remain at the qi refining stage? Is my understanding of your Chaos Dao Saint body to be deemed false? Absurd, the Chaos Dao Saint body cannot be fake." Lu Xiaochuan shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Then I too am curious as to why, after a decade, I still remain at the qi refining stage." "Alas," Li Jinshin pointed at Lu Xiaochuan and declared, "whether or not you are at the qi refining stage is not for you to say, it must be confirmed through inspection. As the chief disciple of Taisu sect, Liu Xiaochuan, why not give us a straightforward answer? Why Dodol, the Tianzhenren exchanged glances with several elders, fully aware of Lu Xiaochuan's true cultivation level, which was indeed the qi refining stage. They decided it was best to let Lu Xiaochuan handle this matter himself. Lu Xiaochuan looked at Li Jianxin and Yu Fuyao, curling his lip and saying, "So, you insist on inspecting my cultivation level today, do you?" "Indeed," responded Li Jianxin and Yu Fuyao in unison, "and if my cultivation level truly is the qi refining stage." "What then? If that is indeed the case, then we have misunderstood you, and we shall apologize," they replied. "Is your apology worth a single spirit stone?" Yu Fuyao interjected. Li Jianxin quickly reacted, looking at Lu Xiaochuan with disdain. "If you desire money, just say so, why beat around the bush?" Lu Xiaochuan instantly adopted a serious demeanor. "That is not how it should be stated. If you have indeed wronged me, then compensation for emotional distress is not too much to ask. Is it? I am willing to allow you to inspect me, but conditions must be set. If you find that I am indeed at the qi refining stage, then it would only be fair for each of your 9 sects to compensate me with 200,000 spirit stones to soothe my wounded spirit." "How does that sound?" The members of the 9 major sects exchanged glances, realizing that for a sect, 200,000 spirit stones was not an exorbitant sum. If they could ascertain Lu Xiaochuan's authenticity for just that amount, it was quite worthwhile. After all, the 9 major sects had employed countless methods over the years, yet none had yielded the desired results. Now, with just 200,000 spirit stones from each sect, they could achieve their aims. Why not seize the opportunity? Before long, the elders of the 9 major sects nodded in agreement, seeing that they had all consented. Lu Xiaochuan's heart soared with joy. He could hardly contain his elation. Envisioning 18 million spirit stones in his grasp, once those spirit stones were secured, he was confident he could break through to the foundation establishment stage. Lu Xiaochuan procured a jade plate, placing it on the ground, and addressed the elders of the 9 major sects. "Esteemed elders, please place 200,000 spirit stones into your special rings and then deposit them in this jade plate. Once the funds are secured, I shall fully cooperate with your inspection in whatever manner you choose. Should the money not be in place, then this matter is off the table." Lu Xiaochuan adopted a demeanor that suggested he was only motivated by financial gain. Without the sight of money, he would certainly not proceed. This was a principle he upheld. Having reached this point, the elders of the 9 major sects harbored no hesitation and promptly deposited their 200,000 spirit stones into the jade plate. Once the funds were in place, Lu Xiaochuan spread his hands wide, adopting a posture of compliance. Come, inspect me as you wish. However, refrain from touching indiscriminately. I possess a formidable weapon. A formidable weapon? Yu Fuyao inquired, looking at Lu Xiaochuan with intrigue. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, her gaze darted to a certain part of Lu Xiaochuan, causing a flash of embarrassment and anger to color her otherwise pristine features. As she muttered a curse, "Shameless," the elders of the 9 major sects showed no hesitation surrounding Lu Xiaochuan to conduct their inspection. However, soon their faces betrayed a mix of astonishment and disbelief. For indeed, Lu Xiaochuan was genuinely at the qi refining stage. After repeated checks, the elders had no choice but to withdraw. Although the disciples of the 9 major sects recognized the outcome, a few still persisted in their inquiries. The final conclusion of the elders was that Lu Xiaochuan was indeed at the qi refining stage. Li Jianxin and Yu Fuyao exchanged glances, uncertain whether to feel joy or distress. The joy stemmed from the realization that this so-called first Chaos Dao Saint body of the northern wasteland had, after a decade of cultivation, remained at the qi refining stage, a veritable waste of potential. Any disciple from the top 10 sects of Tsang Kingdom could easily surpass him by a wide margin. The distress arose from the fact that if Lu Xiaochuan was confirmed to be at the qi refining stage, then any suspicion regarding the recent attack could be dismissed, and the Tai Su sect could also be cleared of blame. Thus, the collective efforts of the 9 major sects would yield no tangible results. Nevertheless, overall satisfaction prevailed. Li Jianxin soon adopted a colder demeanor, his gaze toward Lu Xiaochuan laced with disdain and contempt. It turned out he was merely a counterfeit Chaos Dao Saint body. A disgrace to the esteemed name it bore. Why had heaven bestowed upon Lu Xiaochuan the title of Chaos Dao Saint body? Had it been granted to Li Jianxin instead, what glory he could have earned. Lu Xiaochuan jubilantly gathered the 18 million spirit stones from the jade plate and, clasping his fists in gratitude to the members of the 9 major sects, remarked, "Esteemed ones, as my name has now been cleared, this matter is no longer of my concern. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Naturally, upon earning a profit, he sought to depart promptly. However, just as Lu Xiaochuan was about to make his exit, Li Jianxin obstructed his path. Chapter 38 The truth behind the death of Lei Renjie cannot be concealed. Are you unable to accept defeat? Lu Xiaochuan cast a glance at Li Jianxin, immediately sensing the ill intent in his demeanor. He was clearly seeking to provoke a confrontation. Li Jianxin smirked, filled with disdain for Lu Xiaochuan. Previously, he had been intimidated by Lu Xiaochuan, refraining from accepting his challenge to a life-and-death duel. Now, reflecting upon it, Li Jianxin felt humiliated. Had he accepted the challenge last time, Lu Xiaochuan would have already perished beneath his sword. What would it have felt like to personally slay the chief disciple of the Taisu sect? The first Chaos Dao Saint body in the history of the Northern Wasteland. That would have been an unparalleled honor, a grand opportunity for fame. Alas, he had let it slip through his fingers. Li Jianxin coldly regarded Lu Xiaochuan. While your suspicion regarding the attack has been cleared, you should also provide an explanation regarding the death of my junior brother, Lei Renjie. Explain what? It has nothing to do with me. Leave, Lu Xiaochuan erupted, cursing without restraint and glaring at Li Jianxin. Am I being too lenient with youth, leading you to believe that the Taisu sect is your playground? Li Jianxin glared back at Lu Xiaochuan with fury. Astonished that a mere waste would dare to be so arrogant, the onlookers from the 9 major sects regarded Lu Xiaochuan with unusual expressions. This fellow may lack skills, but he certainly had a fiery temper. Li Jianxin stood in front of Lu Xiaochuan, showing no intention of yielding. Instead, he continued coldly, "Since you claim this matter is none of your concern, then please explain why Lei Renjie's spiritual weapon, the Golden Huang Bell, was found on you." The Golden Huang Bell is on Lu Xiaochuan. The gazes of Tian Zhonran and the other elders fell upon Lu Xiaochuan. The other 8 sects also grew intrigued. The Golden Huang Bell was one of the top 10 spiritual weapons of the Lingjian sect, a fact well known among the 10 major sections, though Lu Xiaochuan's face remained unperturbed, betraying no sign of emotion. His heart was racing. How could this be? The Golden Huang Bell was hidden within his special ring. As long as he did not take it out, who could possibly know? Li Jianxin was attempting to bait him. Golden Huang Bell, why not mention that the slaying immortal sword of your Lingjian sect is in my possession as well? You all just inspected me and confirmed that I am at the Qi refining stage. How could a Qi refining stage cultivator possibly kill Lei Renjie? Lu Xiaochuan rolled his eyes at Li Jianxin, launching into another tirade. You may suspect me, but do not attempt to deceive me. With no evidence, it is futile to accuse me of something I did not do. Li Jianxin chuckled coldly. Lu Xiaochuan, I anticipated you would not admit to it, but that is of no consequence. Do you dare to present all of your special rings for inspection? You are greedy for wealth, are you not? This time name your price. If we find nothing, we will compensate you. Would 1 million be sufficient? If not, then 2 million, or perhaps 3 million. Look, such a splendid opportunity to make money lies before you. Do you have the courage to let me inspect? Li Jianxin's strategy was undeniably ruthless and decisive. Earlier, Lu Xiaochuan had permitted them to inspect his cultivation level for the sake of money. What would he do now? Li Jianxin directly set the price at 30 million, and it could even go higher. Money is no longer an issue, the pressure has completely shifted to Lu Xiaochuan. It remains to be seen whether Lu Xiaochuan dares to allow the Lingjian sect to conduct an inspection. If Lu Xiaochuan refuses to let the Lingjian sect examine the situation, it would imply that he is feeling guilty. Conversely, if he permits the inspection, it would undoubtedly expose him. Qin Hongyan cast a worried glance at Lu Xiaochuan. If the truth were to come out, she would unhesitatingly step forward to take responsibility. She would never allow her senior brother to reveal his strength. Faced with Li Jianxin's ruthless move, Lu Xiaochuan had to concede that this was indeed a challenging dilemma. Since Li Jianxin had made his move, how could Lu Xiaochuan not respond? Thus, he promptly quoted a price of 30 million. Since the Lingjian sect is so eager to provide me with money, why should I not seize the opportunity? Present 30 million and I will immediately allow your people to conduct the inspection. Upon hearing her senior brother's swift agreement, Qin Hongyan felt a wave of confusion. However, she quickly realized that her senior brother must have anticipated this and made arrangements long ago. Did Li Jianxin think he could outsmart her senior brother? He was still quite naive. Lu Xiaochuan's willingness to comply immediately caused Li Jianxin to hesitate. Li Jianxin furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Lu Xiaochuan, attempting to discern whether he was merely putting on a brave front to intimidate him or if he genuinely dared to play this game. If Lu Xiaochuan was indeed bold enough to engage in such a gamble, it might suggest that the item was not in his possession, otherwise how could he dare to accept the challenge? Li Jianxin had not anticipated that Lu Xiaochuan would show no hesitation at all this time. All his prepared arguments became irrelevant. Hurry up, for heaven's sake, are you not a man? A real man does not dawdle. I have no time for this. Li Jianxin remained silent while Lu Xiaochuan began to urge him. Hearing Lu Xiaochuan's insistence, Li Jianxin's expression darkened further. His gaze towards Lu Xiaochuan grew colder and more piercing, as if he were trying to see through him, yet it was evident that he could not penetrate Lu Xiaochuan's depths. Lu Xiaochuan exuded an aura akin to an unfathomable abyss, inscrutable and elusive. Humph! Li Jianxin suddenly chuckled coldly and said, Lu Xiaochuan, do you truly believe that by hiding the item in a place no one can find, the Lingjian sect will be powerless to act? The Jin Huang bell may not necessarily be with you, but I suspect you have concealed it. You play a clever game attempting to deceive the Lingjian sect, Lu Xiaochuan retorted with disdain. Your mouth is yours to use. Say whatever you wish. Not daring is simply not daring. Being timid is being timid. If you don't want to play, then step aside. I have no leisure to indulge you. Humph! Li Jianxin huffed heavily, raising his voice several octaves. Lu Xiaochuan, do you really think the Lingjian sect has no means to locate the Jin Huang bell? It seems you are unaware that the Jin Huang bell actually has a pair. Our Lingjian sect possesses another Jin Huang bell, and these two bells resonate with each other. No matter where you hide the Jin Huang bell, it will be futile. It cannot escape the other bell's sensing ability. There is a pair of Jin Huang bells. How troublesome. If that is the case, then I've truly underestimated the situation. But hold on, perhaps Li Jianxin is just trying to bluff me. Soon after, the elders from other sects spoke up. Indeed, it is said that the Jin Huang bell has a pair. Li Jianxin looked at Elder Fuzhou, who suddenly produced a Jin Huang bell in his hand. Lu Xiaochuan's gaze instinctively turned towards the Jin Huang bell in Elder Fuzhou's possession. A glance nearly startled him. It was indeed identical to the Jin Huang bell he had seized from Lei Renjie. Could it be that the Jin Huang bell truly has a pair? This can't be happening. Chapter 39. The foolish Qin Hongyan. Upon hearing that the 9 major sects were gathering at the Taisu sect, Lu Xiaochuan prepared thoroughly. He anticipated that the Lingjian sect might raise issues regarding Lei Renjie, so he had hidden the special ring containing the Jin Huang bell well in advance. No one but him could find it. However, despite his careful planning, Lu Xiaochuan never considered that the Jin Huang bell actually had a pair. Could he no longer keep this secret? No, even if the Jin Huang bell has a pair, it does not necessarily mean they can sense each other, right? Lu Xiaochuan had never heard of such a thing before he could ponder further. Qin Honyan unexpectedly stepped forward and addressed the Lingjian sect. I killed Lei Renjie. It has nothing to do with my senior brother. Upon hearing Qin Hanyan's words, Lu Xiaochuan felt an overwhelming urge to cry without tears. He had no time to stop her, otherwise he would never have allowed his junior sister to make such a confession. Lu Xiaochuan was now almost certain that Li Jianxin was attempting to deceive him. Even if they produced an identical Jin Huang bell, it could not truly lead them to the other. Yet he was astonished that his junior sister could be so foolish as to fall for it. As soon as Qin Honyan admitted to it, a triumphant smirk spread across Li Jianxin's face. Li Jianxin turned to Qin Honyan and asked, "So you admit that you killed Lei Renjie?" Lu Xiaochuan realized it was too late to intervene. Well then, since his junior sister has confessed, so be it. What nonsense rules! In the end, it all comes down to power. If it comes to the worst, then he would have to reveal his strength. To be frank, Lu Xiaochuan did not regard the Lingjian sect as a threat. If it came to revealing his strength, he could single-handedly annihilate a sect. If the Lingjian sect truly sought their own demise, Lu Xiaochuan would not hesitate to destroy them. Qin Honyan said, "Yes, I admit that I killed Lei Renjie. The Jin Huang bell is indeed with my senior brother, but I gave it to him." The eyes of the Taisu sect members turned towards Qin Honyan, their brows furrowing in disbelief. The members of the 9 major sects also focused their attention on her. Qin Honyan had a good reputation in the Tsong country, and hearing her admit to killing Lei Renjie naturally left everyone astonished. Li Jianxin coldly regarded Lu Xiaochuan and said, "The character of Qin Honyan is well known among the Tsong country people. I find it hard to believe she would do such a thing. The only possibility is that you instigated her to kill Lei Renjie, right?" Li Jianxin's intentions were evidently malicious. He was deliberately forcing Lu Xiaochuan's hand, aiming to compel him to confess. If Lu Xiaochuan did not acknowledge it, then the murderer would be Qin Honyan, and Lu Xiaochuan would be left to let her take the blame. If Lu Xiaochuan confessed, then he would be the mastermind behind the scenes, and naturally, he could not escape the Lingjian sect's wrath. Thus Lu Xiaochuan found himself in a dilemma, with both choices leading to unfavorable outcomes. How to decide had indeed become a difficult problem. Lu Xiaochuan coldly stared at Li Jianxin and asked, "If someone were to kill you, what would you do?" Li Jianxin was no fool and would not fall for the trick. Lu Xiaochuan, "Don't think you can divert the topic. You must answer this question first before discussing anything else." Lu Xiaochuan shrugged and replied, "I admit that my junior sister killed Lei Renjie because of me, but it was not under my instigation. Rather, he sought his own death. Lei Renjie laid a trap in Taisu City, intending to kill me. My junior sister acted to save me, so she killed him, since he attempted to use the Jin Huang bell to trap me. Under such circumstances, my junior sister's actions were justified. Should I just stand there and let your disciples from the Lingjian sect kill me? If he sought to kill me, then I naturally have the right to kill him. Does that not make sense?" Li Jianxin coldly replied, "That is merely your word against his. It is nothing more than sophistry. How can you prove that Lei Renjie intended to kill you? It is also possible that he merely sought to challenge you. But you bore a grudge and had Qin Honyan kill him." Lu Xiaochuan promptly retorted, "Since you claim it's just one-sided testimony, then if my words are not credible, how can yours be trusted? If you have the ability, to let Lei Renjie come forward and speak for himself." Li Jianxin said, "Since no one can clarify this, we must rely on the facts. You commanded Qin Honyan to kill my junior brother Lei Renjie, which is a fact you just admitted. In that case, let's settle this with a life for a life. That seems reasonable, does it not?" Lu Xiaochuan retorted fiercely at Li Jianxin. "Reasonable, you say? Who questions who asserts? Do you not understand this basic logic? Since it is your Lingjian sect raising suspicions, it is your responsibility to provide evidence that Lei Renjie did not intend to kill me, thereby proving that it was wrong for me to have my junior sister kill him. You want me to prove it? How amusing. Is this the principle by which your Lingyan sect operates? By that logic, can I not also claim that you, Li Jianxin, killed a disciple of my Taisu sect? And if you deny it, then you should prove your innocence. Li Jianxin's face instantly darkened, and for a moment he was at a loss for how to retort. At that moment the previously silent Elder Fujiao suddenly spoke, since both parties are adamant in their claims and neither can provide proof to discredit the other. There remains but one course of action, that is for the disputing parties to engage in a duel on the arena. The loser shall be deemed defeated. Li Jianxin immediately cast a cold, amused glance at Lu Xiaochuan and inquired, "Dare you to challenge me in the arena? Should you emerge victorious, then whatever you assert shall be accepted as truth. If you declare that Lei Renjie deserves death, my Lingyan sect shall not utter a word of dissent. However, if you lose, then the verdict of my Lingyan sect shall hold, and for the life you have taken you shall pay with your own. What say you?" Li Jianxin was effectively cornering Lu Xiaochuan, forcing him towards an inevitable path. Qin Hongyan, feeling anxious, interjected hastily, "Li Jianxin, it was I who killed Lei Renjie. If a duel is to be fought, it should be with me." Her resolve was firm. She was ready to accompany him to the bitter end. Li Jianxin shook his head and replied, "Qin Hongyan, you misunderstand, since you have confessed that it was for Lu Xiaochuan that Lei Renjie was killed. The instigator must indeed be Lu Xiaochuan. As it stands, I am confronting him. Should he refuse to acknowledge his actions, it is only fitting that we settle this with a duel, and you need not involve yourself." Qin Hongyan fell silent. Worry etched across her face as she glanced at Lu Xiaochuan, unsure of how to proceed. All she could do was take the blame for him, yet she had not anticipated Li Jianxin's treachery and cunning tactics. Lu Xiaochuan regarded Li Jianxin coldly. Was he truly intent on forcing his hand? Lu Xiaochuan was reluctant to reveal his full strength. He preferred to remain inconspicuous, believing that a deeper concealment would ensure longer survival. Yet now it seemed he had no other choice but to tread this most perilous path. His heart was heavy with resentment and unwillingness, but what could he do? This question plagued him, and he found no better alternative. Chapter 40. The majestic Shonji Ferry. Elder Fujiao turned to Tian Zhanran and asked, "The arena duel will determine the right and wrong. You will not oppose this, will you?" Tian Zhanran's expression darkened as he cast a contemplative gaze towards Lu Xiaochuan. With both Qin Hongyan and Lu Xiaochuan admitting to Lei Renjie's murder, what could he say? Had they remained silent, he could have defended his disciples, but now, as the sect leader, he could not recklessly offer protection. Thus he found himself in a predicament. Tian Zhanran shot a perplexed glance at Qin Hongyan. Why did she confess? Had she remained steadfast in denial, matters could have been resolved more easily. If she had not acknowledged her actions, the Lingyan sect would have no solid evidence to act brazenly against Taishu sect, but now the situation had spiraled beyond control, and Lu Xiaochuan was effectively cornered, just as Lu Xiaochuan was about to risk everything. A cold voice echoed from afar, "Who dares to bully my disciple?" Upon hearing this voice, Lu Xiaochuan's heart leaped with joy. It was the voice of his master, after a 3-year absence from Taishu sect. His master had finally returned. Qin Hongyan and the others also felt immense relief. The members of Taishu sect widened their eyes in anticipation, for the Shonji Ferry was their strongest member and the mightiest in Tsang country. The only one to achieve the ruins-breaking realm. With her return, what issue could remain unresolved? As the voice faded, the ethereal Shonji Fairy, resembling a celestial being, gracefully descended. She landed before Lu Xiaochuan, a powerful aura bearing down upon Li Jianxin. How could Li Jianxin withstand the oppressive force emanating from the Shonji Fairy? Without a moment's hesitation, he staggered back, his face pale with terror. Unable to meet her gaze, Elder Fujiao stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Jianxin. His brow furrowed in concern as he scrutinized the Shonji Fairy. Her appearance had instantly transformed the atmosphere in the room. The representatives of the other 8 sects were rendered speechless, exchanging wary glances. The long-absent Xuanji fairy had returned to Taishu sect at such a critical juncture. With her presence, resolving the day's events would surely prove challenging. Master, Lu Xiaochuan and his companions cried out in excitement. The Xuanji fairy merely glanced at them, offering no further words. Her icy gaze settled on Elder Fujiao as she coldly inquired, "What is the meaning of this? You dare to bully my disciple? Do you believe that with the support of the other 8 sects you can act with impunity within Taishu sect? I have been away for but 3 years, yet you dare to trample upon my sect. If you fail to recognize your own standing, I shall not hesitate to impart a lesson on humility to reveal just how much you truly weigh." The threat in the Xuanji fairy's words was unmistakable, causing Elder Fujiao's expression to shift dramatically, fear evident upon his face. The Xuanji fairy was notorious for her fierce protectiveness. As the recognized strongest in Tsang country, what could she not accomplish? This reality compelled Elder Fujiao to take her seriously. Without waiting for his response, the Xuanji fairy continued, "I present you with 2 choices, either depart immediately or face my wrath. I would not hesitate to eradicate you should the need arise. My disciple is inherently kind-hearted. If he claims that your sect sought to end his life, then it must be true. You audaciously attempt to harm my disciple, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Where does your Lingjian sect find the audacity to threaten my disciple? Even if my disciple's actions were unjustifiable, he killed, and that is that. What can your Lingjian sect do about it? This world has always revered strength. Let the fists speak. I am still willing to reason with you, but should I choose not to, I will engage you with force. Now, make your choice." With that, her gaze swept across the representatives of the other 8 sections. Under the weight of the Xuanji fairy's formidable aura, they sensed an overwhelming dread and hastily distanced themselves from Lingjian sect, proclaiming their neutrality in this matter. Seeing the cowardice displayed by the 8 sects, Elder Fujiao inwardly cursed them, but such complaints were futile. He had to confront the current dilemma. What could he do? Dare he confront the Xuanji fairy directly? Clearly he did not possess the courage. Without exaggeration, the Xuanji fairy had the strength to obliterate the Lingjian sect single-handedly. Faced with such overwhelming power, what could he do but concede? "We shall depart." Despite his deep-seated reluctance, Elder Fujiao had no choice but to relent. Unwilling to provoke the Xuanji fairy in the slightest. Li Genshin was equally terrified, not daring to utter another word. Soon, all members of the Lingjian sect withdrew, and the representatives of the other 8 sects hastily took their leave, eager to distance themselves from the situation. In a matter of moments, all 9 sects had exited, and thus the matter was resolved in this manner. After bidding farewell to the representatives, the Xuanji fairy escorted Lu Xiaochuan and his companions back to Lingshu Peak. Once there, after reminiscing briefly, she dismissed Qin Honyan and the others, instructing Lu Xiaochuan to remain behind. Once they had departed, Lu Xiaochuan took the initiative to ask, "Master, have you summoned me for an important matter? Or is it regarding the earlier incident?" The Xuanji fairy's expression suddenly morphed into one of anguish, her complexion paling dramatically, the powerful aura she exuded dissipated entirely, and crimson blood began to flow uncontrollably from her lips. Seeing his master in such a state sent a jolt of fear through Lu Xiaochuan. He rushed forward, his concern palpable. "Master, what is happening? Are you injured?" With great difficulty, the Xuanji fairy replied, "Xiaochuan, you must keep this matter confidential. Do not let your 3 junior sisters find out." Before she could finish, her eyes fluttered shut, and she collapsed toward Lu Xiaochuan. He caught her in a hurry. The enchanting fragrance enveloped him, intoxicating his senses. The Xuanji fairy's body felt incredibly soft, almost boneless. The scent was captivating, stirring something deep within him. It was Lu Xiaochuan's first time holding his master in such a manner, and the sensation was exquisite, igniting a fire within him. Yet he dared not dwell on such thoughts, quickly laying her upon the bed after ensuring her safety. Chapter 41, Breaking Through Foundation Establishment. A celestial phenomenon unleashed after examining his master's condition. Lu Xiaochuan's expression turned grave. His master was the sole ruins breaker in Tsang country, who possessed the capability to inflict such grievous harm upon her. For the past 3 years, my master has devoted himself to seeking a method for me to break through to a higher realm. It is I who have caused my master harm. I must find a way to heal his injuries, for without him who will protect me. A wave of guilt surged within Lu Xiaochuan. However, the most pressing concern now was to tend to his master's wounds. Without delay, Lu Xiaochuan set up a furnace to concoct medicinal pills. After a day and night of relentless effort, he finally produced a top-tier healing elixir. As soon as the elixir entered his master's body, it began to take effect immediately. Not long after, the celestial maiden Xuanji abruptly opened her eyes. She sensed a powerful force within her body mending her injuries, leaving her utterly astonished as she turned her gaze towards Lu Xiaochuan. "Master, first heal yourself," Lu Xiaochuan instructed the celestial maiden Xuanji. Without hesitation, she commenced her healing process. It was only by midday that the celestial maiden fully absorbed the effects of the elixir, and her condition improved significantly. "Master, who could have inflicted such injuries upon you? Please tell your disciple so that I may seek vengeance," Lu Xiaochuan inquired earnestly, treating his esteemed master as if she were his own sister. Anyone who harmed his master was naturally viewed as an irreconcilable enemy. The celestial maiden Xuanji smiled knowingly and replied, "It was merely a case of my skills being inferior. I was outmatched in a contest for an item. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Focus instead on your own cultivation." Upon mentioning cultivation, her expression turned serious. She grasped Lu Xiaochuan's hand and carefully examined him. After her inspection, she frowned slightly and remarked, "In 3 years, you have reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, merely a step away from the foundation establishment stage. As your master, I am incompetent, but I have been unable to procure a single spirit treasure for you during my travels. I have returned with only some rare materials. I cannot guarantee their efficacy in aiding your breakthrough." As she spoke, the celestial maiden Xuanji tossed a special ring to Lu Xiaochuan. Her words made Lu Xiaochuan's heart ache. His master had endured countless hardships over the past 3 years for his sake. "Master, what of your injuries?" he asked once more after receiving the special ring. "It is nothing. I am no longer in grave danger." "Lu Xiaochuan, you should focus on your cultivation," the celestial maiden Xuanji replied. Lu Xiaochuan nodded slightly and took his leave. Once he had departed, the celestial maiden's complexion turned pale, her face etched with pain. A trickle of dark blood escaping her lips, she collapsed onto the bed, her brow furrowed deeply. This matter must not be revealed to Lu Xiaochuan or anyone else. Upon returning to the scripture repository, Lu Xiaochuan entered the cultivation chamber directly. Upon inspecting his master's special ring, he discovered a veritable mountain of rare materials and treasures. There were millennium-old fire spirit herbs, exceedingly rare Xianling fruits, and spirit crystals larger than water tanks. In the Tsang kingdom, these treasures could be deemed priceless. Even the least valuable among them would surely fetch millions of spirit stones. Altogether, it was worth several 100 million spirit stones, a fortune Lu Xiaochuan had never encountered before. In comparison, the 18 million spirit stones he had recently obtained from the 9 great sects seemed trivial and were promptly cast aside. His master had truly bestowed upon him an immense favor. With such a debt of gratitude, Lu Xiaochuan resolved to repay his master. To do so, he would need to cultivate diligently. With a wealth of treasures and spirit stones at his disposal, he intended to satiate the insatiable chaos black hole within him. Thus he began. Lu Xiaochuan consumed the rare materials voraciously. They were infused with powerful spiritual energy. As they entered his stomach, they were swiftly devoured by the chaos black hole. After consuming all the treasures, Lu Xiaochuan finally sensed a reaction from the chaos black hole, filling his heart with elation. Was it finally sated? Was he on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm? Boom! Indeed, an immense force suddenly erupted from the chaos black hole, akin to a volcanic explosion. This overwhelming power caused Lu Xiaochuan's body to begin its metamorphosis. Foundation establishment is the bedrock of cultivation. The foundation for ascension, the very root of all. If we liken cultivation to constructing a building, the chi refinement realm is akin to selecting a suitable site for construction. The ability to find such a site determines whether the building can be erected. However, the foundation is paramount. It dictates the size, height, and longevity of the structure. Thus, the foundation establishment realm is the most crucial stage for any cultivator. Transitioning from the chi refinement realm to the foundation establishment realm is neither overly difficult nor exceedingly simple. For disciples of the Taisu sect, it should not pose a significant challenge, yet, considering the vastness of the world, those who can successfully break through to the foundation establishment realm are a rarity. Now, Lu Xiaochuan was finally prepared to take this step. Boom. At the moment Lu Xiaochuan broke through to the foundation establishment realm, a powerful force erupted from his body, soaring into the heavens. The skies responded in kind. With wind swirling and the heavens and earth exhibiting extraordinary phenomena, the entire Tsang kingdom experienced a transformation. The astonishing spectacle enveloped the Taisu sect and its surroundings for miles. Among the phenomena above, ancient divine beasts seemed to manifest. Celestial beings descended from the skies, and monstrous entities from primordial rivers awakened, creating a kaleidoscope of terrifying displays. This awe-inspiring scene left everyone utterly astounded. Disciples of the Taisu sect, residents of Taisu city, and members of the 9 great sects emerged, gazing skyward, their astonishment reaching unprecedented heights. Tai Yen Shanran and the elders of the Taisu sect converged at Ling Sudan. Their gazes fixated on the scripture repository. Even the long-secluded grand elders were stirred from their meditations. All disciples of the Taisu sect turned their eyes toward Ling Su Peak, marveling at the monumental event that had transpired. What momentous occurrence could have prompted such a cataclysmic phenomenon? It felt akin to the scene a decade prior when Lu Xiaochuan awakened his Chaos Dao sacred body. Countless individuals were bewildered, pondering the significance of this event. Could it be that the Taisu sect had birthed another Chaos Dao sacred body? Especially among the 9 great sects, expressions of trepidation spread as they exchanged glances. Just then a portal to another realm opened in the distance. An otherworldly domain rich with spiritual energy and inhabited by spirit beasts unfolded before them like a mirrored world. Chapter 42, The Arrival of the Otherworld. At this moment all eyes were fixed on the otherworldly portal suspended in the void. Through this portal, glimpses of the otherworldly realm were revealed, as if a window had been opened to a fantastical vista. This miraculous sight left everyone in a state of shock, their hearts filled with fear. What was unfolding before them, the recent cataclysmic phenomenon, was not merely the result of an individual within the Taisu sect but was tied to this portal to another realm. The celestial maiden Xuanji and Tai Yen Zhenran furrowed their brows in confusion. Was the celestial phenomenon not triggered by Lu Xiaochuan? The elder inquired. Before Tai Yen Zhenran could respond, a long-secluded grand elder exclaimed with fervor, "This is the spirit realm, the spirit realm, the spirit realm." Upon hearing the grand elder's words, confusion spread among the crowd. The spirit realm existed only in legends, and no one knew its whereabouts or how to reach it. The Grand Elder continued, "It is said that the spirit realm randomly appears in our world every 10,000 years. When it does, the portal opens, allowing entry into the spirit realm. Once inside, one can capture spirit beasts as mounts and bring them back to our world. Forming a soul contract with a spirit beast would yield boundless benefits. Spirit beasts not only assist their masters in cultivation, exponentially increasing their speed, but also serve as formidable allies. Typically, once a spirit beast matures, it becomes exceptionally powerful with an exceptionally high ceiling. Any single spirit beast, upon reaching maturity, can easily attain the ruins-breaking realm." What? Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the crowd erupted with excitement, eager to seize the opportunity. "What are we waiting for? Let's rush into the spirit realm," one elder exclaimed impatiently. The Grand Elder, however, shook his head and cautioned, "Not everyone can enter that otherworldly portal. Those above the Golden Core realm will be repelled if they approach. This revelation doused the elders' enthusiasm with cold water. It appeared that only disciples of the Taisu sect could enter the spirit realm. Tai Yen Shunran immediately issued a command: gather all co-disciples and prepare to enter the spirit realm. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow deeply, concern etched on his face as he looked at Tai Yen Shunran. Isn't this move a bit too risky? As the realm of spirits manifested, it was certain that all factions within the northern wilderness would dispatch their prodigies to enter this ethereal domain. At that time it was inevitable that some disputes would arise. However, Master Tai Yen maintained a resolute demeanor, stating, one must take risks to reap rewards. This is an unparalleled opportunity for our Taisu sect. The portal to the spirit realm lies within our territory, allowing our disciples to be the first to enter. Should we let this chance slip through our fingers, our ancestors would surely condemn our ineptitude. Without any hesitation, all co-disciples were commanded to enter. Such a monumental opportunity warranted a desperate gamble. The elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rarity of this fortuitous event. Who would dare to let it pass? With a single decree, all co-disciples of the Taisu sect mobilized, led by Master Tai Yen and the esteemed elders, hastening to send them into the spirit realm to seize the initiative. This was a splendid opportunity bestowed upon the Taisu sect by the heavens. The representatives of the 9 great sects swiftly took action as well, and soon the entire northern wilderness was in a state of fervor. Every sect and faction dispatched their golden co-disciples, racing towards the Taisu sect with utmost urgency. In an instant, Taisu city became a bustling hub of activity. In response, Taisu sect urgently announced regulations forbidding disciples from descending the mountain in the coming days, lest they provoke unnecessary conflicts with members of rival factions and invite trouble upon the sect. While Taisu sect may be the foremost sect in the Tsong kingdom, it held a rather inconspicuous position within the broader northern wilderness. Outside the city was abuzz with commotion, the northern wilderness itself shaken and lively. Meanwhile, the only co-disciple who slipped through the cracks, Lu Shaochuan, emerged from his meditation chamber, stretching lazily with a broad smile. He had finally broken through to the foundation establishment stage. It had been quite a challenge. Fortuitously, he had an exceptional master who provided him with an abundance of precious resources. Without such assistance, it would have taken him 3 to 5 years at his current rate of earning to satiate the chaotic void within him. Indeed, one cannot survive in this world without someone to shield them. Otherwise, one would surely perish before reaching the 3rd episode. Having broken through to the foundation establishment stage, how far could the golden core stage be? However, a rather daunting concern loomed before Lu Shaochuan. To achieve his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, he had devoted a full decade, consuming countless spirit stones, pills, and rare treasures. To advance to the golden core stage, the required spirit stones would likely multiply tenfold. The pressure to accumulate wealth had suddenly become overwhelming. He needed to earn money desperately. A breakthrough to a higher realm brought substantial enhancement to his strength. Lu Shaochuan felt as though his power had increased at least tenfold. As he sensed the tremendous force within him, he couldn't help but touch his nose and ponder, is it possible that I could defeat my master now? Would that not make me the strongest in the Tsang kingdom? Yet, he reminded himself to remain low-key. The small Tsang kingdom was insignificant in the vast northern wilderness, which itself was merely a fragment of the world, until he ascended to the pinnacle of power in this realm. It was paramount to maintain a humble demeanor. Just then an unexpected voice broke into his thoughts, startling him. Shaochuan, what are you mumbling about? It was none other than the celestial maiden Xianji. Lu Shaochuan hastily gathered his thoughts and shook his head, replying, I was thinking of nothing in particular. Have you broken through? The celestial maiden inquired with concern. Lu Shaochuan nodded. I dare not disappoint my master's high expectations. A look of relief washed over her face as she nodded slightly. That's good to hear. Your progress justifies my 3 years of relentless searching for precious treasures, she continued. I know of a place abundant with rare resources, possibly even some celestial spirits. Allow me to rest for a few days. And then I shall seek out more treasures for you. Now it seemed that as long as Lu Shaochuan was provided with ample rare resources, he could elevate his realm. The celestial maiden expressed her unwavering belief in his potential for true growth, asserting that the only hindrance would be the time and resources required. Nothing insurmountable. No matter how many rare resources you need, I shall procure them for you. You need only focus on your cultivation. Leave everything else to me. Chapter 43. Lu Shaochuan stealthily enters the spirit realm. You need only focus on your cultivation. Leave everything else to me. How powerful were these words? They moved Lu Shaochuan deeply. Were it not for the propriety of their master-disciple relationship, he might have been tempted to throw himself into his master's embrace and weep profusely. How could there be such a wonderful master in the world? Master, are you planning to support me? He blurted out in his emotional state. Support you? The celestial maiden looked at him with a puzzled expression. Clearly, she was unfamiliar with this new term. Lu Shaochuan thought for a moment before explaining. Master, to support means you provide all the spirit stones, pearls, and rare treasures I need for cultivation, nurturing my growth. It's simply referred to as support. After contemplating his explanation, the celestial maiden found it amusing and nodded. Indeed, as my disciple, I shall certainly support you. Your 3 junior sisters require no such support. You alone shall receive my nurturing. Master, will you forever support only me? Of course, I shall only support you. It felt wonderful to be cherished in such a way, especially by a celestial beauty like the celestial maiden Xuanji, who was renowned as the most beautiful fairy in the Tsang kingdom. Lu Shaochuan beamed at her like a fool, unable to resist saying, Master, you are truly stunning. Who wouldn't want to gaze upon a beautiful lady? If not for their master-disciple bond, he might have entertained some rather inappropriate thoughts. With a slight frown, the celestial maiden regarded Lu Shaochuan with a stern expression, chiding him. You have a sharp tongue. Just then, Lu Shaochuan noticed an unusual sight on the horizon. Master, what is that? He asked in astonishment. The celestial maiden briefly recounted what had transpired. After hearing her account, Lu Shaochuan furrowed his brow. It was true that when he broke through, a terrifying force had surged into the sky, and logically, that celestial phenomenon should have been triggered by him. Yet, coincidentally, the portal to the spirit realm had appeared at that very moment. On the bright side, this meant that no one would notice that he had caused a celestial phenomenon simply by breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, the spirit realm and its spirit beasts. Lu Shaochuan's heart raced at the thought. If he could capture a few spirit beasts as pets, how impressive would that be? He could let them fight on his behalf, sparing him from direct confrontation. This would allow him to conceal his true strength. He simply had to acquire a couple of spirit beasts. The celestial maiden, sensing his thoughts, quickly advised Shaochuan, do not entertain such notions. Stay on Lingsu Peak and focus on your cultivation. The outside world is rather chaotic right now. Do not leave the peak. Lu Shaochuan obediently nodded. After bidding farewell to the celestial maiden, he stealthily made his way down the mountain. Who would not wish for such an opportunity? Although Lu Shaochuan understood the dangers that lurked among spirit beasts, he was also aware of the adage, fortune favors the bold. One must risk entering the tiger's den to capture the cub. However, Lu Shaochuan had already assessed that his risks in the spirit realm would be minimal compared to others. Practitioners above the Golden Core stage generally could not enter the spirit realm, as the portal had age and cultivation requirements. Thus, it would predominantly be disciples from various sects who could enter. Therefore, the vast majority entering the spirit realm would be Golden Core disciples. Among the young generation in the northern wilderness, very few had broken through to the spirit journey stage, and even those who had were likely only at the first level. Lu Shaochuan could easily defeat those at the lower levels of the Golden Core and Spirit Journey stages. Thus, how could he possibly resist such a divine opportunity to take the smallest risks for the greatest rewards? If Lu Shaochuan hesitated to seize this chance, He would deserve to remain weak his entire life. While he was cautious by nature, when the time came to fight, he could not waver. He must strive for strength. Only by becoming stronger could he better ensure his survival. Before long, Lu Shaochuan arrived at a location a mere 100 miles from the Taisu sect, where the portal to the spirit realm was situated, suspended in midair, observing the spirit realm up close. He could truly appreciate its grandeur and vastness, far surpassing anything in this world. The spirit realm clearly existed on a higher plane. At this moment, the area was already teeming with people, powerful figures from various factions. The sight of hundreds, even thousands of spirit journey experts converging here was nothing short of magnificent. Lu Shaochuan spotted Master Tai Yan among them. He quickly concealed himself, wary of drawing attention. If he were discovered, Master Tai Yan would undoubtedly prevent him from entering the spirit realm, which would pose quite the dilemma. Now, how could he stealthily infiltrate the spirit realm without arousing suspicion? Should he wait for other sect representatives to arrive and blend in among their disciples? This is evidently unrealistic. Individuals from other sects and factions would certainly not be so careless, otherwise they could create some chaos and then slip into the spirit realm while everyone's attention is diverted. This tactic indeed possesses a certain feasibility. However, how can one incite chaos that would attract all the powerful beings? This presents a significant challenge. Just as Lu Xiaochuan pondered this, a thunderous roar of a beast suddenly erupted. Roar. This sound, akin to a colossal bell, was deafening, causing Lu Xiaochuan to feel as if the very space around him trembled. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a creature resembling a tiger, yet several times larger than a lion. Its entire body enveloped in crimson flames, and astonishingly, it bore two heads. This spirit beast charged forth from the spirit realm passage. The intense flames illuminated the surroundings, causing the temperature to surge dramatically. This unforeseen turn of events immediately threw everyone into a state of panic. It was the Shen-class spirit beast, the two-headed crimson flame tiger. Shen-class spirit beasts possess strength equivalent to that of the ruins-breaking realm at their weakest. Everyone, let us join forces to repel this formidable two-headed crimson flame tiger, lest we all suffer dire consequences. Do not panic. With so many of us, driving back a terrestrial-level spirit beast should not pose a significant challenge. The emergence of this Shen-class spirit beast sent the crowd into utter chaos, with many individuals losing their composure. After all, it was an immensely powerful spirit beast on par with the ruins-breaking realm. If it were to fix its gaze upon someone, it could very well spell doom. What a fortuitous opportunity! Lu Xiaochuan's heart leaped with joy. Seizing the moment of confusion, he swiftly darted beneath the spirit beast's passage and leaped into it. Meanwhile, the situation was quickly brought under control. Once everyone organized their offense and defense, they managed to suppress the ferocious two-headed crimson flame tiger. Realizing it was outmatched, the beast retreated, and naturally, no one pursued it. The situation soon calmed, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. None had anticipated that a spirit beast would emerge from the spirit realm. Fortunately, it was merely a Shen-class spirit beast. Equivalent in strength to the ruins-breaking realm. Had a spirit beast of higher caliber emerged, it would have undoubtedly heralded disaster. This situation inevitably caused those from the 10 great sects of the Song Kingdom to grow increasingly concerned. Particularly the revered Taiyan Zhonren. After all, this was the territory of the Taishu sect. Should any calamity arise, it would undoubtedly be the Taishu sect that faced the brunt of it. Just now, did I truly see Xiaochuan enter the spirit realm? Elder Qi suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, he quickly chimed in. Elder Qi, you saw it too. I thought I was imagining things. I was wondering how someone like Xiaochuan, who is so fearful of death, would dare to enter the spirit realm alone. Could he truly be that bold? Taiyan Zhonren's expression abruptly shifted. This is bad, Elder Qi. You must return and investigate. Without hesitation, Elder Qi turned and hurried back to the sect. At this moment, Lu Xiaochuan had already traversed the spirit realm passage and entered the spirit realm. Lingshu Peak. Elder Qi, what did you say? Xiaochuan sneaked into the spirit realm. What were you all doing? Allowing Xiaochuan to enter the spirit realm while so many were watching, do you not realize that Xiaochuan has only just broken through to the foundation establishment realm and possesses minimal strength? If he enters the spirit realm, is he not courting death? No, I must go to the spirit realm and bring Xiaochuan back. I cannot allow any harm to come to him. Upon learning of the situation, Fairy Xuanji became exceedingly agitated, directing a tirade at Elder Qi. Elder Qi wore an expression of innocence but dared not utter a word in retort. One must never provoke a beautiful woman, especially when she is in a fit of rage. Fairy Xuanji, we cannot enter the spirit realm. Elder Qi quickly interjected to stop her. Only then did Fairy Xuanji regain her composure, though her expression grew colder and more severe. Elder Qi, sensing the urgency, promptly took his leave. Puff. After sending Elder Qi away, Fairy Xuanji, unable to contain her emotions, spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, her complexion turning ashen, and her furrowed brows etched with pain. She gazed toward the direction of the spirit realm passage, muttering indistinctly, "The spirit realm," observing the ethereal world before him, reminiscent of a celestial realm, and feeling the abundant spiritual energy saturating the atmosphere. Liu Xiaochuan could not help but entertain a bold thought. What if he simply chose to remain in the spirit realm? The concentration of spiritual energy here was at least 10 times greater than that outside. Thus, spending a year here would equate to a decade of cultivation in the outside world. If he stayed in the spirit realm to cultivate, he could avoid the arduous task of earning money. Yet, recalling his recent promise to support his master and his 3 beautiful junior sisters, Liu Xiaochuan promptly dismissed this notion. The spirit realm passage would only remain open for 7 days. He had to subdue a spirit beast within that time frame and then depart. Cultivation would have to wait. The most pressing task now was to seek out a spirit beast. Before Liu Xiaochuan lay an expansive forest teeming with spirit beasts stretching beyond the horizon. Searching for a spirit beast in such a vast expanse was evidently no simple endeavor. However, Liu Xiaochuan had other ideas. With only 7 days, he could not squander time aimlessly searching for a spirit beast. Spirit beasts also varied in rank. Naturally, he needed to target a high-ranking one. It would be advantageous to acquire some information about the spirit beast forest. Just then, a low, resonant roar interrupted Liu Xiaochuan's thoughts. A spirit beast. Liu Xiaochuan's mind sparked with inspiration. He immediately conjured a plan to obtain information. Why not capture a spirit beast and inquire directly? Glancing over, he noticed a spirited young man riding a majestic 2-headed crimson flame tiger approaching. This 2-headed crimson flame tiger appeared to be youthful, still bearing quite a few wounds, suggesting it had been subdued by the young man. Has someone already succeeded in capturing a spirit beast? Liu Xiaochuan did not recognize the young man, likely not hailing from the Tsang kingdom. Judging by his aura, he seemed to be at the 8th layer of the Golden Core realm. An impressive strength indeed. He exuded an undeniable air of arrogance and pride, having just subdued a spirit beast. His face radiated with triumph. With his chin slightly raised, he looked down at Liu Xiaochuan. His eyes filled with disdainful arrogance. Liu Xiaochuan spoke, "Esteemed readers, dear audience, junior brothers and sisters, I implore your support, be it through various forms of patronage, favorable reviews, flowers, gifts, or any means to fuel my passion for writing. Your support is the driving force behind my efforts and the key determinant of this book's success. The more readers we have, the better the book performs, and the more motivated I will be to write. Thank you all." Chapter 44. I, Li Genshin, will not change my name or alter my surname. Just like a giant dragon observing ants, this demeanor, this gaze, this imposing presence, though not overtly harmful, it was deeply insulting. Liu Xiaochuan furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of displeasure, particularly when the 2-headed crimson flame tiger approached within 5 meters. It opened its massive jaws and let out a furious roar directed at Liu Xiaochuan. "You little beast, dare you bark?" Foundation Establishment Realm. The young man regarded Liu Xiaochuan with a mix of amusement and disdain. "What does it matter to you? The young man's brows furrowed, clearly taken aback by Lu Xiaochuan's boldness. You are quite arrogant, it seems you have a death wish. Do you know who I am? You are not my son, why should I care who you are? However, I am rather curious about who your mother is. Seeking death, the young man was utterly enraged. To dare insult his mother was an unforgivable sin, deserving of the gravest punishment. He had encountered few arrogant individuals in his life, yet this level of audacity was unprecedented. A mere foundation establishment waste, daring to enter the spirit realm was already an act of madness, and now he sought to provoke him. Truly, it was akin to an old man consuming arsenic, seeking death. Roared, sensing its master's overwhelming fury, the two-headed crimson flame tiger unleashed a fearsome assault upon Lu Xiaochuan. Though still in its juvenile form, its strength was equivalent to that of a seventh-layer golden core realm beast. The force of its charge was formidable, yet Lu Xiaochuan showed no intention of evasion. He stood his ground. As the two-headed crimson flame tiger lunged at him, Lu Xiaochuan suddenly struck out, delivering a powerful hook. A torrent of immense power surged forth, converging upon Lu Xiaochuan's fist. Bang! The force of this mighty blow was so swift that the two-headed crimson flame tiger had no chance to react. Sending it crashing backward, the young man riding the beast was thrown off balance, hurtling through the air. Before he could regain his footing, a colossal foot descended from above, crashing down upon him with tremendous force. Slamming him into the ground, puff! A mouthful of blood erupted from the young man's lips. Lu Xiaochuan's kick had shattered the young man's ribs, sending shockwaves through his internal organs. Most critically, his golden core sustained damage, causing his energy to spiral into chaos. The young man, both astonished and furious, glared at Lu Xiaochuan, teeth bared. Who are you? Do you even know who I am? How dare you harm me? Are you seeking death? Slap! The young man's response was met with a resounding slap across the face from Lu Xiaochuan, who leaned slightly forward to meet his gaze. We are in the spirit realm, who the hell would still care about you? I am Li Jianxin, the chief disciple of the Lingjian sect, and I shall not change my name or surname. Having grown accustomed to a low profile over the years, today I can finally indulge in a bit of showmanship. How could I not seize the opportunity to flaunt my prowess? After receiving a stinging slap, the young man felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. His expression twisted into a grimace as he bellowed in fury, I am Li Kuang, the second prince of the Qing kingdom. My master is the strongest in our realm, the Grand Master of the Yuzhen sect, a formidable figure of the Broken Ruins realm. You, a mere disciple of the Lingjian sect from the Tsang kingdom, dare to insult and harm me? You are truly audacious, deserving of 1,000 deaths. Lu Xiaochuan smirked, nonchalantly retorting, I would dare to kill you. Do you believe me? Humph, you dare? Should you have the audacity to take my life? Your Lingjian sect will face annihilation, never to be spoken of again. Is that so? Do the people of Behuang deceive one another? Indeed, it is true. Our Qing kingdom and the Yuzhen sect could easily obliterate your insignificant Lingjian sect. Then why not hasten to leave your last words? Li Kuang, taken aback and confused, gazed at Lu Xiaochuan. What did he mean by leaving last words? Are you suggesting I leave my last words so you can kill me? Hurry up, for I am pressed for time. Arrogant, insolent, you dare, crack. Yet it was evident that Li Kuang had miscalculated. Lu Xiaochuan not only dared but acted decisively, without a hint of hesitation. As Li Kuang's words fell, Lu Xiaochuan abruptly brought his foot down. Instantly, Li Kuang's golden core shattered, and his life vein was severed. Blood gushed from Li Kuang's mouth like a torrent. Clearly, his life was drawing to a close. Li Kuang glared at Lu Xiaochuan with seething hatred. He could hardly fathom that he, the second prince of the Qing kingdom, would perish at the hands of a disciple from the Lingjian sect of the Tsang kingdom. What utter disgrace! How dare he? How dare he kill a prince? This was a path to his own demise. Lu Xiaochuan, unfazed, turned his attention to the two-headed crimson flame tiger, which had already been injured by Li Kuang and had just endured a heavy blow from Lu Xiaochuan. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan, the tiger recoiled in fear. Lu Xiaochuan smiled at the two-headed tiger, uncaring whether it understood him, and said, "Little tiger, do not be afraid, I am a good person and shall not harm you. As long as you obey my commands, I promise not to strike you." The two-headed crimson flame tiger thought, whoever claims to be a good person while slaying tigers is surely a fool. It immediately prostrated itself, indicating its willingness to submit to Lu Xiaochuan. Yet Lu Xiaochuan almost struck the two-headed tiger again. "Are you attempting to pull a fast one on me? You are merely an ordinary Shen-level spirit beast. And you wish to be my mount? Do I have no pride? I, Lu, cannot afford such humiliation." "Absolutely not." The two-headed crimson flame tiger. Chapter 45. Little white tiger, do you enjoy eating tiger meat? Spirit beasts are classified into 4 levels: heaven, earth, Shen, and yellow. Above the heaven level are the king and immortal levels. Shen level spirit beasts are not to be underestimated. Generally speaking, adult Shen level spirit beasts can reach the Broken Ruins realm. Some outstanding Shen level beasts can even ascend to the Transformation Dragon realm. Even the lowest tier yellow level spirit beasts can easily attain the divine travel realm upon maturity. With proper nurturing, a Shen level spirit beast can effortlessly grow to the Broken Ruins realm. It is worth noting that in the entire Tsang Kingdom, only Su New Jersey Shinzi has reached that level, underscoring the rarity of the Broken Ruins realm. However, the two-headed crimson flame tiger felt utterly rejected by Lu Xiaochuan, a blow to its pride. A tiger may be killed, but never humiliated. Little tiger, do you happen to have any juvenile king or immortal level spirit beasts around? Lu Xiaochuan inquired of the two-headed crimson flame tiger. The mere question sent the tiger into a frenzy of head-shaking. Slap! Lu Xiaochuan delivered a sharp smack to the tiger's head, causing it to grimace in pain, yet it dared not voice its anger. "This human is excessively violent, capable of slaying beasts. Take me to find juvenile immortal level spirit beasts." The two-headed crimson flame tiger, initially hesitant to refuse, quickly silenced itself upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's next words. "If you dare to shake your head again, I will skin you, whip you, roast your legs, and stew your head. This human is truly a demon." The two-headed crimson flame tiger trembled in fear, its resolve crumbling. It had no choice but to nod obediently. Lu Xiaochuan approached, patting the two-headed tiger on the head, grinning as he said, "Now that's more like it. Let's go." The two-headed crimson flame tiger, trembling, stood up and led the way for Lu Xiaochuan. Meanwhile, the young man lay lifeless, having used his blood to inscribe a message on the ground: "Li Jianxin of the Tsang Kingdom's Lingjian sect killed me." Upon seeing the inscription, Lu Xiaochuan nodded in satisfaction. Shortly after Lu Xiaochuan's departure, several disciples of the Yujian sect discovered Li Kuang's corpse. Upon reading the blood-written message, they were consumed with rage. How dare a mere Lingjian sect disciple kill the second prince of the Qin kingdom? The direct disciple of the Grand Master of Yujian sect. Truly audacious. Li Jianxin, you shall not be forgotten by the Yujian sect. Let us hope you can leave the spirit realm alive. On the other side, Li Jianxin sneezed several times, bewildered by the sudden occurrence. Under Lu Xiaochuan's imposing presence, the two-headed crimson flame tiger dared not act slyly, and obediently led the way as they ventured deeper into the spirit beast forest. After a full day and night of travel, the two-headed crimson flame tiger finally came to a halt, fear evident in its eyes. It gestured with its head towards the front, indicating that they had arrived. Lu Xiaochuan cast a cold, penetrating gaze ahead. There was an unusual stillness, an eerie silence that suggested something was amiss. It seemed likely that a higher-level spirit beast lurked nearby. Higher-level spirit beasts typically claimed their territories, deterring others from intruding. However, Lu Xiaochuan remained wary of the two-headed crimson flame tiger. Grabbing it by the neck, he wore an innocent smile and said, "Little tiger, you wouldn't betray me, would you? Those who betray me usually end up in a grave. If you dare to deceive me, I won't mind adding you to tonight's feast." Terrified, the two-headed crimson flame tiger shook its head vigorously. "Little tiger, I trust you won't betray me. Therefore, I have decided that we shall share both fortune and adversity together." Accompany me inside. The two-headed crimson flame tiger, frightened, attempted to retreat but was caught by the ear by Lu Xiaochuan, who cheerfully remarked, "If danger arises, you shall stand before me." As they ventured further, the two-headed crimson flame tiger trembled increasingly. Its legs unsteady and devoid of strength. It was being dragged along by Lu Xiaochuan by its ear. After all, it was a Shen-level spirit beast. Did it not value its pride? Soon, Lu Xiaochuan halted, for he spotted a white tiger lying on the grass by a nearby lake. It was of similar size to the two-headed flame tiger but appeared far more exquisite, its entire body covered in fluffy snow-white fur. If it were any smaller, it might even be considered quite adorable. A white tiger, is it of a high rank? Lu Xiaochuan inquired, glancing at the two-headed crimson flame tiger. The tiger, now reduced to a pitiful state, cowered on the ground, its heads nearly buried in the earth, resembling a frightened dog. Lu Xiaochuan disdainfully kicked the two-headed tiger, scolding, "What a disgrace!" The two-headed crimson flame tiger thought, "What value is there in dignity? Who dares to stand tall before a divine beast?" At that moment the beautiful white tiger awoke, appearing somewhat drowsy as it lazily rose to its feet. Its clear, watery gaze fell upon Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan, in turn, greeted the white tiger with a friendly wave, as though greeting an old acquaintance. The white tiger, evidently bewildered by Lu Xiaochuan's strange demeanor, stared at him in confusion. This human cultivator was not afraid of it. He dared to intrude upon its territory and disturb its slumber, yet this human cultivator appeared weak and insignificant, akin to an ant. How could he have such audacity? Was it a lack of ferocity on its part? Surely it must project some intimidation. However, as a female it must remain gentle. It could exert its pressure instead. As the white tiger contemplated its options, it unleashed its formidable aura, akin to surging waves, pressing down upon Lu Xiaochuan in an attempt to subdue him. Lu Xiaochuan felt the weight of this powerful presence. Indeed, it was strong enough to instill a hint of pressure. However, it was manageable, for he had recently broken through to the Foundation establishment realm and possessed some strength. The two-headed crimson flame tiger, however, was not so fortunate. It was already in a state of sheer terror, contemplating its very existence. How had it, a dignified Shen-level spirit beast, found itself in this predicament? Wait, the white tiger noticed Lu Xiaochuan standing unfazed beneath its oppressive aura, without even a hint of reaction, which left it utterly astonished. This human cultivator, who appeared to be merely at the Foundation establishment level, was able to withstand the pressure of a broken ruins realm's might. If it could not frighten him away, then it must take action to drive him off. Yet it had never fought before. Just as the white tiger was caught in its hesitation, Lu Xiaochuan suddenly exclaimed with a grin, "Little white tiger, do you enjoy eating tiger meat, braised tiger legs, stir-fried tiger ribs, scallion-flavored tiger belly, sliced tiger meat hot pot?" The two-headed crimson flame tiger implored, "Please be human," as it listened to these remarkably fresh terms. The white tiger gazed at Lu Xiaochuan with a bewildered curiosity. Chapter 46, Rabbit paired with cumin. Even deities crave it. Whether curiosity is harmful or not to a cat is uncertain, but it certainly poses a threat to a tiger. Lu Xiaochuan abruptly seized the terrified two-headed crimson flame tiger and brought it before the white tiger, grinning as he said, "Little white tiger, how about we slaughter it for a feast? My culinary skills are exceptional. We could enjoy a 5-course meal from this one tiger. What do you say?" The two-headed crimson flame tiger replied. "Can I still be human? I am a spirit beast." The white tiger glanced at the pitiful two-headed crimson flame tiger, which was groveling on the ground in a desperate plea for mercy. After some contemplation, it shook its head and remarked, "How could we eat such an adorable creature as tiger? Tiger, wait, it speaks human language. And its voice is quite sweet. Truly, it is a high-level spirit beast. Even in its juvenile form it can articulate words. This is a tremendous opportunity. Even if I have to resort to deception, I must capture this little white tiger. It is time to showcase my true skills. Lu Xiaochuan approached the little white tiger with an innocent demeanor and produced a wild rabbit, smiling as he said, Tiger cannot be eaten, but surely rabbit is fair game. My roasted rabbit is unparalleled, shall we prepare a whole one? Before the little white tiger could respond, Lu Xiaochuan deftly eviscerated and skinned the rabbit. Soon enough, he had a fire going, roasting the plump rabbit to perfection. Rabbits are so charming, who wouldn't want to savor them? The little white tiger's eyes sparkled with delight as it discreetly swallowed, torn between refusal and the irresistible aroma of the roasting rabbit. Before long, Lu Xiaochuan had the rabbit's skin golden and crisp, sizzling with juices wafting an enticing fragrance. Meanwhile, the two-headed crimson flame tiger, still trembling on the ground, drooled uncontrollably. Rabbit paired with cumin, even deities would be tempted. As he spoke, Lu Xiaochuan sprinkled a generous amount of cumin over the rabbit. This seasoning is the soul of barbecue. With the cumin added, the roasted rabbit became infused with flavor, releasing an intoxicating aroma. The little white tiger gulped hungrily, its eyes fixated on the roasted rabbit in Lu Xiaochuan's hands, utterly captivated. Lu Xiaochuan deliberately placed the roasted rabbit before the little white tiger. The excited little white tiger nearly lunged to take a bite but managed to restrain itself. Recalling its dignity as a divine beast, how could it consume food offered by a humble human? What would other divine beasts think? How would it maintain its status in the spirit beast realm? Just a taste, Lu Xiaochuan tempted the little white tiger. Judging by its voice, this little white tiger was akin to a girl of 10 or even younger. What child isn't fond of delicious food? Tempting with food is the first step. Gulp. The little white tiger swallowed hard but still resisted the temptation, shaking its head. I won't eat your human food, I'm not hungry, please take it away. Despite its words, its body betrayed it. Its eyes sparkled like bulbs, fixated on the roasted rabbit in Lu Xiaochuan's hands. Observing the little white tiger's internal conflict, Lu Xiaochuan sensed an opportunity. With a decade of training at Taishu sect under his belt, dealing with an intellectually naive juvenile white tiger was akin to child's play. A subtle smile graced Lu Xiaochuan's lips. Not hungry? Very well, I shall toss it to the dogs. With that, Lu Xiaochuan raised his hand and threw the fragrant roasted rabbit toward the two-headed crimson flame tiger. Feed the dogs. To evoke desire within someone, one must instill the fear of loss. When something is on the verge of being lost, they will go to great lengths to protect it. Witnessing Lu Xiaochuan toss the roasted rabbit to the two-headed crimson flame tiger, the little white tiger could no longer contain itself. It leaped and caught the roasted rabbit in midair. With a single bite, the juices exploded, delivering an unprecedented flavor experience that surpassed anything it had ever tasted before. How could something be so delicious? This world has such exquisite food. After savoring the delectable treat, the little white tiger finished the rabbit in mere moments, not even leaving the bones behind. Once done, it gazed longingly at Lu Xiaochuan, who had already begun roasting a wild chicken. Without thinking, the little white tiger instinctively drew closer to Lu Xiaochuan, its guard significantly lowered. Perhaps it was due to Lu Xiaochuan's lower cultivation level or his harmless demeanor. Or perhaps it was simply because he bore no malice toward it. Soon the chicken was ready. With a sprinkle of cumin, it was done. Lu Xiaochuan casually tossed the freshly roasted chicken to the little white tiger. This time, the little white tiger did not hesitate or hold back. It devoured the chicken in a few bites, leaving no remnants. Afterward, it couldn't help but exclaim, "This is absolutely delicious. How can there be such tasty rabbits and chickens in this world? Why doesn't the spirit realm have such cooking methods? You spirit realm beings are truly unfortunate. You cannot enjoy such delicious food at all. In the human realm, we have an abundance of culinary delights. With all the various cooking methods combined, there are at least 8,000 options. Roasted rabbit and chicken are merely the most basic preparations. Lu Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly. 8,000 options? You humans must be incredibly fortunate. Now I really want to visit your human realm, what should I do? The little white tiger's eyes suddenly lit up as it looked at Lu Xiaochuan and said, how about you take me to your human realm? Have I captured it so easily? Lu Xiaochuan maintained a calm facade. I can take you, but it may not be convenient for me unless, he trailed off deliberately. What unless? The little white tiger pressed eagerly. Lu Xiaochuan replied with a serious demeanor, our human realm is perilous. Spirit beasts such as you would be captured and treated like roasted rabbits. They could be braised, stir-fried, or even made into dumplings or buns. Thus, if you wish to accompany me to the human realm, you must acknowledge me as your master and become my contracted spirit beast. That way, no one would dare to eat you, and I could prepare delicious meals for you every day. The little white tiger pondered this seriously. Lu Xiaochuan observed it with a smile, awaiting its response. After a moment of contemplation, the little white tiger hesitated and said, I can't shake the feeling that you're trying to deceive me. Spirit beasts are rare and esteemed in your human realm. Strong talents and experts wish to have us as contracted beasts or mounts. Why would they want to eat us? This little white tiger is not easily deceived. Have I miscalculated? Lu Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly, that depends on the type of spirit beast. A creature like the two-headed crimson flame tiger is certainly destined for the butcher's block, the two-headed crimson flame tiger exclaimed. But someone as adorable as little white tiger would certainly not be eaten. They would want to take you as a mount, riding you every day. Would you agree to that? The little white tiger immediately shook its head in refusal. Lu Xiaochuan shrugged. Then that's settled. If you wish to go to the human realm, you must acknowledge me as your master. I will take you out to protect you, and no one will dare to bully you. How about it? Give it some thought. Lu Xiaochuan looked at the little white tiger with a beaming smile, almost as if the word deceiver was written across his face. The little white tiger scrutinized Lu Xiaochuan and then said, what if I choose not to go to your human realm? Lu Xiaochuan responded. Chapter 47, Reverse Celestial Polarities, Defeating Magic with Magic. Don't you want to try roasted rabbit? How about roasted chicken? Wouldn't you like to taste hot pot and barbecued crayfish? Then come with me to the human realm. All right. Lu Xiaochuan nodded in satisfaction. Isn't that right? Acknowledge me as your master and accompany me to the human realm. I will treat you to exquisite feasts. Make money, boast, revel in romance, and enjoy the pleasures of life. How delightful that would be. The little white tiger regarded Lu Xiaochuan thoughtfully before saying, isn't it possible that you could acknowledge me as your master and bring me to the human realm? Providing me with a plethora of delightful meals, serving me diligently. Lu Xiaochuan was taken aback. What is happening? This little white tiger is merely a child, yet it is so hard to deceive. When did a feline creature's intelligence become so advanced? I am being serious. Will you do it? If so, acknowledge me as your master, and I will reluctantly accept you as my servant. The little white tiger looked at Lu Xiaochuan with utmost seriousness. Lu Xiaochuan proposed, how about a duel? Whoever wins claims the other as their master. What do you think? Noticing Lu Xiaochuan's silence, the little white tiger tentatively asked, a duel? Lu Xiaochuan squinted at the little white tiger. Contemplating the outcome of a battle, however, he was uncertain of the little white tiger's cultivation level. Lu Xiaochuan was never fond of engaging in uncertain battles. What is your cultivation level? He inquired. The little white tiger promptly replied, I am at the 9th level of the Divine Journey realm. Are you certain you're not at the Ruins Breaking realm? Certainly not. My father told me it is the 9th layer of the Divine Travel realm. The 9th layer of the Divine Travel realm indeed can be restrained. Lu Xiaochuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Below the Ruins Breaking realm, Lu Xiaochuan was absolutely confident in his chances of victory. Against a first layer of the Ruins Breaking realm, he believed he could put up a fight, although he lacked absolute certainty of winning. If the white tiger was indeed merely at the 9th layer of the Divine Travel realm, then he could rest easy. Are you truly determined to engage in a duel to determine the victor? If I win, you shall acknowledge me as your master. If you lose, you shall recognize me as your master. The white tiger added promptly. No backing out, whoever goes back on their word shall be a little dog, let us seal this with a pact. Upon saying this, the white tiger stood up and extended its paw towards Lu Xiaochuan to seal the agreement. This was unexpectedly adorable. Lu Xiaochuan clasped paws with the white tiger. After completing this ritual, the man and the tiger began to prepare for their duel. White tiger, I tend to strike rather hard. Let us keep it light. Before Lu Xiaochuan could finish his sentence, the white tiger suddenly leapt forward with great force, executing a fierce pounce akin to a tiger lunging at its prey. Charging directly at Lu Xiaochuan, the speed of the white tiger was astonishing, leaving almost nothing but an afterimage in the air. Such velocity took Lu Xiaochuan by surprise. Truly, it was a high-level spirit beast. In response to the white tiger's assault, Lu Xiaochuan swiftly dodged to avoid its lethal strike. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xiaochuan threw a powerful punch towards the white tiger. Upon witnessing Lu Xiaochuan's fierce blow, the two-headed crimson flame tiger, which was lying nearby, closed its eyes in fear. Lu Xiaochuan was very confident in the strength of his full-force punch. Could the white tiger withstand such a strike? Yet soon an inexplicable turn of events transpired. Lu Xiaochuan's punch unexpectedly missed entirely, landing solidly in thin air as the white tiger adeptly evaded the blow. In that fleeting moment, the white tiger's speed surged dramatically, transforming into a mere shadow, causing Lu Xiaochuan's punch to miss its target. The instant Lu Xiaochuan's fist met empty air, an ominous premonition surged within him. Indeed, a fierce gust of wind, sharp as a cold blade, swept towards Lu Xiaochuan. The white tiger's hoof transformed into a fist, striking heavily towards Lu Xiaochuan. The speed was akin to lightning, leaving Lu Xiaochuan no time to react. From the moment the white tiger evaded his powerful punch to the instant it struck him, it all happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Lu Xiaochuan no chance to respond. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a tremendous force strike him hard in the body. Bang! With a muffled thud of flesh meeting flesh, Lu Xiaochuan was sent flying like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a trench several hundred meters long in his wake before finally coming to a halt. Fortunately, Lu Xiaochuan had just broken through to the Foundation establishment realm, having received a powerful feedback from the chaotic black hole, which had fortified his body significantly. Even an ordinary ruins-breaking realm opponent would likely pale in comparison. Furthermore, Lu Xiaochuan himself possessed the strength of the ruins-breaking realm. Thus, despite the heavy blow from the white tiger, he was left in a rather disheveled state but ultimately unharmed, only tasting a hint of blood in his throat. Lu Xiaochuan quickly rose, shaking off the dirt from his clothes and vigorously rubbing his chest. It hurt. It truly hurt. The white tiger's strike was indeed fierce. No wonder they call it a fierce tiger. There must be a reason behind it. The white tiger chuckled with delight. I have won. Human, hurry and acknowledge me as your master. To recognize me as your master would be an immense honor for you. If not for my desire to venture into the human realm to savor exquisite delicacies, I would never consider you as my servant. Lost. That cannot be. How could Lu Xiaochuan possibly lose, if I truly lost? Then I refuse to acknowledge it, Lu Xiaochuan retorted with indignation. Who says I lost? Not a single hair was harmed. I merely let my guard down for a moment, and that's why I was struck by your hoof. But I am perfectly fine. This cannot be counted as a loss. The white tiger glared at Lu Xiaochuan. Did we not agree to go easy on each other? To go easy means not to harm the opponent. The white tiger appeared somewhat irritated as it glared at Lu Xiaochuan. Are you trying to cheat? Lu Xiaochuan quickly retaliated. But you lied. Did you not claim to be at the 9th layer of the divine travel realm? A liar you are. Clearly at the ruins-breaking realm. The ruins-breaking realm. The white tiger looked at Lu Xiaochuan in confusion. If you do not believe me, you can ask it. Lu Xiaochuan pointed to the two-headed crimson flame tiger lying nearby. The white tiger looked towards the two-headed crimson flame tiger, which, not daring to speak out of turn, nodded in affirmation. This only deepened the white tiger's confusion. But my father clearly said I was at the 9th layer of the divine travel realm. When did your father say that? About a year ago, I suppose. Have you made any breakthroughs in your realm since then? It seems I had a breakthrough about a month ago. Oh, I understand now. I was at the 9th layer of the divine travel realm a year ago, and with my breakthrough a month ago, I am now at the 1st layer of the ruins breaking realm. My apologies, I forgot for a moment. I truly thought I was still at the 9th layer of the divine travel realm. Shall we continue? Chapter 48, Lu Xiaochuan merely makes a light move. The White Tiger, feigning ferocity, launched a relentless assault against Lu Xiaochuan. The primary issue was that the White Tiger's speed was extraordinarily swift, leaving Lu Xiaochuan with no option but to endure the blows. Although Lu Xiaochuan had also reached the level of the ruins breaking realm, the problem was that he could not land a hit on the White Tiger, rendering his strength futile. In terms of speed, he suffered a significant disadvantage. The White Tiger grew increasingly exhilarated in battle. You cannot defeat me, so you might as well acknowledge me as your master. I am a formidable spirit beast of high rank. As my servant, I shall protect you and ensure that no one dares to bully you. A princess? What girl isn't a princess in her own right? What rank are you? I am, of course, at the king level, only king level. I thought you were at the saint level. White Dodo, I am White Dodo, the princess of the divine beast White Tiger clan, and I am of divine rank. Mind you, but everything is for the sake of remaining low-key. I initially intended to sneak out. How could I easily expose my identity, yet this human dares to look down on the king level? How infuriating. I must make sure to take this human as my servant and ride him as my steed in the future. Fine, I suppose king level will suffice. It is a bit low, but it can be managed. So, do you concede and acknowledge me as your master? Thinking of being a master with such a low rank? I will fight. Thus the battle between the two grew increasingly intense, each eager to subjugate the other. The two-headed Crimson Flame Tiger lay in fear, too terrified to move. Although Lu Xiaochuan could not match White Dodo in speed, he was clever. Soon, Lu Xiaochuan devised a trick to deceive White Dodo and then delivered a solid punch to her. The overwhelming force sent White Dodo flying, rolling several dozen times before finally coming to a halt. Haha, I have won. Lu Xiaochuan was instantly filled with joy. However, White Dodo also got back up unscathed. White Dodo was furious. You've dirted my fur, I will fight you. Flames ignited upon White Dodo's body, instantly enveloping her in a blazing white fire, amplifying her aura tenfold. Oh, white flames. She has a special move. Lu Xiaochuan felt both astonished and alarmed. He had never even heard of white flames before. What kind of powerful technique was this that suddenly made White Dodo so much stronger? A sense of foreboding crept over Lu Xiaochuan. Could he possibly lose? If he lost to a small white tiger, how would he ever show his face to anyone again? No, he must win this battle. Whoosh! With a powerful thrust of her forehooves, the white tiger, encased in a swirling mass of white flames, charged towards Lu Xiaochuan like a streak of light. The speed was so incredible that Lu Xiaochuan had no chance to react, and he was sent flying. In midair, White Dodo's hooves struck down upon Lu Xiaochuan like a relentless drumbeat, each hit resonating with dull thuds akin to hail pounding down. In a mere moment, Lu Xiaochuan endured several hundred strikes from White Dodo. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have perished. This small white tiger was merciless in her attacks. At that moment, Lu Xiaochuan felt as though his body might shatter. His internal energy surged violently and blood rushed to his throat, leaving him utterly defenseless. How could this little white tiger, who had just broken through to the ruins-breaking realm, be so powerful? Was he truly facing defeat? This was unreasonable. In the past decade, aside from engaging in some petty schemes for money, he had not committed any heinous acts. He had even firmly refused several of his junior sisters' late-night requests to fix their plumbing. He was the chief disciple of the Taishu sect, embodying integrity and righteousness, talent and beauty combined, beloved by all. Surely the heavens would not be so blind as to condemn him. Stop, I concede. Lu Xiaochuan could no longer endure He hastily raised his hand in surrender. The moment the white tiger halted, a mouthful of blood erupted from Lu Xiaochuan's lips. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan spit blood from the impact, White Dodo was immediately taken aback. Quickly expressing concern, "Are you alright? I'm sorry if I hit you too hard. I truly didn't mean to make you bleed, not intentional. If it wasn't, why hit so hard? Are you trying to kill yourself?" After quite some time, Lu Xiaochuan finally regained his composure. "Are you alright? I won't die. I apologize. It was my first fight, and I couldn't hold back. I promise to be gentler next time. Next time? Yes, I have a bad temper. And when I get angry, I lose control. Therefore, there will surely be a next time." Dodo immediately exclaimed with excitement to Lu Xiaochuan, "Quick, acknowledge me as your master." Lu Xiaochuan looked at the little white tiger with a puzzled expression. "How do I do that?" "Release your soul, and I shall imprint my soul upon yours, thus completing the soul contract and acknowledging you as my master." "I can't do that. Just follow this, then that, and then this. Do you understand?" "Not really. Shall I repeat it? Do you comprehend?" "No. Why are you so dim-witted?" "Fine, let me demonstrate for you." The little white tiger unleashed its own soul and said to Lu Xiaochuan, "See, I have released my soul. Now you must do the same and imprint your soul upon mine. Then we shall swear an oath to the heavens, and the soul contract will be complete." Lu Xiaochuan immediately released his own soul and deftly imprinted it upon the little white tiger's soul. He then looked bewildered and asked, "Is this how it's done?" "Yes, now we shall swear our oath to the heavens together." Thus the two of them swore their oath to the heavens. After the oath was completed, Dodo turned to Lu Xiaochuan and said, "See, it's done. Such a simple task. You understand now, right?" Lu Xiaochuan grinned widely, his smile somewhat mischievous. At that moment a divine power descended from the heavens, enveloping their souls, and the soul contract ceremony was instantaneously completed. In that fleeting moment, a profound connection formed between Lu Xiaochuan and the little white tiger, an inexplicable sensation that defied verbal explanation. Lu Xiaochuan distinctly sensed that he now possessed absolute control over the little white tiger. With merely a thought, the little white tiger's soul could crumble and perish in an instant. In essence, the little white tiger's life and death were now entirely in Lu Xiaochuan's hands. Lu Xiaochuan was the master of the little white tiger. The command of the master could not be defied by the contracted spirit beast. At that moment, Dodo also realized that her soul was under the dominion of this human, and she had become his contracted spirit beast. This revelation struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her stunned and bewildered. "What is happening? Wasn't this just a demonstration? How did it turn into reality? Where did it go wrong? I was supposed to take this human as my servant, not acknowledge him as my master." Lu Xiaochuan, with a sly grin, looked at the little white tiger, exuding an air of triumph. He had effortlessly subdued the little white tiger with just a slight display of power. Knowledge is indeed power. Chapter 49. The joy of petting a cat. "Am I truly acknowledging you as my master?" After a prolonged moment of disbelief, Dodo still struggled to accept this reality. Lu Xiaochuan flashed a smile and said, "Little white tiger, since you so eagerly wish to acknowledge me as your master, I shall reluctantly accept you. Though your level is a bit low, it matters not. I do not disdain you." Dodo retorted, "Listen to you. Is that even human language? I disdain you? That cannot be said. I am your master. I shall kill you, as the little princess of the divine beast white tiger clan and a divine level spirit beast." How could Dodo accept a mere human as her master? Infuriated, she lunged at Lu Xiaochuan. However, just as the thought crossed her mind, an overwhelming divine might descended, striking her soul heavily, causing her to obediently lower her head and address Lu Xiaochuan with utmost respect. Dodo pays respects to her master. Dodo, Lu Xiaochuan repeated the name. A royal level spirit beast indeed had a name. He stepped forward and gently stroked Dodo's head. To his surprise, it felt rather pleasant. "Alas, Dodo, The esteemed divine beast have been petted by a mere human. I am no longer the exalted divine beast princess. I am tainted. Though Baidodo internally resisted, her body dared not rebel against Lu Xiaochuan. She could only submit to his petting. It would be even better if you were the size of a little cat, Lu Xiaochuan mused. I haven't petted a cat in ages. As soon as the words left his lips, Baidodo's form swiftly shrunk. Before long, she transformed into a charming little white cat, barely resembling a tiger at all. Seeing Baidodo now as a small white cat, Lu Xiaochuan was filled with immense joy. He scooped her up and began to pet her. Yes, this is the feeling. Petting a cat is delightful, and the joy lasts forever. The little white cat Baidodo was on the verge of tears. How could the princess of the divine beast White Tiger clan be treated as a pet by a human as insignificant as an ant? How would she survive in the spirit beast world after this? How did I end up acknowledging this human as my master? After a while, Lu Xiaochuan finally ceased his indulgence in petting. He looked at the little white cat in his arms and declared with satisfaction, Baidodo, you shall maintain this little cat form from now on. After all, you are a royal level spirit beast. If you were to venture out, it would surely attract considerable attention, which does not align with my low-profile nature. In your little white cat form, no one will recognize you as a royal level spirit beast. Perfect, it's settled then. Settled my foot. Baidodo had not consented, yet she evidently did not dare to defy her master's command. She could only feel tears welling up in her eyes. Baidodo, from now on, you will enjoy a life of luxury with your master. I shall prepare delicious meals for you every day, ensuring a diverse menu throughout the year. You will savor all the culinary delights the human world has to offer. My pursuits consist solely of three things: relaxation, indulgence, and feasting. Upon the mention of food, Baidodo's spirits lifted somewhat. Having successfully subdued Baidodo, Lu Xiaochuan approached the two-headed flame tiger, which was still prostrate on the ground. The two-headed flame tiger quickly stood up, bowing and fawning over Lu Xiaochuan in a bid for favor. When Lu Xiaochuan approached, the two-headed flame tiger willingly offered its soul in sacrifice, seeking to acknowledge Lu Xiaochuan as its master. Typically, the conventional method to establish ownership over a spirit beast involved subduing it first and then asserting dominance. However, Lu Xiaochuan's method of trickery was unprecedented. It was even rarer for a spirit beast like the two-headed flame tiger to voluntarily acknowledge a master. After all, the two-headed flame tiger was a profound level spirit beast, something that many would covet, yet Lu Xiaochuan regarded it with disdain. Smirk. Lu Xiaochuan delivered a slap to the two-headed flame tiger's head, scolding, "Little Huang, be quiet. Who told you to scare others?" The two-headed flame tiger obediently took 2 steps back. This scene left the 3 young men utterly dumbfounded, staring at each other in disbelief. After a brief moment of shock, the previous white-clad young man could not help but say to Lu Xiaochuan, "Brother, did you just call it Little Huang? Isn't that a bit too casual? Hey, it suits the ear, doesn't it? Good heavens, it is a profound level spirit beast, the two-headed flame tiger. How could it be given such a name?" "No worries, it likes it." As he spoke, Lu Xiaochuan slapped the two-headed flame tiger's head again and asked, "Do you like the name Little Huang?" The two-headed flame tiger nodded eagerly. The 3 young men exchanged incredulous glances. The white-clad young man, still in shock, remarked, "Brother, this is a profound level spirit beast. How can you treat it so rudely? This will diminish its loyalty. Spirit beasts should be cherished and treated well, otherwise." Before the white-clad young man could finish, Lu Xiaochuan interrupted, "It's just a profound level spirit beast. I wouldn't even want it as a dog. Do you expect me to treat spirit beasts as deities? 3 men, who on earth is this person? How can he be so insane? Can there really be someone who despises a mystical level spirit beast? It is utterly outrageous, provoking the ire of both gods and men." The man in white coldly inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, sir? Which nation and sect do you hail from?" Your tone suggests a superiority that surpasses even that of a ruins-breaking realm expert. Lu Xiaochuan curled his lips and declared loudly, I am Li Jianxin, the chief disciple of the Spirit Sword sect of the Tsong Nation, with no intention of changing my name or surname. And who might you three be? Actually, never mind, I am not interested in knowing. The three men exclaimed, Li Jianxin, spirit beasts are exceedingly precious. Oh, how can you be so ignorant of their worth? The man in white was filled with both envy and jealousy. How could anyone treat a spirit beast so rudely? It is merely a mystical level spirit beast. What is there to cherish? Since it is idle anyway, why not use it for amusement? Do you wish to fight? If so, you are welcome to give it a try. And I shall charge you a mere 1,000 spirit stones per encounter. The three men stared at the two-headed fiery tiger in disbelief. The man in white, exasperated, exclaimed, How can you so brazenly squander a heavenly treasure? How can you be so shameless? The other two men glared at Lu Xiaochuan with fierce eyes. Observing their furious expressions, Lu Xiaochuan shrugged and said, Gentlemen, there is no need to be so agitated over such a trivial matter. If you truly care for this two-headed fiery tiger, I am willing to sell it to you. How can you treat a spirit beast as a mere commodity? Did you just say you want to sell this two-headed fiery tiger to us? The man in white, deeply offended, shouted, but as he spoke he realized the absurdity of the situation, and his expression changed immediately. Lu Xiaochuan nodded, Indeed, I shall sell it for the right price. What would I do with a mystical level spirit beast? Keep it for the new year, the two-headed fiery tiger pondered. Shall I just leave? The three men exchanged glances, incredulous that someone would dare utter such words. A mystical level spirit beast is merely a trifling matter. Even capturing a yellow level spirit beast is a coveted dream for many. A mystical level spirit beast is enough to drive the chief disciples of various major factions into a frenzy. How could anyone so disdainfully regard a mystical level spirit beast? Is this Li Jianxin of the Spirit Sword sect truly a fool? Could he be an ignorant simpleton? If a mystical level spirit beast could be purchased for a mere sum, it would be an incredible bargain. Naturally, the three men dared not easily believe such claims. The man in white looked at Lu Xiaochuan and said, Are you jesting with us? Lu Xiaochuan gazed at him with a puzzled expression. We are strangers, why would I joke with you? If you are not interested in purchasing, I will seek others. Indeed, the mystical level spirit beast is of such low rank that no one seems to desire it. If all else fails, I shall just return and roast it. A mystical level spirit beast. The two-headed fiery tiger trembled in fear. Could this master be any more outrageous? The three men were equally shocked. They had already concluded that Li Jianxin was a complete fool, utterly incapable of recognizing the value of a mystical level spirit beast. If only they could encounter such a simpleton again, as it would allow them to acquire a mystical level spirit beast for a mere 100,000 spirit stones. Is it true that you are selling it? The man in white asked seriously. I will sell it for the right price, but the two-headed fiery tiger has already acknowledged you as its master. How can you sell it? Lu Xiaochuan grasped the two-headed fiery tiger and disdainfully remarked, How could I, Li Jianxin, be so lacking in ambition as to keep a mystical level spirit beast? I refuse to accept anything below a king level. Quickly, show them your soul. The two-headed fiery tiger obediently revealed its soul. If the two-headed fiery tiger had recognized another as its master, there would be an imprint of that person within its soul. If not, it would indicate that it was a wild spirit beast. Upon seeing that the two-headed fiery tiger's soul was pristine, the man in white was left astounded, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. This two-headed fiery tiger had not recognized a master. Why then did it obey Li Jianxin so readily? Was it because Li Jianxin's strength had frightened the beast? There could be no other explanation. But it mattered little. After a silent exchange of glances among the three men, the man in white suppressed his excitement and asked, So, how much do you intend to sell it for? We did not bring many spirit stones to the spirit realm. After considering, Lu Xiaochuan replied, How about this? You give me everything valuable you possess, and the two-headed fiery tiger will belong to you. What do you say? Upon hearing Li Jianxin's utter lack of understanding of worth, The three men were overwhelmed with joy. They had truly encountered a monumental fool. A mystical level spirit beast is an invaluable treasure impossible to quantify with mere currency. If calculated accurately, it would be worth at least 1 billion spirit stones. The three men hastily gathered all their valuables, estimating their worth at roughly 1 million spirit stones. Is that all? Lu Xiaochuan lamented, disappointed. He had expected to catch 3 big fish, yet they amounted to a mere million spirit stones. The man in white awkwardly admitted 1 million is indeed rather low, but, before he could finish, Lu Xiaochuan interrupted, forget it, I intended to roast it anyway. I may as well sell it to you. With that, Lu Xiaochuan swiftly collected the three men's belongings and tossed the two-headed fiery tiger before them, declaring, this two-headed fiery tiger is now yours, once sold, no returns, farewell, and with that he fled as if fearing the three men might change their minds. Once Lu Xiaochuan was a distance away, the three men finally relaxed. Ha, a Li Jianxin of the Spirit Sword sect is a complete fool. How could someone like him become a chief disciple? Surely there are no worthy candidates in the Spirit Sword sect. A fool is preferable. If not for him, how could we acquire a mystical level spirit beast for a mere million spirit stones? This deal has made us rich beyond measure. We owe our gratitude to Li Jianxin's ancestors for generations. The man in white said, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I shall be the one to claim it as my master. Upon hearing this, the other two men reacted instantly. Why should you be the one to claim mastery? I contributed the most, it should be mine. Do you wish to fight? I am the strongest, thus, I shall be the master. If you disagree, let us settle it in combat. Whoever wins claims mastery. Let us fight. Then, who is afraid? But what about the two-headed fiery tiger? At this, the three men, who had been so heated in their argument, suddenly fell silent, bewildered. They quickly glanced around, only to find no trace of the two-headed fiery tiger. It ran away. Quick, we must not let it escape. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two-headed fiery tiger approached Lu Xiaochuan, asking, did you really sell me? Lu Xiaochuan nodded. Did you not see? I sold you for a mere million spirit stones, a terrible loss. A loss? Then why did you sell me? Do you not understand? I am poor. Any income is better than none. Master, you wouldn't sell me for money, would you? Of course not. After all, you are so foolish that you wouldn't even realize you could run back. I never engage in losing deals, White Bean. What do you mean? Just then, the two-headed fiery tiger returned, looking both aggrieved and slightly resentful. Lu Xiaochuan patted its head, saying, well done, I'll roast you a rabbit to eat. Seeing the two-headed fiery tiger return, White Bean finally understood the master's intent. You are engaging in a no-cost business, indeed, but you shall receive no part of the roasted rabbit. Master, I was only joking. You are upright, handsome, and the best master in the world. Does that not hurt your conscience? Perhaps just a little. No, not at all. I am merely speaking the truth. Chapter 51. Beast, let go of that junior sister and let me take over. After experiencing a successful transaction, Lu Xiaochuan discovered a lucrative avenue for profit. There is no business more enticing than one that requires no investment. Thus, Lu Xiaochuan continued to apply the same tactics, successfully deceiving several more individuals. Of course, he targeted those whose strength was not overly formidable to sell the two-headed fiery tiger. If their strength were too great, the risk of losing the beast would be too high. Lu Xiaochuan was well aware of the two-headed fiery tiger's true value. Should he decide to sell it, it must be at a truly worthwhile price. Lu Xiaochuan continued to conduct business under the guise of Li Jianxin. He earned the profits while Li Jianxin bore the blame, showcasing a unique friendship. Or was it not? To avoid being recognized, he wore a mask while conducting transactions. After all, his physique closely resembled that of Li Jianxin. And once the truth came to light, Li Jianxin would be left speechless. In the span of 3 days, Lu Xiaochuan had yet to encounter a disciple from the Taisu sect. However, he had successfully completed 5 or 6 transactions. Earning nearly 10 million spirit stones, this no-cost business had invigorated Lu Xiaochuan, leading him to feel like a commercial prodigy. If he does not cultivate, the richest man in Conggu will inevitably be replaced. Alas, in this world, mere wealth is insufficient. It is strength that enables one to thrive. Which is more important, money or life? Undoubtedly, life takes precedence. On the fourth day, Lu Xiaochuan finally encountered 3 disciples of the Taisu sect, 2 men and 1 woman. "Oh, senior brother, is that really you, senior brother? How did you end up in the spirit realm? Oh, senior brother, is this the 2-headed crimson flame tiger? Is it a spirit beast you tamed?" The 3 disciples of Taisu stared at Lu Xiaochuan with expressions of astonishment. It was already shocking enough to see Lu Xiaochuan in the spirit realm, but to learn that he had also tamed a spirit beast, how incredibly powerful he must be. Did senior brother possess such formidable strength? Lu Xiaochuan, disinclined to explain himself to the trio, instead inquired, "Do you know where the others are?" Su Miaoyun, the junior sister, hurriedly replied, "Senior brother, your timing is perfect. Junior sister Rufan is currently engaged in a fierce battle with a spirit beast over there. And we were just about to seek out other senior brothers and sisters for assistance. Let us hurry." Upon hearing that junior sister Rufan was in danger, Lu Xiaochuan quickly urged Su Miaoyun, and the others did not dare hesitate for a moment. Leading Lu Xiaochuan swiftly in that direction, soon they saw Mu Rufan locked in combat with a formidable spirit beast. This beast possessed 6 tails, each over 10 meters long, and its body was a striking shade of blue. Resembling AFOX.it was the spirit beast, the 6-tailed Azure Fox. Fortunately, junior sister Rufan had just broken through to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, otherwise facing a spirit beast like the 6-tailed Azure Fox, which was almost on par with the Divine Travel realm, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. At this moment, junior sister Rufan was still struggling, feeling somewhat isolated and unsupported. If the battle continued in this manner, she would surely be defeated. Upon seeing the 6-tailed Azure Fox, the 2-headed crimson flame tiger quickly scurried away, seemingly fearful that Lu Xiaochuan might compel it to assist. The 3 of them, filled with worry and anxiety, were unsure of how to proceed. Su Miaoyun looked at Lu Xiaochuan and asked, "Senior brother, what should we do? Junior sister Rufan is on the verge of collapse, and our strengths are too feeble to offer any assistance. What can we do?" Lu Xiaochuan had plenty of solutions at his disposal. If he were to intervene directly, he could easily subdue the spirit beast, the 6-tailed Azure Fox, in no time. However, he did not wish to reveal his strength. Glancing back at the 2-headed crimson flame tiger hiding behind a tree, he muttered a curse at its lack of spirit. It seemed that he would have to rely on Baidodo. Lu Xiaochuan, affectionately ruffled by Dodo's fur, the little creature promptly faced the 6-tailed Azure Fox and let out a fierce meow, but then something extraordinary occurred. As Baidodo exerted its influence, the 6-tailed Azure Fox began to tremble uncontrollably. After casting a single glance in their direction, it entirely lost the will to continue fighting. Immediately, it submitted to Mu Rufan, even offering its soul in a show of fealty. Wishing to acknowledge her as its master, this unexpected turn of events left Mu Rufan utterly flabbergasted, staring blankly at the 6-tailed Azure Fox, puzzled by the situation. Just moments ago, she had been at a disadvantage, on the brink of defeat, yet now the 6-tailed Azure Fox appeared as though it had seen a ghost, trembling in fear. What on earth was happening? Mu Rufan looked at Lu Xiaochuan and the others in confusion. Could it be that the 6-tailed Azure Fox sensed senior brother's chaotic Dao sacred body, prompting its submission? Although this explanation seemed rather far-fetched, it was the only one she could conjure. Junior sister Rufan, why are you still in a daze? Quickly acknowledge it as your master, Lu Xiaochuan urged her, snapping her out of her stupor. Mu Rufan immediately sprang into action, initiating the master acknowledgement ceremony. In no time, She successfully completed the ritual with the spirit beast, the six-tailed Azure fox. After giving Baidodo a gentle stroke, Lu Xiaochuan whispered, "Well done. I'll reward you with a roasted rabbit later." Meow. Baidodo responded with delight. Inspired by Baidodo's earlier performance, Lu Xiaochuan formulated a new idea. If it could assist junior sister Rufan in taming spirit beasts, it could surely help other junior sisters as well. Right, who would dare defy it? Let Baidodo teach them a lesson. This plan seemed feasible. In Lu Xiaochuan's mind, he had already set this plan in motion. The Taisu sect was powerful, and thus his backing must be even stronger. In pursuit of a more formidable protective umbrella, Lu Xiaochuan needed to strive to make the Taisu sect even more powerful, didn't he? He would have to take more responsibility for these junior brothers and sisters. Beaming with joy, Mu Rufan approached, proudly leading her newly tamed six-tailed Azure fox. She had come with the mindset to take a gamble, but she had seriously underestimated the strength of this spirit beast and nearly met her downfall. Junior Sister Rufan, congratulations. Junior Sister Rufan, you have tamed a spirit beast. Truly remarkable. It seems our Taisu sect will surely make a name for itself in the northern wilderness. Su Miaoyun and the others quickly showered her with congratulations. Lu Xiaochuan also felt genuinely happy for junior sister Rufan. Successfully taming a spirit beast was indeed a significant achievement. Thank you, senior brother. Mu Rufan firmly believed that all of this was due to senior brother's contributions. Lu Xiaochuan affectionately patted Mu Rufan's head and remarked, "Junior sister Rufan, you performed splendidly." At his praise, Mu Rufan's face blossomed into a radiant smile. In that moment, her joy was a sight to behold. "Oh, senior brother, where did you get such a cute little white cat? It's adorable. May I hold it?" Mu Rufan's gaze quickly fell upon Baidodo in Lu Xiaochuan's arms. What woman could resist such a lovely creature? With that, she reached out to pet Baidodo. Lu Xiaochuan quickly interjected, "Junior sister Rufan, please do not touch it. Baidodo does not like being petted by others, only I may do so." However, just as Lu Xiaochuan finished speaking, Baidodo surprisingly leaped into Mu Rufan's embrace. Lu Xiaochuan immediately shot a glare at Baidodo. Had it really just been taken by someone else without its owner's consent? This was an embarrassing turn of events. "Senior brother, Baidodo is quite friendly," Mu Rufan exclaimed joyfully. What astonished Lu Xiaochuan the most was that Baidodo was rubbing its little head against Mu Rufan's bosom. "What the, am I really envious of a cat right now?" At that moment, Lu Xiaochuan felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "Beast, let that junior sister go, and bring her to me." Chapter 52, I alone am enough to defeat you. Before long, Lu Xiaochuan and his companions encountered another trio of Taisu sect disciples, Xingyao, Huya, and Chu Yunxian. These three were all co-disciples among the 300 co-disciples of Taisu sect. Chu Yunxian was renowned with strength, ranking within the top 10. Xingyao and Yuya were both at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. The three of them had not tamed any spirit beasts. It seemed that capturing a spirit beast in the spirit realm was no easy feat. Besides strength, luck played a significant role as well. If luck was not on one's side, one could end up not encountering any spirit beasts, rendering mere strength futile. Upon learning that Mu Rufan had tamed a spirit beast, the six-tailed Azure fox, and that Lu Xiaochuan had captured a spirit beast, the two-headed crimson flame tiger Chu Yunxian and the others expressed their delight. "Haven't you found any spirit beasts yet?" Lu Xiaochuan inquired of Chu Yunxian's group. No sooner had Lu Xiaochuan asked than Xingyao began to vent her frustrations, her expression one of indignation. "Don't even mention it, senior brother. We actually found a spirit beast, the dragon mane lion, just earlier, but just as we were about to help senior brother Chu tame it, a group from the Lingjian sect suddenly charged in. Led by Li Jianxin, there were over 10 of them. Relying on their numbers, they forcibly snatched the dragon mane lion from us. Senior brother Chu engaged them in battle and suffered some losses, fearing that we would be in greater danger. He had no choice but to concede and led us away. By now that Dragon Mane Lion has probably been captured by Li Jianxin, Yuya chimed in, echoing her discontent. The Ling Jian sect is truly overstepping their bounds. Clearly we were the ones who discovered the spirit beast first, yet they snatched it away from us. If it weren't for senior brother Chu's intervention, I would have fought them to the bitter end. Enduring a moment of calm may lead to further anger later. Chu Yunxian shook his head and let out a bitter smile. It's fine, we were simply outmatched. We can only admit defeat. Fine, Lu Xiaochuan replied, clearly displeased. How can we just let this go? No one should bully the Taisu sect. What is the Ling Jian sect, anyway? They dare to snatch spirit beasts from our Taisu sect disciples and harm them. This matter cannot simply be overlooked, otherwise Li Jianxin will think our Taisu sect is easy to bully. I cannot tolerate this, we must retaliate. Hearing Lu Xiaochuan's impassioned and assertive words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Staring at him in disbelief, was this still the senior brother they knew? Hadn't he always been low-key in his dealings? Why was he suddenly so brash? Junior sister Rufan spoke up, I believe senior brother is absolutely right. How can we allow the Ling Jian sect to trample on our Taisu sect? If they dare to act against junior brother Chu and the others, we must stand up for them. I cannot let this go either. I want to see just how strong Li Jianxin really is now. Junior sister Rufan had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm and had just tamed a spirit beast. The 6-tailed Azure Fox, therefore she was filled with confidence. However, Lu Xiaochuan interjected, junior sister Rufan, you need not involve yourself in this matter, leave it to me. You are now a 9th level practitioner of the Golden Core realm and have successfully subdued a terrestrial level spirit beast. It seems rather excessive to bully others in such a manner. As the foremost sect of the Tsang kingdom, our Taisu sect should maintain a certain decorum. Mu Rufeng gazed at her senior brother with a perplexed expression. While the others regarded him with similarly strange looks, without needing sister Mu Rufeng to intervene, could they truly emerge victorious? Lu Xiaochuan continued, sister Mu, you need only follow us from a distance. Leave everything to your senior brother. Although Mu Rufeng felt somewhat confused by this, she nodded in agreement. She had unwavering faith in her senior brother, believing he would not engage in a battle without confidence. Senior brother was a person who could consume anything but would never suffer a loss. Chu Shidi, lead the way, Lu Xiaochuan instructed Chu Yunxian. Naturally, Chu Yunxian understood Lu Xiaochuan's character and did not hesitate to take the lead. The two-headed crimson flame tiger followed closely behind Lu Xiaochuan, resembling a mere lapdog rather than a fearsome spirit beast of the Xian level. It was quite the disgrace for a spirit beast to be reduced to such a state. Meanwhile, a group of disciples from the Spirit Sword sect gathered together, their faces glowing with delight. Their senior brother Li Jian Xian had successfully tamed a Xian level spirit beast, the Lion of Dragon Mane. At this moment, Li Jian Xian sat triumphantly atop the Lion of Dragon Mane, exuding an air of unrestrained satisfaction. Besides Li Jian Xian, Su Huafei was also present, having subdued a yellow-level spirit beast, the Wat Pig Demon. Although it was merely a yellow-level spirit beast, it was still a coveted prize for many. Among the myriad talented disciples entering the spirit realm, perhaps only about 1% could manage to tame a spirit beast. Li Jian Xian, feeling particularly boastful, declared with a booming voice, this time, the Spirit Sword sect shall certainly hold its head high, overshadowing the Taisu sect and claiming our rightful glory. The honor of our Spirit Sword sect must be reclaimed by our generation of disciples. I have tamed a Xian-level spirit beast, and Su Shidi has tamed a yellow-level spirit beast. With 3 days remaining, we still have the opportunity to capture more spirit beasts, inspired by Li Jian Xian's favor. The disciples of the Spirit Sword sect were filled with enthusiasm and confidence. Nearly 200 co-disciples from their sect had entered the spirit realms, and with the 2 spirit beasts already subdued, their prospects appeared exceedingly bright. Suddenly, a roar reminiscent of thunder echoed through the air, prompting Li Jian Xian and the others to turn their attention toward the source. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan and his group approaching, Their brows furrowed in discontent. Clearly, they regarded Lu Shaochuan and the others with disdain, although they were taken aback by the presence of the Shen-level spirit beast, the two-headed crimson flame tiger. Accompanying him, could it be that someone from the Taisu sect had tamed a Shen-level spirit beast? Was it truly Lu Shaochuan? How could that be? Li Jianxian's gaze darkened as he scrutinized Lu Shaochuan. Filled with skepticism, he found it hard to believe that Lu Shaochuan possessed the strength to tame a Shen-level spirit beast, especially since he had exerted every ounce of his effort. With Su Huafei's assistance, to barely subdue the What-Pig demon, there was no way Lu Shaochuan had the capability to capture a Shen-level spirit beast. It simply could not be. Perhaps it was Qin Honyan who had tamed it, sending the two-headed crimson flame tiger to protect Lu Shaochuan. Yes, that must be the explanation, only that would make sense. Li Jianxian's gaze swept over the group before settling on Lu Shaochuan as he inquired. Where is Qin Honyan? Why isn't she here? Does she enjoy playing such hidden tricks? This does not seem to be her style. Liu Shaochuan readily understood Li Jianxian's intentions. He smirked disdainfully and replied. Rest assured, with my junior sister absent, it is merely us few. I alone am sufficient to handle you. The Taisu sect does not require the sort of underhanded tactics you spirit sword sect employ to overpower us. Li Jianxian raised an eyebrow, incredulity written across his face. Who was it that resorted to numbers at the Fengwei Tavern in Taisu City? Chapter 53, The Villain Falls Due to Excessive Chatter. Lu Shaochuan. What exactly do you mean? Li Jianxian asked, his voice low and filled with anger. Liu Shaochuan shrugged casually. Are you hard of hearing? Did you not hear me say I would fight you? Is it not fair to settle the score for bullying my junior brothers and sisters? Li Jianxian, instead of becoming enraged, chuckled. He glanced at Chu Yunxian and the others, then gave Lu Shaochuan a condescending look. If I understand correctly, you mean to say you wish to single-handedly take us all on, correct? Lu Shaochuan nodded. Indeed. Will you face me one at a time or all at once? The disciples of the Spirit Sword sect erupted into laughter at Lu Shaochuan's words, finding it utterly amusing, as if they had just had the funniest joke in the world. Li Jianxian, wearing a mocking smile, replied, as you can see, my disciples find your proclamation quite humorous. Are you truly certain you wish to challenge all of us alone? He cast a derisive glance at the two-headed crimson flame tiger behind Lu Shaochuan, scoffing, with just that Shen-level spirit beast. I possess one as well. So what do you bring to the table to challenge us all? Merely your words, or do you think we would hesitate to eliminate you? Having suffered several defeats at Lu Shaochuan's hands, Li Jianxian was now cautious, fearful of falling into another trap. If the opportunity to eliminate Lu Shaochuan truly presented itself, he would be overjoyed. Liu Shaochuan shot a cold glare at Li Jianxian. Have you heard the saying? What saying? The villain perishes due to excessive chatter. With that, Lu Shaochuan patted the head of the two-headed crimson flame tiger, issuing a command, Shao Huang, bite him to death. Roar! The two-headed crimson flame tiger charged forward with a ferocious roar. Realizing Lu Shaochuan was serious, Li Jianxian couldn't help but feel a sense of cold amusement. Liu Shaochuan was evidently courting disaster, and he had no one to blame but himself. Perhaps it was arrogance or reluctance to let his spirit beast fight. Li Jianxian chose to confront the two-headed crimson flame tiger himself, having just tamed the Shen-level spirit beast, the lion of dragon mane. Li Jianxian's confidence was soaring. The confrontation between him and the two-headed crimson flame tiger quickly escalated. It must be said that Li Jianxian's strength was indeed formidable, as expected of the Spirit Sword sect's top disciple. He traded blows with the two-headed crimson flame tiger, showing no signs of backing down. Not only did he hold his ground, but he also seemed to have an upper hand, despite the unfolding spectacle. Lu Shaochuan remained unfazed, casually petting the tiger. Li Jianxian, with a mocking smile, remarked, "Is this where your confidence lies? Lu Shaochuan, you seem to underestimate me. Do you truly believe that just because you have a two-headed crimson flame tiger at your side, You can contend with me, now you see that tiger is not my match. So, from where does your audacity stem, daring to challenge us all? Do you think you can step in for Chu Yunxian and his friends? I can bully them, and I can just as easily bully you. However, there is no comparison to the sensation of trampling the top disciple of the Taisu sect beneath my feet. Do not merely stand there as a spectator, I prefer to see you kneeling. With that, Li Jian turned to the Lion of Dragon Mane, commanding, "Go, bite him." Roar, the Lion of Dragon Mane, its fierce fangs bared, charged menacingly toward Lu Shaochuan, yet, standing unwaveringly in the face of the Shen-level spirit beast's assault, Lu Shaochuan displayed an air of calm indifference, even refusing to lift an eyelid. Senior brother, be careful, Xing Yao could not help but exclaim. While they all believed in their senior brother's capabilities, they found it difficult to fathom how he intended to respond. Li Jian's sneer deepened as he observed Lu Shaochuan's lack of any inclination to evade the attack from the Lion of Dragon Mane. Perhaps he had been struck dumb. Was this the caliber of the Taisu sect's top disciple? But soon an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving everyone astounded. The Shen-level spirit beast, the Lion of Dragon Mane, charged forward with ferocity, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, irradiating an unstoppable force. However, just as it reached Lu Shaochuan, it suddenly came to an abrupt halt, skidding to a stop approximately a meter away from him. Third, the Lion of Dragon Mane, as if compelled by an unseen force, knelt before Lu Shaochuan, trembling and filled with trepidation, as if it had encountered a ghost. This was undoubtedly the result of Baidodo's influence. Such an extraordinary turn of events left everyone in a state of disbelief, their mouths agape as they stared at the kneeling Lion of Dragon Mane. How could this be? This was a Shen-level spirit beast boasting the strength of an 8th-level Golden Core practitioner. Why would it bow down to an ordinary human? Chu Yunxian and the others exchanged astonished glances, their hearts racing with shock. Was their senior brother truly this formidable? Could this be the power of the Chaos Dao Saint body? Even spirit beasts bowed in submission upon encountering it. However, it had never been heard that the Chaotic Avenue sacred body possessed such formidable abilities. Had it, the disciples of the Lingjian sect were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation at hand. How could this be happening? In a moment of distraction, Li Jianxin was struck and sent flying by the dual-headed crimson flame tiger. In a state of panic, Li Jianxin frantically shouted at the Lion of Dragon Mane, "Get up quickly and bite him, bite him." To his surprise, the Lion of Dragon Mane obeyed and actually rose to its feet. Just as Li Jianxin felt a surge of joy, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Lion of Dragon Mane did not continue its assault on Lu Xiaochuan. Instead, it abruptly turned its aggression towards Li Jianxin himself. This scene left everyone speechless, nearly dropping their jaws in shock. What on earth was happening? The Lion of Dragon Mane was clearly a spirit beast tamed by Li Jianxin, one bound by a soul contract. How could it possibly turn against its master? A contracted spirit beast was supposed to exhibit absolute loyalty. How could it attack its own master? This was utterly unheard of. Li Jianxin, both anxious and furious, attempted to fend off the frenzied attacks of the dual-headed crimson flame tiger while shouting at the charging Lion of Dragon Mane, "I am your master, how dare you strike at me? Stop, you must obey your master's command." Yet the Lion of Dragon Mane seemed to have gone mad, ignoring Li Jianxin entirely and continuing its ferocious onslaught. Faced with a relentless assault from two Shen-level spirit beasts, Li Jianxin was now in a state of utter desperation. With the arrival of the Lion of Dragon Mane into the fray, the tide of battle had completely shifted. Li Jianxin found himself overwhelmed and at a distinct disadvantage, unable to keep pace with the fierce attacks. Within a short span of time, he was battered and bruised. A pitiful sight indeed. To be overthrown by his own contracted spirit beast. Who could he possibly turn to for justification? No one would believe such a tale. Lu Xiaochuan, what sorcery have you cast? Why is my contracted spirit beast beyond my control attacking me in a frenzy? What have you done to the lion of dragon mane? Li Jianxin seethed with rage as he interrogated Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan meanwhile continued to pet his cat, ignoring Li Jianxin's furious inquiries entirely, showing no interest in engaging with him. Why waste words on a villain? The disciples of the Lingjian sect grew increasingly anxious, their gazes shifting towards Su Huofei, the second senior brother whose strength was only surpassed by Li Jianxin. Su Huofei had also tamed a yellow-level spirit beast, making his combat prowess formidable. Second brother, should we intervene to assist our senior brother? One disciple ventured to ask. Su Huofei gazed deeply at Lu Xiaochuan, contemplating the situation. However, he too was filled with trepidation. He had no idea what Lu Xiaochuan had done to the lion of dragon mane to provoke such a betrayal. Naturally, he feared that his own spirit beast could fall victim to similar manipulation. Lu Xiaochuan, cease this at once. Today, Li Jianxin, concede defeat. The current circumstances were evidently dire for Li Jianxin. If the battle continued, he would surely be gravely injured, if not killed. Thus, he understood that he must implore Lu Xiaochuan to relent. With no hope of victory, what other choice did he have but to bow his head in submission? In light of Li Jianxin's concession, Lu Xiaochuan seemed indifferent, merely lifting his eyelids slightly, offering no acknowledgement whatsoever. The fury within Li Jianxin threatened to boil over, having cast Lu Xiaochuan countless times in his mind. Yet, faced with the pressing situation, he found himself with no alternative but to continue lowering his stance. With gritted teeth, Li Jianxin declared, Lu Xiaochuan, I admit my wrongdoing. I apologize to Chu Yunxian and the others. I should not have bullied them with my numbers. Lu Xiaochuan remained unresponsive, a blatant insult to Li Jianxin's dignity. This flagrant disregard incited Li Jianxin's wrath to a boiling point. Lu Xiaochuan, what do you truly intend? Dare you to kill me? Do you really believe the Lingjian sect has no one to stand against you? Li Jianxin seethed through clenched teeth, his final words clearly intended for Su Huofei and the others. With Li Jianxin's declaration, Su Huofei and the others could not afford to retreat, promptly displaying their weapons ready to engage. Su Huofei coldly regarded Lu Xiaochuan and stated, Lu Xiaochuan, we are all citizens of the Tsong state. We should not harm one another within the spirit realm but unite against external threats. We should practice mercy. Why must you be so aggressive? My senior brother has already conceded. Must you continue to press him? If you do not cease your actions, we will have no choice but to fight you to the bitter end. Su Huofei's words resonated with the others. Lu Xiaochuan merely rolled his eyes at Su Huofei, retorting, when you were bullying my junior disciples, why did you not speak of our shared heritage as citizens of Tsong state? Now, as I confront Li Jianxin, you dare to flaunt such words? Su Huofei's face turned a ghastly shade. As if struck by a thunderbolt, the slap of reality had come swiftly. After a long pause, Su Huofei finally managed to utter, even if we are at fault, you should not force us to the brink of death. What is it that you truly desire? Li Jianxin, seething with indignation, shot back at Su Huofei. No need to waste words with him. Let us attack together. Quickly, subdue Lu Xiaochuan. I want to see if he still possesses such bravado. As the disciples of the Lingjian sect prepared to act, Chu Yunxian and her companions immediately adopted a posture ready for battle. Tension filled the air, both sides on the verge of conflict. In terms of numbers, the Lingjian sect held a distinct advantage, their momentum bolstered by their numerical superiority. Su Huofei glared at Lu Xiaochuan, demanding, do you truly dare not to relent? Lu Xiaochuan ignored Su Huofei entirely, dismissing him with a scoff. Attack. Su Huofei was now thoroughly enraged, issuing a commanding order. Just as Su Huofei and his companions were about to strike at Lu Xiaochuan and his group, a figure and a beast suddenly descended from the sky. Landing beside Lu Xiaochuan, the newcomers were none other than Mu Rafang and her earth-level spirit beast, the six-tailed blue fox. Without a word, or even a glance, Mu Rafang stood firm, emanating an indescribable and immense aura that enveloped the heavens and earth. The would-be attackers Su Huofei and his companions were instantly quelled by this overwhelming presence, terror etched upon their faces as they turned to regard Mu Rufeng. The power radiating from her was unmistakable, ninth layer of Golden Core realm. The Taisu sect had produced yet another extraordinary talent at the ninth layer of Golden Core realm, Su Huofei, and the others were left in a state of shock, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Who would dare to strike against a ninth layer of Golden Core realm? Su Huofei himself was merely at the seventh layer. Moreover, beside Mu Rufeng stood an earth-level spirit beast. Was that truly the six-tailed blue fox? My heavens, she had tamed an earth-level spirit beast. How had she accomplished such a feat? Even at the ninth layer of Golden Core realm, it should not have been possible to tame an earth-level spirit beast. Su Huofei and the others were utterly astounded, their faces paling as they grappled with the reality before them. What hope did they have of victory now? Li Jianxin's lips twitched uncontrollably, his spirit crushed. He had been reveling in the success of taming a Shen-level spirit beast, only to be overshadowed by Mu Rufeng's accomplishment of taming an Earth-level spirit beast. Lu Xiaochuan, what do you truly desire? You must provide a response. Li Jianxin spoke once more, his tone noticeably diminished, stripped of its previous arrogance. The once proud Li Jianxin now found himself completely subdued, unable to fight back or compete. Lu Xiaochuan observed the disheveled Li Jianxin and remarked, even a child knows not to steal another's possessions. If one has taken something that belongs to another, it must be returned. Is this not the most fundamental principle of human decency? Li Jianxin, upon hearing this, Li Jianxin's lips twitched violently as though struck by lightning. The implication was unmistakable. He was being asked to surrender the recently tamed Shen-level spirit beast, the Lion of Dragon Mane. How could such a thing be possible? Gritting his teeth, Li Jianxin retorted, what if I refuse to comply? Lu Xiaochuan remained unfazed, shrugging his shoulders nonchalantly. No worries, killing you would yield the same result. If you wish for death, I shall certainly oblige. Do not hesitate, I respect your courage. You dare? Shall we test that? No, I believe you would dare. I apologize for my earlier volume. Please do not take offense. It is just a Shen-level spirit beast. I can relinquish it without issue. Brother Lu, might we now consider halting hostilities? I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Faced with the threat of death, Li Jianxin had no choice but to comply. He was entirely convinced that Lu Xiaochuan was the sort of ruthless individual capable of anything. Last time, when the 9 major sects joined forces to confront the Taisu sect, what was the outcome? Wasn't Lei Renjie's death in vain? Didn't they have any way to deal with Lu Xiaochuan? In this world, ultimately, it is still strength that prevails. Thus, Li Jianxin naturally dared not take such a risk. After Li Jianxin severed the soul contract with the Shen-level spiritual beast, the dragon-maned lion, only then did Lu Xiaochuan gesture for Li Jianxin and the others to leave. Having suffered such a great loss, they naturally did not dare to linger, hastily retreating in a panic. This battle had been splendid, earning them great renown. Chu Yunxian and the others looked at Lu Xiaochuan with admiration. Indeed, one can always trust the senior brother. Without even lifting a finger, the senior brother completely subdued Li Jianxin and his companions. It was utterly satisfying. This was true prowess. Lu Xiaochuan glanced at the trembling dragon-maned lion, which was cowering with its head down, and said to Chu Yunxian, Junior brother Chu, if you don't mind, perhaps this dragon-maned lion could recognize you as its master. Chu Yunxian let out a bitter laugh and replied, Senior brother, it's not so easy to have this Shen-level spiritual beast, the dragon-maned lion, recognize a master. Before Chu Yunxian could finish his sentence, Lu Xiaochuan called out to the dragon-maned lion, come here and recognize my junior brother Chu as your master. Senior brother, how could this be possible for a Shen-level spiritual beast? Chu Yunxian was still in disbelief, but to his astonishment, he witnessed the dragon-maned lion obediently kneeling before Chu Yunxian, voluntarily offering its soul to recognize him as its master. This unexpected turn of events left Chu Yunxian utterly dumbfounded. He gazed incredulously at the dragon-maned lion that had taken the initiative to acknowledge him, then looked at Lu Xiaochuan, utterly shocked. The other junior brothers and sisters were equally astonished. How could this be? Good heavens, this was a Shen-level spiritual beast. The senior brother managed to make the dragon-maned lion willingly acknowledge junior brother Chu as its master with just a single command. How was this possible? It was simply beyond comprehension, something unheard of. After standing in a daze for quite some time, Chu Yunxian finally stammered to Lu Xiaochuan, "Senior brother, the dragon-maned lion actually listens to your words. Don't pay attention to such details. After all, your senior brother is the first Chaos Dao sacred body in the history of the North Wilderness region. Isn't it reasonable that he possesses some extraordinary abilities?" Liu Xiaochuan shrugged. "Quickly recognize your master. We still need to search for the other junior brothers and sisters," he urged. Chu Yunxian did not dwell on it further and promptly completed the master recognition ritual with the dragon-maned lion. Successfully subduing a Shen-level spiritual beast left Chu Yunxian overjoyed, marking the greatest success of this endeavor. Xin Yao and the others felt both happy for Chu Yunxian and envious. "Senior brother, Xin Yao also wants a spiritual beast," she said, playfully tugging at Lu Xiaochuan's arm. "You must help us subdue a spiritual beast. You can't be so biased." The four of them, including Yuya, nodded in agreement, expressing their support. Chu Yunxian immediately smiled wryly and quickly spoke on Lu Xiaochuan's behalf. "Junior brothers and sisters, don't trouble senior brother. Spiritual beasts are exceedingly rare. Encountering one is already a challenge, let alone subduing it. How could you expect senior brother to assist you all in capturing a spiritual beast?" "That is not entirely impossible," Lu Xiaochuan interjected with a smirk. Chu Yunxian was taken aback, staring at Lu Xiaochuan in disbelief. "Is it really possible?" Upon hearing this, Xin Yao's face lit up with joy. "I knew senior brother would have a way. If you can help me subdue a Shen-level spiritual beast, I will repay you for a lifetime. I'll do it for 2 lifetimes. I'll do it for 3. I'll do it for 4. I'll do it for 5. Enough," Lu Xiaochuan quickly interjected, trying to halt the escalating banter between Xin Yao and Yuya. "Do you really think I wouldn't hit you?" But Xin Yao showed no fear. On the contrary, she flashed a bright smile at Lu Xiaochuan, saying, "Senior brother, it's been a while since you've hit me. I almost miss it. How about now?" This little girl is becoming increasingly bold," Chu Yunxian asked seriously. "Senior brother, do you really have a way to help everyone subdue spiritual beasts?" Lu Xiaochuan replied casually, "As long as we can find the spiritual beasts, it should be fine. But the problem is that spiritual beasts are hard to find, right? I've been in the spirit realm for 4 days and have only encountered one spiritual beast. And I almost got intercepted by Li Jianxin." Chu Yunxian shook his head. Liu Xiaochuan was well aware of this issue. The most challenging part of entering the spirit realm is not defeating and subduing the spiritual beasts, but rather finding them. This is the essential prerequisite. Out of 100 individuals who enter, only one might be able to subdue a spiritual beast. This speaks volumes about the low probability, with 300 core disciples of the Taisu sect entering. Statistically, only 3 would be able to subdue a spiritual beast. They had already secured 3 here. As for Qin Honian and Lu Yaoyao, they would likely have some gains as well. Finding spiritual beasts is certainly not an easy task. Relying solely on luck is obviously insufficient. Moreover, to rob others of their spiritual beasts is not only unethical but would also create numerous enemies for the Taisu sect, which is equally untenable. However, Lu Xiaochuan dared to think this way because he had learned from Baidodo that it possessed a superlative spiritual perception ability capable of effortlessly sensing any life form within 1,000 miles. Therefore, with Baidodo around, searching for spiritual beasts would naturally not be a difficult endeavor. Once they locate a spiritual beast, regardless of whether it is willing or not, it must succumb to Baidodo's overwhelming presence and obediently recognize the disciples of the Taisu sect as their masters. If all the disciples of the Taisu sect were to subdue spiritual beasts, it was unthinkable, simply unimaginable. The stronger the sect, the better they can protect themselves. Everything is for survival. Liu Xiaochuan set to work immediately. Although everyone was unaware of Liu Xiaochuan's methods, they had unwavering faith that whatever the senior brother claimed would indeed come to fruition. Xin Yao and the others were filled with excitement. With Baidodo's guidance, Liu Xiaochuan and his group soon found a Huang-level spiritual beast. In the end, Brother Huolin successfully subdued this Huang-level spiritual beast. Seeing their senior brother find a spiritual beast so quickly and assist Brother Huolin in successfully subduing it, everyone was both amazed and deeply impressed by Liu Xiaochuan. Before long, they encountered two more Huang-level spiritual beasts, which were respectively subdued by Sister Su Miaoyun and Brother Yang Naichi. In less than an hour, Liu Xiaochuan had managed to find 3 spiritual beasts, aiding 3 disciples of the Taisu sect in their endeavors. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the entire North Wilderness region. Finally, the 4th spiritual beast appeared, a Shen-level spiritual beast, the Qilhuan beast. The Qilhuan beast, with its entirely red body, resembled a peacock and bore some resemblance to a phoenix, measuring approximately 6 meters in length and 2 meters in height. It was not particularly enormous but was exceptionally beautiful. Moreover, it was a female beast. Upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan and the others, the Qilhuan beast initially intended to flee but was suppressed in midair by Mu Rafeng. Accompanied by his 6-tailed Asha Fox. As a Shen-level spiritual beast, the Qilhuan beast naturally found itself at a disadvantage against the Earth-level spiritual beasts and dared not act recklessly, returning obediently to the ground. Sister Xin Yao and Sister Yuya, however, began to argue fiercely over it. Sister Yuya, I am the senior sister, the Qilhuan beast belongs to me. Sister Xin Yao, since you're the senior sister, why don't you let your junior sister have a chance? Let the Qilhuan beast go to the junior sister. Yuya is right, thus today, I will let the junior sister take the loss. If Sister Xin Yao refuses to reason, let us draw our swords and fight. Senior brother, I can yield to you, but the Qilhuan beast, I absolutely will not relinquish. Liu Xiaochuan interjected. You too. Sister Xin Yao turned to Liu Xiaochuan and said, Senior brother, I'll offer 100,000. I'll offer 200,000. 500,000. 1 million. 10 million. 1 billion. All right, Sister Yuyat, is this how you want to play? I'll offer 1 billion plus a night with senior brother. Sounds as if I can't offer something. I'll accompany senior brother for a month. I'll accompany for a year. I'll accompany for 10 years. I'll accompany for a lifetime. Directly selling myself. Liu Xiaochuan exclaimed, why is it always me that gets hurt? Everyone shut up. His stern shout finally brought an end to the heated argument between the two women, who were now flushed with excitement. Liu Xiaochuan pressed his lips together and said, since you both refuse to yield, then neither of you shall have it. Let us roast it and enjoy the Qilhuan beast. What did it do wrong? Seeing that their senior brother was genuinely angry, Xin Yao and Yuya immediately donned smiles, embracing each other like good sisters, and grinned at Liu Xiaochuan, saying, Senior brother, we were just joking earlier. We are dear sisters. How could we truly fight over a Shen-level spiritual beast? Yuya, you are the junior sister, the Qilhuan beast should belong to you. No, Sister Xin Yao, you are the senior sister, the Qilhuan beast should belong to you. Wait, if senior brother hears me not taking care of my junior sister, what will he think? Since Sister Xin Yao has said so, I will graciously accept. You dare. Seeing the two about to argue again, Liu Xiaochuan quickly intervened. Stop arguing, let the Qilhuan beast choose for itself. We have 3 days, why the rush? With Liu Xiaochuan's decisive words, neither Xin Yao nor Yuya dared to contest further. In the end, the Qilhuan beast chose Yuya. After successfully subduing the Qilhuan beast, Yuya was utterly delighted, while Xin Yao looked at Liu Xiaochuan with a pitiful expression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She appeared so enchanting and vulnerable, invoking a sense of protection. When a beautiful woman feigns distress, which man can resist? Lu Xiaochuan comforted Sister Xingyao, "Do not fret. I assure you, as your senior brother, I will find you a." Upon receiving Lu Xiaochuan's assurance, Sister Xingyao's countenance brightened instantly, transforming her expression in the blink of an eye. The rapidity with which this woman altered her demeanor was truly remarkable. Subsequently, they continued their quest for the spiritual beasts. Along their journey, Lu Xiaochuan and his companions encountered other junior disciples, gradually expanding their group. Naturally, this also meant that Lu Xiaochuan's responsibilities grew heavier. Before long, a week had passed outside the spiritual realm's portal. Elders from various sects began to anticipate the return of their disciples, adorned with spiritual beasts from the realm. The North Wilderness domain comprises 9 states, each with hundreds of nations, and each nation hosts several to dozens of sections. In total, the North Wilderness domain boasts over 10,000 factions. At this moment, more than 10,000 elders of the gathered here. At the Taisu sect, Tai Yen Shanran and Elder Chi presided over affairs. Disciples who had subdued spiritual beasts began to emerge from the spiritual realm, each one radiating joy and pride, attracting numerous gazes. Many disciples who had failed to capture a spiritual beast also streamed out. It was estimated that around 300,000 to 400,000 disciples had entered the spiritual realm. Those who managed to acquire a spiritual beast would likely number less than 1%. However, given the sheer volume, even with less than 1%, there could still be approximately 30,000 individuals who obtained spiritual beasts. This implies that the talented disciples of the North Wilderness domain could collectively retrieve around 30,000 spiritual beasts from the realm. When calculated, this figure is indeed quite impressive. Thus, every opening of the spiritual realm's portal represents a tremendous opportunity for the North Wilderness domain to enhance its strength, paving the way for rapid development. "I wonder what gains our Taisu sect will achieve this time," Elder Chi remarked with a hopeful expression. Tai Yen Shanran, with an air of calm, casually replied, "Based on proportions, it should be no issue for our Taisu sect to acquire 3 spiritual beasts." Elder Chi smirked and said, "Sect Master, can we not aim higher? As the foremost sect among the top 10 in some country, with 300 core disciples entering the spiritual realm, how could we possibly settle for merely 3 spiritual beasts? In my estimation, we should aim for at least 5. Elder Fojiu shot a sidelong glance at Elder Chi, snorting softly. "Do be cautious, one might end up busting from such inflated expectations." Elder Chi cast a disgruntled glance at him. Just then a voice of astonishment rang out, "Look, it is Yu Qingshun, the chief disciple of Qingzhen sect, who has captured the rock silver lion. What is all the fuss about? Qingzhen sect is one of the top 10 forces in our North Wilderness domain. It is quite normal for their chief disciple Yu Qingshun, who is at the to capture a. Indeed, it seems all the chief disciples of the top 10 forces in our North Wilderness domain have reportedly broken through to the. So it is plausible that they could capture. No need for reports, it is a fact. As Yu Qingshun emerged from the spiritual realm with the rock silver lion, he immediately drew attention, shimmering with brilliance and exuding an aura of magnificence, inciting waves of admiration and envy. However, such envy was hardly warranted. Among the thousands of sects in the North Wilderness domain, only the chief disciples of the top 10 forces had managed to break through to the. The rest, at best, were at the 9th level of the, while others languished at the 8th level. The difference of a mere tier between the 9th level of and the 1st level of is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. The chief disciples of the top 10 forces in the North Wilderness domain are inherently dazzling, their names echoing throughout the domain. As time passed, the scene grew increasingly lively, with a multitude of disciples emerging from the spiritual realm. As expected, all the chief disciples of the top 10 forces in the North Wilderness domain had captured a. Beyond that, no other gifted disciples had managed to secure a. The vast majority had only captured. Even capturing a was a notable achievement, as they are still rare, being 1 in 100. The probability of encountering a is approximately 1%, meaning that among 100 only one may appear. This underscores the extreme rarity of .to possess even one is worthy of considerable bragging rights. Disciples from the top 10 sects of Tsong country continued to emerge from the spiritual realm in succession. Li Jianxin exited, his face covered in dirt, his expression one of profound dejection. After being coerced by Lu Xiaochuan into surrendering the dragon mane lion, he had not managed to find another spiritual beast. This humiliation filled him with resentment, and he harbored an intense hatred towards Lu Xiaochuan. Among the disciples of the Lingjian sect, only Su Huafei had captured 8, while the others returned empty-handed. This situation undoubtedly left Elder Fuju feeling quite disheartened. The disciple he had placed his utmost hopes on, Li Jianxin, had failed to secure even a single spiritual beast. All of this he blamed on Lu Xiaochuan. Just then an enraged voice thundered, "Where is Li Jianxin of Tsong country's Lingjian sect? Come out at once." Chapter 57. Wailing and claiming innocence. Li Jianxin, already in a foul mood, felt his anger flare upon hearing the voice. Without a second thought he retorted, "Who told me to come out?" As soon as he uttered these words, he regretted it immediately, for he saw a large group of people advancing towards him with an intimidating demeanor, each one seething with rage. This group numbered around 200 to 300. Evidently from a single faction. Upon witnessing this, Li Jianxin's expression shifted drastically, and he quickly deflated, losing all traces of his earlier bravado. The disciples of Lingjian sect, witnessing this turn of events, looked at Li Jianxin in confusion. Faced with such a menacing crowd, it was only natural that Li Jianxin felt a twinge of anxiety. "Are you Li Jianxin?" An elder emanating an exceptionally powerful aura inquired, his face dark and his eyes cold as he fixed his gaze on Li Jianxin. Elder Fuju approached Li Jianxin, his expression grim, watching him with a puzzled look. Under the elder's chilling glare, Li Jianxin felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he forced himself to appear calm as he stammered, "Senior, I am Li Jianxin. How may I assist you?" "Humph." Before Li Jianxin could finish speaking, the elder let out a deep snort, exclaiming, "I am Li Kuang, the second prince of the Chong kingdom. Have you not slain me?" "What? The second prince of Chong kingdom, Li Kuang? You claim I killed him?" The moment those words left his lips, Li Jianxin felt as though he had been struck by lightning, leaving him utterly dazed. The disciples of Lingjian sect were equally shocked, regarding Li Jianxin with incredulity. They understood that Chong kingdom's power surpassed even that of Tsong country. Had Li Jianxin truly committed such an audacious act? Elder Fuju's expression darkened as he assessed Li Jianxin. Given his understanding of Li Jianxin, he could hardly believe that he would dare to undertake such a reckless action. After a moment's shock, Li Jianxin hastily protested, "Senior, you must be mistaken. I have never met Li Kuang, nor do I even know him. How could I possibly have killed him?" As soon as Li Jianxin finished speaking, a disciple from Yujian sect stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Are you still trying to deny it? When we arrived at the scene of our senior brother's body, he had written with his own blood, 'Li Jianxin of Tsong country's Lingjian sect killed me, if not you.' Then who, to leave behind a blood-written confession?" Li Jianxin was utterly flabbergasted. He had not killed anyone in the spiritual realm. "Even if he left a blood note, it does not necessarily mean that I am the murderer. Does it? It is possible that someone else framed me. I swear to the heavens, I did not kill him. I have never even met him. There must be some misunderstanding. Someone is trying to frame me. Please do not be deceived." Several disciples from Lingjian sect stepped forward to vouch for Li Jianxin, asserting they had been with him the entire time, confirming that he could not possibly have committed such an act. The members of Yujian sect, however, were furious, unwilling to listen to reason. They were bent on avenging their senior brother Li Kuang. In a state of panic and desperation, Li Jianxin pleaded repeatedly, swearing his innocence, yet he could not quell their fury. Naturally, Yujian sect would not let the matter rest easily, given that their chief disciple had been killed in the spiritual realm. To make matters worse, before the storm of anger from Yujian sect could subside, Another group emerged. Li Genshin, either you return the 300,000 spiritual stones you swindled from us, or hand over that two-headed crimson flame tiger, otherwise we will not let this matter rest. Li Genshin. You defrauded us of over 200,000 spiritual stones. How will you account for this? Li Genshin, you sold the same tiger to multiple buyers. What a clever scheme. Now you must pay. A total of 5 separate groups approached Li Genshin, each demanding retribution, leaving him utterly bewildered. Who are you people? I have never met any of you before. How could I have deceived you or sold you anything? What two-headed crimson flame tiger? Do you see any spiritual beasts with me? I have no such creature. You must be mistaken. The 5 groups scrutinized Li Genshin closely. Although he had worn a mask at the time and his features were obscured, his physique was still recognizable. Yet, it appeared that there was indeed no two-headed crimson flame tiger in Li Genshin's vicinity, which raised suspicions. No, perhaps he really did sell the two-headed crimson flame tiger. The 5 waves of individuals promptly launched an assault on Li Genshin, while the 6th wave simultaneously engaged him as well. The two sides were locked in a fierce struggle, creating quite a commotion. Those sects that had reaped significant rewards gradually departed. Finally, the disciples of the Eugen sect unleashed their fury upon Li Genshin, delivering a thorough beating before they could quell their tempers. Their restraint stemmed from the realization that Li Genshin was merely at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, his strength not particularly formidable. Theoretically, he posed no threat to Li Kuang's life. Thus, the Eugen sect members ultimately chose to withdraw, leaving the matter for further investigation. After casting a harsh remark at Li Genshin, they took their leave. The 5 waves of debt collectors, having exhausted their options, compelled Elder Fuzhou to part with his wealth to appease the situation, compensating the 5 waves in full to bring an end to the fracas. After settling the 6 waves, having disbursed 3 million, Li Genshin was left battered and bruised, his visage a testament to his ordeal. In a fit of rage after seeing off the 6 waves, Li Genshin erupted in fury. Who the hell is so malicious as to frame me? Who is it? Which cowardly scoundrel has perpetrated this mischief? If you have the guts, step forward. I challenge you to a duel. Meanwhile, those around him merely observed the spectacle with amusement. Soon, only a handful of influential figures remained, as representatives from other sects began to trickle out. However, not a single member of the Taishu sect had emerged. This peculiar situation caused both Master Taiyan and Elder Qi to furrow their brows in concern, with the deadline rapidly approaching and the passage to the spirit realm on the verge of closing. They feared that if no one emerged soon, their disciples might be forever trapped within. The disciples from the other 9 major sects of the Tsang nation had nearly all exited, with only a few still making their way out. Yet the absence of Taishu sect members was conspicuous. The situation surrounding the Taishu sect drew odd glances from other sects, then citing a flurry of speculation, with less than a quarter of an hour remaining before the spirit realm passage closed. How could it be that none of the 300 core disciples of the Taishu sect had emerged? Was it possible that the disciples had collectively encountered a catastrophe within the spirit realm? Otherwise, it was unfathomable that not a single one had returned by now. Notably, other sects had nearly all seen their disciples return, yet the Taishu sect remained an enigma. Could it be that the disciples of the Taishu sect had encountered powerful adversaries within the spirit realm and met their demise? Hearing such ominous speculations, Master Taiyan and Elder Qi's expressions darkened further. Though they were unwilling to entertain such thoughts, anxiety gnawed at them. What if something truly grave had transpired? If no one emerged from the spirit realm, the foundations of the Taishu sect would be irrevocably shattered. Once their foundation crumbled, the Taishu sect would swiftly descend from its pedestal, no longer the foremost sect of the Tsang nation, and perhaps even face annihilation. Look, the passage to the spirit realm is beginning to close. It seemed that the 300 core disciples of the Taishu sect had indeed been obliterated, their foundations destroyed. A calamity was befalling the Tsang nation. Master Taiyen and Elder Chi fixed their gazes on the closing passage, witnessing it slowly shutting. In mere moments, it would be entirely sealed. Once that happened, no one would be able to return from the spirit realm. Those left behind would be as good as dead. Master Taiyen's face paled, his heart sinking. Was fate truly turning against the Taishu sect? Just then a cacophony of beastly roars erupted from the spirit realm passage. The collective roar of beasts reverberated throughout the heavens. All eyes turned in unison towards the source, hearts racing with trepidation, fearing that a multitude of formidable spirit beasts was about to emerge from the spirit realm. After all, our fully grown two-headed crimson flame tiger had previously escaped. However, this time the situation was markedly different. As the crowd beheld the sight of all 300 core disciples of the Taishu sect emerging from the spirit realm, each accompanied by a spirit beast, they were left utterly astounded, struggling to believe their own eyes. Not just the onlookers, but even Master Taiyen and Elder Chi were incredulous. Elder Chi stared at Master Taiyen in disbelief, exclaiming, "Master, am I seeing things? How can it be that every co-disciple of our Taishu sect is accompanied by a spirit beast? I too feel as though my eyes are deceiving me." Master Taiyen replied. The remaining members of the various sects in attendance were equally bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of the scene. Was it sheer luck that favored the disciples of the Taishu sect? Or was the world truly unraveling in madness? How could it be possible for an entire sect's disciples to each possess a spirit beast? Upon exiting the spirit realm, the Taishu sect had apparently managed to tame 300 spirit beasts. Was this not an exaggeration, a defiance of the heavens? Among them were 2 earth-level spirit beasts, 10 mystic-level spirit beasts, and, not to mention, the 9 domain phoenix beside Qin Honyen, a celestial-level spirit beast. My heavens! A celestial-level spirit beast has actually appeared. This is madness. 1 celestial-level spirit beast, 2 earth-level spirit beasts, 10 mystic-level spirit beasts. Prior to this, all other sects combined had only revealed 10 earth-level spirit beasts. Yet the Taishu sect alone had managed to tame 300 spirit beasts. The sheer terror of it all, the representatives from various sects were left in a state of shock, bitterly demoralized. They regarded Lu Xiaochuan and his companions with incredulous expressions. The disciples of the Taishu sect emerged from the spirit realm in perfect unison. The eldest disciple, Lu Xiaochuan, led the way, followed closely by Qin Honyen, Lu Yaoyao, and Mu Rufu, with 10 disciples who had tamed mystic-level spirit beasts trailing behind them, and the rest of the disciples marching in orderly formation. Their faces radiated with joy and brilliance. This was undoubtedly their moment of glory. It was not until Lu Xiaochuan and the others stood before Master Taiyen and Elder Chi that the 2 of them finally regained their composure. The sheer magnitude of this event was overwhelming. The impact on Master Taiyen and Elder Chi was profound, rendering them momentarily speechless. They feared they might awaken from a dream, that this was all an illusion, and that it could not possibly be real. Only when Lu Xiaochuan smiled and addressed them did they snap back to reality. Master, Uncle Chi, doubt not the evidence of your eyes. This is all indeed true. Our disciples of the Taishu sect have undoubtedly brought great honor to our sect. Master Taiyen and Elder Chi, now convinced of the reality before them, broke into exuberant laughter, their excitement akin to that of children. Indeed, truly, this is a divine blessing for our Taishu sect. This is a moment of unparalleled triumph. Master Taiyen, usually reserved, could not contain his joy, laughing heartily as if he were a child. The achievements of the Taishu sect since its founding paled in comparison to this singular event. Such a remarkable feat, such dazzling glory, filled Master Taiyen with pride. It was a dream beyond imagining, yet here it was manifesting in reality. With a beaming face, Master Taiyen clasped his hands in salute to the assembled elders of the various sects, exclaiming, "My friends, the heavens have indeed favored our Taishu sect, allowing us to achieve such an unprecedented and glorious accomplishment in the spirit realm, shining brightly for all eternity. To celebrate this joyous occasion, I invite you all to the Taishu sect for a toast. while Master Taiyan was typically understated and low-key in his demeanor, this time he could not suppress his desire to revel in this moment. To boast a little, after all, such a momentous occasion might only come once in a lifetime. This was undoubtedly the most glorious and illustrious moment in the history of the Taishu sect. The elders from the other sects wore grim expressions. Was this not a cruel reminder of their wounds? How could they possibly attend the Taishu sect to partake in their celebration? Master, let us remain humble. It is time for us to return to our sect, Lu Xiaochuan advised. Master Taiyan promptly slapped his forehead, acknowledging, "Oh yes, I momentarily lost myself in elation. I hope my esteemed colleagues will forgive me. We, the Taishu sect, shall take our leave now." With that, the disciples of the Taishu sect departed, radiating brilliance and inciting a wave of envy and resentment. All eyes were fixed on the retreating figures of the Taishu sect, their hearts heavy with discontent, especially among the other 9 major sects of the Tsong nation. The feeling was particularly sour. The Taishu sect, already the foremost sect in the Tsong nation, had now solidified their position beyond doubt, leaving the 9 other sects in a state of despair. In fact, the 9 sects felt that even if they combined their strengths, they could not rival the Taishu sect. As time passed, this disparity would likely widen even further, especially for the Lingjian sect, which had harbored ambitions of challenging the Taishu sect's supremacy in recent years. That ambition had now been utterly crushed. The performance of the Lingjian sect this time can only be described as dismal. Having secured merely a single yellow-grade spirit beast. No, I understand now, it was that Lu Xiaochuan who framed and wronged me. Li Jianxin suddenly became agitated. Indeed, it was that group of 5 who accused me of selling a tiger for 5. And the very beast sold to them was the dual-headed crimson flame tiger. Was it not Lu Xiaochuan who was accompanied by this dual-headed crimson flame tiger? The one who framed and wronged me must certainly harbor animosity towards me and must be familiar with my identity. Hence their actions. Thus it must be someone from the top 10 sects of the Tsong nation. Only Lu Xiaochuan has both a vendetta against me and is the sole possessor of a dual-headed crimson flame tiger. Therefore, the one who framed and wronged me is undoubtedly Lu Xiaochuan. Even the second prince of the Qing nation, Li Kuang, could have been slain by Lu Xiaochuan. With his eyes reddening, Li Jianxin addressed Elder Fujiao, "We must inform the Qing nation and the Yujianzong, leveraging their hands to eliminate Lu Xiaochuan and restore my innocence." Chapter 59, Capturing Spirit Beasts is quite simple. Just have hands. On the vast square in front of the main hall of Taishu Peak, all 300 core disciples of the Taishu sect had gathered, their spirit beasts accompanying them. The elders of the Taishu sect, including those who had long been in seclusion, were also present. After worrying about Lu Xiaochuan for 7 days, Xuanji Ferry finally revealed a look of relief. The faces of all the elders were beaming with joy, filled with excitement. This was an unprecedented event of grandeur for the Taishu sect, the glory never before witnessed. Grandmaster Taiyan proclaimed loudly, "This time the heavens have blessed our Taishu sect. Each of our 300 core disciples has proven themselves, each a hero. We take pride in you. This time you have broken several records. The first record, Qin Honyan has broken through to the divine travel realm, becoming the youngest in the history of our Taishu sect to achieve this. The second record, Qin Honyan has captured a heavenly grade spirit beast, the 9-domain phoenix, an unprecedented feat in the annals of our sect. Furthermore, among the myriad sects of the northern wilderness, she stands alone as the sole captor of a heavenly grade spirit beast. Beyond mere fortune, it is also a testament to Qin Hanyan's strength. With her dual records, we celebrate her. She is a grand hero of our Taishu sect. Let us applaud her." Upon finishing his words, Grandmaster Taiyan took the initiative to applaud. The elders nodded in approval, feeling immense pride for Qin Honyan. The applause thundered, illuminating Qin Honyan, who shone radiantly. Indeed, Qin Honyan exemplified perfection in every aspect, a paragon for her fellow disciples. Had it not been for Lu Xiaochuan, this chaotic Dao Saint body, her position as the foremost disciple of the Taishu sect would have been assured. In this moment, Qin Hanyan's brilliance was overwhelmingly dazzling. Even when compared to the chief disciples of the top 10 powers in the northern wilderness, she would not be overshadowed in any way. This was an unparalleled occurrence for the Taishu sect. After the applause subsided, Chin Honyen calmly stated, "Had it not been for the assistance of senior brother, I would not have been able to capture the heavenly grade spirit beast, the 9-domain phoenix." The moment these words were uttered, Grandmaster Taiyen and the elders were utterly astonished. Help from Xiao Chuan. Could he truly possess the ability to aid Chin Honyen in capturing a heavenly grade spirit beast? The gazes of the elders turned towards Lu Xiaochuan, filled with perplexity. Just as they remained in doubt, Mu Rafeng promptly spoke. "I was also able to capture this earthly grade spirit beast, the six-tailed blue fox. Thanks to senior brother's assistance." Following suit, Lu Yaoyao chimed in. "I too captured this earthly grade spirit beast, the blue salamander, with the help of senior brother." Other disciples began to voice their experiences as well, all asserting that their successful captures were due to senior brother's aid. Every co-disciple echoed this sentiment. The reality was indeed as stated. Upon hearing this, Grandmaster Taiyen and the elders were left in a state of utter disbelief. Exchanging glances filled with incredulity, all disciples of the Taishu sect had captured spirit beasts, and it seemed that it was not the heavens that favored the Taishu sect, but rather Lu Xiaochuan who had bestowed his blessings upon them. How could Lu Xiaochuan, with his singular strength, enable all co-disciples of the Taishu sect to capture spirit beasts? How was this even possible? Such a claim would likely be met with skepticism by anyone who heard it. It was hard for even the elders of the Taishu sect to believe at that moment. After an indeterminate period, the crowd began to settle down. "Xiaochuan, how did you accomplish this?" Grandmaster Taiyen could not help but ask. Lu Xiaochuan shrugged a smirk on his lips, and replied, "I don't know, perhaps I was just lucky. It seems that wherever I go, I encounter spirit beasts. Moreover, those spirit beasts act peculiarly, almost as if they see a ghost. They willingly approach to acknowledge me without my junior brothers and sisters needing to intervene. I thought capturing spirit beasts was simple. All you need are hands, just having hands. Is it truly that simple? Capturing spirit beasts is a rare occurrence. However, it seems that this scenario does not quite apply to the Taishu sect. For the Taishu sect, it may indeed be as simple as just having hands." Grandmaster Taiyen and the elders regarded Lu Xiaochuan with peculiar expressions. Such an astonishing feat was described by him as if it were a trivial matter. If spirit beasts were indeed that easy to find, then fewer than 1% of individuals would have succeeded in capturing them. Surely, spirit beasts cannot be so easily subdued. Grandmaster Taiyen pressed on with a serious expression. "Is it truly so?" Without needing Lu Xiaochuan to respond, his junior brothers and sisters had already provided the answer. "Indeed, it is. This is truly extraordinary." Grandmaster Taiyen, bewildered, found it hard to make sense of it all. Could such an extraordinary event truly exist? Elder Chi speculated. "Sect master, could it be because Xiaochuan is the chaotic Dao Saint body? The chaotic Dao Saint body is said to be an unparalleled entity, possessing the potential of an emperor. Who in this world would dare to resist?" Grandmaster Taiyen furrowed his brow and shook his head. This explanation felt too far-fetched. While Lu Xiaochuan is indeed a chaotic Dao Saint body, he is still an unrefined version of it. How could he possess such formidable authority? Yet, aside from this explanation, no other possibility seemed plausible. Nonetheless, it was ultimately a fortuitous occurrence. Grandmaster Taiyen decided not to dwell further on the matter and instructed the elders to stay behind while Lu Xiaochuan and his companions returned to Lingshu Peak. The four of them made their way back, with Lu Yaoyao and Mu Rafeng eagerly taking their spirit beasts to their cultivation spots. Lu Yaoyao had also reaped great rewards during this journey to the spirit realm, successfully breaking through to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Thus, on the surface, the Taishu sect now boasted 1 disciple in the Divine Travel realm and 2 in the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, along with 7 disciples in the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. This undoubtedly constituted an exceptionally lavish lineup of talented disciples. Even when viewed across the entire northern wilderness, it was quite remarkable. Among the myriad sects, they could likely rank within the top 100. If one were to account for a heavenly grade spirit beast, 2 earthly grade spirit beasts, and 10 mysterious grade spirit beasts, while breaking into the top 10 might pose a challenge. Entering the top 20 should not be a problem. Of course, this assumes they do not include the anomaly that is Lu Xiaochuan. Qin Hongyan did not rush to leave. Lu Xiaochuan observed her and inquired, "Do you have something else to discuss?" Junior sister Qin, with a grave expression. Qin Hongyan looked at Lu Xiaochuan and said, "Senior brother, I find myself somewhat perplexed regarding this matter. It does not align with your usual style of conduct. I do not comprehend why you have chosen to act so ostentatiously this time. Our 300 co-disciples of the Taishu sect each possess a spirit beast, and we have an abundance of high-grade spirit beasts. This news will undoubtedly spread rapidly throughout the northern wilderness, creating a significant stir and bringing great renown to our Taishu sect. However, our Taishu sect is not particularly robust. Suddenly gaining fame across the northern wilderness may be a grand step, but it also casts an excessively bright light upon us, which will likely attract envy and resentment. It may very well bring endless troubles to our Taishu sect, potentially even leading to calamity. Knowing your intelligence, I believe you have certainly contemplated these repercussions. You have always preferred a low profile, yet this time, why the departure from your usual approach? I have pondered for quite some time and still cannot ascertain the rationale. So I seek your clarification, senior brother. Chapter 60. Seize the opportunity, reclaim the lost passion of yesteryear. The principle that a tree that stands out will be felled by the wind is an immutable truth. When an individual shines too brightly, it may not necessarily be advantageous. Envy is an innate trait among many. Your strength, in the eyes of others, can pose a latent threat. The myriad sects of the northern wilderness are an exceedingly intricate web of power dynamics, rife with deception and treachery. Taking overly ambitious steps can sometimes lead to one's own downfall. A minor misstep could result in irrevocable disaster. Lu Xiaochuan understood this principle better than anyone. Thus, he had chosen to remain concealed over the years, striving to maintain a low profile. However, Qin Hongyan was fully aware of these circumstances, which was precisely why she found herself so perplexed. Lu Xiaochuan smiled at Qin Hongyan and asked, "Do you trust me?" Without hesitation, Qin Hongyan nodded. "If there is but one person in this world whom I can trust, it is undoubtedly you, senior brother. I firmly believe in my senior brother, which is why I have refrained from uttering even a single word regarding this matter. However, I still find myself perplexed and yearning for some peace of mind." Lu Xiaochuan gazed at Qin Hongyan with a knowing smile, aware that his junior sister was concerned for his well-being. The high-profile nature of this incident would undoubtedly stir up a significant commotion in the northern wilderness region, drawing the attention of various influential factions towards the Taishu sect. Naturally, trouble would not be in short supply. A moment's carelessness could plunge the Taishu sect into irreversible calamity. Suddenly, Lu Xiaochuan's expression turned serious as he remarked, "I am fully aware of these risks, yet I find myself with no alternative. I must proceed in this manner." Must? Qin Hongyan looked at Lu Xiaochuan with a perplexed expression. "Why is it necessary to do so? Junior sister Qin, let me pose a question to you. If a sect wishes to become truly powerful, what must it do? Naturally, it must produce formidable individuals, top-tier powerhouses. Only with true strength can a sect be considered powerful. If a sect possesses only one strong individual, its strength is fleeting. However, if numerous powerful figures arise within a sect, it can achieve lasting greatness. Our Taishu sect, relying solely on our master, could dominate the entire Tsang country, yet when we cast our gaze upon the northern wilderness region, we barely rank within the top 1,000. Why is this so?" Qin Hongyan furrowed her brow, contemplating. "Because our Taishu sect as a whole is still quite weak. Although our master is indeed strong, relying on him alone is far from sufficient. Each of the top 10 powers in the Northern Wilderness region boasts at least 20 individuals at the ruins-breaking realm. To truly grow strong, we must cultivate numerous powerful figures. One tree cannot support a forest. So, you intend to nurture a plethora of strong individuals for the Taishu sect? Lu Xiaochuan nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, I aim to cultivate a multitude of powerful figures for the Taishu sect. Only then can we attain true strength. This will enable the Taishu sect to better protect me, ensuring my safety. Qin Honyan shook her head, expressing, but such an endeavor carries immense risk. Lu Xiaochuan let out a wry smile, acknowledging, I am aware. Yet there is no alternative. The spirit realm opens but once every 10,000 years. Can we afford to wait another 10 millennia? This rare opportunity must not be squandered. Therefore, I have no choice but to seize this singular chance. Only by doing so can our Taishu sect potentially rise to become one of the foremost powers in the Northern Wilderness region within the next decade or two. Can you think of any other alternatives? Qin Honyan furrowed her brows in deep thought but ultimately shook her head. Indeed, there were no other options. This was the only path. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who would wish to let it slip away? I too would prefer to lead a life of ease. To remain in the safest of zones. However, there exists a saying in my homeland, one must remain vigilant even in times of peace. To attain absolute safety in this world necessitates absolute strength as a safeguard. Otherwise, tranquility is but an illusion. I harbor a profound fear of death, thus I require a powerful sect to shield me. Every endeavor entails risk, yet this time, I am willing to take a gamble. Risks and rewards are often proportional. After 10 years of idleness, there must be a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. It is time to strive once more, to rediscover the fervor I once lost. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, Qin Honyan fell silent. She gazed deeply at Lu Xiaochuan, harboring unspoken sentiments, unsure of how to articulate them. Senior brother, should anything happen, I shall fight to the death to protect you. After a long pause, Qin Honyan spoke earnestly to Lu Xiaochuan. Hearing such heartfelt words, Lu Xiaochuan couldn't help but smile knowingly, shaking his head in jest. With your current level of strength, do you really think you can protect me? Are you not aware that I have already advanced to the Foundation Establishment realm? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Honyan replied, then I shall strive to ascend the Northern Wilderness region's talent ranking and earn the right to cultivate in the sacred land of the Northern Wilderness. If my strength is insufficient, I shall compensate with status. The identity of a talent from the sacred land of the Northern Wilderness does indeed carry a certain degree of deterrence. The Taishu sect's ability to maintain its position as the foremost sect in the Tsong country is not solely due to our master as the only ruins-breaking powerhouse, but also because our previous chief disciple, Yichuan, became a talent of the sacred land of the Northern Wilderness. With Yichuan as a representative, even the top 10 powers of the Northern Wilderness region would hesitate to act against the Taishu sect. The unparalleled might of the sacred land of the Northern Wilderness commands respect throughout the region. Even the top 10 powers dare not provoke the sacred land. Lu Xiaochuan nodded slightly at Qin Honyan, acknowledging indeed junior sister Qin, having broken through to the spirit travel realm and possessing the celestial grade spirit beast, the 9 domains phoenix, you are bound to make your mark in the upcoming talent ranking competition. Qin Honyan beamed with confidence, declaring, making the list is a certainty. My goal is not merely to be listed, but to claim the top spot on the talent ranking. The higher one ranks, the greater the cultivation resources one receives from the sacred land, and the higher their status. Those in the top 3 of the talent ranking can become renowned figures, starring the entire Northern Wilderness region. Even the top 10 powers would think twice before provoking them. Lu Xiaochuan gave Qin Honyan a thumbs up, praising, ambitious, one should strive to be such, possess the courage to contend for first place. Dreams are worth having, who knows what might come to fruition. However, I do believe you have a significant opportunity to seize that first position. Qin Honyan looked at Lu Xiaochuan, inquiring, senior brother, will you not participate? if you were to enter first place would surely be yours, no one could take it from you, why not join in, you claim first place. And I claim second, together we could astonish the entire northern wilderness region, since you've already made such a high-profile entrance this time, what does another bout of attention matter? Furthermore, Junior Sister Lu and Junior Sister Mu both possess earthly-grade spirit beasts and would certainly have a fighting chance in the talent ranking. I even believe Junior Brother Chu and his companions might not be without their opportunities. If our Taishu sect could see several representatives on the talent ranking this time, our position would be solidified. Even if other sects grow envious, they would not dare to act against us. What say you, senior brother? So what are you all still afraid of? Lu Xiaochuan shook his head with a wry smile, replying, let us forget it. I have no interest in such superficial accolades, nor do I wish to cultivate in the sacred land of the northern wilderness. It is a place teeming with experts and talents, fraught with uncertainties. To me, it represents an extremely perilous domain, such a dangerous place I would rather avoid entirely. I prefer to remain within the confines of the Taishu sect, to indulge in idleness, to earn some coin, to boast, to sip wine, and to savor the pleasures of life. What could be more delightful? If anyone else were to utter such a lack of ambition, Qin Honyan would certainly scoff. Yet, when it comes to my senior brother, she finds nothing amiss. Qin Honyan did not linger further and took her leave. Just as she had walked a few steps, Lu Xiaochuan suddenly called out to her, I will visit you tonight. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanyan's face lit up with delight, and she eagerly nodded, all right, I will await your arrival. A hint of bashfulness adorned her countenance. Should anyone witness the typically aloof Qin Honyan displaying such a side, they would surely be taken aback. After bidding farewell to Qin Honyan, Lu Xiaochuan rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, I merely intend to offer guidance on your cultivation this evening. Why are you blushing? Aside from Qin Honyan, he needed to rally the other junior brothers and sisters as well. Lu Yaoyao and Mu Rufu both had significant chances as well. If Chu Yunxian and his companions could muster a strong push, they too might stand a chance. With just over 2 months remaining, the tasks were arduous and time was limited. It seemed he would need to exert some effort. Sighing, he thought, for the sake of the Taishu sect, I am truly burdened with worry. The sect leader was somewhat disappointing, having remained at the 9th layer of the spirit travel realm for decades without a breakthrough. If the Taishu sect could give birth to another ruins-breaking powerhouse, its strength would ascend to new heights. Forget it, I should find an opportunity to challenge the sect leader. Without a bit of pressure, one might never discover their true limits. At Taishu Peak, in the main hall, Achoo! Suddenly, Master Taiyan sneezed inexplicably, disrupting the previously solemn atmosphere. Rubbing his nose, he pondered the reason behind his sudden sneeze. Master Taiyan had summoned the elders for a meeting, naturally to discuss the matter of each of the 300 core disciples of the Taishu sect being assigned a spirit beast. Although this was a momentous occasion, it also concealed tremendous peril. Whether it was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. As cultivators, how can we act with trepidation? The Shonji Fairy boldly declared, this rare opportunity has now fallen into our hands. We cannot afford to be fearful. We must safeguard this immense fortune. If we lack the courage for such a task, how can we speak of the Taishu sect's prosperity and strength? If anyone dares to challenge the Taishu sect, I will fight to the death to defend it. As long as we do not provoke trouble ourselves, those sects in the northern wilderness will not dare to act against us brazenly. Will they? To set aside the fact that I currently preside over the Taisu sect, let us also consider that I, Yichon, a disciple of the Taisu sect, remain a prodigy of the northern wilderness sacred land. Those sects and powers would not dare to offend us lightly. If our disciples can achieve further glory in the upcoming competition for the prodigy rankings of the northern wilderness, it would ensure the enduring prosperity of the Taisu sect. There is no need to mention my kin, Qin Honyan. She will undoubtedly ascend the prodigy rankings. Lu Yaoyao and Mu Rafeng also possess a significant chance of success. So, what is there to fear? Upon hearing the words of Shen Kong, the crowd nodded in agreement. Wealth is often found in peril. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity, since such immense wealth has befallen our Taisu sect. We cannot afford to shy away from it. After contemplating, Master Tai Yen declared solemnly, immediately issue an order that all members of the Taisu sect, unless faced with particularly urgent matters, are not to descend the mountain or leave the sect. Even trips to Taisu City are to be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Elder Chi, you will oversee this matter and set up checkpoints at the mountain gate. Until we have absolute assurance of our safety, we must proceed with caution and seek to minimize trouble. In the words of Shao Chuan, this is what he refers to as playing it safe and developing quietly. The news that each of the 300 core disciples of the Taisu sect has been assigned a spirit beast quickly spread throughout the sect. Igniting a fervor among its members, the inner disciples eagerly sought out familiar co-disciples to witness the appearance of the spirit beasts, while the outer disciples could only engage in discussions. This news swiftly reached the entire northern wilderness, elevating the Taisu sect's reputation to unprecedented heights. Various sects began to deliberate over the Taisu sect's bizarre yet astonishing performance. The mere fact that 300 core disciples each possessed a spirit beast is almost beyond belief. Such an occurrence has never been recorded in the annals of the Northern Wilderness. Among the 10 major powers of the Northern Wilderness, the Sword Immortal Pavilion, which performed the best, managed to acquire only 43 spirit beasts. While the Tai A sect secured 39, the remaining 8 powers each acquired between 3 to 40 spirit beasts, collectively amassing just over 300. Yet the Taisu sect alone obtained 300. Most astonishingly, among these 300 spirit beasts there exists a heavenly grade spirit beast, 2 earthly grade beasts, and 10 mysterious grade beasts. With such strength, the Taisu sect could almost contend with the 10 major powers of the Northern Wilderness. This is indeed an unfathomable situation, one that even the 10 prominent families of the Northern Wilderness perceive as a potential threat. Although the Taisu sect is the foremost sect of the Tsong Kingdom, the kingdom itself is relatively small. Across the vast expanse of the Northern Wilderness, there are nearly 1,000 such nations, and the Tsong Kingdom ranks merely in the mid to lower tiers of power. The Taisu sect has long remained obscure, its name only gradually emerging into the public consciousness after the chief disciple, Yi Chuan, ascended the prodigy rankings of the Northern Wilderness a decade ago. Yet, even then it did not garner much attention. Many attributed its success to mere luck in encountering a talented individual. However, this time, the entire Northern Wilderness is profoundly shaken. Various voices have emerged, and numerous sects have dispatched spies to hastily gather information in Taisu City. The Taisu sect had already gained significant attention due to the opening of the Spirit Realm passage, and this new wave of excitement is likely to be tenfold or even 100-fold stronger than the last. This immense fortune has once again fallen into the hands of the merchants of the Taisu sect. At Ling Su Pik Lu Shao Chuan returned to the scripture pavilion with Shao Huang. Reminding himself that classes must still be attended. He kicked the 2-headed crimson flame tiger and pointed toward the pavilion, saying, "Shao Huang, you will guard the scripture pavilion from now on." The 2-headed crimson flame tiger looked at Lu Shao Chuan with a resentful expression. Did he truly consider it a mere watchdog? It would not be fed if it failed to guard properly. Immediately, the 2-headed crimson flame tiger squatted at the entrance of the pavilion like a dutiful guard, even mimicking a dog by sticking out its tongue. This sight amused Lu Shaochuan greatly. Yes, just like that, maintain this behavior. This scene left Chen Duoduo and Tsang Linga, who arrived shortly after, utterly dumbfounded. Isn't a spirit beast meant for combat? After a long pause, Chen Duoduo finally asked, "Is this a mysterious grade spirit beast?" The 2-headed crimson flame tiger, even a yellow grade spirit beast, in the eyes of the public, is regarded as a prestigious entity. A yellow grade spirit beast can easily reach the divine travel realm. In any sect, a practitioner at the divine travel realm is undoubtedly a formidable force, capable of dominating a region. Therefore, a yellow-grade spirit beast is cherished as a treasure in any sect. As for a mysterious grade spirit beast, it is nearly revered as a holy beast, while it may not be worshipped as an ancestor. It certainly commands great respect. After all, once a mysterious grade spirit beast matures, it can attain the realm of raptured void. It is worth noting that within the entire Tsang kingdom, only Shonji has reached the raptured void realm. Even when considering the entire northern wilderness, the number of practitioners at this level is scarce, standing at the pinnacle of existence, each possessing the strength to govern a nation. Yet here, Master Lu Shaochuan glanced at the obsequious two-headed crimson flame tiger and casually remarked, "Just call it Shao Huang. I have a dog named Shao Huang too." Upon hearing this name, Chen Duoduo instinctively chimed in, but before he could finish, he sensed the fury radiating from the two-headed crimson flame tiger. Terrified, he quickly covered his mouth and stumbled backward, losing his balance and falling onto his rear. With a swift motion, Lu Shaochuan slapped the two-headed crimson flame tiger on the head, scolding, "Don't scare my junior brothers and sisters." After reprimanding the tiger, he hurried to help Chen Duoduo to his feet. Once upright, Chen Duoduo gazed at Lu Shaochuan in shock, stammering, "Master brother, how can you strike a spirit beast? A mysterious great spirit beast is a treasure. Shouldn't it be treated with utmost reverence?" Tsang Linga looked at Lu Shaochuan with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Not only did Master brother command the mysterious great spirit beast to guard, but he also struck it. The royal palace of the Tsang kingdom houses a mysterious great spirit beast, treated with the utmost respect, even by her father, the ruler of the Tsang kingdom. She vividly recalled an incident years prior when her elder brother, the crown prince, inadvertently offended a mysterious great spirit beast during a visit with their father, resulting in a near-fatal encounter. Hence, she held a deep-seated reverence for spirit beasts. Yet, witnessing Master Brother's treatment of a mysterious great spirit beast was utterly shocking. However, the next statement from Lu Shaochuan nearly made her choke. "Isn't a spirit beast meant for combat?" Lu Shaochuan shrugged and uttered a rather audacious remark. Chen Duoduo's legs went weak with fear. Had Lu Shaochuan not been there to steady him, he might have collapsed to the ground. Following this, Lu Shaochuan turned to the two-headed crimson flame tiger and inquired, "Shao Huang, are you pleased when I strike you?" The two-headed crimson flame tiger nodded vigorously, its eagerness to survive evident. It dared not utter a word of dissent, its life was at stake. Lu Shaochuan spread his hands before Chen Duoduo and Tsang Linga, saying, "You see, Shao Huang enjoys being struck, likes being called Shao Huang, and relishes guarding for me. What can I do?" This, Tsang Linga and Chen Duoduo were utterly flabbergasted. Was this truly the spirit beast they had revered? A distinguished mysterious great spirit beast reduced to such an absurd level of humility? Master brother, treating a spirit beast this way might lower its loyalty, Chen Duoduo cautiously suggested. "Loyalty?" Lu Shaochuan glanced at the two-headed crimson flame tiger and nonchalantly replied, "Shao Huang is not my spirit beast. I don't care about its loyalty. I don't even regard it. It insists on following me. If it weren't for its ability to guard the door, I wouldn't even bother bringing it out of the spirit realm." Chen Duoduo and Tsang Linga were left speechless. Such arrogance practically oozed from Lu Shaochuan. It seemed that no one in the entire northern wilderness would dare to utter such a boastful statement. Yet, when Lu Shaochuan spoke, it felt like an undeniable truth. He perceived it in such a manner, but how could he execute such braggadocio with such finesse? This was a case of effortlessly overshadowing others. Chen Duoduo felt as if he might kneel before Lu Shaochuan. "Master brother, this is a mysterious great spirit beast. I would dream of owning even the most ordinary yellow great spirit beast, something I yearn for but cannot attain. Yet you," Chen Duoduo looked at Lu Shaochuan, torn between admiration and bewilderment. The fact that a mysterious great spirit beast faced such disdain from Master brother would surely provoke the ire of many if word got out. Hearing Chen Duoduo's words, Lu Shaochuan's spirits lifted. He pulled Chen Duoduo closer, gesturing toward the two-headed crimson flame tiger. "Junior brother Chen, do you wish for your dreams to come true? I could sell you Xiao Huang. If you like, what? I truly consider you a dear junior brother and genuinely wish to sell it to you, just name your price. Please don't keep saying master brother is speaking honestly with you. I genuinely wish to sell the twin-headed scarlet flame tiger. Is this truly sincere? At this moment, Chen Duo was utterly flustered. A profound level spirit beast can still be put up for sale, such an unheard of matter. And Master Brother speaks of it with such gravity. Sang Ling even began to wonder if Master Brother had gone mad. What kind of respectable Master Brother sells profound level spirit beasts? Other Master Brothers are this and that, yet why is mine so unorthodox? How about 10 billion? Did you not claim that your Chen family is the wealthiest in some country? 10 billion spirit stones should be within your Chen family's means. Correct, this is my first time selling a profound level spirit beast. Selling for 10 billion shouldn't leave your Chen family at a loss, right? Lu Xiaochuan said to Chen Duo with utmost seriousness. There is no other way. I genuinely need money. If I didn't, who would be willing to part with their own pet? Isn't it better to keep it as a guard? Isn't it more enjoyable to pat its head? The twin-headed scarlet flame tiger looked at Lu Xiaochuan with a mix of grievance and sorrow. Just out of the spirit beast, and it might truly be sold. A profound level spirit beast cannot be measured merely in monetary terms. Let alone 10 billion, selling for 100 billion would be no issue. The problem is how could Chen Duo dare to accept such a proposition? Terrified, Chen Duo quickly shook his head and waved his hands. At that moment, like a celestial being descending from the heavens, Xuanji Fairy appeared. Naturally, Chen Duo and Sang Ling dared not linger. After bowing to Xuanji Fairy, they swiftly departed. Xuanji Fairy glanced at the little Huang, who had been instructed by Lu Xiaochuan to stay and guard, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. When did profound level spirit beasts become so lacking in ambition? Her disciple truly possesses remarkable ability. Managing to keep a profound level spirit beast so obedient. After a moment of thought, Xuanji Fairy couldn't help but say to Lu Xiaochuan, Xiaochuan, you ought to treat your spirit beasts well. However, Lu Xiaochuan waved his hand dismissively, curling his lips. It's fine, master. I'll just sell them when a good opportunity arises. What is there to treat well? Xuanji Fairy, the twin-headed scarlet flame tiger. Chapter 63. Rest assured. Master, I value my life above all else. Selling spirit beasts, especially profound level ones, is perhaps something only Lu Xiaochuan has done in the entire northern wasteland throughout history. If such unprecedented news were to spread, it would undoubtedly infuriate countless prodigies. This time there were 3 to 4 million talented disciples from the various countries and sects entering the spirit realm in the northern wasteland, yet how many ultimately obtain spirit beasts? 1 in 100. If that, the probability is exceedingly low. If the criteria were raised to profound level spirit beasts, the odds would be 1 in 10,000. There were only about 200 profound level spirit beasts brought out this time. Xuanji Fairy's brows furrowed deeply as she shot a fierce glare at Lu Xiaochuan. She felt a mix of exasperation and helplessness towards her disciple. He always plays by his own rules, uttering astonishing statements and performing actions beyond imagination. Thus, Xuanji Fairy was no longer surprised. However, given the gravity of the matter concerning spirit beasts, she felt compelled to remind Lu Xiaochuan, alas, Xiaochuan, things may become quite tumultuous recently. Do your best to avoid leaving the sect, Xuanji Fairy advised once more. Lu Xiaochuan nodded promptly. Even if I had to go to the Stone City, I wouldn't dare venture out. My life is paramount. It's safer to remain within the sect. Rest assured, master, I value my life above all else. Xuanji Fairy nodded slightly, fully believing this. However, she added, just remember what I told you before. Lu Xiaochuan blurted out, of course, I'll remember. If danger arises, quickly flee. But if I can't escape, I'll call for master. If master happens to be sleeping, I'll hide under the bed. The initial part sounded normal, yet the latter part was amiss. Xuanji Fairy's brows knitted tightly as she interrupted Lu Xiaochuan. "Did I ever say that to you?" Lu Xiaochuan awkwardly grinned at Xuanji Fairy. "Master, your words back then were quite convoluted, so I made some improvements. The meaning remains the same." Xuanji Fairy's gaze suddenly fell upon the white bean lounging on a nearby recliner, being a powerful figure of the Broken Ruins realm. Her perception is naturally beyond ordinary. Seeing Master regard the white bean with an unusual gaze, Lu Xiaochuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Could Master have discerned something? The white bean was Lu Xiaochuan's greatest trump card. A secret even Qin Shimi, who knew about it, was not informed of. Thus Lu Xiaochuan naturally wished to keep it hidden from Master as well. If Master were to discover this, how could he remain low-key? How could he continue to develop cautiously? Xuanji Fairy is a woman of great ambition and pride. Over the past decade, she has been striving for a sense of vindication. Had it not been for her unwavering support, Liu Xiaochuan, the top disciple of the Taishu sect, would have long been dismissed. Xuanji Fairy had returned from a 3-year expedition, severely injured, but brought back numerous rare treasures for Liu Xiaochuan, all in pursuit of her own sense of vindication. 10 years ago, Xuanji Fairy, encountered immense fortune, taking on the first chaotic Dao Saint body from the northern wasteland as her disciple. This was what she considered the pinnacle of her life. She has always been unwilling to accept defeat, refusing to acknowledge that the chaotic Dao Saint body could be the greatest waste of all time. If she were to learn that Lu Xiaochuan was truly remarkable, she would undoubtedly not permit him to remain low-key, but instead would ensure he shines brightly, making a name for himself throughout the northern wasteland. She would certainly push Lu Xiaochuan to participate in the northern wasteland's prodigy rankings. This is the true stage for geniuses, the perfect opportunity to make a name for oneself. If the chaotic Dao Saint body cannot sweep through all geniuses in the northern wasteland, wouldn't that be a joke? The white bean seemed to fear being discovered, so it was doing its utmost to appear like a well-behaved kitten. Xuanji Fairy's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. She approached the white bean. "Master, Dodo is shy." Lu Xiaochuan was about to stop Xuanji Fairy, but it was too late. Xuanji Fairy had already scooped up the white bean. The white bean, surprisingly, did not resist, and not only did it refrain from resisting, but it also buried its head into the embrace. It even stuck out its tongue to lick the peak. Appearing utterly enchanted, the typically aloof Xuanji Fairy seemed somewhat intrigued by the white bean. After petting the white bean for a while, she turned to Lu Xiaochuan. "Xiaochuan, is this little white cat one you brought back from the spirit beast? Is that so?" Lu Xiaochuan replied somewhat sheepishly. "It's quite adorable, well-behaved, and unique. I haven't played with small animals in many years. I find it quite endearing. Its name is Dodo, right? That is a lovely name. May I borrow Dodo for a couple of days? That is inconvenient." "Ahem, how could it be inconvenient if Master wishes to borrow it?" The moment Lu Xiaochuan finished speaking, Xuanji Fairy took the white bean away. The white bean, still enjoying itself with its head nestled in the embrace, made no effort to resist being taken by Xuanji Fairy. Were it not for the fact that the white bean was female, Lu Xiaochuan would genuinely suspect its thoughts were somewhat inappropriate now that the white bean had been taken away by Master. Worrying was futile. Forget about it. It's better to plan how to enhance the strength of Lu Shimi and the others, ensuring they can confidently contend for the Northern Wasteland's prodigy rankings. This is the most pressing matter at hand. A thorough plan is essential. Meanwhile, Xuanji Fairy took the white bean to the training room. Suddenly, Xuanji Fairy casually tossed the white bean away, accompanied by a powerful force. Caught off guard by this sudden change, the white bean instinctively unleashed a surge of formidable power, countering Xuanji Fairy's force. The cost of this action was that the white bean reverted to its original form. Upon witnessing the true form of the white bean, Xuanji Fairy's face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. The divine beast white tiger, how could there be a juvenile divine beast in the spirit realm? Divine beasts should exist in the divine realm. How could one appear in the spirit realm? Moreover, it recognizes my disciple as its master. A divine beast, the most exalted being in the world, should be a divine entity high above. How could it have descended to the mortal realm and acknowledged Shao Chuan as its master? The key point is Shao Chuan has only just broken through to the foundation establishment realm. Right, Xuanji Ferry was utterly shocked and perplexed by this turn of events. Did Shao Chuan truly possess such extraordinary fortune? The chaotic Dao Saint body did not grant him monstrous cultivation speed. So did heaven secretly compensate him with a divine beast? If that were the case, he would indeed be the child of destiny. The white bean also looked somewhat surprised, gazing at Xuanji Ferry. How could someone in the mortal realm recognize me? And you are just a mere broken ruins realm. Wait, you are not of the mortal realm, you are not of the broken ruins realm. Who are you? Chapter 64. Because I fear death. In the following time, Liu Xiaochuan focused on 3 tasks: upgrading the sword of immortal slaying, perfecting the 10,000 swords, returning to the sect's technique, then finally refining a batch of sword chi pills. Once completed, Liu Xiaochuan called over his 10 disciples, including Qin Honian, Lu Yaoyao, Mu Rafeng, Chu Yunxian, and Lin Hong, who were currently ranked as the top 10 co-disciples of the Taishu sect. Of course, Liu Xiaochuan did not count himself among them. Among the 10, Qin Honian was at the divine travel realm, Lu Yaoyao and Mu Rafeng were at the 9th level of the golden core realm, while Chu Yunxian and Lin Hong were at the 8th level of the golden core realm. The remaining 5 were all at the 7th level of the golden core realm. Seeing Master Brother's serious expression, everyone wore looks of confusion and bewilderment. It is indeed the first time they have witnessed the senior brother in such a manner. What do you believe is the meaning of life? Liu Xiaochuan suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this question, the 10 individuals exchanged glances, perplexed. Why must matters be treated with such gravity? Has it transcended into the realm of life philosophy? The senior brother seems rather unusual today. Qin Honian, however, was quite cooperative and was the first to respond. To bravely scale the heights of cultivation, continuously empowering oneself, ascending to the pinnacle, and becoming a true powerhouse. For me, the meaning of my life is to perpetually strengthen myself. Liu Xiaochuan nodded slightly at Qin Honian. The others also expressed their opinions, mostly aligning with Qin Honian's sentiments. Liu Xiaochuan continued, to put it simply, the meaning of your lives lies in becoming stronger. As cultivators, having embarked on the path of cultivation, we must naturally strive to reach greater heights. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will regress. Seize every possible opportunity, exert all your efforts, then swim against the current. The upcoming competition for the North Wilderness Domain's talented list in over 2 months is your grand opportunity. If you grasp this chance, you will be able to enter the sacred land of the North Wilderness for cultivation, surely reaching the summit. This is not only your personal opportunity but also the unparalleled honor of our Taisu sect. Qin Honian nodded earnestly. The senior brother is right. I must secure a place in this competition for the North Wilderness Domain's talented list. Qin Honian was now brimming with confidence. If all goes as expected, she would surely make the talented list. Lu Yaoyao and Mu Rafeng also harbored grand ambitions. Both possessed considerable strength, and with the aid of a terrestrial-level spirit beast, their chances were quite substantial. Thus they too felt a measure of confidence. As for the others, they all had their ambitions but did not dare to voice grandiose declarations. Liu Xiaochuan's gaze fell upon Qin Honian, and with a serious expression, he asked, Junior Sister Qin, my expectations for you are quite high. What ranking do you believe you can achieve? For Qin Honian, securing a position on the talented list was nearly certain. Thus the discussion revolved around what rank she could attain. After contemplating, Qin Honian replied, I will strive for the top 10. The others could not help but gasp at her words. Top 10, such a feat had never been accomplished in the history of Taisu sect. The top 10 of the North Wilderness Domain's talented list had always been monopolized by the top 10 powers of the region. It was exceedingly difficult for other factions to contend. Let alone for the relatively less established Taisu sect, the top 10 was an immense challenge, even if Qin Honyan broke through to the spirit travel realm and had the assistance of a heavenly level spirit beast. The time was simply too short. To breach the top 10 of the talented list seemed as formidable as climbing to the heavens, yet Lu Xiaochuan shook his head and declared, "Not enough. The top 10 is not my aspiration. I have but one expectation of you, and that is to secure first place first." The moment Lu Xiaochuan uttered these words, everyone was taken aback, some even left speechless. First place on the talented list, what does that even imply? Merely being on the talented list is already a matter of great fortune. Being in the top 10 is akin to invincibility. And first place, who would dare to even dream of such a thing? Not even Qin Honyan had dared to imagine it. Thus, upon hearing her senior brother's expectation of her attaining first place on the talented list, she momentarily fell into a daze. Wasn't this expectation slightly too high? However, since it was her senior brother's hope for her, no matter how daunting it may seem, she must strive to achieve it. She could not let her senior brother down. Resolutely, Qin Honyan declared, "Very well, senior brother, I will strive for first place." The others collectively inhaled sharply, gazing at Qin Honyan with immense admiration. Lu Xiaochuan nodded with satisfaction at her determination. And then his gaze shifted to Lu Yaoyao. Before Lu Xiaochuan could inquire, Lu Yaoyao shook her head. "Senior brother, perhaps you should temper your expectations of me. I truly find it hard to accomplish." "Not too high, not too high. My expectation for junior sister Lu is merely the top 10. The top 10, merely." Lu Xiaochuan nodded slightly. "Indeed, junior sister Lu, is that request too much?" Lu Yaoyao retorted, "Listen. Is that even a reasonable assertion? The top 10 on the talented list is merely just. How can that not be considered high, let alone breaking into the top 10? Lu Yaoyao did not possess absolute confidence even in making the talented list. The top 10 seemed like an impossible dream, utterly fantastical. Lu Yaoyao did not believe she had such potential. Lu Xiaochuan then turned to Mu Rafeng, who, feeling somewhat incredulous, weakly suggested, "Senior brother, isn't aiming for the top 10 a bit too ambitious? Perhaps we should keep it modest and set a smaller goal first." Lu Xiaochuan regarded Mu Rafeng and found her reasoning sound. Indeed, junior sister Lu's goal is a bit lofty. Then you can aim for the top 20. Lofty? Lu Yaoyao glanced down then at Mu Rafeng, and immediately became displeased. With a protesting expression, she addressed Lu Xiaochuan, "Senior brother, why should I aim for the top 10 just because it's lofty? Is it wrong to have lofty aspirations? Can I choose my own starting point? That is simply my innate capability." Junior sister Lu, what are you saying? I was referring to AGE. Lu Xiaochuan's gaze then fell on Lin Hong and Chu Yunxian. They promptly expressed their determination to strive for a place on the talented list. For them, making the talented list was indeed a challenge akin to reaching the heavens. Thus, Lu Xiaochuan had little to add. Merely nodding in acknowledgement, his expectations for Lin Hong and Chu Yunxian were simply to secure a spot on the talented list. Finally, Lu Xiaochuan's gaze landed on the 5 disciples at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. Before they could speak, Lu Xiaochuan dismissed them. "Forget it, you all do not have the opportunity to participate in the talented list competition, so there is no need to discuss it." The 5 disciples were left speechless. Lu Xiaochuan then looked at the 10 individuals with a solemn expression. "In life, one must not forget their original intentions, remember their mission, and forge ahead courageously, treading upon the heavens. You must always believe that human effort can shape destiny. And do not fear setting high goals. Daring to dream is commendable. Dreams are essential. What if they become reality?" At that moment, a voice suddenly broke through. "Senior brother, what about you?" It was Qin Honyan asking. "Me?" Lu Xiaochuan touched his nose, smirked, and replied, "As a mere novice in the Foundation establishment realm, what dreams or goals could I possibly hold? I merely wish to lounge around, enjoy a little wine, earn a modest income and help others. Occasionally watching a game and discussing knowledge and technique suffices for me. A peaceful life, filled with beauty and romance, is quite enough. Yet, Chin Honyen understood well that if her senior brother were to participate in the North Wilderness Domain's talented list competition, first place would undoubtedly be his. Unable to restrain herself, Chin Honyen asked, "Senior brother, why do you not participate in this competition for the North Wilderness Talented List?" "Because I fear death." "Now, let us get serious. I have devised a month-long intensive training plan for you. For this month, I will subject you to a rigorous trial. If you dedicate yourselves to learning and endure, I assure you that my expectations for you can be fulfilled." Liu Xiaochuan spoke earnestly to the 10 individuals. Chin Honyen's heart fluttered with joy. She naturally held deep trust in her senior brother's words, only she knew how powerful and extraordinary he truly was. Therefore, since her senior brother had said so, securing first place on the talented list was assured. The others, however, were somewhat skeptical. After all, to elevate one's strength significantly in just a month seemed an impossible feat. While it was true that the senior brother was adept at guiding cultivation, at that moment Liu Xiaochuan suddenly made his move. A sword strike to slay immortals. Liu Xiaochuan unexpectedly drew his sword and struck at his disciple Zhong Tao, who was at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. The speed of Liu Xiaochuan's attack was astonishingly swift and unexpected, leaving Zhong Tao caught off guard. Before he could react, Liu Xiaochuan's sword struck him with tremendous force. Zhong Tao could only hastily raise his sword to defend, but the overwhelming power of the sword still forced him back several steps. Such a scene left everyone in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Liu Xiaochuan. Hadn't the senior brother just recently broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm? How could he have pushed back Zhong Tao, a 7th-level Golden Core disciple, with a single sword strike? Though there were some factors at play, it was still astonishing. How could someone at the first level of Foundation Establishment manage to push back a 7th-level Golden Core disciple? Moreover, ever since Chen Duoduo had used the sword strike to slay immortals to defeat Lei Renming, this technique had gained some renown within the Taisu sect, with disciples admiring Liu Xiaochuan for creating such a formidable sword technique. However, the core disciples of the Golden Core realm had not paid much heed to it. This time, witnessing the senior brother perform the sword strike to slay immortals left them profoundly shaken. The sword strike to slay immortals was astonishingly powerful beyond belief. Liu Xiaochuan surveyed the stunned expressions of his fellow disciples and nodded in satisfaction. He had only utilized the power of the Foundation Establishment realm, yet unexpectedly he had still forced back Zhong Tao, completing what seemed impossible. I spent 2 days upgrading the sword strike to slay immortals. Its current power should be quite formidable. If you can master this technique, it will allow you to defeat enemies beyond your level, overcoming the strong with the weak, and this is the first of the secret weapons I have prepared for you. The first, does that mean there is a second, even the third one? Chapter 65. Is it permissible for disciples to deceive their masters, yet impermissible for masters to deceive their disciples? Liu Xiaochuan suddenly waved the sword in his hand into the air. Instantly, the blade split into 2, then 4, then 8, and soon thousands of swords were spiraling in the void, roaring with an overwhelming momentum as they charged towards Zhong Tao. The myriad swords surged forth in a formidable display, their sharpness radiating brilliance. Although Zhong Tao was not caught off guard this time as he had been earlier, he was nonetheless astonished by Liu Xiaochuan's swordplay. The sheer force and domineering brilliance of such a sword technique was something he had never witnessed before. The onlookers gasped in awe. Could the senior brother truly forge such a formidable sword technique? Such creativity surely surpassed anyone in Taisu sect, including the sect leader and Fairy Xuanji. Zhong Tao dared not underestimate the threat. He brandished his sword with all his might to defend himself. However, this time, he managed to fend off Liu Xiaochuan's strike with relative ease. This was not due to a lack of power in Liu Xiaochuan's sword, but because Zhong Tao was prepared and put forth his full effort. thus encountering no difficulties. Liu Xiaochuan had merely employed a fraction of his strength to showcase the prowess of his self-created sword technique, yet, even so, it left Zhong Tao profoundly shaken with a look of astonishment. He turned to Liu Xiaochuan and exclaimed, "Senior brother, this sword technique is exceedingly powerful and domineering. Had you not merely reached the first stage of foundation establishment, I doubt I could have withstood that strike even if you were at the first stage of golden core. If you were to infuse sword chi into that strike, its might would ascend to another level. Should you incorporate sword intent, I could even imagine it cleaving through the realm of Shenyu. To slay a Shenyu realm expert with a single strike, that seems excessively formidable, yet mastering sword intent is no trivial matter. The levels of swordsmanship consist of sword chi, sword intent, sword momentum, and sword spirit. The threshold of swordsmanship is exceedingly high, and only those who have cultivated sword chi can be considered to have entered its realm. The sword is a weapon of combat. Truly formidable cultivators must engage in the path of the sword. To a certain extent, one's talent in swordsmanship fundamentally determines their upper limits of strength. While realm is the foundation of strength, the path of the sword may define its pinnacle. Generally speaking, one must reach the golden core stage to master sword chi and enter the path of the sword. Those who excel may cultivate sword intent in the Shenyu realm. To command sword momentum, one typically needs to attain the Broken Ruins realm. Among the 10 of Qin Honyan, they had all already cultivated sword chi. Yet none had reached the level of sword intent. Qin Honyan was currently closest to sword intent, merely a step away. However, even a single step can seem worlds apart if not taken with a proud expression. Liu Xiaochuan addressed the 10. This sword technique, I call it 10,000 swords returning to the sect. 10,000 swords returning to the sect. What an imposing name. The earlier display indeed resembled the concept of 10,000 swords returning home. One strike to slay immortals, 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Both titles exude an extraordinary sense of dominance, perfectly encapsulating the might of the technique. The admiration for their senior brother deepened in the hearts of Qin Honyan and the others. What kind of unparalleled talent could conceive such a domineering sword technique? What is most unfathomable is that their senior brother had only just stepped into the foundation establishment stage. For someone at the foundation establishment stage to create a sword technique that rivals, if not surpasses, the most powerful spells of Taisu sect is a claim that few would dare believe. Even witnessing it with their own eyes, it was hard to accept. Observing the excitement he had stirred among the crowd, Liu Xiaochuan continued, the strike to slay immortals and 10,000 swords returning to the sect are my trump cards prepared especially for you. There is another card I need more time to prepare. In short, the boast I made earlier must be fulfilled. Now, do you have confidence? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Honyan replied with conviction, I have secured the first position. Lu Yaoyao quickly chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Then I shall take the top. Ryun chuckled wryly, if the second senior sister is aiming for the top 10, I cannot falter either, so I shall also aim for the top 10. Lin Hong and Chu Yunxian exchanged a knowing smile. They did not possess such boldness. Previously aspiring for a spot on the talented ones list had seemed a daunting challenge to a dreamland, yet now they felt a flicker of ambition and courage to contend for a place on the talented ones list. As for Zhong Tao and his group, there was no need to speak. Taisu sect only had 5 slots, then they were unlikely to be among them. If by chance a slot were to fall into their hands, perhaps they could contend. Liu Xiaochuan began instructing the 10. Not far away, Fairy Xuanji, cradling the white bean, displayed a blend of surprise and delight. 1 Strike to slay immortals, 10,000 swords returning to the sect. By the standards of techniques, their might could rival that of celestial level techniques, could it not? Xiaochuan, at such a young age, having just entered the foundation establishment stage, you are capable of creating celestial level techniques. Just how many secrets are you keeping from your master? It is known that the most powerful techniques of Taisu sect are merely earth level, and there exists only one such technique. This earth level technique is the sect's cherished treasure. In the entire Tsang country, only two earth level techniques exist, one within Taisu sect and the other in the imperial palace. Yet Lu Xiaochuan casually bathed two sword techniques equivalent to celestial level. To describe this as against the heavens would be an understatement. Fairy Xuanji's face blossomed with a radiant smile akin to summer flowers. She was genuinely elated. Xiaochuan, I knew as the saint body of the chaotic path you could not be an inept individual. You must harbor a tremendous secret, one far grander than the saint body of the chaotic path. My efforts over the past 3 years to seek rare treasures for you have not been in vain. If not for the fear of exposing my identity, would I have allowed those despicable individuals to scheme against me? Cough, cough. At this point, Fairy Xuanji, overcome with emotion, began to cough violently, a trickle of crimson blood escaping her lips. She quickly wiped away the blood stain with a handkerchief, yet her face remained adorned with a smile. Observing Lu Xiaochuan diligently teaching Qin Hongyan and the others nearby, a sly smile crept across Fairy Xuanji's face. Xiaochuan, you are making it difficult for your master to keep secrets. You wish to recline and avoid the turmoil of Taisu sect, but I shall not grant you that wish. I must push you into the limelight and ensure your name resounds across the world. It is a rare opportunity to have a disciple with the saint body of the chaotic path. How could I allow you to fade into obscurity? You must claim the top spot on the talented ones list for your master. Fairy Xuanji pondered how to encourage him to willingly participate in the competition for the talented ones list. The white bean, glancing at Fairy Xuanji, suddenly spoke up. You aren't plotting against my master. Are you? Is it appropriate to say such things in my presence? Am I not a person? Fairy Xuanji shot a glance at the white bean. You were never human to begin with. It seems that is indeed the case. I simply wish for my beloved disciple to achieve greatness. How can that be considered plotting? Is it only permissible for disciples to deceive their masters, while masters cannot deceive their disciples? The white bean fell silent. Fairy Xuanji stroked the white bean affectionately and smiled. White bean, do not forget our agreement. We are both those who slipped out of the house. We should look out for one another, don't you think? The white bean nodded. Rest assured, I understand. You handle the deception, while I provide the cover. A pleasant collaboration. Chapter 66, Lu Xiaochuan, come forth and accept your fate. Recently, Taisu City has been bustling with activity. Each day, numerous external cultivators venture into Taisu City, eager to glean information about Taisu sects. Indeed, many have sought various means to sneak into Taisu sects. Initially, Taisu sect maintained a strict defense. Yet, no matter how stringent the precautions, a few still slipped through the cracks, posing considerable challenges to the sect's security. Consequently, Grandmaster Tai Yen decided to activate the protective grand formation of Taisu sect. Completely isolating it from the outside world, this move effectively severed the external inquiries, with no concrete news emerging. The matter of the 300 spirit beasts brought from the spirit realm was dismissed by many as mere rumor or exaggerated falsehood. Gradually, interest in the matter waned among outsiders. However, on this day, 3 groups arrived at the gates of Taisu sect. One group was led by an elderly man resembling a eunuch commanding 3,000 armored cavalry. The second group consisted of Elder Fujiu, Li Jianxin, and a youthful-looking old man with white hair. The final group had only 2 members, both exuding an air of celestial elegance and an immensely powerful presence. The elder in white leading this group resembled a celestial being. Though only 2 individuals, they were manifestly the strongest among the 3 groups. This elder, embodying the essence of a celestial, was the sect leader of Yujian sect. A formidable presence at the Broken Ruins realm. Behind him stood a powerful expert at the 9th level of the Shenyu realm. Their mere presence commanded attention, shaking the very mountains and rivers. The 3 groups stood majestically before the gates of Taisu sect, their overwhelming aura causing the protective grand formation of the sect to tremble violently. The disciples guarding the gate trembled in fear. Sensing impending doom, the sect leader of Eugean sect, Du, bellowed, Eugean sect has come to pay a visit. We request the presence of sect leader Tai Yen. Du's voice resonated throughout Taisu sect, causing a ripple of shock throughout the sect. At that moment, Lu Xiaochuan, who was meticulously instructing Qin Honyan and the others on Ling Su Peak, raised an eyebrow. The people from Eugean sect had come knocking. Liu Xiaochuan naturally understood it was in relation to Li Kuang's matter. Upon hearing the arrival of the Eugean sect, Qin Honyan and the others cast worried glances at Liu Xiaochuan. Qin Honyan approached him and softly inquired, "Senior brother, did you truly kill Li Kuang?" Liu Xiaochuan smirked and replied, "Without evidence, I shall never admit to such accusations, no matter the circumstances." Qin Honyan let out a bitter smile. Recognizing this as typical of her senior brother, however, the issue was that since they had come in person, it was unlikely they would simply let the matter rest. After all, the distance from Qing Nation to Tsong Nation spanned no less than 100,000 miles. With such a formidable journey, the strong figures of Eugean sect were evidently well prepared. To deny it would not be so simple, senior brother, perhaps, just as Qin Honyan was about to suggest something. Liu Xiaochuan interrupted, "Do not worry, I will be fine, continue your training, I shall see what is amiss." With that, he made his way down the mountain. Shortly thereafter, Xuanji Feri arrived. "Did you kill him?" she asked, fixing her gaze on Liu Xiaochuan. He chuckled wryly, "Master, you overestimate my capabilities. I have only just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage. How could I possess such strength? Clearly, someone is attempting to frame me." Xuanji Feri nodded, her demeanor authoritative. "If it is not you, then do not confess, no matter what. I shall bear the burden of this matter for you. Master, it truly was not me." "What do you mean by not confessing? I have done nothing wrong." "This is pure slander. Indeed, I shall see who dares to frame my disciple, and I will certainly advocate for you." "Master, you are so kind, and also so beautiful. Please continue." "Delightful." A resounding slap landed on Liu Xiaochuan's head. "Incorrigible disciple," Xuanji Feri scolded playfully. Liu Xiaochuan smiled sheepishly. As they reached the mountain gate, Tai Yan Shanran was already there, accompanied by numerous elders. Upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan, the gazes of the three factions converged upon him. Their expressions fierce and cold as wolves, each one harbored intense resentment, especially Li Jianxin, who despised Liu Xiaochuan with a passion, feeling as if they were sworn enemies. Not only had Liu Xiaochuan stolen his spirit beast in the spirit realm, but he had also framed him, leading to a brutal beating upon his exit from the spirit realm and a complete loss of face. He narrowly escaped death at the hands of Eugean sect because of Liu Xiaochuan's actions. Hence, how could Li Jianxin not sit with hatred? Beside Elder Fuzhou and Li Jianxin stood an elderly man, his countenance chillingly grim, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent that fixed upon Liu Xiaochuan. Radiating a sinister green light, this man was the head of the Lei family, one of the 10 great families of Tsong Nation, and the grandfather of Lei Renjie and Lei Renming, a formidable figure at the 7th level of the Divine Journey realm. The deaths of his grandsons were inextricably linked to Liu Xiaochuan, thus the Lei family naturally held a deep grudge against him. Today, he had come to seek retribution. Moreover, the eunuch leading the 3,000 black-armored cavalry bore an expression as cold as a 1,000-year-old venomous snake. Staring at Liu Xiaochuan with an unflinching demeanor, this man was Hong Yang, the chief steward of the Qing nation as emperor, known for his unwavering loyalty. His formidable aura revealed that he was a 9th-level powerhouse of the Divine Journey realm. Commanding 3,000 cultivators at the Golden Core stage, the scale of the Qing nation's imperial power was indeed massive. However, the most formidable presence came from the two figures of Eugean sect. The sect master Du Zongzhu was a peak ruin-breaking realm expert, followed closely by the Grand Elder of Eugean sect, a 9th-level powerhouse of the Divine Journey realm. This assembly of powerhouses was indeed formidable and could not be underestimated. It prompted the experts of Taisu sect to furrow their brows in concern. The current situation was far more intimidating than the previous joint efforts of the 9 major sects of Tsong Nation against Taisu sect. Unlike the Song Nation's sects, which were bound by certain constraints, Qing Nation and Yujian sect had no such reservations. They had traveled vast distances to confront Taisu sect, showing no signs of courtesy. The overwhelming pressure of their might bore down upon the gathered crowd of Taisu sect. You have killed our Yujian sect's chief disciple Li Kuang, stolen his spirit beast, and framed others. Such a young age, yet so ruthless, cunning, and treacherous. If you are not executed, you shall surely bring calamity upon the world. Lu Xiaochuan, step forth and accept your death. A thunderous voice erupted from the Grand Elder of Yujian sect. Resonating like a hellish bell, furious as the thunder from the heavens. Hearing this, Xuanji Fairy's anger flared immediately. Just as she was about to retaliate, Lu Xiaochuan intervened. Master, this concerns my reputation as a disciple. Allow me to handle it. With that, he strode forward without a hint of trepidation. Xuanji Fairy raised her eyebrows in surprise but followed closely behind. Tai Yan Shanran and the others exchanged worried glances at Lu Xiaochuan. The imposing array of forces seeking retribution was likely beyond what Taisu sect could withstand, yet, in stark contrast to their concerns, Lu Xiaochuan remained composed and unperturbed, a quality that was indeed admirable. Facing the overwhelming wrath and malevolent intent directed at him, Lu Xiaochuan stood upright, calm and unyielding, gazing steadily at the furious Grand Elder of Yujian sect. The Grand Elder unleashed his formidable aura upon Lu Xiaochuan, only to be astonished to find that it had no effect on him whatsoever. Logically, a cultivator below the divine journey realm should not withstand his oppressive pressure. Before the Grand Elder could ponder further, Lu Xiaochuan's resonant voice rang out. The esteemed Grand Elder of Yujian sect, may I be so bold as to inquire about the cultivation level of your chief disciple Li Kuang? The Grand Elder huffed angrily. Why do you waste words? Will you confess and accept your fate, or do we need to take action? If you are sensible, we may grant you a swift end. If not, you shall suffer greatly. Lu Xiaochuan coldly regarded the domineering Grand Elder and replied bluntly, is your Yujian sect one of the top 10 powers in the North Desolate region? Of course not. Then why does your sect speak with such arrogance? Without clarifying the situation, you seek to condemn the chief disciple of Taisu sect to death. Do you truly regard us as mere trifles? You are more presumptuous than an old cow's nose. The Grand Elder's expression darkened, his anger palpable as he glared at Lu Xiaochuan. Tai Yan Shanran interjected sternly, esteemed guests, you have traveled far. Taisu sect has always upheld the principles of hospitality. If our sect has indeed committed wrongs, we shall accept the consequences. However, if you seek to wrongfully accuse us, know that we are not easily bullied. Before you come to demand retribution, should you not at least present some evidence? Grant us an opportunity to defend ourselves. To come here and pronounce guilt without proof is indeed a display of great arrogance. As Tai Yan Shanran spoke, his cold gaze bore into the Grand Elder of Yujian sect. Expressing his indignation and dissatisfaction, the Grand Elder's countenance darkened further, yet he refrained from retorting, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Du Zongshu, the sect master of Yujian sect, spoke in a heavy tone. There is no need for you to be enraged, Tai Yan Shanran. The truth cannot be concealed, nor can lies become truth. Since we have dared to come, we certainly possess irrefutable evidence. However, it is right to extend courtesy before hostility. So let us offer your chief disciple Lu Xiaochuan the chance to explain himself. With that, the sect master of Yujian sect gestured for Lu Xiaochuan to continue. He maintained a tranquil demeanor and spoke. Your Yujian sect is the foremost sect of Qing Nation. Your chief disciple, the second prince of Qing Nation, Li Kuang, must possess extraordinary talent. His cultivation level should surely be at least the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Wouldn't you agree? That is only natural, the Grand Elder replied, his pride evident. Lu Xiaochuan continued, if he were to also possess a profound great spirit beast, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he could easily defeat someone at the first level of the divine journey realm. Correct, indeed. Then allow me to pose a question. could a first-level Foundation establishment cultivator possibly kill a 9th-level Golden Core cultivator who also possesses a profound grade spirit beast? What nonsense! The gap between a first-level Foundation establishment and a 9th-level Golden Core is vast, 2 major realms and 17 minor realms apart. The difference is beyond comprehension. It is akin to asking if an infant who cannot even walk could defeat an adult. The expressions of Du Zhongshu, the Grand Elder, and Hong Yong turned frosty as they observed Lu Xiaochuan. Judging by the aura emanating from him, it was evident that he was merely a first-level Foundation establishment cultivator. This revelation caused their brows to furrow in concern. Could it be that the rumors surrounding the chaotic path's holy body were indeed true? The first ever Chaos Path Saint body holder in the northern wilderness, is he truly a worthless being incapable of cultivation? Is this not merely a scheme by the Taisu sect to deceive the world? Liu Xiaochuan spread his hands and remarked, "Given your strengths, it is evident that I, Lu, am merely at the first level of the Foundation establishment stage, a recent breakthrough before entering the spirit realm." If a mere Foundation establishment stage cultivator could indeed possess the capability to slay Li Kuang, then the entire cultivation system of this world would be thrown into chaos. Such an illogical occurrence baffles my understanding as to why anyone would believe it. Surely you cannot genuinely believe it, right? The leaders of the Yujian sect, including Master Du, were expressions of discomfort at this invisible slap to their faces. It is indeed a reasonable argument. To believe that a first-level Foundation establishment cultivator could kill a 9th-level Golden Core cultivator would be tantamount to folly. Such a rumor, if spread, would hardly convince even a 3-year-old child. If these seasoned foxes, who have lived for millennia, were to believe it, then what does that say about them? Master Lei's expression darkened as he too harbored doubts about this matter. Yet he was still inclined to trust the Lingjian sect, hence, he had accompanied Elder Fuzhou and Li Jianxin to the Taisu sect. After all, 2 of Lei Clan's most gifted youths had perished in Taisu City. No matter how one looked at it, this incident must have some connection to the Taisu sect. However, whether it was indeed Lu Xiaochuan's doing remains unclear to Master Li Jianxin declared coldly, Lu Xiaochuan, you will undoubtedly deny it. After all, who would confess to being a murderer? I can assert with complete certainty that the perpetrator behind the deaths of Lei Renming and Li Kuang is you. I suggest you confess your guilt rather than continue this charade before the leaders of the Yujian sect, the Grand Elder, and Lord Hong of the Qing nation. Spare no more excuses for yourself. Liu Xiaochuan regarded Li Jianxin with a bemused smile and asked, has anyone ever told you that you bear an uncanny resemblance to a complete fool, Li Jianxin? If no one has, then allow me to inform you today with utmost seriousness that you are indeed a monumental fool. It seems your brain has been kicked by a donkey. You must seek treatment, for if you delay, you shall surely descend into idiocy. Li Jianxin, Lu Xiaochuan issued a soul-searching challenge. One must possess a conscience in life and rely on evidence in actions. Evidence, evidence, evidence. Such is the importance of this matter that I shall repeat it thrice. Chapter 68. Who is the greater fool, the buyer or the seller? Li Jianxin coldly remarked, you seek evidence, do you? Very well, I shall provide it. Without evidence, do you think the leaders of the Yujian sect and the Grand Elder would personally arrive? Would Lord Hong of the Qing nation lead 3,000 black armored cavalry for no reason? With that, Li Jianxin clapped his hands. 5 individuals approached. Liu Xiaochuan recognized them as part of the group he had deceived in the spirit realm. However, he remained unperturbed, having already devised a countermeasure. After nodding to the 5, Li Jianxin said, now, the murderer stands before you. I request that you identify whether it is indeed Liu Xiaochuan, the one who deceived you in the spirit realm. The 5 stepped forward, scrutinizing Liu Xiaochuan with intense gazes. They harbored a deep-seated hatred for the one who had tricked them and were determined to unmask him. Yes, it is undoubtedly he who claimed to be Li Jianxin of the Tsong nation's Lingjian sect. selling us the Shen-level spirit beast, the two-headed fiery tiger. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize him, you a despicable scoundrel, as the esteemed chief disciple of the Taisu sect. Dare to engage in such deceitful practices, unafraid of tarnishing the sect's reputation. What merit do you possess to be endowed with the Chaos Path Saint body? You are nothing but a disgrace. The 5 individuals, filled with righteous indignation, pointed accusingly at Lu Xiaochuan, unanimously asserting that he was the culprit. Li Jianxin, with a cold smirk, regarded Lu Xiaochuan and said, Lu Xiaochuan, what do you have to say for yourself now? With 5 witnesses present, the material evidence should be within your Taisu sect. Lu Xiaochuan, do you dare to summon forth that two-headed fiery tiger, since you have been impersonating me to sell the Shen-level spirit beast? How can you claim that the two-headed fiery tiger is not the one you stole from Li Kuang? You killed Li Kuang, seized his Shen-level spirit beast, and then deceived others with it. The facts are clear. With both witnesses and material evidence at hand, will you not confess? Lu Xiaochuan, I shall acknowledge you as a head. If you call me foolish, I shall not be pleased, you imbecile. Lu Xiaochuan rolled his eyes at Li Jianxin, delivering a scathing insult. Li Jianxin, seething with anger, retorted, the ironclad evidence lies before you. Do you still wish to deny it? You are truly a stubborn duck, refusing to shed tears until you see the coffin. Yet the truth remains, your denial is futile. Today you are destined to meet your demise. Such heinous acts render you unworthy of life, deserving of 1,000 deaths. Lu Xiaochuan shot a disdainful glance at Li Jianxin as if observing a fool, then turned to the 5 accusers and inquired, pray tell, how much did you pay for the Shen-level spirit beast? The two-headed fiery tiger. The 5 exchanged glances before reluctantly revealing the price they had paid. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan chuckled lightly and remarked, have you all heard? A mere few 100,000 spirit stones for a Shen-level spirit beast. I am quite curious if such a bargain exists in this world. Surely even a fool would not believe such a deal, would they? That is a Shen-level spirit beast, let alone a few 100,000 spirit stones. Even a few billion would attract a multitude of buyers. Purchasing a Shen-level spirit beast for a few 100,000, who is the greater fool, the buyer or the seller? The 5, appearing dignified with their good looks, hardly seemed like the type to lack intelligence. The 5, faced with Lu Xiaochuan's accusation of their lack of wits, they found themselves at a loss for words. Master Du and the others furrowed their brows deeply. To spend a few 100,000 spirit stones on a Shen-level spirit beast was nothing short of a fantastical tale, scarcely believable even to a child of 3.1. Individual gritted his teeth and said, for the sake of deception, nothing is impossible. Lu Xiaochuan cast a sidelong glance at him. So you are admitting that you are fools? Lu Xiaochuan continued, even if we were to concede, assuming you are indeed that foolish and such an event transpired, I can only say that you brought this upon yourselves. To believe in such an absurd transaction, who else would be deceived if not you? The 5. Lu Xiaochuan's words nearly caused the 5 to spit blood in anger. Yet they had to admit that indeed they had been a tad naive, otherwise how could they have fallen for such a trick? Their current fury was intertwined with their foolish actions. Lu Xiaochuan continued, very well. I shall temporarily accept that what you claim is true, but are you certain that the responsibility lies solely with me? Yes, it is you. We are not blind, they responded in unison. Certain you are not blind? Of course not. That is fortunate. It seems your eyesight is intact, though your reasoning may be lacking. Li Jianxin glared at Lu Xiaochuan and asked, so, do you admit it? Fool, be quiet, this is not your moment. You shall have your chance to speak later. Lu Xiaochuan unceremoniously rebuked him. Li Jianxin was infuriated, his face darkening immediately. Lu Xiaochuan, indifferent to Li Jianxin's distress, addressed the 5 again. What you hear is not always true, and what you see is not always real. The eyes often deceive the most. Since all 5 of you are convinced it is I, then to prove my innocence, let us conduct a small experiment. Please wait here for a moment, I shall return shortly." With that, Lu Xiaochuan dashed up the mountain. The crowd wore puzzled expressions, uncertain of Lu Xiaochuan's intentions. The five stood bewildered, exchanging glances. Li Jianxin remarked sarcastically, "Could it be that his guilt has led him to flee?" No sooner had Li Jianxin spoken than an icy, bone-chilling glare shot toward him, startling him into a state of panic akin to being targeted by the king of hell. In that instant, Li Jianxin felt an overwhelming chill. Trembling uncontrollably, he looked fearfully at the Shonji Fairy. It was the Shonji Fairy's wrath. She was the only existence in the Tsong nation at the ruins-breaking realm, though the Shonji Fairy was as beautiful as a celestial being. Comparable to a goddess, her anger was terrifying. Her gaze resembled the depths of a hellish abyss, causing Li Jianxin to cower, not daring to lift his head. "Should you dare to continue spreading baseless rumors, I shall not hesitate to sever your tongue," the Shonji Fairy coldly declared. Li Jianxin's scalp went numb at her words. Elder Fuzhou's expression darkened as he glared at the Shonji Fairy and said in a deep voice, "Shonji Fairy. Yet the Shonji Fairy showed no leniency, interrupting Elder Fuzhou before he could finish. "Until the truth is uncovered, I advise you to refrain from speaking. Should it be proven that Li Jianxin has slandered my disciple, you should prepare for the wrath that follows." Elder Fuzhou's face turned ashen, and Li Jianxin felt an inexplicable sense of dread. The Shonji Fairy's reputation was known throughout the Tsong nation. If she truly lost her temper, there was no telling what she might do. It was entirely possible that she could kill him without a second thought. Upon contemplating this, Li Jianxin instinctively shrank his neck. An inexplicable sense of panic welling up within him. The recent events were indeed instigated by him behind the scenes, otherwise the Yujian sect and the royal family of Qingguo would not have come to confront Lu Xiaochuan with accusations. If the charges were substantiated, it would be one matter, but if they proved unfounded, then, as Li Jianxin fretted, Lu Xiaochuan made a sudden return. In Chapter 69, "By respect you as a tough person." Lu Xiaochuan appeared in a completely different attire, donning a mask, with the two-headed red flame tiger following closely behind. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan in this guise, the five individuals immediately became agitated, furiously pointing at him. "Yes, that's right, it's you, Lu Xiaochuan. How dare you argue your innocence?" they exclaimed. "Since you have already admitted it, why were you so stubborn just now?" The Taiyan real person and the others looked on with confusion. Unable to comprehend Lu Xiaochuan's intentions, was he throwing himself into the net, admitting his actions? If Lu Xiaochuan truly confessed, it could spell serious trouble today. However, Shonji Fairy appeared utterly unconcerned, although she could not decipher Lu Xiaochuan's ploy. She had faith in one thing: her disciple could handle anything, but he would never be at a disadvantage. If he dared to act this way, there must be a purpose behind it. She decided to sit back and watch the unfolding drama. "Are you certain it is me?" Lu Xiaochuan inquired. The five responded emphatically in unison. "It is you, without a doubt." "Are you absolutely certain? 100% sure? And if not, we did die as a family." Just as their words fell, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd behind them. "I respect you as a tough person. When you go hard, you truly spare no one. Not even the entire family." As the voice faded, Lu Xiaochuan stepped forth from the throng, positioning himself beside the masked Lu Xiaochuan. Two Lu Xiaochuans. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, particularly the five who had just resolutely identified Lu Xiaochuan. Their expressions turning pale as if struck by lightning, their faces a shade of deep confusion. They exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. What was happening? How could there suddenly be two Lu Xiaochuans? The expressions of Sect Master Du and the others grew increasingly severe, their brows furrowing deeper. Li Jianxin's face turned ashen, an ominous premonition rising within him. Was this going to escalate into something monumental? Lu Xiaochuan scrutinized the five, whose faces had become rigid and ghastly. "Did you not just assert with unwavering confidence that he was the culprit? If you cannot even distinguish me, what grounds do you have for your certainty?" The five's faces turned a shade of deep grey, rendered speechless. They began to doubt their own perceptions. They could recognize him, so why had they erred? What had gone awry in their reasoning? Li Jianxin, with a grim countenance, pointed at the mask Lu Xiaochuan and demanded, "If you are Lu Xiaochuan, then who is he? From physique to behavior, even his voice, he resembles you perfectly. Do you have a twin brother by any chance?" Li Jianxin was indignant. He had scrutinized the masked Lu Xiaochuan for a considerable time and had detected no discrepancies. He had been convinced that the masked figure was indeed Lu Xiaochuan. Thus, he was unwilling to concede. If this matter could not be reversed, he would surely lose. A brain is a precious asset. I hope you possess one. However, it seemed he had no hope for this lifetime. Perhaps in the next. Lu Xiaochuan rolled his eyes at Li Jianxin, scolding him with little patience. Li Jianxin's face darkened with anger. Ignoring him, Lu Xiaochuan removed the mask from the Lu Xiaochuan, to everyone's astonishment. Another identical Lu Xiaochuan appeared before them. Were there truly two Lu Xiaochuans? Did Lu Xiaochuan really have a twin brother? Seeing this, Li Jianxin was ecstatic, pointing at the two Lu Xiaochuans. Ha, I was right. Lu Xiaochuan, you indeed have a twin brother. Now, with undeniable proof, I shall see how you deny it. The five exchanged glances once more. Bewildered twins, the disciples of Taisu sect were initially puzzled, but soon discerned the truth. Lu Xiaochuan tugged at the mask, revealing a human skin mask beneath, and the figure of Lu Xiaochuan was unveiled. The crowd then recognized him. He was not Lu Xiaochuan at all, but Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei grinned at Lu Xiaochuan, seemingly pleased with himself. Lu Xiaochuan cast a subtle approving glance at Zhang Wei. Pointing at Zhang Wei, Lu Xiaochuan sternly addressed the five. Do not claim you did not see the face. Even if you had, it does not guarantee its authenticity. You were so adamant in your assertions, even wagering your family's lives, yet you still made a mistake. How could you dare to identify me? The five fell silent, unable to utter a word. They wished to speak, but were rendered powerless to refute. Their previous misidentification signified their defeat, and now nothing they said could be trusted. Li Jianxin could not hold back any longer. This does not exonerate you, at most you can only suggest that perhaps that person was not you. Lu Xiaochuan shot back, and if I were to say that person is you, would you admit it? If you refuse, then please prove that person is not you. If you can prove it, I can too. Li Jianxin quickly replied, I have been with my fellow disciples, they can all vouch for me. Ha, as if anyone lacks disciples, Lu Xiaochuan retorted. If we proceed down this path, then no one can prove their innocence. It's irrelevant if I cannot prove my innocence, I merely need to disprove your so-called evidence. If I cannot prove I am not the culprit, you cannot prove that I am. Isn't that sufficient? Li Jianxin felt a surge of frustration. He realized he was entirely at Lu Xiaochuan's mercy. No matter what he argued or what points he raised, Lu Xiaochuan's words ruthlessly crushed them. This sensation of helplessness gnawed at him, although he understood that Lu Xiaochuan was skilled in rhetoric. The problem lay in his inability to prove Lu Xiaochuan's statements were false, leaving Li Jianxin feeling utterly defeated. Sect Master Du and the others remained silent, yet their expressions grew increasingly cold and sinister, their eyes glinting with complex emotions. Lu Xiaochuan observed the silent crowd and continued, some facts that can be established are never deceptive. I am indeed at the first level of foundation establishment. A fact that can withstand any scrutiny, absolutely verifiable. Setting aside the matter of the five, how could a mere first-level foundation establishment individual possibly kill a ninth-level Golden Core expert? This is blatant slander. As he spoke, Lu Xiaochuan's gaze fell upon Sect Master Du, the Grand Elder of Yujian sect, then Eunuch Hong. The people of Lingjian sect have already verified this. If the three seniors have any doubts, they are welcome to come and inspect whether I am truly at the first level of foundation establishment. I believe the Taisu sect lacks the extraordinary means to deceive the scrutiny of the three seniors. Do they not? The expressions of Sect Master Du and the others darkened as they fixed their cold gazes on Lu Xiaochuan. It appeared that Lu Xiaochuan's cultivation level posed no issues. Therefore, he indeed lacked the strength to kill Li Kuang. Could it be that the people of Ling Jian's sect were indeed lying? Were they manipulating them? The three of them turned their icy gazes toward Li Jianxin, causing the latter's face to turn pale. Trembling violently, he hastily vowed, "I speak not a word of falsehood, every word is true, or may the heavens strike me down with 5 bolts of lightning. And may I die a horrible death." Although Lu Shaochuan's cultivation is indeed at the first level of foundation establishment, I would wager my life that he possesses the ability to kill Li Kuang. Li Kuang definitely perished at his hands. That two-headed red flame tiger is the spirit beast that Li Kuang subdued. Do not fall for Lu Shaochuan's tricks. In Chapter 70, Li Jianxin risks his life to pressure. Li Jianxin was utterly frantic. He understood the gravity of his situation. Should all this blame fall upon him, it was likely he would not survive the day. If the Yujian sect and eunuch Hong deemed him a liar, it would mean certain death for him. Thus, Li Jianxin had to fervently defend himself. He found himself compelled to cling tightly to Lu Xiaochuan's accusations, although he found it improbable. What other choice did he have? If he did not bring Lu Xiaochuan down, he might very well meet his demise.